When an ordinary individual unexpectedly traverses into the world of Dragon Ball and becomes the protagonist, Suin Wukong, what transformations shall this world witness? Be Kadama Wong. Youngster, you lack martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks. More Daibika. Suin Wukong, I shall not repeat the mistakes of my father. Do not think to deceive me. Suin Wukong, alas. My dear nephew, you are unaware that there are hidden truths to the events of your father and I were sworn brothers, bound by brotherhood. Yet, fate has played its hand, and I never anticipated you to be among the living. It seems that heaven has not been unkind to me after all. Ika. So you are my uncle? Fully saw. Suin Wukong, you promised not to retaliate and stand there while I struck. Why do you now break your word? This time, I shall not trust you again. How utterly unfair. Suin Wukong, hey, what do you mean? What are you saying? We are all good brothers. You must trust me. This time, I shall bind my hands and feet. That should suffice, right? Bulma, Suin Wukong. After so many years of knowing you, I do not wish to harbor regrets this time. Today, I shall ask you this. Do you truly wish to marry me? Suin Wukong. Bulma, please calm down. Is our bond not one of pure friendship? Alas. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Is it not acceptable for me to marry? Oh, it seems I can no longer avoid this softer ice. My apologies, Beilauer. Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I had lost something. Chapter 1. Just after my arrival, I find myself facing Kadama Wong. What should I do? I am anxiously waiting for assistance. In the year 753 of the AIG on Earth, Suin Wukong is in a state of sheer panic, for he is not the original Suin Wukong, but rather a jester from Blue Star. Due to the oppressive heat, he took a sip of ice water and absurdly choked to death. Initially, he did not die, and transitioning to Dragon Ball to become the protagonist should have been a joyous occasion. However, fate had other plans, as he immediately found himself confronting Kadama Wong. Suin Wukong, what the hell? Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Ding. Host, I understand your anxiety, but please do not panic. Your demise by choking on water was so utterly foolish that you were chosen by the system to become one of the rare chosen ones. So my crossing over is also your doing? System. Indeed, while this system saved your wretched life, there is no need for gratitude. Damn, thank you. You are quite kind. However, could you enlighten me on the situation of confronting Kadama Wong directly upon my arrival? Though I am now the protagonist Suin Wukong, I was merely a reclusive individual who struggled to even ascend 6 flights of stairs. How am I to fight? Suin Wukong is genuinely at a loss for words. Others at least have time to develop their skills after crossing over. Yet here he is, without even encountering minions, directly facing the boss. It is worth noting that Kadama Wong, while not the strongest in the Dragon Ball universe, is one of the few bosses exuding overwhelming pressure, rivaling even the likes of Sha Lu and Ma Wu, with only Fu Li Sa as a match. System, do not panic, host. Kadama Wong currently possesses a combat power of 260, and your combat power is also at 260. Statistically, you are evenly matched. I understand nothing. Hurry, do you have any sort of beginner's gift package? Please bring it forth. System, well, there is one, but stop dragging it out. I will claim the beginner's gift package myself. Suin Wukong is truly weary of further dialogue with the system, as his current situation is quite dire. His timing of arrival was rather unfortunate, coinciding with the moment Suin Wukong rescued Tianjin Fan and engaged in a few exchanges with Kadama Wong, only to be inadvertently usurped in the process. Little did he know, the most heart-wrenching aspect was not the immediate circumstances, but the beginner's gift package. Ding! Beginner's gift package has been issued to the system space. Chi Yuan Zhan instant version. Not bad. This item possesses sufficient lethality to achieve victories against superior foes. Let me see what else is included. What the hell? Is that all? Brother, are you jesting with me? Suin Wukong's eyes widen, for his system space contains but a solitary skill card. System. Due to the suddenness of your situation, there was no time to prepare adequately. However, upon completing subsequent tasks, the rewards will be plentiful. The host may look forward to them. Ding! Important storyline task detected. Please defeat and slay Kadama Wong. Completion of the task will yield an ultimate mysterious gift package. Damn it. Are you asking me to headbutt this? I don't even know basic martial arts, and with just a Chi Yuan Zhan, they aren't blind. Isn't this just sending me to my death? Sun Wukong's complaints ultimately went unanswered by the system, but he was met with the boastful voice of Piccolo Daimao. Ha ha, you certainly possess some strength, but you must care deeply for this three-eyed human. From now on, if you dare to move, I will crush his skull. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Tianjin Fan, held firmly by Piccolo Daimao, spoke resolutely. Sun Wukong, do not worry about me. Use all your strength to kill him and avenge Jiaozi and the others. I didn't expect this human to have some backbone, but as your companion, what will Sun Wukong choose? What do I care? There is no need for us to fight to the death. Our strengths are evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine a victor. Since that is the case, why not transform our conflict into cooperation, grow stronger together, and create brilliance anew? After all, you must know that there is someone in the sky always watching you. As long as we defeat him and obtain another set of Dragon Balls, my fallen comrades may have a chance at resurrection. Sun Wukong suddenly crossed his arms, confidently and calmly uttering these shocking words. However, those present were left astonished. Sun Wukong, do you even know what you're saying? Master Wu Tian, Krillin, and Jiaozi fell at the hands of this monster. Though Tianjin Fan was gripped by Piccolo Daimao, fury flooded his eyes. He never expected Sun Wukong to utter such words. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Tianjin Fan, should I say you have a narrow view or that you are too naive? In this world, there are always multiple means to an end. Moreover, I, Sun Wukong, have never betrayed my original intentions. How can a weakling like you have the audacity to criticize me? Oh, interesting. Are you trying to put on an act to deceive me into releasing this guy? Piccolo Daimao narrowed his eyes at Sun Wukong, as if seeing through everything. Indeed, I do wish for you to release him, but what I said earlier is true. After all, in terms of strength, I have no confidence in defeating you. I have a vague feeling that I might lose. Since that is the case, why engage in meaningless tricks? Sun Wukong's words resonated with Piccolo Daimao, who perceived Sun Wukong as being full of flaws and completely unguarded. However, the cautious Piccolo Daimao would not easily trust anyone. He clenched his palm and suddenly lifted a few stones that had fallen to the ground. I cannot trust you. To guard against deceit, is it too much to cripple one of your arms? Brother, don't be so distant with your words. One arm is not enough. Add a leg as well. I, Sun Wukong, have no other merit but to be sincere. However, as soon as he said this, before Piccolo Daimao could act, Tianjin Fan was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wukong, you fool. If this continues, we may perish here today. Vision. Your perspective is too narrow, Tianjin Fan. The illustrious Piccolo Daimao is not that kind of treacherous villain. Do you not understand him? Although Piccolo is of the demon race, he has always acted with integrity. What is wrong with relying solely on strength to rule the world? The strong are honored. Has this not always been the established rule? In my eyes, this is far superior to some two-faced scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Piccolo Daimao was completely dumbfounded. He could not discern what game the other was playing. You understand me so well. Have you perhaps heard my story? Ha ha, I have heard your heroic deeds since childhood. Today, no matter what, please allow me to join your team. Sun Wukong wore a harmless smile, all the while reveling internally. A closer examination of his words revealed none were of any substance. According to this formula, anyone could flatter in such a manner. Nevertheless, Piccolo Daimao still had a hint of doubt and suddenly hurled the stone in his hand with great force. Accompanied by a rushing wind, it sailed towards the left shoulder of the person in front of him. Bang! The sound of impact sent a jolt of pain through Sun Wukong's mind. The pain nearly caused him to faint, but fortunately, this body seemed quite resilient. In no time, he regained his composure. Brother Piccolo, could you be a bit gentler? That thing hurts quite a bit. Hurry, there's still a leg. Today I, Sun Wukong, must show my idol my sincerity. Wukong, my brother, why don't we just forget it? I can indeed see your sincerity. To allow me to attack you with such openness proves your words to be true. In that case, take this three-eyed human. Piccolo Daimao said, casually tossing Tianjin Fan at Sun Wukong's feet. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong no longer cared for the other's fate. Instead, he hung one arm limply and walked directly towards Piccolo Daimao. This action caused a flicker of caution in Piccolo Daimao. Kid, what do you mean by this? Sigh. Brother Piccolo, don't be nervous. Look, we are both in the same boat now. My arm is like this. You ought to help me find a doctor. Otherwise, how will we deal with that guy in the sky? Sun Wukong said as he approached Piccolo Daimao, maintaining an unguarded demeanor. The truth was, he had no combat experience and did not understand how to defend against others. However, all of this dispelled Piccolo Daimao's last shred of doubt. After all, tossing Tianjin Fan had been intended as a final test. If the other still held any hostility, a Sun Wukong with a crippled arm was no match for him. He could easily extinguish him. Oh, my brother is quite right. Come, follow me. Under the king's command, there are a number of medical experts skilled in various ailments, and your minor injury will be a breeze for them. I assure you, you'll be healed within 2 or 3 months. That sounds wonderful. I've never encountered any experts in my life. Brother, hurry and take me to see them. Sun Wukong urged eagerly. Piccolo Daimao wasted no time and headed directly toward the nearby aircraft. However, in the next moment, swish, crack, a sharp pain shot through his spinal nerves, and looking down, he saw a fissure forming in his abdomen. Not far from him, the aircraft had already been sliced in half by a flat energy disk. Sun Wukong. Chapter 2. Sun Wukong. The vigilante leaves no name behind. Sun Wukong. How could you resort to such despicable tactics? An ambush from behind lacks any semblance of honor, exclaimed King Piccolo, his face awash with terror. He had anticipated a treacherous strike, but never expected it to occur so swiftly. The earlier assault had not hinted at any gathering of energy. Yet, just as he attempted to utter a word, a surge of blood erupted uncontrollably from his chest. Cough! Cough! Sun Wukong, witnessing this, felt no shame in his underhanded approach. With his unscathed right hand, he swiftly unleashed 2 additional energy slashes, obliterating the internal organs within Piccolo's chest. Humph! My actions today may indeed be contemptible, but if it brings peace to the world, what does it matter if I bear the weight of eternal disgrace? In the distance, Tian Xinhan, who had just risen, was taken aback by this scene. His worldview shattered anew. He had never imagined that Wukong had been biding his time solely to eliminate King Piccolo. How foolishly he had mocked him before. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Before he could dwell further on his thoughts, a figure suddenly flashed before him. It was Sun Wukong. Wukong, we shall reminisce later. But King Piccolo's vitality is too formidable. Even at this point, he still possesses the strength to self-destruct. We must leave at once, or we may perish together in his demise. Upon finishing his sentence, Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of strength and sprinted away. Tian, seeing this, wasted no time and cautiously followed suit, matching Wukong's pace with a series of agile movements. A deafening roar reverberated through the air, and a mushroom cloud erupted in the sky. Sun Wukong, witnessing the spectacle, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. So much for my lack of honor. That wretched Piccolo is no better. Yet, at that moment, he noticed something peculiar arising from the smoke, an oddly sticky ostrich egg. What is this? The second generation of Piccolo? It seems I must take advantage of his weakness and obliterate him at once. System. Host, please remain calm. The second generation Piccolo is integral to the storyline. If you eliminate him now, you will forfeit the rewards. That is a valid point. But speaking of which, where are the rewards for my completed tasks? Ding. Task. Defeat King Piccolo complete. Rewards are as follows. Perfect fusion of Wukong's original memories. Perfect fusion of all Wukong's combat techniques. Skill. Kamehameha. Skill. Instant transmission. X10 Senza Beans. X1 Combat Power Enhancement Card. 100 points. Sun Wukong gazed at the rewards, his brow twitching, his expression resembling one who had just tasted something foul. System, get out here. I seriously suspect that this is a mere novice's gift package. System. Host, there is no need for doubt. Ahem, this is indeed the reward for completing the task. As all explanations are at the discretion of the system. Alas, you truly are insufferable. Sun Wukong seethed in silent fury, yet the system remained unresponsive, akin to a malfunctioning device. At that moment, several ragged journalists unexpectedly emerged from the distance, thrusting their cameras and microphones directly into his face. Dear viewers at home, the one before me is none other than the young hero who vanquished the formidable Demon King Piccolo, one reporter proclaimed, then turned to Sun Wukong. Young hero, we have witnessed your valiant deeds. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the entire world. Sun Wukong regarded the reporter with a deep bow, hastily raising his functioning right hand to assist him. Sir, you must not. How could I possibly accept such an honor? He exclaimed. The Demon King Piccolo has committed countless atrocities, and his defeat is merely a matter of justice. I merely happened to possess the requisite strength. What a noble spirit you possess, young hero. Might I have the pleasure of your name, so that I may pen a report to celebrate your accomplishments nationwide? The reporter chuckled. Though the Demon King was indeed a formidable foe, I paid the price of an arm to confront him. However, upholding righteousness is the creed of those who practice martial arts. It is but a trifling matter. I, Sun Wukong, would prefer that you refrain from excessive glorification. Do you understand? Mr. Sun Wukong, you truly are a paragon of youthful heroism, a rarity in my lifetime. Yet, heroes deserve their due recognition. I find it difficult to acquiesce to your request. Sun Wukong, perceiving the reporter's relentless persistence, regarded him as foolhardy and chose to disengage. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tianjin Fan, and in an instant, the two became mere shadows, vanishing from the scene. Meanwhile, the global audience glued to their screens erupted in excitement. How extraordinary is Sun Wukong? He has eliminated the mighty demon king Piccolo. Indeed, earlier, while the reporter was capturing footage, I saw him humbling himself before Piccolo to save his friend. Ah yes, such a youth, both brave and astute. Truly worthy of the title savior. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, these comments circulated as he rejoined Bulma and Yamcha. A helicopter descended from the horizon, and as Bulma flung open the door, she rushed toward him without hesitation. Wukong, are you unharmed? I knew you could do it. Oh. Sun Wukong looked at the tearful woman before him, a hint of confusion crossing his face. However, her hair color quickly revealed her identity. Bulma, be gentle. My arm is incapacitated, and if you embrace me so tightly, do you not fear that Yamcha might become jealous? Yamcha? Jealous? Though he is indeed pursuing me. I have not consented, Bulma retorted, winking at Sun Wukong in playful mischief. Yet, this revelation struck Sun Wukong like a thunderclap. He sensed that something was amiss. To avoid revealing the traces of his time travel, he immediately employed the memory fusion within the system space. A torrent of memories flooded into his mind, yet fortunately, there was no accompanying pain. In an instant, he comprehended everything. It turned out that in this world, Bulma and Yamcha indeed harbored feelings for each other, although their relationship had not yet progressed to that of a couple. Ahem, Bulma, what I mean is, perhaps you could release me for now. As you can see, I am perfectly fine. Oh, yes. I was so overwhelmed that I didn't even realize you were injured. Quick, let us board the plane. I will take you to the finest hospital in West City, and you will recover within 3 months. No need for such trouble. At that moment, Tien Shinhan abruptly interrupted them. I trained under Master Roshi, enduring his harsh methods, and I often sustained various injuries. Leave Goku to me. He will be healed within a month. No need for such trouble. Just as Tien finished speaking, a stout warrior adorned with a long blade approached from a distance. Goku surveyed the gathered crowd and promptly explained, he is called Yachirobe, a friend I met previously who once saved my life. Hey, Yachirobe, I didn't expect to see you here. Yachirobe, upon hearing Goku's peculiar greeting, paid it no mind. After nodding in acknowledgement, he turned to Bulma and elaborated. There's a miraculous bean on Korin Tower. Consuming it will immediately heal wounds. Leave Goku to me. He will recover within a day. No need for such trouble. Bulma, Tien, and Yamcha exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. They were curious to see the point of repeating that phrase so many times. However, upon realizing who was speaking, they were somewhat taken aback. Goku, do you perhaps have a better solution? Chapter 3. Tien, you must believe in yourself. You are the best. Goku, do you perhaps have a better solution? Goku observed the incredulous expressions of those present and pretended to reach into his clothing, but in reality, he was retrieving a Senza bean from the system space. Actually, I have Senza beans right here. There is no need to go anywhere. I can recover immediately. Saying this, he casually tossed the bean into his mouth and began to chew. Oh, the flavor of drunken peanuts? TSK, I must say this system occasionally surprises me. System, year 753, a certain month, a sunny day. I never imagined a day would come when the host would praise an item for its taste. What a delightful day. As soon as the Senza bean entered his system, Goku's previously lethargic spirit and injured arm were instantly restored to full strength. Skeptical, he twirled around a few times, and to his astonishment, the effect was remarkably effective. Wow, Goku, the effect of this Senza bean is indeed miraculous. You recovered so swiftly. Bulma wiped away the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes and joyfully circled around Goku. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Tien, Oolong, and the others were also intrigued and gathered to observe. Do not merely stand idly here. I find myself bereft of the last remaining Dragon Ball. However, there's still some at Korin Tower, so if anyone is in need, feel free to ascend and retrieve them. Indeed, Sun Wukong could hardly endure the manner in which they gazed at him, akin to a mere spectacle at a zoo. Yet, the jovial spirits of his companions did not linger for long, as an unspoken sorrow began to permeate the atmosphere. Wukong, it is true that the dragon has been slain by the nefarious King Piccolo, and the hopes of reviving Krillin and the others have vanished. Yamcha, perceiving Wukong's confusion, stepped forth to elucidate. This predicament is not insurmountable. We merely need to seek out the creator of the Dragon Balls at the Heavenly Temple and implore him to resurrect the dragon, thereby restoring hope for Krillin and the others. Is that truly possible? How splendid! Bulma's eyes sparkled, dispelling the shadows of despair. However, upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan fell into contemplation once more, astonished that Wukong's earlier words bore truth. How foolish of me to have misjudged him. Resolving his thoughts, he approached Wukong and bowed deeply. I apologize for my earlier words. Wukong regarded Tien's gesture with a hint of bewilderment. Yet, as one seasoned in the art of online bravado, he considered this merely a trifling scene. His demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he extended his hand to gently assist Tien to his feet. It appears you have come to understand, as I previously stated, a person's growth encompasses not only strength but also perspective. Tien, you are a martial arts prodigy. I firmly believe you shall become a master renowned throughout the ages. Remember, never allow yourself to become complacent. Rest assured, Wukong, when we meet again, I shall strive to challenge you once more. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Tien's mind conjured memories of Wukong's resolute decision to serve as Piccolo's pawn to save him, a boldness that he recognized was beyond his current capabilities. Subsequently, Wukong instructed everyone to head to Master Roshi's place to prepare the Dragon Balls in the bodies of their comrades while he and Yajirobe ventured towards the location of Korin Tower. During their journey, free from the distractions of others, Wukong seized the opportunity to employ a series of skill and technique fusions within the system space, not neglecting the 100-point power-up card. Initially, the fusion of skills proceeded without incident, reminiscent of prior memories. However, upon utilizing the power-up card, a tremendous, uncontrollable force erupted, radiating outward with alarming intensity. This sudden outburst startled Yajirobe, who was ahead. Wukong, what are you doing? Creating such a ruckus? One might think you are planning a sneak attack. Come now. With your strength, if I wish to do something, I would not need to resort to stealth. The previous situation was merely a result of a fierce battle with the Demon King Piccolo, during which there were occasional breakthroughs, yet the control of strength faltered. With no other options, Sun Wukong resorted to improvisation. Fortunately, Akairobe was rather inept. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly sensed something amiss. As expected, Akairobe harbored no suspicions and soon located the position where he had previously parked his spacecraft. Wukong, this spacecraft is somewhat cramped. Would you prefer to ride on the Nimbus Cloud instead? Ride the Nimbus Cloud? My powers have surged tremendously. Reaching Korin Tower in one breath is hardly a challenge. With that, Sun Wukong exerted a slight force with his legs and floated gracefully into the air. Yasuo, I'm in a hurry to summon the Eternal Dragon, so I shall take my leave first. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, Sun Wukong vanished into the horizon, leaving Akairobe momentarily bewildered. Wukong, when did this guy learn to fly? The scene shifted, and Bulma and the others had returned to Master Roshi's house, placing the petrified Dragon Balls on the ground, awaiting the plan that Sun Wukong had previously suggested. However, at that moment, Yamcha's voice abruptly shattered the quiet atmosphere. Bulma, you have feelings for Wukong, don't you? Upon hearing this, Bulma felt an unaccountable surge of anxiety and instinctively replied, Of course not. My ideal partner is tall and handsome. How could it possibly be that little shorty Wukong? Although he is powerful and provides a sense of security, to me, he remains that immature little brother. Oh, is that so? Yamcha responded nonchalantly, as if the answer no longer mattered. The unique expression on Bulma's face, which only appeared when Wukong was mentioned, was unmistakable. Hey, Lanchi, did you bandage Tianjin's wounds? Bulma suddenly noticed Tianjin, Fan, exiting, and curiously glanced at the blonde-haired Lanchi. Upon hearing this, Lanchi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she stubbornly retorted, There is nothing romantic about it. It's merely mutual assistance among friends, just like between you and Wukong. Is that so? If that is the case, then it must be a purely platonic friendship. Bulma, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt her heart race each time Wukong was mentioned. She couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that she harbored deeper feelings? Just then, the Dragon Balls, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly emitted a golden glow. Look, the Dragon Balls have truly restored themselves. Krillin and Master Roshi are saved. Chapter 4, Little Blackie, Third Brother. Every individual harbors a seed of dreams within their heart, one that requires relentless nurturing through diligent efforts. The world of Dragon Balls is no exception, as it is not the Dragon Balls themselves that fulfill dreams, but rather the courage to pursue them. The once petrified Dragon Balls radiated brilliance once more, and Bulma and the others gazed in awe. Who would have thought they could truly be restored? Wukong really is something else. Yulong gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, lavishly showering compliments. Bulma hurriedly gathered the glowing Dragon Balls and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "Indeed, that little rascal Goku can sometimes evoke a sense of reliability." With everything now prepared, it was time to retrieve the remains of Master Roshi and the others. As she spoke, Bulma produced a small box containing several capsules, sequentially pressing them and tossing them onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing several uniquely designed cryogenic pods before everyone. Come fort. Shenron, grant my wish. Thunder rumbled as the incantation echoed, dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky. The 7 Dragon Balls flickered with a golden radiance, and in an instant, a massive green dragon soared into the heavens, spiraling once before hovering above the onlookers. "Those who summon me, declare your wish." Upon hearing Shenron's proclamation, the group exchanged glances. Yamcha stepped forward, stating, "Shenron, I wish for everyone killed by King Piccolo to be revived." "Understood. Your wish is granted." Shenron's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and countless beams of golden energy dispersed. The cryogenic pods were not spared, each struck by a yellow beam. Moments later, the individuals within the pods began to stir. Bulma and the others rushed over to investigate. A small, bald-headed figure abruptly sat up, as if awakening from a deep slumber, looking bewildered and scanning his surroundings. "Am I alive again?" Krillin was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, glancing at those around him. Before anyone could explain, Master Roshi and Kairatsu also began to awaken. Equally bewildered, Bulma and the others wasted no time in elucidating the circumstances surrounding their deaths. After hearing the account, Krillin gazed toward the horizon, overwhelmed with emotion. He had not anticipated that Goku had defeated King Piccolo. It seemed his strength had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. "I must strive harder. I cannot fall too far behind." Goku had always been stronger than him since childhood, and Krillin was resolute that if Goku could achieve such feats, he too could not lag behind. Krillin's fervent declaration ignited a competitive spirit in Tien, who, though more mature, kept his aspirations to himself, silently vowing to surpass Son Goku. Little did they know, from this point onward, the chasm between them and Goku would only widen, ultimately leaving them unable to even catch a glimpse of his back. The revival of those slain by King Piccolo brought joy to all, and in this harmonious atmosphere, the presence of their heroic savior, Goku, was momentarily forgotten. An hour ago, Sun Wukong had shaken off a chirolabe and, utilizing his flight technique, soared with all his might towards the location of Korin Tower. However, due to his lack of experience, he inadvertently infused too much energy into his flight, causing his body, which had been gliding smoothly, to break through the sound barrier. Remarkably, this unexpected surge reduced what should have been a half-hour journey to merely a matter of minutes. Before he could fully relish the sensation of flying, he found himself nearing Korin Tower. He had no choice but to attempt to decelerate. After all, he certainly did not wish to crash into the iconic structure of the Dragon Ball. Korin, who was busy handling a large fish, was startled by the sudden rush of energy. Turning around, he was taken aback to discover it was Sun Wukong, his eyes widening with incredulity. "Wukong, I cannot believe that after consuming the super divine water, you have grown so powerful. It seems, without a doubt, that you have triumphed over King Piccolo." "Indeed, King Piccolo is no more. However, I must confess, I was not as strong during our confrontation as I am now. This transformation occurred only after defeating him. I suppose I must have experienced some growth during the battle." As a jovial character, Sun Wukong was adept at weaving tales. As the saying goes, whether one believes is their affair, I merely blow my own horn. However, after hearing this explanation, Korin appeared somewhat skeptical. It was hard to believe that even with a breakthrough, the leap in strength could be so vast. After some contemplation, he surmised that perhaps Wukong had consumed the super divine water without fully absorbing it, and that the subsequent battle had coincidentally accelerated the digestion process. "Wukong, now that King Piccolo has fallen, what are your plans? Now that you mention it, there is indeed something of great importance to address. I have heard tales of celestial beings existing in this world, and the Dragon Balls were crafted by them. Indeed, the Celestial Lord resides in the Celestial Palace above Korin Tower. However, to ascend, you will require the assistance of Irui Bang, for it serves as the connecting pillar between Korin Tower and the Celestial Palace." "Oh, there is no need for such complications. I can simply fly up." Saying this, Sun Wukong casually tossed the Rui Bang to Corinne, and then, to Corinne's astonishment, leaped into the air towards the Corinne Tower. Wow, I never imagined that Wukong would grow to such an extent. It truly is astonishing. Having departed from Corinne Tower, Sun Wukong flew straight upwards, piercing through a thick layer of clouds, yet found nothing of interest. How strange. Logically, I should be able to see something at this height. Just as he pondered this, a ripple appeared nearby, revealing a semicircular landmass floating in the air. Ah, what a marvel. It possesses an invisibility feature. It makes sense without some form of protection. It would have been discovered by satellites long ago. Upon recognizing this, he hesitated no longer and flew directly towards the Celestial Palace. Moments later, he arrived at a flat, tiled surface. Not far away, a small figure sat upon the carpet, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Sun Wukong, with the instinct of a seasoned warrior, discerned that this individual was certainly not one of Kuan-Ji's detractors. It was most likely the ever-honest Bobo, the first of the Dragon Balls. The system promptly assessed Bobo's combat prowess. Confirm host. Ding. Bobo. Identity. Celestial Servant. Combat Power. 1030. What the? Sun Wukong exclaimed, incredulous. Did you just say 1030? Are you mistaken? This charcoal-haired fellow, looking like an Indian, could possess such formidable strength? He was taken aback by the revelation that the seemingly unremarkable Mr. Bobo held an astonishing combat power of 1030. The system interjected if the host is skeptical. A test may be conducted. A friendly warning. You may very well be knocked unconscious. Ugh, I seriously suspect you derive pleasure from envisioning me being beaten up. Do I appear so foolish? Sun Wukong mentally grumbled at the system before dismissing the thought and striding directly towards the meditative Bobo. Greetings, esteemed third brother. May I inquire if the celestial deity is present? I have matters to discuss. I am not your third brother. My name is Bobo. If you wish to see the celestial lord, you must first undergo a test. Only those who pass will be deemed worthy. Chapter 5. Reward. Awaken Great Ape Transformation. A test? Sun Wukong recalled that in the original narrative, he too had been met with a beating before encountering the celestial deity. However, he was decidedly averse to experiencing such an ordeal again. As he pondered his next move, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding. Triggered storyline task. Successfully complete the achievement of striking Bobo 3 times in the Celestial Temple. Reward. Awakened Great Ape Transformation. And control over transforming into a great ape under the light of the Blood's waves. Great. Now it seems that a beating is a foregone conclusion. Sun Wukong reflected on the system's reward with a sense of resignation. While it could be deemed useful, its significance for him at present was not particularly substantial. Yet, dismissing it entirely would be unwise, as it was crucial for achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Considering Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, it was evident that reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 could allow one to bypass Super Saiyan 3 entirely through the power of Hex technology. With this understanding, Sun Wukong resolved to proceed, bowing respectfully. Third brother, I have compelling reasons to meet the celestial deity. Regardless of the trials, I am prepared to face them. Just as the atmosphere thickened with determination, Mr. Bobo raised a hand to interrupt. Hold on. Before we proceed, please present the token given to you by Master Karen. Token? Oh no, I was in such a rush that I forgot it. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Just wait here for a moment. With that, he leaped down towards the periphery of the Celestial Temple. He recalled there was indeed some kind of bell he was supposed to have brought. As for why this item was necessary rather than confronting the challenge head-on, the reason is quite simple. With a combat power of 1030, recklessly charging and could very well lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the existence of the Sky Dance technique simplifies matters considerably. In a brief moment, Sun Wukong soared upward, clutching a yellow bell. Here, is this the item, third brother? Indeed, it is the token of Master Karen, but I am not your third brother. You may call me Bobo. Do not dwell on trivial details. Come, let us commence the assessment without delay. Sun Wukong, upon hearing these words, dismissed them entirely. For calling him third brother was already a significant concession. Had he been addressed as Little Blackie, Bobo would likely be seething with rage. That being said, I shall elucidate the nature of the test. It is quite straightforward. If you can defeat me, you shall earn the privilege of meeting the celestial being. Ahem. Are you certain? May I inquire who established this testing criterion? Bring him forth. I wish to lodge a complaint. Sun Wukong was genuinely amused, having encountered polite refusals before. But nothing quite like this. With a combat power of 1030, he was indeed formidable by any standard on Earth today. Even Raditz might leave in tears. However, Mr. Bobo, the little blackie, had not grasped the essence of the conversation and merely replied expressionlessly. This rule was set by the Celestial Lord, and as for your complaint, it can only be addressed once you meet the Celestial Lord. Very well, so this is how we shall play. Sun Wukong thought no further, deciding that if the other party refused to reason, he would engage his persuasion mode. He approached Bobo and bowed deeply. Third brother, I find the rules of this test rather inconsequential. However, I would like to conduct a test on you first. After all, I have yet to encounter a celestial being, let alone their servant, so it is only reasonable for me to harbor some doubts about your identity. You do have a point. But how might we verify my identity? This is simple. I possess a special ability. By flicking 3 times on your forehead, I can ascertain the veracity of your words. System, wow, what a trick. Sun Wukong's declaration left the somewhat dazed Mr. Bobo in deep contemplation. After a moment, he nodded in agreement with Sun Wukong as proposed method. Very well, proceed with your test. I beg your pardon, third brother. Sun Wukong stepped forward, his expression fierce as he raised his right hand. With lightning speed, he struck Bobo's forehead thrice before the latter could react. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds echoed, clearly indicating that Sun Wukong had not held back. After all, he might very well receive a beating shortly, so it was only fair to collect some interest in advance. Task completed. Rewards have been issued in the system space. Please check, host. Sun Wukong cast a glance at the skill cards stored within the system space, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rewards in hand. Dear system, you may profit slightly, but I shall never incur a loss. However, his demeanor was perceived by Bobo as that of a fool, lacking a certain intelligence. Well, you've strummed your strings. Can we commence the test now? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong swiftly pulled back his scattered thoughts. Observing Bobo's impressive battle power of 1030, he prepared to utter words of readiness but hesitated. 3. Mr. Bobo, you truly are a servant of the divine. I can see your strength. With my current capabilities, I am no match for you. Thus, from the very beginning, you never intended for me to meet the deity. Did you? Not at all. As long as you pass the test, you shall indeed meet the deity. A cough escaped Bobo, and his unexpected response nearly left Sun Wukong speechless. Yet, as the old adage states, one can never awaken a person who feigns sleep. Similarly, those who boast remain oblivious. Ignoring Bobo entirely, he placed his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely to the edge of the divine hall. Gazing at the rolling clouds below, he took a deep breath. In truth, every person's life mirrors the leaves of a tree destined to fall from birth. Nevertheless, they strive to shine with their own brilliance. After all, the journey's significance lies not in the destination, but in the scenery along the way. As Sun Wukong spoke, he abruptly turned. His previously calm demeanor shifted to one of sorrow, and he shouted hoarsely at Bobo, Why? Why can't even the most ordinary of wishes be fulfilled? What wrongs did the innocent, who were slain, commit? You lofty gods, compassionate in nature, have you ever opened your eyes to the hellish world that was once before us? When King Piccolo wreaked havoc upon the earth, you did not intervene. When he destroyed buildings, you remained passive. When he indiscriminately slaughtered innocent people, you did not act. Now that I have finally defeated King Piccolo, is it not permitted for me to seek an audience with the deity? Bobo, who was already somewhat wooden and inarticulate, was rendered utterly bewildered by Sun Wukong's outburst. Just as he contemplated responding, an aged voice resonated from behind him. In truth, we have always been watching. But both Bobo and I have our reasons for not intervening. Thus, we acknowledge our shortcomings in this matter. Chapter 6. Ascendance of Battle Power. Sun Wukong, who had at least 2,000 words prepared for his speech, was abruptly interrupted by the voice from behind. Turning to see the speaker, his heart leaped with joy. Before him stood the deity, who bore a striking resemblance to King Piccolo, albeit aged due to the latter's use of the Dragon Balls to regain youth. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong understood the importance of performing one's role to the fullest. Before him stood the celestial deity, whose countenance shifted from a hint of sorrow to a fierce wrath. Without uttering a word, he propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a projectile that surged towards the heavenly figure at an imperceptible velocity. In contrast, the deity had anticipated such an unforeseen occurrence. As he prepared to raise his hand to nonchalantly deflect the oncoming attack, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. He discerned that the aura emanating from the assailant, Sun Wukong, was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even his own strength. His earlier dismissiveness now seemed misguided. In an instant, a fist, enveloped by a gale, was upon him. Just as disaster loomed, a figure suddenly appeared before the deity, raising a hand to intercept Sun Wukong's strike. Upon recognizing the individual, the deity sighed in relief. It was none other than Bobo. However, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment at Sun Wukong's prowess. Third brother, step aside. This fellow is the Demon King Piccolo. I have witnessed him slaughter countless innocents. Sun Wukong shouted hoarsely, secretly relieved as he had overlooked his own combat power, now soaring to 360 points, while the deity barely exceeded 300. Oh, you are mistaken. He is not the Demon King Piccolo. He is the esteemed celestial deity of this temple. Bobo explained expressionlessly, his face resembling that of charred coal. After hearing this, Sun Wukong feigned confusion. What do you mean you are the celestial deity? Why do you resemble the Demon King Piccolo so closely? With Sun Wukong having restrained his overwhelming aura and relinquished any intent to attack, the deity's expression regained a semblance of calm. Long ago he began, recounting the tumultuous history between himself and the Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong couldn't help but lament. This is akin to discharging nuclear waste into the ocean, merely adding to the world's troubles. One can only imagine that without my intervention, the Saiyans would have arrived on Earth without delay. Given these circumstances, this matter bears some relation to you, celestial deity. I wonder if you could restore the Dragon Balls. I wish to resurrect those who perished under the Demon King Piccolo's tyranny. That poses no issue, but as a condition of exchange, you must train here. Before his demise, the Demon King Piccolo left behind a malevolent egg. The infant within not only inherits all of Piccolo's talents, but is also bound to be even more terrifying. Upon hearing the deity's words, Sun Wukong was tempted to inquire why they did not eradicate the threat while it was still weak. However, considering his narrative obligations, he refrained from interjecting. Just as he contemplated speaking, the system task was triggered once more. Ding! Triggering narrative task. When the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament arrives in 3 years, successfully elevate your combat power to over 1,000 points. Completion reward. S cells within your body will be fully charged. Good heavens! Does fully charged S cells mean what I think it does? Upon witnessing the rewards, Sun Wukong eagerly inquired with the system. The system responded affirmatively, confirming the host's understanding. Once the S cells are fully charged, the host would transform into a Super Saiyan, rendering the task remarkably effortless. Theoretically, as long as the combat power reaches a certain threshold, there would be virtually no obstacles, nor would fury be a requisite catalyst. The system is indeed impressive. However, I have a minor concern. Before the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years, my combat power must reach 1,000 points. What makes you believe I am capable of achieving this? Even the original Sun Wukong, a martial arts enthusiast, barely attained 364 points after 3 years of rigorous training. Given my inherently lazy disposition, fulfilling this task seems utterly impossible. Would it be possible for you to revise the requirements? The system replied, apologies, inadequate host. But this is a phased task. Should you fail to complete it on time, subsequent missions will no longer be dispatched. Damn, the system truly possesses a unique tenacity. It ought to show some respect. What do you mean by inadequate host? A mere 1,000 points is trivial, easily within my grasp. Just watch. I am determined to surpass 1,001 points. Although Sun Wukong's words carried a hint of bravado, they were not entirely unfounded. After all, what is the most potent advantage for enhancing combat power in the Dragon Ball universe? It is undoubtedly gravity and the Saiyan buff that amplifies strength upon nearing death. By effectively utilizing these two factors, he might circumvent numerous obstacles. Consequently, with these thoughts in mind, Sun Wukong readily acquiesced to the deity's demands. Following a series of peculiar operations by the other party, the dragon was miraculously revived. Indeed, it was pieced back together. Bobo retrieved some previously collected fragments of the dragon and applied a potent adhesive, whether it be AB glue or super glue. With a mere gesture from the deity, enveloped in a radiant golden light, the dragon was resurrected. This spectacle prompted Sun Wukong, who was observing from the sidelines, to exclaim in admiration. Time flew by, and 3 years swiftly elapsed. In an unknown depth of the ocean, a handsome young man was meditating in silence. Suddenly, his eyes sprang open, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that parted the surrounding waters, creating a vacuum. With a burst of energy, the aura surrounding him erupted, propelling him rapidly towards the ocean's surface. In an instant, he soared out of the water, hovering in midair as he gazed into the distance. System. Display my current combat power. Beep. Host, Sun Wukong, Combat Power, 1037. Ding. Combat Power has exceeded 1,000 points. Task complete. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Indeed, the striking young man was none other than Sun Wukong. Throughout these 3 years, he had experimented with every conceivable method. Initially, after undergoing a series of rigorous trainings at the God Temple, his strength barely reached 500 points, still half of what the system required. In desperation, he resorted to self-harm and gravity training. After a considerable internal struggle, I resolutely abandoned the first point. However, due to the absence of a gravity chamber, I devised a unique training method utilizing the pressure of seawater. Fortunately, the results were remarkably impressive, reaching 1037 points less than a week before the martial arts tournament. It is time to conclude my training and witness what the martial arts tournament has in store. Chapter 7. The encounter of Goku and Bulma vehicles thronged the streets, creating an atmosphere of bustling congestion. The pedestrians were numerous to the point of absurdity, all drawn here by the impending commencement of the prestigious martial arts tournament. Even the fine rain cascading from the sky could not deter the eager spectators. Beep! A taxi splashed through a puddle and, finding a vacant spot, came to a halt by the roadside. From the vehicle emerged a diminutive old man in a suit, accompanied by a striking beauty in a red dress with blue hair. Launchy, it appears we have arrived first. I wonder if Krillin and the others will participate in the competition this year. The turtle hermit glanced at his watch, clearly growing anxious. In contrast, Launchy, unfazed, opened her umbrella with grace. Her gentle demeanor was characteristic of her blue-haired persona. There is no need to fret, Teacher Wutian. Perhaps the traffic is the cause of their delay, but I believe they will arrive before registration closes. Oh, is that so? You seem quite confident in that group of youngsters. Nonetheless, I must say, your red dress today is truly lovely. May I touch your backside? The turtle hermit, true to his nature, could not hide the glint of mischief in his eyes, even behind his sunglasses. Launchy, clearly accustomed to his demeanor, flushed slightly before responding with a playful smirk. Teacher Wutian, I cannot possibly acquiesce to such peculiar requests. Perhaps if I were to sneeze, you and my other persona could discuss it? No. Little Launchy, it seems you've been led astray of late. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, the turtle hermit said, casually wiping the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. Ha. It seems Teacher Wutian remains unchanged. It has been some time since we last met, and you are still as vigorous as ever. At that moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the conversation between the turtle hermit and Launchy. Turning to look, they saw Bulma, Oolong, and Poir approaching. This sight left the turtle hermit momentarily speechless, his previous lewd expression returning with a vengeance. Clearly, his reaction was not merely due to the presence of a pig and a cat. Before them stood Bulma, her fiery red lips accentuating her allure, with long blue hair cascading down her back. 3 years had passed, and the 23-year-old had shed the naivety of her youth, exuding a more mature and sophisticated charm, embodying the essence of a true femme fatale. Oh my! Bulma has blossomed into an even more captivating beauty. That figure, may I take a photograph? Bulma showed no mercy towards Master Roshi, swiftly delivering a sharp slap that left him momentarily disoriented. I warn you, you lecherous old man. If you dare to act inappropriately, I will ensure you spend the rest of your days in the ICU. She exclaimed, laughter ringing in her voice. Oh, Bulma, don't take it to heart. That is just how Master Roshi is. You know him well, came the voice of Launch, who stepped in to lighten the mood, linking her arm with Bulma's. As the two women exchanged a flurry of whispered secrets typical of close friends, Master Roshi and Oolong stood by, momentarily dumbfounded. However, their reverie was broken when a little girl chasing a balloon ran up to them. Unfortunately, she missed her target, and the balloon floated high into a tree. Observing this, Bulma attempted to assist, but soon realized that the height was beyond her reach, turning to Master Roshi and the others for help. She was disheartened to see that their combined heights would also fall short. Just as she pondered how to retrieve the balloon, a tall figure appeared before her, effortlessly plucking the balloon from the tree. He knelt down and handed it to the little girl who had been watching in awe. Here you go, little one. Just be careful not to let it fly away again, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. It was at that moment Bulma recognized the handsome young man who had helped her. He wore a stylish casual jacket and carried a backpack, standing impressively at over 6 feet tall. Indeed, this was Sun Wukong, who, after crossing over, had adjusted his diet and now stood about 10 centimeters taller than in the original tale, reaching an impressive height of 185 centimeters. Sun Wukong watched the little girl skip away joyfully before standing up and approaching Bulma. Bulma, it's been a while. And Master Roshi, it's great to see you back. How has everyone been? Bulma, taken aback by his familiarity in calling her name, glanced around at the others, seeking to understand his identity. Yet, the equally puzzled expressions on their faces only deepened her confusion. Bulma, is this young man a friend of yours? Launch asked, unable to contain her curiosity. While he is undeniably handsome, I don't believe I know him, Bulma replied, turning her gaze back to Sun Wukong. I'm sorry, but I don't recall you. May I ask who you are? Ha ha ha. Bulma, it's me, Wukong. I haven't changed that much. Why can't you recognize me? At this revelation, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, while Bulma, standing beside him, was particularly astonished. What? You're Wukong? Came the collective exclamation of shock from those gathered. There's no need for such surprise. I am now 19 years old, and it is quite normal for me to grow a little taller. Wow, Goku, this is not just a slight increase in height. You look like an entirely different person. Indeed, moreover, your style has undergone a significant transformation. If you hadn't mentioned it, we truly wouldn't have recognized you. As the crowd exchanged remarks, Bulma, out of curiosity, stepped forward to scrutinize Goku once more and, in disbelief, gave him a light tap. It truly is you, Goku. I never imagined you would transform into such a handsome fellow. Recently, due to my training, all my clothes were ruined, so I decided to buy a new outfit from the nearest clothing store. But what about your hair? I believe our inability to recognize you primarily stems from your new hairstyle. Oh, my hair has grown too long. I just had it cut casually, so don't pay too much attention to the details. Goku nonchalantly remarked, yet in truth, every aspect of his current appearance had been meticulously crafted. Initially, he was not particularly inclined to this endeavor, but a small task from the system required him to create a striking impression before the Dragon Ball team. The reward was a 200-point combat power enhancement card. It's worth noting that Goku once nearly drowned in the depths of the sea while striving to gain that last critical 100 points of combat power, fortunately leaving a senzu bean in his mouth beforehand. One might wonder, who could resist such temptation? Chapter 8, Krillin's Embarrassment. After exchanging greetings with Bulma, Goku walked over to Master Roshi and the others. As before, he engaged in pleasantries and recounted his years of training. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Bulma was watching him with starry eyes. The clever Lan Chi noticed this subtle detail and gently nudged Bulma's arm. What's the matter? Are you smitten by Goku? Smitten? Lan Chi, what are you joking about? Although Goku has become slightly more handsome, I'm far too familiar with him for that to be possible. I've seen him grow up completely. Thus, your statement is utterly nonsensical. Is that so? I merely mentioned it casually. Bulma, you really don't need to elaborate so much. As Lan Chi spoke, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. It was evident that Bulma's earlier nervousness was apparent to everyone, yet she herself refused to acknowledge it, perhaps unaware of it altogether. How infuriating! Lan Chi, you've become mischievous, daring to tease me. Let us see if I want to show you a thing or two. Bulma declared as she reached for Lan Chi's waist and began to tickle her. However, just as they were playfully tussling, Goku, engaged in conversation with Master Roshi, suddenly focused intently. These guys arrived right on time. What do you mean by right on time? Master Roshi clearly did not understand what was being said. Yet before he could ponder further, several piercing sounds cut through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while. How have you all been lately? A tempest swept through, nearly whisking away Master Roshi's hat into the sky. Fortunately, Sun Wukong managed to grasp it just in time, sparing his master from embarrassment. However, this incident caused the old sage to cast a glance filled with mild ire towards the speaker. The individual in question was a short, noseless youth adorned with a baseball cap, accompanied by three others. Krillin, Yamcha, Tan, and Chaos had also arrived. Master Roshi, evidently advanced in age, beamed with joy upon seeing his prodigies. Bulma and the others quickly gathered around to greet him, while Sun Wukong lingered at the back, refraining from speaking. He had his own mission to ponder. After all, the Dragon Ball Squad was a collective, and if Krillin and the others failed to complete their task, it would be a significant setback. After inquiring about their experiences over the years, the group made their way toward the registration desk. Once they had signed in, Krillin noticed a tall, handsome young man standing behind them and discreetly turned to Bulma to ask, "Who is that guy? Is he your new boyfriend?" Bulma raised an eyebrow, suddenly inclined to tease him. "Oh, you mean that handsome lad?" "Not yet, but who knows what the future holds." This remark evidently caught the attention of everyone present, especially Yamcha, who was taken aback. His surprise did not stem from Bulma's potential affections for another, but from the realization that, a few years ago, when they had just defeated Demon King Piccolo, he had sensed that she already had someone in her heart. Discovering that this person was not Sun Wukong was indeed astonishing. However, Krillin, accustomed to Bulma's playful banter, did not fall for her tricks. He approached Sun Wukong directly, extending his right hand. "Hello, I'm Krillin. I presume you are a friend of Bulma's?" "Yes, indeed. I'm Sun Wukong, a friend of Bulma," he replied warmly. "Ha, I knew that rascal Bulma was unreliable. I almost fell for her antics. Wait a moment. Did you say your name is?" "Krillin. Long time no see. It's me, Wukong." Krillin's expression momentarily froze in astonishment before he joyfully embraced Sun Wukong. "You rascal. We were almost the same height before. After 3 years apart, you've secretly grown, haven't you? Now, I'm the only one left feeling awkward." "Ha, that remark is pointless. I was always waiting for you, but you never seemed to grow." Meanwhile, my body suddenly surged, and I shot up to 185 centimeters. Upon hearing this, Tien and the others were equally astonished, casting aside Krillin's momentary bewilderment. "What? This person is Wukong? I never anticipated such a transformation." Indeed, it seems that over the years, everyone's strength has seen remarkable growth. "Yes, we have been diligently training, and when the martial arts tournament commences, I must face you again. I have now reached that level." Tianjin Fan gazed intently at Sun Wukong, exuding an aura brimming with combat fervor. "Very well, I, too, am eager to witness this," he declared. Yet, Sun Wukong, despite his words, dismissed the matter internally. Confident in his formidable combat strength of 1,037 points, more than sufficient to vanquish any number of opponents. Ding! Task completed. A reward of a 200-point combat power enhancement card has been allocated to the system space. System, perhaps you could dispense such rewards directly next time? These tasks seem rather effortless, he mused. Understood, host. The next task will be of greater intensity. Wow, I was merely jesting, but you truly are something else. After a light-hearted exchange, the group proceeded to the venue, awaiting the commencement of the competition. The martial arts tournament was notably considerate, providing contestants with rest areas and accommodations. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong opted to share a room with Krillin, as he found their familiarity made for a more comfortable arrangement. The memories fused with the card had rendered past experiences as vivid as his own, and he had always held a fondness for the little bald warrior, whose prowess was not to be underestimated. Once they had settled their belongings, the two reclined on their beds and engaged in conversation. "Wukong, have you been training in the Heavenly Temple these past few years?" "Not exactly. I spent about 1.5 years there before realizing it offered me little in terms of advancement, so I left to pursue my own training." "But how did you know I was at the Heavenly Temple?" "Oh, that's because we both ended up climbing Corinne Tower later on, where we trained for a while." Corinne mentioned it in passing. As Sun Wukong listened to Krillin, he found himself reminiscing about the large cat's appearance. Admittedly, he felt a strong urge to pet it, but considering its divine stature, such an act might be deemed impolite. Moreover, the existence of the magical beings it possessed made fostering good relations essential. He couldn't help but wonder how many beings remained after the recent escapades with the meat-clad Yasuo. While lost in thought, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a somewhat familiar aura, marked by an unmistakable violent essence. It appeared that a certain individual had arrived, but the level of strength seemed rather inadequate. "Wukong, who has arrived? Do you have an acquaintance present?" Krillin inquired, puzzled by Sun Wukong's cryptic statement. After gauging the newcomer's combat power, Sun Wukong chose to disregard it, responding casually, "Oh, it's nothing, just the son of King Piccolo." Chapter 9, the 18th. "What? Who did you say? The son of King Piccolo?" "Wukong, are you sure you're not mistaken in what you're saying?" Krillin questioned, uncertain if his ears were deceiving him, and he sought clarification once more. Sun Wukong's calm demeanor led him to suspect that perhaps this was merely a jest. "Calm down, Krillin. You heard correctly. He is indeed the son of King Piccolo. However, rest assured, that fellow is not much stronger than his father. For someone of my current capabilities, handling him is a mere trifling task. Even without the aid of the system to gauge combat power, merely sensing his energy reveals that he is barely above 300 points. It is likely that, at full strength, he may reach just over 350 points. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a slight sense of relief. After all, 3 years ago, Son Goku was able to defeat King Piccolo. Given the years of training since, it is quite possible that this new adversary may not truly pose a threat. Nevertheless, despite his reassurances, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. He then gazed out at the overcast sky the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy. At that very moment, not far from them, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting a stone sculpture atop the loft. Instantly, several shards fell, hurtling towards a mother and her child below. In a moment of peril, the mother leapt without hesitation towards her fallen son, attempting to shield him with her own body from the descending stones. As danger loomed ever closer, a sudden wave of energy surged forth, striking the falling debris, which was instantly reduced to dust scattered around them. The mother looked up to see a mysterious figure cloaked in a cape passing by them through the torrential rain, illuminated by a flash of lightning. She discerned that he appeared to be an odd being with green skin. Just as she was about to utter her words of gratitude, the cloaked figure stepped past them, inadvertently crushing the child's toy underfoot. Time swiftly advanced to the following day, where the martial arts tournament venue was bustling with a throng of spectators. Aside from the participants, the majority in attendance were eager onlookers, as the preliminary ticket prices were relatively more affordable. "Goku, did you forget to bring your martial arts uniform?" Krillin inquired. Having changed into his attire while observing son Goku, still donned in casual wear, piquing his curiosity. "Oh, I was in a hurry earlier and didn't have time to prepare. But it matters not. Wearing casual clothes won't affect my fighting capability," replied Goku nonchalantly. Krillin, upon hearing Goku's response, contemplated offering assistance, but quickly dismissed the thought upon reflecting on his own stature and size. At that moment, Yamcha, who had just finished changing, noticed something peculiar about Goku. "Goku, what happened to your tail?" "Oh, I've concealed it with an illusion technique. It generally doesn't team manifest unless I unleash my full power in battle. After all, I am an adult now, and that appendage brings unnecessary complications," Goku explained. In truth, he had received a concealment technique as a reward from a minor mission a few years back. Initially, he found it rather trivial, but when he once had to cut a hole in a new pair of pants for his tail to fit, he opted to employ the concealment technique instead. Nevertheless, he spoke truthfully. The core principle of the technique was indeed rooted in mental interference. If one were to engage in a full-fledged battle, the tail would indeed reveal itself. As a few individuals conversed, an abrupt sensation of being watched enveloped them. Turning to look, they beheld a green-skinned figure clad in a cloak entering through the door. It was none other than the son of the demon king Piccolo. Tianjin Fan observed the newcomer, and an overwhelming sense of anxiety ignited memories that were far from pleasant. In that instant, Sun Wukong approached and gently patted the stranger on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. "Do not be alarmed. He is not the demon king Piccolo." Indeed, Tianjin Fan, Wukong had already informed me of this last night. It appeared that the individual was, in fact, the offspring of the demon king Piccolo. However, after several years of diligent training, I am quite eager to see if I can measure up against him. Krillin, having undergone a night of self-reflection, had evidently shed the initial fear he once harbored. Coupled with the subtle yet palpable aura emanating from Sun Wukong, his previously anxious heart was swiftly calmed. After all, he had his elder brother by his side, and if worst came to worst, they could simply close the door and let Wukong handle it. After a brief moment of astonishment, the group accepted this reality. As martial artists, having dedicated years to rigorous training and experiencing significant growth in strength, they truly believed they could hold their own against the foe. In simpler terms, they felt capable once more. Sun Wukong looked at his companions. The previous trepidation in his eyes replaced by a profound fighting spirit, and he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. These old fools. Why can't they just refrain from worrying and instead become a bit more humble? Just as he pondered this internally, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a young girl with black hair, donning a blue qipao, standing quietly behind him, smiling. "Hi, Wukong, long time no see. Is that you, Chi-Chi?" Sun Wukong instantly recognized her. At this juncture, he could think of no one else but Chi-Chi. Krillin, noticing the sudden appearance of a beautiful girl, boldly stepped forward to assert his presence. "Hey, Wukong, when did you get to know such a stunning beauty? Why haven't you introduced us?" "Oh, she is." Before Sun Wukong could finish his introduction, Chi-Chi interjected, warmly greeting Krillin. "I am Wukong's fiancé. Hello, my name is Chi-Chi." Her declaration was nothing short of startling, leaving Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and the others utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated that in the years since they last saw Sun Wukong, he had acquired a fiancé. "You gotta be kidding me, Wukong. Things have progressed so swiftly. Thankfully, the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to take place. Otherwise, I bet you'd have a child before I even knew it. Do you even consider us as your friends?" Though Krillin's tone carried a hint of joy and well-wishing, it was tinged with an underlying bitterness. A fear for his brother's struggles and a concern that he might be left behind. Wait, let me explain. I do know her, but it is not in the way you think. In recent years, Sun Wukong has been preoccupied with fulfilling system tasks. And as for Chi-Chi, that matter has truly slipped his mind. However, it is often best to leave such things unexplained. The more one elaborates, the more convoluted it becomes. Krillin and the others have evidently begun to regard Sun Wukong as a heartless scoundrel who has abandoned his girlfriend. Wukong, what do you mean by that? Wasn't it you who said we would marry when we grew up? That was back when we were naive children, speaking without understanding. Besides, relationships naturally develop over time. Look, the competition is about to commence. Perhaps we could discuss this properly afterward. Cold sweat was nearly dripping from Sun Wukong's forehead. This was quite unexpected. To be asked outright if he wanted a wife was startling. The person who once spoke of marrying him was not even himself. Heartless wretch. Just you wait until we meet on the arena. Chi-Chi's beautiful face was marred by a frown as she stormed off after delivering her harsh words. Krillin, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wukong, you've always been rather obtuse. I thought you would have matured, but it seems your mind is still as muddled as ever. Here's a golden opportunity, and you let it slip away. What are you thinking? Thinking of Android 18. What about Android 18? Chapter 10, The Great Bido's Divine Palm. What about 18? Krillin was utterly bewildered, as they were clearly discussing Wukong's situation. Yet he responded with an irrelevant remark. Sun Wukong, feeling helpless, realized that he had inadvertently voiced a fleeting thought. Well, Xiaolin, we grew up together. We're good brothers. Please don't concern yourself with my affairs for the time being. There are indeed some misunderstandings between Chi-Chi and me. Wukong, don't change the subject. You were just talking about something related to 18. Hurry up and explain. Is there a story behind it? Although Krillin was unsure of the context, the mention of 18 piqued his curiosity, as if something unseen were drawing him in. 18 is a technician I met while passing by a massage parlor. Unfortunately, I couldn't recall her name, so I feel a bit regretful now. Oh, Wukong, you sly dog. I didn't realize you had such a playful side. She must be quite the stunning beauty. Indeed, she is quite lovely, with golden hair, blue eyes, and long legs clad in black stockings. Sun Wukong merely spoke lightly, unaware that Krillin would later marry Android 18, and whether this would evoke any feelings of jealousy. However, Krillin, in his brilliance, remained oblivious. After hearing Wukong's words, he displayed a knowing smile. Just as the two were lost in their imaginations, the somewhat inconspicuous Yamcha interrupted. Wukong, Krillin, the preliminary draw is about to begin. Let us go take a look. Oh, all right, let's go. Subsequently, several individuals made their way to the drawing table, with Krillin taking the initiative to secure a number first. After glancing at it, he shook his head in mild disinterest. What a motley crew I've encountered in this preliminary round. My opponent possesses hardly any strength. I could likely dispatch him with a single blow. He chuckled. Well, that is how competitions go. There's a wide variety of contenders in a vast forest. One must simply acclimate. Nonetheless, it would be wise not to become overly complacent. One careless moment could lead to an unexpected elimination. Once we reach the quarterfinals, semifinals, and ultimately the finals, you'll be left watching us from the sidelines. Yamcha teased with a smile, and like Krillin before him, stepped forward to claim a number. The others, seeing this, followed suit without hesitation. After they had all obtained their numbers, Sun Wukong glanced at his own, and to his astonishment, he exclaimed, "What the heck? I'm number 2. Does this mean my first match is right away? Well, that is splendid. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can rest. Lingering here is rather dull." Indeed, Wukong. It will also give us a chance to see how much you have grown over the years. Krillin and the others chimed in with playful banter. However, before Sun Wukong could respond, the host took up the microphone and began to announce the numbers. The preliminary round of the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. First, let us invite the contestants numbered 1 and 2 to the stage. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong leaped gracefully onto the arena. This is excellent. Wukong will compete first, allowing us to gauge his current prowess. This way, we can prepare for the formidable opponents he may face later, Yamcha remarked, standing at the base of the stage with arms crossed, feeling quite at ease. Yet, his comments were met with skepticism from Tien Shinhan. Come now. This caliber of competition is merely for entertainment. Surely, you don't think Wukong will be pushed to reveal any true strength? That is not entirely fair, Tien. Why not take a moment to observe who Wukong's opponent is before passing judgment? There may very well be a captivating spectacle in store. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the group simultaneously directed their attention to the figure standing opposite Sun Wukong on the stage. There, clad in a yellow robe reminiscent of a monk's attire, stood a man with dark skin and curly hair rivaling that of Ronald McDonald. Could it be King Choppa? Indeed, it is King Choppa. But wait, is that truly him? Such a character, rarely reserved in speech, has surprisingly chosen to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. This should prove to be an interesting match. The spectators in attendance buzzed with conversation, indicating that King Choppa's popularity was rather notable. However, Sun Wukong, as his opponent, paid little heed to this, dismissing him as merely a minor challenge, easier than the low-level monsters one might encounter in a novice village. Nevertheless, his disdainful demeanor caught the attention of King Choppa, who approached with measured steps, halting just a few paces away from Sun Wukong. To my surprise, I encountered you in the very first match. However, it is fortuitous. Avenging the previous humiliation, meeting you again is nothing short of serendipity. This time, I come with the unwavering conviction of claiming the championship of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Let me impart some disheartening news to you. Your defeat is inevitable. Who cannot utter boastful words before a match? Insolent fool, you shall reap the consequences of your bravado. As Sun Wukong spoke, he defiantly raised his middle finger. Although his strength now surpassed 1,000 points, he would not yield to such a verbose challenger. After all, when it comes to banter, he is a seasoned expert. However, upon witnessing this provocation, the previously confident expression of King Choppa contorted into one of fury. How infuriating! You disrespectful wretch! I shall ensure you experience the agony of my fists shortly. With that, he cast a glance towards the bespectacled, chubby referee beside him. Might we commence the match? I can hardly contain my anticipation. The chubby referee raised his pen and declared, "If both competitors are ready, you may begin." With that, King Choppa launched the first assault, his legs propelling him forward as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. As the distance closed, he swung his right fist without hesitation, the sheer force of his strike accompanied by a whisper of wind. Arrogant youth. It seems my move has left you dumbfounded. Ever since my last defeat, I have not wavered for a single day. Let you pay the price for your earlier arrogance. However, the unfolding events were not as King Choppa anticipated. Before his fist could connect with Sun Wukong, he found himself met with a resounding slap across his face. What? Was I imagining things? That youth appeared to have vanished momentarily, evading my strike. Surely, you must have seen incorrectly. It was King Choppa who failed to land a blow. The audience murmured, yet only a few could truly grasp the situation, such as Krillin, who observed from the sidelines. Tien, did Wukong just sidestep and deliver a slap before returning to his original position? Indeed, although it was too swift for me to discern clearly, Wukong seems to possess an extraordinary level of strength. I doubt I could achieve such speed even at my utmost effort. Yamcha, who had previously held confidence in his training over the years, now recognized the stark disparity between himself and Sun Wukong following that seemingly inconspicuous slap. Setting aside the audience's discourse, the expression on King Choppa's face as he stood in the ring was nothing short of magnificent. Impossible. Impossible. My punch clearly connected. What sorcery have you employed? Oh, you mean this? Sun Wukong raised his palm, regarding King Choppa with a puzzled expression. This technique is derived from a martial arts manual I acquired years ago, titled The Divine Slap of Illusion. When invoked, it renders the user impervious to all physical attacks while ensuring a perfect strike to the opponent's visage. What say you? Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Chapter 11. Have you been well over the years? Would you like to learn? Allow me to teach you. With a hint of playful mockery on his face. Sun Wukong's words incensed King Choppa, causing steam to emanate from his nostrils. He could hardly believe in the existence of something so ludicrous as the Great Bizarre Palm. Such talk was clearly a jest at his expense. How could there possibly be an attack of that magnitude? If it were true, it would amount to supernatural abilities. Stop your bragging, you little imp. You merely escaped by sheer luck before. Let us see how you evade this time. Once King Choppa comprehended the situation, he launched his attack without hesitation. However, this time he was cautious, swinging his fist while guarding his cheek with his other hand. Smack! Yet, despite his preparations and meticulousness, a resounding slap echoed throughout the empty arena, reminiscent of the previous encounter. You, sir, exhibit a complete lack of decorum. Do you not understand that striking another is a most impolite act? Oh, my apologies, but I tend to respond impolitely to those who show such rudeness. So, are you being polite? Polite my foot. Smack! King Choppa infuriated, let a curse slip from his lips. However, before he could utter another word, the same cheek received another slap. Though he was a martial artist, possessing greater resilience than the average person, receiving blows to the same spot repeatedly left it tender and swollen. Referee, I must report him. Clearly, he is employing tactics unrelated to martial arts. This is the World Martial Arts Championship, not some contest of supernatural abilities. King Gappa could no longer endure the situation, compounded by his son Wukong's bizarre behavior. In desperation, he turned to the referee, hoping to find a way to have his opponent disqualified. However, the referee's response was disappointingly dismissive. Adjusting his glasses, he said lightly, I'm afraid, dear contestant, that our regulations do not explicitly prohibit the use of supernatural abilities. Moreover, being slapped does not qualify as a supernatural act. Impossible. That fellow clearly phased out, rendering my attacks ineffective. How can it not be classified as a supernatural ability? Ah, you see, sir, we reviewed the footage at slowed speed, frame by frame. Contestant number 2 indeed evaded your attack before striking you. The referee gestured toward the camera, regarding King Gappa as if he were a simpleton. At this revelation, King Gappa's mind was struck as if by lightning. How could he still fail to grasp the disparity in strength? The truth was evident. Son Wukong's prowess far surpassed his own. The so-called Great Bizarre Palm was merely a jest aimed at him. Realizing this, he slowly raised his right hand. I concede. He then cast a glance at Sun Wukong. I admit my skills are lacking, but you are not without fault either. Though your strength is formidable, your martial ethics leave much to be desired. Mark my words. One day, I shall repay the humiliation I have suffered today in full. Subsequently, amidst a cacophony of astonishment, King Gappa descended from the arena. Ding! The task has been accomplished, and a fragrant spicy bean has been allocated to the system's space. Upon hearing the sound, Sun Wukong joyfully glanced at the system's space, where 5 mystical beans lay quietly within. Indeed, he could have easily vanquished King Gappa with a single strike. However, this peculiar maneuver was entirely for the sake of fulfilling the system's task. Just as he stepped onto the stage, the system's voice resonated in his ear, demanding that he compel his opponent to surrender while maintaining a combat strength above 90. Initially, Sun Wukong had resisted this request. Yet who could truly disregard the allure of the spicy bean? Moreover, his current stock of mystical beans was dwindling, and he might find himself in dire straits should an emergency arise. Thus, he reluctantly devised the notion of slapping his opponent, and fortunately, King Gappa surrendered swiftly. Otherwise, Sun Wukong might have been condemned to repetitively perform that action throughout the day. Wow, Wukong, you are truly impressive. I barely caught a glimpse of your swift movements, exclaimed Krillin, a devoted friend of Sun Wukong, marveling at his friend's dazzling display. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Basic technique. Don't overthink it. I merely rescued a misguided child, albeit one who might be a tad older. Goodness, what have you been through these past 3 years? In comparison to your strength, I'm more astonished by your newfound ability to show off. It is indeed true that only women change dramatically with age. Sun Wukong's cryptic remarks startled Krillin, who instinctively leaned back in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the transformation of the once innocent Wukong. Let us set aside our banter for now, Krillin. The other arenas are ready, and our match should commence shortly. Let us go take a look, interrupted Tianjin Fan, guiding them in search of their designated match venue. Once the others departed, Sun Wukong felt a sense of freedom, just as Krillin and the others had suggested. Finishing early meant more time for rest. With a drink in his right hand and his left hand casually tucked into his pocket, he strolled leisurely around the competition grounds, resembling a carefree wanderer. However, he was soon drawn to a nearby combat arena, where the formidable Chi-Chi from Dragon Ball was engaged in battle against an unnamed, inconsequential opponent. As expected, the nameless contender was swiftly dispatched by Chi-Chi's swift strikes, sending him flying out of the ring. The referee promptly declared her victory, and as she passed by Sun Wukong, she disdainfully scoffed at him. Realizing the need to dispel any misunderstandings, Sun Wukong decided to offer her a moment of introspection. No, rather guidance. Hey, Kiki, have you eaten? Would you care to join me for lunch? Get lost. I have no desire to be around a scoundrel. Chi-Chi, as always, wore a rather displeased expression. After casually uttering a few words, she headed towards the lounge area. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, remained unperturbed and approached her at a measured pace. May I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of coffee, dear lady? He inquired. Wukong, what are you saying? Chi-Chi exclaimed. her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson at the suddenness of his proposition. There's so many people around. Don't you feel any embarrassment? Sun Wukong, intrigued by her reaction, could not help but mentally critique her naivety. Indeed, she seemed but a mere girl. Although I may not excel in the art of courtship, the myriad of short videos from my past life had imparted wisdom aplenty. He casually tossed his beverage bottle into a nearby trash can, adopting an expression that spoke of profound experience. During the years we were apart, on countless sleepless nights, I often recalled you. Those youthful days we shared, when we were blissfully unaware of the world. In the blink of an eye, we have become mere acquaintances. How have you fared over the years? He continued, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Well, I've been all right, actually. I've lived with my father and practiced martial arts during my free time. Though I do find myself thinking of you from time to time, Chi-Chi replied, her final admission barely a whisper. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's keen hearing, her words would have gone unnoticed. In that case, let's take a stroll together. There happens to be a lovely cafe nearby. Moments latte. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi found themselves seated at the entrance of the cafe, under the expansive shade of a large umbrella by the riverside. Once the server had delivered their coffee and pastries, Sun Wukong resumed the conversation. You left in quite a hurry earlier, and my words were not meant in the way you interpreted them. What did you mean then? It seems you do not acknowledge our initial agreement. Chi-Chi's anger flared once more. Sun Wukong sipped his coffee leisurely, mentally rummaging through his thoughts to find the right words to appease the girl before him. Chi-Chi, as I mentioned before, I have often thought of you over the years. Initially, I believed it was love, but as I matured, I realized what we shared was merely friendship, akin to the bonds of childhood companions. Humph, you're nothing but a scoundrel. Do you hear the drivel you speak? Hold on, let me pose a question to you. Have you ever seen what love truly looks like? His profound inquiry halted Chi-Chi, who had been on the verge of an emotional outburst. Isn't love simply the commitment to spend a lifetime with someone, growing old together? Yes, but also no. There's a sequence to it. Consider this. If the person you encountered first had not been me, but another boy, would you feel the same affection for him as you do today? Sun Wukong casually posed yet another question that left his counterpart at a loss for words. Chi-Chi, caught off guard, stammered for a moment without articulating her thoughts. Unexpectedly, she mentioned that the answer was inconsequential, as she had some insights to share, albeit with the caveat that they might not be entirely accurate. In my view, love is the unwavering determination to bridge any distance, even if mountains and seas lie between lovers. It is that fleeting glance that surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. It is an extraordinary meeting of one who dazzles time and another who soothes the years. Do you understand, Chi-Chi? We have yet to experience anything together. Even if we were to force a union, what would come next? Marriage is not the culmination of love. Death is. Sun Wukong's profound musings on love, easily found in previous lives, wield a devastating impact in the Dragon Ball universe, particularly when directed at the innocent-hearted Chi-Chi. Upon hearing his words, Wukong felt a sense of resonance. However, he was curious whether such deep reflections stemmed from having encountered love in its truest form. Perhaps. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, he replied. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering furniture interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, they found Bulma passing by. Wukong, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just a bit thirsty and happened to pass by, Bulma said, attempting to leave, her heart racing. The concepts of fleeting glances and timeless encounters that Wukong had articulated inexplicably resonated with her. Wait a moment, are you Bulma? Chi-Chi inquired, prompting Bulma to turn with curiosity. Do we know each other? Of course. I'm Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. Wow, really? You've grown up so much. From a young beauty to a graceful young woman in just a few years. Recognizing Chi-Chi, Bulma joyfully circled around her before finally taking a seat beside her. Sun Wukong observed the two engaging in lively conversation, feeling entirely sidelined, as if his presence was completely disregarded. He could only sigh inwardly, women. Meanwhile, on the preliminary match stage, the Dragon Ball crew was wreaking havoc, dispatching their opponents with ease. However, there was one notable exception. On the arena, Chaozu stared in terror at the figure before him. You are Tao Pai Pai. The little brat has good eyesight. You actually recognized me. It seems my partially mechanized form hasn't changed much after all. Tao Pai Pai, seemingly eager to boast, showcased his metallic arm, answering a question that had not been asked. All right, little brat, considering we share the same master, I'll make an exception and spare you today. Now scurry off. As he spoke, He raised a finger and delicately pointed towards the dumpling across from him. Instantly, a surge of yellow light emanated from his fingertip, striking the dumpling's body in a heartbeat. Bang! With a resounding thud, the dumpling collapsed to the ground before it could even react. The referee, witnessing this, promptly began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. I declare contestant Tao bye-bye the victor. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan hurriedly rushed over to lift the dumpling, checking on its condition. However, before he could utter a word, Tao bye-bye provocatively declared, "Ha, I spared his life. You should be grateful to me, but do not worry. I have returned to eliminate both Sun Wukong and you, the traitor." How despicable. You dare to strike so fiercely and yet boast so shamelessly, Tianjin Fan retorted, ready to teach the other a lesson. Yet, just as he stood up, he was intercepted by Yamcha. Calm down, Tianjin Fan. This is not the place for a brawl. Save your retribution for the arena, where it will be justified. Oh, it seems you are eager to court death. However, I am in a splendid mood today and shall overlook your rudeness for now. Enjoy what little life remains to you. The strength of my current form is beyond what mere ants like you can fathom. Tao bye-bye paid no heed to Tianjin Fan, whose eyes were bloodshot with anger. And as he passed by, he couldn't resist a taunt. Little did he know, those very words would nearly lead to his downfall. The altercation between Tianjin Fan and Tao bye-bye drew the attention of many onlookers. Among them was a green-skinned figure clad in a white cloak, who disdainfully glanced at the scene before turning away. Oomph, what a bunch of nobodies. With such meager strength, they dared to speak so loudly. Chapter 13. The presence of a master, a sudden wail of an ambulance siren startled Goku, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, who were seated nearby, sipping coffee. This martial arts tournament is truly intense. I can't believe someone has already been sent to the hospital in the preliminaries, Bulma remarked, appearing nonchalant as she sipped her drink. Is this tournament always this terrifying? It seems like people are constantly being hospitalized, Chi-Chi asked, her eyes wide with concern, as this was her first time participating in the event. Seeing her distress, Bulma kindly attempted to enlighten her. Actually, it's not too common. However, there are always a few reckless individuals who underestimate their own abilities and leap into the fray. Speaking of which, Chi-Chi, you are quite impressive to have advanced through the preliminaries so quickly. But doesn't that mean you'll eventually face off against Goku and the others? Don't worry. My strength should not be underestimated. After all, who says women are inferior to men? At that point, who knows who will triumph? Kiki replied, casting a sidelong glance at Goku, who sat idly across from her. Sun Wukong had already grown accustomed to the situation, having previously explained it to Chi-Chi. However, the sting of rejection, whether or not it was sincere, always left a mark on one's pride. Just then, a sudden realization struck him. Why were Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and the others also present? Goodness, stop chatting. The fellow who ended up in the hospital was likely Jiaozi. What? Wukong, surely you jest. While Jiaozi's strength may differ from yours, it is hardly plausible that he could be defeated and hospitalized in the preliminaries. Bulma, though taken aback, clearly did not believe Wukong's assertion. Well, let us go take a look. Besides, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha are here. Even if it's not Jiaozi, it's someone we know, Wukong declared, rising first and sprinting towards the location of the ambulance. Observing his hasty departure, Bulma and Chi-Chi hurriedly followed suit. Moments later, upon reaching Tianjin Fan and Krillin, Bulma was indeed greeted by the sight of Jiaozi lying on a stretcher. What happened to Krillin? Jiaozi seems to be gravely injured. Oh, don't even mention it. Jiaozi encountered an old acquaintance, Tao bye-bye, whose enhanced mechanical form far surpassed Jiaozi's capabilities. He was defeated in a single encounter. Fortunately, despite the severity of the assault, Jiaozi's life is not in jeopardy. Phew, that is a relief. But what is Wukong doing up there? There is quite a commotion. He isn't attempting to treat Jiaozi, is he? At that moment, Bulma noticed Wukong, who had left before them, now standing before the ambulance, examining Jiaozi's injuries. The medical personnel nearby wore looks of distress and had begun berating him. Excuse me, sir, if you have no business here, please refrain from causing a disturbance. The patient's condition is extremely critical. If he isn't admitted to the hospital in the next minute, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Yes, sir. If you continue to obstruct our efforts to treat the patient, I will have no choice but to call the authorities. A group of exasperated medical staff began to take action against Wukong, who was about to retaliate when a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Detection of host interfering with medical personnel in their humanitarian duties. A temporary selection task has been issued as follows. Option 1. deliver a few decisive blows to the medical staff, asserting dominance to make them aware that one should not disrespect the powerful. Reward, special trait, commanding presence. Instilling intimidation in opponents of lesser strength and generating a degree of fear even in those superior. Option 2. Extend a measure of respect to the white-clad angels and apologize for one's impolite behavior. Reward, special trait, gentlemanly grace. Fostering admiration from weaker opponents and encouraging even stronger adversaries to show deference. Choosing option 3, I decided to showcase my prowess before the multitude of medical staff, astonishing them and facilitating a swift recovery for the gravely injured dumpling. The reward, a unique attribute known as Hermit Master, instills an enigmatic aura that renders adversaries beneath my strength awestruck and wary, even if they surpass me in might. What is this? When did the Dragon Ball world begin to emphasize charisma? This seems another futile reward. I would much prefer a straightforward boost of 100 combat points. Enough with the hesitation. Let us proceed with option 3, as the first two do not align with my principles. Sun Wukong has always held a fondness for the dominance attribute, as it may not significantly enhance combat prowess, but it certainly exudes a certain flair. However, after careful contemplation, he ultimately settled on the Hermit Master attribute. Why, you ask? The demeanor of a master is itself a form of elegance. With this realization, Sun Wukong boldly pushed the doctors aside, grasping his own attire. Step aside, you charlatans. Lacking in knowledge, yet daring to spout nonsense. This unconscious individual is my friend, merely suffering from a depletion of vitality and fatigue, leading to his fainting. At this juncture, a modest intake of protein and water, complemented by stimulation of the acupressure points, is sufficient for recovery. Impossible. You speak utter nonsense. This individual has evidently sustained life-threatening injuries due to exceeding his limits, retorted the lead physician, clad in a white coat. Clearly skeptical of Sun Wukong's claims. The facts before them rendered the situation far too ludicrous to accept. Nearby, Bulma observed the dispute between Sun Wukong and the medical personnel, utterly perplexed and questioning their motives. Someone should intervene and pull Wukong back. He seems to have lost his senses. It's baffling. We've known him for so long, and he possesses no medical knowledge. Indeed, it felt as though Wukong had transformed entirely since their last encounter. Yet his eccentric thought processes remained unchanged, even in such dire circumstances. As Krillin, Wukong's close friend, readily agreed with Bulma's assessment, he prepared to step in and counsel Wukong. Just then, he noticed Wukong producing a bean from his pocket. Is that a Senza bean? Of course. How could I have forgotten? During our recent ascent of Korin Tower, we collected quite a few. I blame that irritating Tao Pai Pai for making me forget. Indeed, Wukong held aloft the spicy-flavored Senza bean, casually placing it into Dumpling's mouth, while snatching a bottle of mineral water from a bystander observing the spectacle. After this preposterous series of actions, merely 2 or 3 moments passed before Dumpling, who had been in dire straits, suddenly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Ignoring the crowd, his gaze swiftly landed on the anxious Tenshinhan nearby. Tenshinhan, equally overjoyed, rushed forward to embrace Dumpling, inspecting him closely. It seems your recovery is quite commendable. One cannot help but marvel at the miraculous nature of Karen's magical beans. My apologies, Tenshinhan, but that fellow Tao Bai Bai is simply too formidable. I am utterly no match for him, remarked Kairatsu with a hint of grievance on his face. Worry not. I shall take care of that individual. Should we encounter him in the subsequent matches, I will ensure he comprehends what true martial arts entails, far beyond the capabilities of the technology he possesses. The fury radiating from Tien was palpable to anyone present, and it was quite evident that Tao Bai Bai was in for a rough time. However, the medical personnel beside the ambulance paid them no mind, gazing at Sun Wukong with expressions that suggested they had seen a ghost. Sir, forgive my earlier impertinence. May I inquire as to who you are? Merely a practitioner of some trifling skills, a wandering healer, nothing of significance, Sun Wukong replied casually, waving his sleeve as he spoke. He had no time to concern himself with the doctors at this moment. He was busy examining the rewards from the system. Ding! The temporary task has been completed. Rewards are now being dispensed into the system space. Enough of the chatter. Let us utilize them directly, he declared. As his words faded, a gentle breeze inexplicably arose, causing a few strands of hair on his forehead to sway slightly. To the assembled medical staff, however, this was far from ordinary. Combined with the unique aura bestowed by the system's reward, hermit sage, Sun Wukong exuded an air of profound mystery and intrigue. "Sir, you jest. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness," the lead physician said, bowing deeply to Sun Wukong. "There is no need for such formality. I have merely done my modest part. Now that the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave," Sun Wukong announced, turning to depart towards Bulma and the others. "Hey, Wukong, after all these years, have you taken to playing tricks?" TSK, Bulma, what are you saying? Clearly, a single magical being could have resolved this issue without the need for a hospital visit, thus saving unnecessary expenses. Moreover, is this truly a trick? Enough. You always have to argue. You've been stubborn since childhood, and now that you've grown up, you remain the same. Whoever ends up marrying you will certainly have their work cut out for them, Bulma remarked, tossing her hair and choosing to ignore Sun Wukong, instead turning to wrap her arms around Chi-Chi's. The two appear to share a deep friendship. However, Chi-Chi, observing their playful banter, suddenly caught on to something. "Bulma, what Wukong mentioned earlier about a fleeting glance surpassing countless beauties. It can't be referring to you, can it? You two seem to share quite the affectionate bond." "What are you talking about? Wukong would never have feelings for me. After all, what boy would act so carefree around someone he likes?" "Not necessarily." Before Chi-Chi could utter a word, Lan Chi unexpectedly approached them, teasingly making a remark. Accompanying her were Master Roshi, Oolong, Puar, and others. "Bulma, as the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation often remain oblivious. It seems you are the only one unaware of the truth. The playful banter between you and Goku has reached a point where, if you do not marry, this matter will be difficult to resolve." "Oh, Oolong, you rotund pig. Are you here to mock me as well? I see you're itching for a beating." No. I merely stated a fact. Why not take your frustrations out on Lan Chi?" For reasons unknown, a flush of embarrassment suddenly graced Bulma's cheeks. She charged at Oolong, delivering a hefty thrashing, much to the amusement of Master Roshi and the others. Yet, whenever such a jovial atmosphere arises, there is always someone to disrupt the merriment. A man with a prominent mustache and a sharp, acerbic demeanor approached. His shirt boldly bore the character for Crane. "You lot still have the leisure to indulge in laughter? Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Allow me to advise you. Flee while you still can, for the strength of the android Tao, by, is beyond your comprehension." Upon witnessing his old rival's provocation, Master Roshi did not hesitate to brandish his cane. "You old fool, cease your boastful chatter. Given your arrogance, let's step outside and spar. Ahem, at your age, it would be wise to temper your impulsiveness. Leave this matter to me, rest assured. I shall handle it with discretion." Master Roshi, upon seeing Crane Hermit, erupted like a cat with its fur ruffled. Fortunately, Goku managed to break away from the group of doctors and intervened just in time. He then turned, employing his special technique, Hermit Master, instantly adopting an air of inscrutability. "Is your strength formidable? Just how strong are you? I wonder if it rivals that of the former King Piccolo." "What do you mean by that?" Crane Hermit, observing Goku's emergence and the aura of a master emanating from him, found it difficult to gauge the opponent's true power. "It means nothing, in my eyes. You are not but a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. To concern myself with you ants would be to lower my own standing." As Goku spoke, he unleashed a fraction of his immense power, exceeding 1,000 units. Instantly, a fierce wind surged forth, causing those nearby to squint against the gust. Crane Hermit was taken aback. He knew well that although he could not decipher the strength of the man before him, the signs indicated that he was not to be trifled with. You do not act recklessly. This is not a battleground, and to harm others indiscriminately is against the law." Before I change my mind, you had best leave, old man. Usually, you enjoy sipping tea in the park and doing exercises with the elderly. Why seek trouble? Do you have a death wish? How dare you? Do not be so arrogant. We shall see on the field." With that, Crane Hermit spat out a fierce retort and swiftly departed along the path he had come. There was no way out. Under the relentless barrage and intimidation from Sun Wukong, the aged figure was evidently unable to withstand it. Wukong recalled the last encounter with the Crane Hermit and his companions, whose oppressive aura had been quite formidable. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this time it struck him as somewhat amusing. Krillin suggested, "Could it be that your own strength has increased, thus diminishing your fear?" Sun Wukong gazed at the little bald head before him, utterly perplexed as to how, in the original narrative, he had managed to win over Android 18. One must admit, the denizens of the Dragon Ball universe possess a certain innocence. With the Crane Hermit absent from his usual sarcastic demeanor, after enjoying their lunch, Sun Wukong and his companions prepared to participate in the afternoon events. However, upon entering, a familiar silhouette suddenly captured Sun Wukong's attention. A rotund figure clad in a yellow warrior outfit, adorned with a red mask resembling undergarments, sauntered past. His unique gait set him apart from the crowd of onlookers. "Hey, it's the meat-clad Yasuo. I didn't expect to see you here." The rotund figure, momentarily faltering in his stride, then feigned nonchalance as he continued forward. "What's this? Pretending not to see me, huh?" "A Cairo," Sun Wukong called out. "Well, I'm wearing a mask. How did you recognize me?" A Cairo responded, promptly removing his mask. As Sun Wukong beheld the revealed face, his expression was one of utter disbelief. "How should I put it? Your undeniable charm is simply too captivating. It's nearly impossible not to recognize you." Chapter 15. "Want to know? Give me a kiss." A Cairo was momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected remark, particularly given the insincerity evident on his face. "All right then, I initially intended to participate in the tournament incognito, aiming to astonish everyone by claiming the title of champion in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now that I've been discovered, I shall cease the pretense. Indeed, it was I who wreaked havoc this morning, leaving my opponents in tears." Cough, cough. "Impressive. You truly are remarkable. A single word captures it perfectly." Sun Wukong realized that the meat-clad Yasuo was as formidable as his reputation suggested. Not only could he dominate pivotal matches, but he also exuded a commanding presence. As the subsequent matches unfolded, everything proceeded as anticipated, with no further unexpected occurrences. The Dragon Ball team effortlessly dispatched a throng of opponents. Notably, due to Sun Wukong's significantly enhanced strength compared to the original narrative, the God of Earth did not make an appearance this time. The resulting butterfly effect was astonishing. A Cairo, a seemingly inconsequential player, unexpectedly advanced to the quarterfinals. After a round of random draws, the matchups were announced. Tao Bai versus Tien Shinhan, Sun Wukong versus his beloved Chi-Chi, Krillin versus the mightiest caretaker, Piccolo, Yamcha versus meat-clad Yasuo. Wow, Krillin, you've hit the jackpot. You're up against the Demon King Piccolo. How do you feel about your chances of surviving 10 rounds? Sun Wukong observed the matchups with a gleeful grin. Indeed, in the absence of dumplings, my luck is truly lamentable. It appears I shall falter before reaching the top 8, Wukong. Krillin's claim of fearlessness is rather disingenuous, for the sight of the green-skinned creature is undeniably intimidating. Meanwhile, Yamcha, relishing the situation, patted Krillin on the shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not. When I advance to the semifinals, I shall divulge the amount of prize money." "Humph. Yamcha, with your current prowess, who knows if you'll even make it to the semifinals?" retorted a defiant Yasuo, arms crossed. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the strength of a Kairobai is noteworthy. Having spent years atop Kirin Tower, he has undoubtedly absorbed some teachings from Master Kirin. Observing the peculiar atmosphere among the group, Sun Wukong wisely intervened to ease the tension. "All right, you eloquent warriors, before we proceed, let's first witness the opening match of Tien." He then turned his gaze towards Tien. "Make sure to give him a good whack on the head. If I had the chance, I would disassemble him to see whether he bleeds or oozes oil. Rest assured, that fellow may possess some strength, but in my eyes, he's hardly my match." Tien, brimming with confidence, nodded at Sun Wukong and strode towards the arena. At that moment, Tao Bai elegantly leaped onto the stage, his demeanor suggesting considerable prowess. "Ha! Impressive. You have the courage to face me without fleeing. I commend you. For your valor, I shall spare your life, but I will take half of it in return." "Oof. Do you believe that transforming yourself into this grotesque form grants you an edge in verbal sparring?" The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. The two combatants assumed their stances, and with the referee's whistle, the clash began. Suddenly, Master Crane employed his psychic abilities from the sidelines to disrupt Tien, causing him to furrow his brow, haunted by the shadows of his youth left by Tao Bai. Recognizing the opportune moment, Tao Bai lunged forward without hesitation, executing a lightning-fast hand strike aimed at Tien's neck. In an instant, Tien, who had appeared vulnerable, vanished from sight. With a swift movement, he struck Tao Bai's back with a single hand. The force sent Tao Bai stumbling towards the edge of the arena, nearly toppling over. However, the enhanced strength of Tao Bai proved formidable. He quickly regained his footing, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick towards Tien. Yet again, Tien evaded with remarkable speed, reappearing behind Tao Bai and launching a swift kick. Caught in mid-air without leverage, Tao Bai had no choice but to crash to the ground, landing in an undignified manner. Upon witnessing this, the audience, comprising the Dragon Ball team, erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Bulma, clad in a sultry gown, had somehow found her way to Goku's side. Wow, Goku, it seems that Tien has become remarkably strong after all these years. It appears that Tao Bai cannot even graze his hem. Indeed, there are certain aspects, though they are not abundant. Goku replied nonchalantly. Oof, when did you become so arrogant? Ha, I'm merely speaking the truth. If I were to confront them, my mere aura would scatter the heap of scrap metal without lifting a finger. Goku shrugged, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was never one to boast. However, his appearance, complemented by his stylish attire, caused Bulma's heart to race once more. Goku, what did you mean by those words you spoke to Chi-Chi? Could it be that after 3 years, you have found someone special? Are you curious? Goku was taken aback by Bulma's inquisitive nature. It was peculiar to see her adopt such a feminine demeanor. Could it be that I'm experiencing a stroke of good fortune? He pondered, glancing at Yamcha, who was intently watching the match. Well, even if Vegeta doesn't show up, he'll still have to bear the title of Yamcha the Green Tea. But wait, what if I were to act on this? Wouldn't that mean I snatched Vegeta's chance? Hey, system, do you have any rewards for intercepting this? Ding, this system is a serious one. The host's interests in married women are irrelevant to me, thus there are no rewards. What nonsense! Bulma is still a single lady. Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? As Goku continued to indulge in his musings and converse with the system, Bulma's voice broke through. Her cheeks flushed like blooming peaches, speaking in a whisper as delicate as a mosquito's hum. I am quite curious. Why don't you share with me? Perhaps I could offer you some advice. Well, if I must say, there is indeed someone. However, it remains my little secret and cannot be disclosed. If you truly wish to know, you must kiss me. Goku, how can you say such things? Forget it. I didn't even want to know. Bulma's cheeks, once rosy like a flower, transformed into the hue of a ripe apple at Goku's words. She decided to abandon the conversation and made her way toward launch. However, just then, a warm hand grasped her delicate wrist. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even heard the answer. Chapter 16. Tien losing a hair strand counts as my defeat. The budding of love resembles a bouquet of flowers blooming in spring, brimming with vitality and exuding an enchanting fragrance. Whether it is the result of 1,000 glances in a past life or the waiting of a soul through countless reincarnations. Bulma, typically so carefree, found herself enveloped in an inexplicable shyness. Honestly, Goku, you scoundrel, in the midst of a bustling crowd. One should refrain from jesting at such a moment. Bulma. At that instant, Sun Wukong interjected, deliberately lowering his voice by an octave, producing a tone that was both airy and natural. If, and I emphasize if, decades hence we still share the bond of friendship, would you harbor any regrets? I cannot fathom your thoughts, but I would indeed feel a tinge of discontent. After all, the vastness of the world has rendered you the singular spark of life I sought. Since our paths intertwined, a perfect being has taken residence in my heart. And since then, I find everyone else lacking. Perhaps knowing the futility, yet pursuing it is my utmost sincerity. This lengthy passage, seemingly plagiarized by Sun Wukong, caused Bulma's pupils to tremble profoundly. It was then that she recalled the myriad moments shared with him, memories flooding her mind like a slideshow. The overwhelming emotions ultimately led her to relinquish her final vestiges of rationality and composure. One must admit, the actions of a bold girl are invariably surprising. In a sudden move, Bulma leapt into Sun Wukong's embrace amidst the sea of spectators below. At that moment, feeling the softness of her form, our unabashed protagonist, Sun Wukong, wore a faint smile, hidden from prying eyes. Ah, to hold the beloved and live without worries. Could this be the joy shared by Vegeta and Yamcha? However, their display went unnoticed by those around them, for the battle unfolding on the stage was far more captivating. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Tien Shinhan swiftly severed the mechanical arm of Tao Pai Pai. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, from the severed arm emerged a blade with sudden ferocity. In an unexpected turn of events, Tien Shinhan was struck in the chest, the gaping wound a horrifying 30 to 40 centimeters in length. Hold on. Observing the unexpected development on the arena, a golden-haired referee wearing sunglasses stepped forth. Tao Pai Pai, you have violated the regulations of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The use of weapons during the match is strictly prohibited, and I regret to inform you that you have been disqualified. I hereby declare Tien Shinhan the victor, advancing to the semifinals. Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. To use a weapon during the competition is unconscionable. Such a person is devoid of honor, ruining the viewing experience entirely. TCH, this fellow is nothing but a silver-plated fraud. If weapons were allowed, I could simply bring an AK, and I too would be victorious. The crowd's cacophony of insults pierced through Tao Pai Pai, whose already simmering rage erupted completely. Silence. You lot enjoy spouting nonsense, do you? Just wait until I bring you a couple of AKs. Rest assured, I will make you suffer in due time. Today, every one of you present will bear witness. And anyone who escapes unscathed will find me, Tao Pai Pai, holding you accountable. Upon uttering these words, the formidable aura emanating from her caused even the previously confident and boastful champion to tremble involuntarily. However, after confronting the hecklers in the audience, Tao Bai Bai redirected her focus towards Tianjin Fan. First, I shall deal with you, the traitor. I will attend to those insignificant nuisances later. How disappointing, Tao Bai Bai. I never imagined you would have fallen to such depths. You have lost even the basic sense of shame expected of a martial artist. In that case, do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie, Tianjin Fan declared, tearing away the remnants of his tattered clothing to reveal his well-defined, muscular chest. Seeing this, Tao Bai Bai was determined not to allow him the opportunity to show off. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, thrusting her sword. Yet, to her astonishment, Tianjin Fan executed a move, catching the blade of her weapon with one hand in a display of remarkable skill. What? How can this be? Your strength. Before she could finish her thought, Tianjin Fan tightened his grip on the blade, resulting in a sharp, resonant sound as Tao Bai Bai's composite steel sword snapped in two. This despicable tactic of yours is futile. If your abilities only extend to this level, I suggest you concede. For the sake of our past as comrades, I will overlook the grievances you have caused, Tianjin Fan implored with an earnest tone. However, for the ailing Tao Bai Bai, such appeals fell on deaf ears. Do not celebrate prematurely. You shall soon experience my true power, she retorted, revealing her remaining mechanical hand, which unveiled a dark and menacing cannon barrel. Activating the targeting system, a tremendous energy began to coalesce at the barrel's mouth, accompanied by a series of ominous beeping sounds, sending the audience into a frenzy. With a brilliant flash, a beam of energy, as thick as an arm, surged forth toward Tianjin Fan. You will pay for your previous arrogance. Witness the enhanced version of my Kamehameha. Let's see how you handle this, Tao Bai Bai proclaimed, a scheming grin adorning her face. The audience's mentor, Master Rashi, sensed impending doom and anxiously remarked, "This is bad. What if he cannot evade the spectators behind him? Tao Bai Bai truly harbors malicious intent. Tianjin Fan is in grave danger. What should we do, Master Wu Tian? We must find a way to save Tianjin Fan." Lan Shi nervously wrung her garment, oblivious to the attention of those around her. At that moment, the familiar laughter of Sun Wukong rang out among the crowd. Fear not, my friends. As the saying goes, the thunder is loud, but the rain is light. There's smoke without fire. In my view, this level of attack poses no real threat to Tianjin Fan. I, Sun Wukong, declare that if he loses even a single hair, it shall be my defeat. As anticipated, no sooner had Sun Wukong finished speaking than a thunderous roar reverberated through the arena. Tianjin Fan stood his ground, unflinching. As he exhaled a deep breath, the seemingly formidable energy attack dissipated into nothingness. Tao Bai Bai, witnessing this spectacle, felt his legs weaken with fear, instinctively retreating further. Yet, Tianjin Fan was not one to grant him any further opportunity. He surged forward with lightning speed. In a matter of moments, he had dismantled Tao Bai Bai's mechanical limbs with precision. Just as he contemplated unscrewing the mechanical skull, he hesitated, deeming it rather grotesque, even in its disassembled state. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball team below exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Krillin, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, patted his bald head and remarked, "Wukong, you really are something else. It just hit me. Where did Tianjin Fan get his hair?" With a playful tone, he continued, "What on earth are you and Bulma doing hand in hand? What's going on between you two?" As Krillin's exclamations filled the air, the rest of the Dragon Ball team turned with curiosity. There stood Sun Wukong and Bulma, hands intertwined, Bulma nestled against his chest, exuding an aura of sweetness and intimacy. Krillin, there's no need for such astonishment. It seems Bulma is feeling a bit unwell, likely due to a fever causing her chills. I'm merely helping to warm her up. Wukong, have you listened to the words you just uttered? Helping to warm her up? I feel embarrassed to point it out, but when did you two become an item? Krillin's words echoed the gossiping hearts of those present, especially Chi-Chi, who had long suspected that Sun Wukong harbored feelings for Bulma. Oh my, Bulma. Your earlier vehement denials seem rather comical now, given the current situation. Indeed, I've been shipping this couple since childhood. It's about time, exclaimed Launch, stepping forward and playfully munching on a snack, primarily to mask her earlier concerns for Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong and Bulma exchanged knowing smiles, and she timidly spoke up, please don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think. Indeed, my bond with Bulma is as strong as steel. No, that is not right. It's akin to brotherly love, so please, don't misunderstand. Really not an item? Krillin asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Rest assured, we have grown up together, bare-skinned. If our relationship were to progress to another level, you would be the first to know. All right then. Ultimately, under Sun Wukong's firm assertions, the group reluctantly accepted this explanation, though skepticism lingered in the air. The truth behind Sun Wukong and Bulma's statements stemmed from the moment Bulma had thrown herself into his embrace, her mind clouded in that instant, only to regain clarity and express that she had yet to consider their relationship fully. Although Sun Wukong may exhibit peculiarities, one can only regard this as a minor divergence between his character in the real world and that depicted in the comics. After all, once one has embraced another, is it not merely a matter of time before conquest ensues? Just as the individuals were still absorbed in the strange relationship between Sun Wukong and Bulma, the battle involving Tianjin Fan was approaching its conclusion. He effortlessly hoisted the now diminutive Tao bye-bye and strolled towards the edge of the arena, unexpectedly tossing him to Master Roshi amidst the astonished onlookers below. Take him away, Master. This may very well be the last time I address you as such. I have discovered the true essence of martial arts. Yet, it is undeniable that without your guidance, I would not have become who I am today. Perhaps you were right all along. A hint of melancholy unexpectedly marred the otherwise cunning and brooding visage of Master Roshi. Perhaps nothing is more painful than witnessing one's steadfast convictions being shattered. After discarding Tao bye-bye, Tianjin Fan did not look back, but walked straight towards the audience. He paused only when he reached the Dragon Ball team. Tianjin Fan, are you alright? It was evident to all that he was in a foul mood. Yet none knew how to offer comfort. Surprisingly, it was the blue-haired Launch who stepped forward. In that moment, Tianjin Fan seemed to find a refuge for his troubled emotions and unexpectedly embraced Launch, causing her already bashful demeanor to flush a deep crimson. What on earth is happening today? Is everyone determined to bring me down? Krillin felt a profound sense of imbalance. He could overlook Sun Wukong, given his childhood connection with Bulma, but he never anticipated that even the ever-honest Tianjin Fan would act in such a beastly manner under the guise of sorrow. However, upon spotting Yamcha, Krillin felt a slight relief. Oh no, this is utterly heartbreaking. Who would have thought that you, Yamcha, would be the one to stand by me in my time of need? I'm truly sorry, Krillin. It seems the path ahead must be traversed alone. My friend, I simply cannot endure any longer. I apologize. Yamcha scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty, uncertain of what might transpire next if he provoked the situation further. What do you mean by that? If all goes as expected, it is precisely the implication you understand. You, my friend, lack the finesse even in boasting. Everyone knows that Yamcha, upon encountering a girl, is prone to fainting. Though the symptoms have significantly eased, it is undeniable that he remains a lifelong singleton. At that moment, a sultry woman with fiery red lips emerged from the crowd. Upon spotting Yamcha, she rushed towards him and planted a light kiss on his lips. Hi, Yamcha. Are you free now? Come accompany me to the hotel. It seems there is a blockage in the drainage system. Oh, Laura, I will be delighted to be at your service. With that, Yamcha departed the competition arena amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Klein stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. Wukong, if memory serves, doesn't this fellow have another match coming up? Isn't his bout with Yasuo scheduled as the final one? Given that each match lasts about 5 minutes, he still stands a good chance of making it. At this moment, Sun Wukong was equally taken aback. Whether it was due to his little butterfly effect or not, Yamcha had already begun to let loose ahead of time. However, to be fair, this fellow was destined to be a mere bystander in the later stages. In fact, since the emergence of Piccolo, he had been nearly useless. Now, being able to enjoy life in advance isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, life is fleeting, and how many people squander their years without ever understanding what they truly need? Yamcha's situation was merely a minor interlude. Nonetheless, while it was said and done, Klein, though momentarily disheartened, became even more resolute in his desire to find a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs. Among the Dragon Ball crew, as they chatted and laughed, The time swiftly approached the second match. Let us go. Sun Wukong, our match is about to begin. My goal for this visit is none other than the championship of the martial arts tournament. So please, give it your all and don't go easy on me. Chi-Chi said with a smile, then leaned in to whisper a few words to Bulma before leaping onto the stage. Hearing this, Sun Wukong could only shake his head helplessly, thinking that if he truly exerted his full strength, a single punch might send her weeping down the path to the underworld. After a brief moment of grumbling, he was about to leap onto the stage when, unexpectedly, a delicate hand suddenly pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Wukong, I warn you, Chi-Chi is a girl. So be gentle when the time comes. Don't be reckless, Bulma cautioned. Rest assured, regardless of our past acquaintance, there is no way I would genuinely harm Chi-Chi. He replied confidently. That's good to hear. After all, you've always been a bit slow on the uptake since childhood. I was worried that if she urged you to go all out, you might actually heed her and act without thought, Bulma said, visibly relieved. Clearly, she still regarded Sun Wukong as the naive character from the original story. Yet, little did she know that relationships between individuals can often be intricate, requiring vigilance not only against foes, but also against potential betrayal from allies. Chapter 18, Klein, you're doomed to bloodshed. Soon, the second match was about to commence. Before the referee's whistle could signal the start, Chi-Chi, standing opposite Sun Wukong, launched her attack first. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of fists and feet slicing through the air, Chi-Chi's movements were incredibly swift, leaving behind mere afterimages. However, what surprised her was that no matter how she attacked, Sun Wukong always managed to evade her strikes at the crucial moment. What infuriated her the most was his nonchalant posture with his hands in his pockets, which truly seemed provocative. Sun Wukong, I know you are strong, but what's with all this dodging? I told you before, you don't have to hold back. Unleash your full power, she exclaimed. Are you certain? Why? May I ask, are you so brazen? The disparity between us is glaringly evident, yet you seem oblivious to it. Spare me your words. The moment I laid eyes on you, a disreputable individual, my ire was ignited. After expending so much effort in explanation, it is indeed apparent that reason holds no sway with women, regardless of age. Thus, I must apologize in advance. As Sun Wukong spoke, he suddenly vanished from Chi-Chi's sight. How could this be? Had his speed transcended the realm of the visible? Chi-Chi's eyes darted around, desperately trying to locate him. However, in the next instant, a fierce gust of wind propelled her uncontrollably toward the edge of the arena. Alas, the chasm between Chi-Chi and Wukong was insurmountable, leaving her utterly defenseless. Master Roshi, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in resignation. He held a fondness for his disciple Bull Demon King's daughter. Beside him, the bald-headed Krillin chimed in indeed. It's a rare sight to witness Wukong engage with a girl. Perhaps he could afford to be a tad gentler. Though Bulma remained silent, the sparkles in her eyes revealed her fascination with the match, which clearly transcended mere victory or defeat. Their conversation was but a fleeting moment, while Chi-Chi's predicament was far more dire. As she soared toward the boundary, bracing for impact, she shut her eyes tight, prepared to endure the pain. Yet, after a few seconds, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Instead, she sensed something gripping the nape of her neck, prompting her to open her eyes out of curiosity. What she beheld nearly caused her to faint from embarrassment. Sun Wukong was hovering in midair, cradling her as one would a chick. Are you all right, Chi-Chi? Thankfully, I was quick to react. Otherwise, you might have collided face first with the wall. Sun Wukong, release me immediately, Chi-Chi shouted, her face aflame with fury. It was understandable. In her current predicament, even a man would struggle to accept such a fate. Wukong, upon hearing her, did not hesitate to loosen his grip on her neck. With a soft thud, Chi-Chi safely descended to the ground. I hereby declare the victor of this match to be contestant Sun Wukong. Let us applaud his advancement to the top 4. With the referee's declaration, the arena erupted in cheers. It was not that they harbored a particular fondness for Wukong. They merely reveled in the exuberant atmosphere. Wow, this fellow Sun Wukong is truly formidable. It seems as if he is merely toying with his opponents. Buffed. It's merely a woman. That hardly qualifies him as a hero. I assure you, I could handle it too. Please. You have no idea how ferocious this contestant Chi-Chi is. During the preliminary rounds, numerous burly men who underestimated her were left bruised and battered. If you truly dare to step up, I fear you'd be heading straight to the ICU. Goodness, is that for real? What a stunning young lady, yet so fierce. Oh, wait, I must inquire, my friend, where do you hail from? Your accent sounds rather peculiar. Naturally, where there is admiration, there will also be detractors. However, the illustrious son Wukong is indifferent to their remarks, for he is confronted with an entirely different predicament. Bulma cannot fault me, can she? I have not laid a single finger on Chi-Chi. I had hoped that after several years, you might have evolved, yet you remain as straightforward as ever. As Bulma cast a sidelong glance at son Wukong, she quickly turned to console Chi-Chi. Never mind, do not take his remarks to heart. He is simply like that. But honestly, your prowess is truly impressive. Had you not encountered those few aberrations, you might very well have claimed victory at the martial arts tournament. Being outmatched is simply being outmatched. I do not feel particularly disheartened. At the very least, this journey to the tournament has enlightened me to the gap that exists between myself and the top martial artists. I shall strive even harder. For one day, I will subdue son Wukong beneath my feet. Yes, you can accomplish this if anyone can. Listening to the banter between Bulma and Chi-Chi, son Wukong nearly burst into laughter. What do you mean by gap? That is merely divine retribution. Nevertheless, the thought of subduing him is not entirely implausible. After all, with Chi-Chi's beauty, son Wukong might not be able to hold his ground, just as he was lost in the daydream of a spectacular battle. The sudden sound of the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding! It has been detected that your dear friend Krillin is about to face a dire situation. As his steadfast companion, you are obliged to offer assistance. Thus, a time-limited task has been issued. The objective is to ensure Krillin maintains a status of over 90 while concluding his match against Piccolo. The outcome is irrelevant, but the match must last no less than 10 minutes. Completion of this task will yield a permanent double training speed reward. What the heck? System. While I sense you're placing me in a difficult position, ISNT this reward a bit excessive. Previously, what you provided was mere rubbish. System. What do you mean by that, host? If there is no challenge, can it still be called a task? The renowned underworld figure, Brother Chong, once stated, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. To achieve high rewards, one must face higher risks and challenges. Fine. It is clear to me now. You will not relent until you have thoroughly tested me, will you? But this minor issue shall not defeat me. Son Wukong hesitated for only a moment before devising a plan. He approached Krillin, gazing at him with a rather mischievous expression. Hey, what kind of look is that, Wukong? I must tell you, despite our brotherhood, I have no interest in men. Go on, go away. Did you not see me just now, embracing Bulma? When it comes to sexual orientation, all the men in the world may be bent, but I remain straight. Phew. In that case, all is well. If I had not known better, I would have thought you were a charmer of both genders. However, I suspect your visit is not merely to flaunt your prowess. Is it? Colin, your earlier jest, while lighthearted, now appears to carry an undertone of seriousness. If one were unaware, they might think you were seeking a loan. Colin, I must say, the darkness in your aura suggests impending misfortune. If my intuition serves me right, you may be closer to death than you realize. Chapter 19. The Terrified Piccolo. Goodness, I initially thought it was something of grave importance. If you're truly restless, why not amuse yourself with Duma over there? A match against that green-skinned individual is imminent, and he is currently quite vexed. Upon hearing Goku's words, Colin dismissed the notion of calamity. After all, even the great Oracle, the fortune-telling matron, never exhibited such bravado. Yet, Goku seemed to anticipate Colin's skepticism, standing confidently with arms crossed, a knowing smile adorning his face. Hey, Goku, what do you mean by that? Your smile is rather unsettling. Let us get to the point, shall we? All right, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Your upcoming opponent, Piccolo, is a formidable adversary. His strength surpasses that of his father, King Piccolo, and the demon race harbors malevolent ambitions. It is likely that his purpose for coming here is to eliminate the planet's top martial artists. Colin felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively swallowing hard. What do you mean by that? Did you not previously state that Piccolo was not much stronger than his father? Why now does it sound as if the world is on the brink of destruction? Well, not much stronger applies to my perspective. Given your abilities, if he wishes to kill you, a mere glance may suffice. Therefore, what I am about to share might be your only chance of survival. What method? Colin, who had initially been gripped by fear, now felt a flicker of hope. Goku leaned in closer, whispering in his ear. When you step into the ring, simply follow my instructions precisely. You will not only emerge unscathed, but will also manage to inflict 2 shades deeper on that green-skinned fellow's ego. Good heavens! Goku, this plan sounds rather dubious. Will that green-skinned man not become enraged and disregard all rules, leading to my untimely demise? Rest assured, it is foolproof. Besides, I shall be right here. When the moment demands, I will lend you my support without fail. Time swiftly passed, and as the host concluded the lengthy and tedious introduction of sponsors, the audience, growing impatient, finally welcomed the start of the match. The cloaked youth, Piccolo, stood with his cape billowing in an unseen wind, under the astonished gaze of the audience. He swiftly appeared in the center of the arena. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and a hint of coldness graced his brow. One might mistake him for the main character of the event. Nevertheless, our little bald-headed Colin, though intimidated by Piccolo, shook his head resolutely after Goku's counsel and strode straight towards the arena. During that period, the unyielding strides and the feigned arrogance garnered some applause from the audience. Who is this fellow? He appears quite formidable, doesn't he? Ah, you may not understand. Individuals like him are truly formidable. After all, arrogance requires a certain level of capital. Although his entrance into the arena lacks the prior individual-esque grace, I dare say he possesses considerable skill. Upon hearing the audience's murmurs, Piccolo couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Others may not perceive it, but he instinctively recognized this little bald-headed fellow as merely a trifling opponent. Were he to unleash his full strength, this man would likely find himself in dire straits in an instant. How infuriating! This person, clearly lacking in strength, still manages to exude such a provocative demeanor. Piccolo's irritation only grew, especially after Krillin had cast a dismissive glance at him upon entering the stage, then proceeded to stretch indifferently at the side. Goku. Krillin appears to be quite confident. Surely the green-skinned fighter on stage cannot be his match? Bulma, unfamiliar with combat, inquired of Goku, her voice laced with a gentle softness that left the Dragon Ball team members wide-eyed in astonishment. No way. Has Bulma suddenly transformed? After all these years, I never knew she had such a side to her. What are you saying, you fat pig? Come on, let us settle this in a one-on-one. As Oolong's words escaped his lips, Bulma's previously gentle demeanor vanished in an instant, leaving him scrambling for cover among the Dragon Ball team. Goku, if you don't rein in your woman, if this continues, next year on this date shall mark my demise. Huh, you've got some nerve. You know Bulma's temperament, don't you? Goku casually remarked, turning his attention back to the impending battle on stage. Krillin, after completing his stretching routine, signaled the referee with an okay gesture and calmly approached Piccolo, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Seeing this, Piccolo was not inclined to let it slide. As the referee's whistle blew, he lowered his center of gravity, exerted force through his legs, and charged forward. However, to his surprise, Krillin unexpectedly placed his hands behind his back and slowly turned away from him. This maneuver astonished not only the audience, but also left Piccolo perplexed as to its intent. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, he discerned the underlying meaning. After all, true strength cannot be feigned. A mere facade, a display of trickery. I am eager to see what you truly possess. Every situation has two sides. One must not rely solely on sight to understand. Piccolo, my friend, you are becoming overly anxious. With Krillin's words accompanied by the gleam of his bald head, one might mistake him for a revered monk. Piccolo, convinced of his own insight, could hardly tolerate the inane chatter from his opponent. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Krillin, channeling immense power into his palm as he aimed a decisive strike at Krillin's neck. However, just as he was about to deliver the blow, an overwhelming aura of chilling intensity emerged behind him, sending shivers down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, this formidable presence had silently materialized. Reacting instinctively, honed from years of training, he swiftly retreated to the edge of the arena. Glancing down, he saw Sun Wukong tossing a stone in his hands, a malevolent grin adorning his face, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger, reminiscent of a true villain. Piccolo had no doubt that had he not evaded in time, he would have sustained severe injuries. What? Impossible! How could such a powerful presence emanate from a mere human? Yet, despite the turmoil within him, he had to confront an undeniable truth. Sun Wukong's formidable energy suggested he might not be a match for him. Nonetheless, this was a competitive arena, and Piccolo reasoned that a venue that valued fairness should not witness any unwarranted attacks from outsiders. With this understanding, he regained his previous composure, as if the earlier incident had not involved him at all. However, just as he prepared to strike again, Sun Wukong unexpectedly clasped his hands together, concentrating a formidable energy ball. Hey, referee, did you see that? What's that guy down there doing? He clearly intends to ambush me, Piccolo exclaimed, his green visage paling at the sight. Furious, he reported Sun Wukong's actions to the referee. Yet, at merely 3 years of age, he was oblivious to the treachery of the world. Sun Wukong, with a wave of his hands, transformed the energy sphere into a puff of smoke, dissipating it into the air before looking at the referee with a shrug of indifference. "Referee, my old friend, I would never stoop to such foolishness," he quipped. And you are?" The referee, sporting blonde hair and sunglasses, found himself perplexed by Sun Wukong's remarks, though the youth's striking visage felt oddly familiar. In the next moment, a jolt of recognition surged through him. The mischievous child with a tale from years past began to align with the figure before him. "You are Sun Wukong?" "Indeed, that is I," Sun Wukong replied with a subtle smile and a nod. He then crossed his arms, signaling for the match to continue, exuding a laid-back demeanor that might lead one to believe he was a high-ranking official. The referee, upon receiving confirmation of Sun Wukong's identity, was unable to contain his excitement, though he quickly masked it, adhering to the professionalism required of a referee and host, a skill essential for on-the-spot adaptability. Immediately glancing at the ashen-faced Piccolo beside him, he cleared his throat and spoke with a resonant voice. "All right, esteemed competitor, what you previously articulated was merely a figment of your imagination. This participant, Son Goku, is an old friend of our martial arts tournament. His character is beyond reproach and is worthy of our trust. Unless there are any other pressing matters, please continue with your match." How detestable, those despicable humans. After silently cursing, Piccolo reluctantly acknowledged the validity of the other's words and resolved to continue the competition, albeit with a wary eye on Son Goku below the stage. The situation on Piccolo's side failed to incite any commotion. However, the audience remained abuzz with speculation. "Hey brother, who is the Son Goku that the host mentioned earlier? His name sounds oddly familiar." "Indeed, I feel the same. But didn't the host say he is an old friend of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, likely a participant from previous years? TCH, you two are truly ignorant, unaware of the significance behind that name. Oh, your bravado speaks volumes. It's evident you've never been bested by a stranger. Pray, enlighten me, but be warned, if I am unsatisfied, we shall surely settle this later." Well, such grandiosity. You must be from out of town, huh?" A few years ago, a terrifying terrorist emerged, known as the Demon King Piccolo. The entire nation fell under his sway, and the army was left in tatters. Ordinary people suffered greatly amidst the chaos. At that moment, a young martial arts prodigy hero emerged, who, after numerous trials, managed to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, albeit severely injured. This young man vanished thereafter, leaving behind only a precious recorded interview by a war correspondent. I thought you were alluding to something significant." The young hero Son Goku battled against the Demon King Piccolo to save the world. That tale has long since become legendary. Wait, what was the name of that person the host just mentioned? Son Goku. Goodness, could it truly be that one? You're overthinking it. It's likely just a coincidence of names. Amidst the chatter of the spectators, Bulma from the Dragon Ball squad gazed at Goku with eyes brimming with affection. "Goku, it seems your heroic deeds from years past are still remembered by many." "Oh, come now, Bulma. You know me well. I have never cared much for such fleeting fame," Goku replied, playfully ruffling her nose, causing her to blush once more. However, this entire exchange ignited a fire within Piccolo. This world is indeed hypocritical. For 3 years, I have toiled, every day and night consumed by thoughts of revenge. Having inherited my father's will, how could I possibly be bested by you mere ants? I shall create a world solely for my father." As he spoke, Piccolo gathered energy into his sphere, determined to finish off the small bald-headed figure before him and bring this tedious match to an end. Yet, unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Son Goku, embracing Bulma, raised one hand above his head. Accompanied by a resonant hum, a flat, rapidly spinning energy disc materialized in my hand. "This is, from the fragments of memory I inherited. It seems my father perished due to this very technique. Oh no, it is the Chi Elemental Slash. This fiend indeed harbors malicious intent, aiming to strike me down from the shadows. Cursed be these hypocritical and cunning humans." Piccolo, swift as lightning, interrupted the incantation of the energy sphere in my grasp, soaring into the sky with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong was once again taken aback. Waving his hand dismissively, the Chi Elemental Slash transformed into a myriad of starlit particles, vanishing into the heavens. What is this green-skinned fellow up to? Why such theatrics? Meanwhile, The Dragon Ball team, particularly Chi-Chi, wore a bewildered expression, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding contest. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, and the two combatants remained stationary, having called for a pause at one point. Yet, the more formidable Tien Shinhan observed with a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Could this be what Wukong referred to as growth? Indeed, even someone of Krillin's caliber could stand toe-to-toe with Piccolo after some adaptation. It seems my own enlightenment is still lacking. The venerable Master Roshi, unlike the others present, was not so naive. He instantly discerned that his two disciples were engaged in a silent exchange. With a change of demeanor, he stroked his long beard, nodding in approval. It appears you have both graduated, not merely in strength, but also in wisdom. While the others were lost in their thoughts, Sun Wukong was nearing his wit's end. Damn it. System. Wasn't it agreed upon that the duration would be 10 minutes? How is it that the time has elapsed without a resolution? Ding. Host, please remain calm. The 10 minutes mentioned in the task refers to the duration of combat. The earlier pause called by Piccolo interrupted the timer. Great. Just as expected. The system is playing tricks on me. While others traverse thrilling narratives of adventure and wit, I am perpetually ensnared by my own system's machinations. Returning to the matter at hand, as Piccolo ascended into the sky, he discovered that the Chi elemental slash in Sun Wukong's hand dissipated just as the previous energy sphere had. It was at this moment he finally grasped that his opponent was merely toying with him. Ah, how enlightening. Those antics outside the ring were nothing but a ruse. As a duplicitous martial artist, you hold your reputation in high regard. With this revelation, a smirk crept upon Piccolo's lips, and he adjusted his direction, descending slowly. As the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is enemy action. This time, he was determined to see what Sun Wukong would truly do. Chapter 21. Wishing Master Krillin great success. With his head down, Piccolo appeared unguarded as he engaged in free fall. Yet, as he plummeted from the heights, the acceleration of gravity reached a critical point, and a distinct whoosh filled the martial arts arena. What on earth is that green-skinned guy planning? Falling from such a height? Could he really be attempting a headbutt? You, my friend, are clearly an amateur. Have you ever heard of a technique that descends from the heavens? As the audience around him boasted and bragged, Krillin felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Oh no, this is bad. If I don't act soon, I may truly regret this day. At this critical moment, could I simply concede defeat? Krillin pondered, unable to resist glancing towards Sun Wukong in the audience. There he was, still holding Bulma's hand, the two of them laughing and chatting away. Damn, I knew Wukong was unreliable. Here I am, on stage, pretending to be fierce while he's down there having fun. As the ominous sound of rushing wind grew closer, the terrifying aura emanating from Piccolo bore down on Krillin like a mountain. Just as he felt he could no longer endure the inner turmoil and was about to leap off the stage to surrender, he noticed Sun Wukong, who was playfully teasing Bulma, suddenly give him a thumbs up. Wait, what? That was rather foolish. At that moment, Krillin's memory flashed back to his previous conversation with Sun Wukong. Listen, Krillin, when you step onto the stage, don't panic. The more brazenly you act, the more your opponent will fear you. Then, when the match begins, simply ignore your opponent, put your hands in your pockets, and turn your back to him. Are you serious, Wukong? If you want me to lose, just say so. Why be so indirect? This is the first time I've heard of not retaliating in a martial arts tournament, and turning my back to my opponent no less. Hold on, don't rush to argue. Let me finish. What you need to do is abandon all resistance and feign complete disregard for your opponent. At that point, if he dares to strike, I'll intimidate him from below. However, this method can only be employed a couple of times. By the third time, he will surely catch on. When that time comes, it will be time to employ a second strategy. After a series of bewildering intimidations, that green-skinned fellow will undoubtedly become wary. But that wariness will only extend to me. You will be completely overlooked. As long as there is the slightest disturbance at a crucial moment, he will be frightened into retreat. The previous conversation replayed rapidly in Krillin's mind, and coupled with Sun Wukong's gestures, he understood that the critical moment had arrived. He hesitated no longer. With his hands behind his back, he stood at the edge of the arena. Suddenly, he turned slowly, his gaze fixed on the rapidly descending Piccolo, a mysterious smile tugging at his lips. He then whispered, the son of Demon King Piccolo? After being cautious for so long, you've finally fallen into my trap. As Krillin spoke, he reached into his robe, as if retrieving something. At this, Piccolo's heart raced with alarm. Due to the unique structure of his ears, although Krillin's words were spoken softly, he heard them clearly. What was Krillin reaching for? Wait, With this guy's power, there seems to be only one way to turn the tide, the evil containment wave. As anticipated, in the next moment, the bald-headed Clin produced a compact, versatile capsule from his pocket and nonchalantly tossed it onto the ground, with a plume of white smoke rising. A rice cooker adorned with talismans materialized on the floor. Witnessing this, the descending figure of the Demon King, Piccolo, abruptly halted, pivoting with no hesitation to ascend once more, maintaining a safe distance before coming to a stop. What could be the reason for this? Why had the green-skinned adversary halted his assault yet again? Wait, could it be that the formidable bald-headed Clin has summoned some weapon from his possession? Indeed, it is a rice cooker. The previously boisterous group of young men in the audience continued their fervent discussions. However, one could hardly blame them, as the competition had already been underway for quite some time. The two combatants merely stood on the stage, not even hurling water bottles at one another, which could be seen as a mark of their decorum. Of course, it might also stem from a fear of the martial prowess displayed by these warriors. At this juncture, the referee outside the ring could no longer remain passive. After blowing the whistle to pause the match, he approached Clin and spoke quietly to him. "Clin, my old friend, you are well aware of the rules of the martial arts tournament. The use of any weapon is strictly prohibited, even a rice cooker. You must put that away immediately, and I may still choose to overlook this infraction." However, Clin turned a glance at Sun Wukong in the audience, noting that the latter offered no sign of disapproval. Adhering to the predetermined plan, he proceeded with his performance. Seizing the microphone from the host, he activated it and spoke. "Greetings, esteemed audience. Can you hear me? The truth is, I do not intend to continue this match. While it may disappoint your refined tastes, I must do so." Upon hearing this, the already rowdy audience erupted into an even greater cacophony. The atmosphere became one of thunderous applause and celebratory noise. Yet, it was evident that Clin had anticipated this reaction. He raised his hand to calm the crowd. "The reason for my decision to end the match is quite simple, as you have observed. I have refrained from any resistance, even turning my back to my opponent. Yet, despite this, he lacks the courage to launch an attack against me. As an accomplished martial artist, the outcome of this contest holds little significance for me. What I truly seek is to hone my skills through continuous combat." Thus, addressing the audience that has supported him through thick and thin, Clin expressed his apologies. "I hope that in the future, I may encounter more formidable opponents." After concluding his remarks, he offered a slight smile to the referee, donned in sunglasses, and handed over the microphone before leaping off the stage, rice cooker in hand. Left shivering in the cold wind, the host reluctantly picked up the microphone after a prolonged pause to announce Piccolo's victory. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great regret that Master Clin has made such a choice. However, as someone who has witnessed his growth, I now seem to comprehend the significance behind his choices. Perhaps he has indeed discovered his own path in martial arts. And let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to him for his flourishing martial destiny." As the host concluded, the arena erupted with waves of applause, replete with commendations. Many hailed Krillin as a true martial artist, asserting that his pursuit of martial arts transcended mere victories and losses, aspiring instead toward a loftier realm. Others suggested that at this very moment, his mindset was evolving towards that of a grandmaster in martial arts. It was truly absurd, despite his surrender. Not a soul dared to label him as cowardly. All of this reached the ears of Piccolo, who was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. The once vibrant green of his skin began to darken ominously. At this point, how could he still fail to recognize that he had been outwitted? "Curse be you, Son Goku. Is it all you can do, having defeated my father, to resort to such petty tactics? A person like you, even with immense power, remains but a weakling. I am eager to see what clever tricks you will employ to preserve your life when you take the stage." Chapter 22. The Drained Yamcha. As the match between Krillin and Piccolo concluded, the buzz of the audience gradually subsided. After all, no matter how spectacular the performance, it could only elicit fleeting applause. Not to mention that Krillin was indeed putting on a show. "Oh dear, Goku, your ridiculous idea has caused quite the trouble. Do you have any notion of how frantic I was up there?" "Calm down, Krillin. You're a grown man now. Stop being so loud. Just tell me, did the strategy work? Originally, you had exerted all your effort and still faced defeat, yet now you emerge unscathed, basking in resounding applause. Not to mention, considering the expression on that green-skinned lad's face, you have certainly made it worthwhile. Nowadays, who doesn't he refer to you as Master Krillin?" Son Goku waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. Yet, it was indeed true. Within mere moments, several girls had approached him for photographs. His striking physique and the audacity of his moves left Krillin utterly enamored, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Observing this, Master Roshi was incensed, lamenting that he had never enjoyed such privileges in his long life. Suddenly, Oolong, the little piglet, broke the silence with a puzzled exclamation. Has no one noticed a pressing issue? The match is about to commence, yet Yamcha seems to be missing. Moreover, I have no idea where Yajirobe has wandered off to. No need to fret over what Yasuo said. Look, that fellow over there, wearing his underwear on his head, is him. As for Yamcha, he should be on his way back. I find it hard to believe he could last much longer. It's likely he has become too weak to continue. Goku's words elicited hearty laughter from those present, while Bulma shot him an exasperated glare before whispering in his ear, "And you dare to look down on others? If all goes as expected, you're still a novice yourself." Upon hearing this, Goku, as a man of dignity, found it intolerable to accept such baseless provocation. Subsequently, the equally unyielding response came in the form of a retort. Indeed, I confess my inexperience, yet individual constitution varies. To put plainly, I possess considerable endowments. What do you mean by considerable? Ugh, I meant to ask, how can you be so shameless? We have yet to define our relationship, and you dare to utter such words without a hint of embarrassment? Though Bulma often feigned nonchalance, her outward bravado faltered when genuinely teased, as a delightful blush crept to her ears, akin to that of any modest young girl, especially when faced with such blunt, unexpected advances. What of it? Even if we have not solidified our bond, we are still good friends. Such privileges must surely be shared with you first. You go away. Who said I wanted you to share with me? Ugh, I mean, I have absolutely no interest in that sort of thing. At this moment, Bulma was not only flustered, but also began to stammer, as if the unexpected verbal assault from Sun Wukong had shifted the dynamics of their banter. However, their conversation was soon interrupted by the sight of a frail, staggering young man in the distance, who was slowly making his way towards them, one hand clutching his waist. Was it Yamcha? How could he appear so worn after just a few minutes apart? Hey, Wukong, your words are rather conservative. To me, this clearly depicts a pitiful soul drained by the vices of life. Krillin uttered a dismissive remark, then gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a frown etched across his face. Lamenting, who knows when a sultry lady, ideally one with a 36D figure, might come along to show me some pity? At this, the seasoned rogue, Oolong, burst into laughter. Huh, you shouldn't be so morose. Weren't you quite popular with the female fans before? Perhaps with a little effort on your part. The chance to attract admirers is not entirely absent. Hiss, Oolong, you make a valid point. How did I not consider that? Krillin gasped, a sudden realization dawning upon him, and he promptly lost interest in Yamcha's injury. The exchange among the group was unnoticed by Yamcha, whose current disheveled state was no act. Once brimming with confidence, he never anticipated that Laura was akin to a vacuum cleaner. It may sound absurd, but within a mere 20 minutes, this inexperienced young man had experienced 2 encounters, the sensations of which could be succinctly summarized as a blend of pain and pleasure. Apologies, everyone. I arrived late due to some unforeseen circumstances. I hope I can still make it in time for the match. Given your condition, perhaps it would be best to forego it? It seems you have gained other experiences from this endeavor. How could that be acceptable? To yield without a fight is to admit inferiority. Surrendering without battle reflects a lack of sincerity. Yamcha's resolute refusal to acquiesce dissuaded Wukong from further persuasion. Thus, as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the highly anticipated final match of the top 8 competitors commenced as scheduled. Yamcha took a few deep breaths, straightened his back, and confidently strode towards the arena. On the other side, Piccolo, adorned with a makeshift mask of undergarments, slowly opened his eyes. You have arrived? I have been waiting here for quite some time, eager to witness your prowess as a companion of Sun Wukong. While you may not match that peculiar fellow, I once regarded him as a worthy adversary. As for you, Mr. Piccolo, I have long admired your esteemed reputation and have been curious about you since our encounter on Karen Tower. Today, I am fortunate to meet you and shall seek to learn a few techniques. As Yamcha stepped onto the arena, he transformed with an air of determination. He offered a slight bow before lowering his center of gravity, adopting a stance for an offensive maneuver. Piccolo, equally unyielding, gestured with his hands, his robes fluttering dramatically. The palpable tension between them created an electrifying atmosphere, causing the surrounding audience to gasp in awe. Without further ado, Yamcha initiated the attack, his hands forming claw-like shapes as he unleashed his signature technique. Lord Piccolo, I would be honored if you could critique my Wolfang fist. What? Such an impressive aura. No wonder you can stand alongside Sun Wukong. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer, Piccolo declared, pointing his fingers like a sword towards the ground. And as the gentle breeze caressed his round face, he bellowed, "Gale, slash." Wow, these two appear incredibly formidable, radiating a presence that far surpasses those who came before. The audience murmured, recognizing their prowess as seasoned masters. However, amidst the spectators' praises, the duel gradually descended into a stalemate. Although Yamcha possessed superior strength, his waist injury prevented him from performing at full capacity. Consequently, the ebb and flow of their combat rendered them evenly matched. As time passed quietly, both fighters began to tire, and the audience's initial fervor waned, reflecting a palpable sense of boredom. The once noble martial techniques had devolved into a brawl, devoid of the elegance befitting martial artists, resembling the crude tactics of street thugs. They shouted incessantly, take another hit from my wolf fang fist. You think I fear you, kid? Behold my crow plane and the tornado that obliterates the parking lot. Witnessing this, the Dragon Ball team could only facepalm in exasperation. All right, everyone, don't bother watching any longer. You might as well grab some lunch. This spectacle is quite painful to behold. Krillin, echoing Sun Wukong's sentiments, quickly chimed in, indeed. This is a disgrace to our art. Chapter 23. The Marvelous Use of Senzu Beans. The sun hung high in the sky. Flowers seemed to smile at me. Time swiftly approached noon, and after the Dragon Ball team had enjoyed their lunch, they found themselves resting in a secluded cafe. At this moment, Oolong burst in, his face alight with excitement. The results of the match have been revealed. Can you guess who emerged victorious between Yachirobe and Yamcha? From a perspective of strength, Yamcha seemed more likely to win. However, your earlier smile clearly hinted at an unexpected twist. Moreover, considering that Yamcha was preoccupied with repairing pipes before the match, it would not be surprising if Yachirobe triumphed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong reclined in his chair, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Yet, his casual remarks caused the previously confident Oolong to lose his composure. How dull. Wukong, you've always been uninteresting since childhood, and it seems that hasn't changed as you've grown. Your well-reasoned analysis has left me at a loss on how to reveal the mystery. Wait, is it true? Yamcha actually lost. He had shown considerable growth during his training at Karen Tower. It appears that women indeed can affect one's speed in battle. In a similar pose to Sun Wukong, Krillin, upon receiving the definitive answer, unexpectedly sprang up. Others present were equally astonished, for despite the banter, one should never underestimate the power of the wolf fang fist. The expressions of disbelief on everyone's faces were palpable. The once dull Oolong perked up again as the match result aligned closely with Wukong's earlier analysis. Yamcha had a secret technique, the Spirit Ball, but at a critical moment he faltered, resulting in the technique exploding in his own hands and disqualifying him from the match. Thus, Yachirobe advanced to the top four, looking utterly bewildered. Is this true? The Spirit Ball, which I remember Yamcha developing, had initially astonished me and Tianjin Han. And yet, the practical outcome was this lackluster? When it came to Yamcha's secret technique, Krillin was among the most knowledgeable. However, the final performance was disappointing, leaving much to be desired. Where are Yamcha and Yachirobe now? Tianjin Han asked curiously upon the match's conclusion. Don't worry, there's nothing to fret about. Yachirobe isn't injured. He simply felt hungry and went off to find a place to eat. As for Yamcha, he had a minor injury, but he brought along some senzu beans. After consuming them, all his strength and injuries were restored, and he hurried back to fix the pipes. Wow, I never imagined senzu beans had such utility. Indeed, those who enjoy life possess a certain cleverness. Initially uninterested, Sun Wukong suddenly perked up at the mention of the senzu beans' unusual application. Krillin, confused at first by his reaction, soon realized why. His mood, which had been stable, darkened considerably. Hey, Wukong, by the way, where did Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch go? They went shopping. Shopping? Why didn't you accompany them? You surely cannot fathom the terror that women experience while shopping, which far surpasses your usual training regimen. When Bulma suggested it, I promptly declined. After all, I had a match to prepare for in the afternoon. Such an endeavor is both tedious and dull. Who would willingly partake? Even Sun Wukong, at that moment, felt a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, my speed had saved me. Otherwise, I would have surely faced exhaustion. The vicinity surrounding the martial arts tournament was bustling with activity, as several commercial streets intertwined in a vibrant manner. Especially on such a special day, the foot traffic surged dramatically. Bulma, Chi-Chi, could you assist me in evaluating this garment? Quite splendid, Lan Chi. This dress is inherently form-fitting, and coupled with your enviable figure, it is simply a match made in heaven. Bulma was the first to scrutinize it, then waved her hand at the attendant. Excuse me, could you please wrap this one? This one and this one? Certainly. Ladies, please hold on a moment. The attendant initially maintained a professional demeanor, displaying remarkable politeness. However, upon turning away, she could no longer suppress her astonishment, her expression more exaggerated than that of a dragon king. It had been quite a while since she had encountered a client as foolishly affluent as Bulma, someone who purchased in bulk without haggling. Such clientele are irresistible to any merchant. Once the attendant departed, Chi-Chi and Lan Chi found themselves in a quandary. Oh, had I known, I would have insisted on keeping Wukong here. Bulma, how could you let such a splendid opportunity pass without testing him? Now, how do you plan to transport all these garments? The store does not provide delivery. That's not quite how it should be interpreted, Lan Chi. Why didn't you call Tenshinhan to assist? Kiki retorted. Besides, this minor issue is hardly a challenge for me. As Bulma spoke, she reached into her handbag and retrieved a small capsule. See, this resolves everything. Knowledge indeed alters fate. With the advent of the universal capsule, the three women were entirely liberated from their burdens and continued to shop for an additional 2 hours. Only when the afternoon match was about to commence did they amble towards the venue. However, their leisurely shopping had cost them time by the time they reached the entrance. It was a veritable sea of people. The trio struggled to push through the crowd until they finally arrived at the front row. Wow, Wukong was right. In matters of shopping, you women are nothing short of superhuman. What are you babbling about, little bald head? Where are Wukong and the others? Bulma, initially miffed by the teasing, quickly dismissed her irritation upon learning it was Wukong who had spoken and began searching for his figure. Oh, they are in the sky. Wukong and Tenshinhan have been battling for several minutes now. The intensity of their clash was palpable as they fought from the heavens to the ground and back again. Though Krillin was astonished by Bulma's change in demeanor, he swiftly recounted the events that had transpired in their absence. The three women eagerly gazed skyward, but apart from a mass of white clouds, they saw nothing else. At this moment, Lan Chi began to feel a sense of urgency. Something was amiss. Where had they vanished to? It is entirely natural for you not to perceive anything with your vision, for I too am unable to see. Just then, a sharp slap landed on Klin's forehead. Speak plainly. Oh, please refrain from striking my head so often. I am already lacking in hair. They have soared too high, likely above the clouds, where the naked eye cannot reach, relying solely on the perception of energy. However, based on the current state of the battle, Tianjin Fan appears to have no chance whatsoever. Goku has consistently kept his hands in his pockets, not executing a single move. What? He hasn't made a single move, yet has fought for so long? Could it be that Tianjin Fan has not even grazed the hem of Goku's attire? Bulma found this notion utterly astonishing. Yet, among those present, one individual was even more taken aback. Piccolo, despite standing calmly in the corner with his arms crossed, was unknowingly trickling cold sweat down his brow. Damn it, I cannot discern that guy's depth at all. Judging by his current performance, I am no longer his match. Is it possible that I will never avenge my father's death? Chapter 24. He understood again. The sky was clear, with a few white clouds drifting by. In such an atmosphere, the audience at the World Martial Arts Tournament appeared utterly bewildered. Initially, they were astonished that both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan could fly. Yet, as time passed, the spectacle grew rather tedious. There was nothing to see. Since they ascended into the clouds, even the judges became perplexed, yet constrained by their position. They occasionally feigned astonishment. Fortunately, this situation was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and a light rain began to fall beneath the clear sky. Just as everyone was at a loss, they looked up to discover that it was Tianjin Fan's Kikaho that had dispersed the clouds. Phew, Wukong, you are incredibly strong. After such a prolonged battle, it is evident that I cannot keep pace with your speed. While I may not be your equal, I still wish to understand the extent of our disparity. Well then, since we are all friends here, there is no need for secrecy. Here's the deal. You consume a Senza bean first, and then I will only execute one move. How can that be acceptable? This is a fair competition. If I eat the Senza bean, what would that signify? Clearly, Goku's suggestion was met with vehement opposition from Tianjin Fan. After all, having been swayed by Master Roshi, he held a sincere heart towards martial arts. Observing Tianjin Fan's reaction, Goku seemed to have anticipated this. He shrugged his shoulders in resignation and said with a relaxed expression, "To be frank, even in your prime, You would not be able to withstand a single blow from me. If you do not consume the sins of being to recover, I fear I might inadvertently take you down. Ah, well then. Enough of the hesitation. Don't you wish to know the gap between us? Do you lack the courage to face your own reality? If that is the case, you might as well concede defeat. Indeed, upon hearing these words from Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan hesitated for a moment before consuming a magical bean. In mere moments, his previously exhausted body astonishingly regained its vitality. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary items within the Dragon Ball universe. Now that you are prepared, I shall make my move. Very well, bring on, Tien Shinhan declared, adopting a stance of complete defense. However, Sun Wukong interrupted him once again. I must reiterate, be mentally prepared, observe closely, for this move shall be quite spectacular. Huh? What do you mean? A bewildered Tien Shinhan found himself at a loss. Yet, before he could ponder further, Sun Wukong was already in motion. He clenched his fists slowly, his previously indifferent expression transforming into one of cold determination. With an air of confidence, he appeared strikingly formidable. In the next moment, a gentle breeze stirred, causing Sun Wukong's garments to flutter dramatically. A powerful and fearsome blue energy materialized around him. As their gazes locked, that energy suddenly erupted in a burst. What? Incredible! Could this be Sun Wukong's true power? Tien Shinhan felt an immense pressure weigh upon him like a mountain, his clothing soaked with sweat. Just as he thought this was the extent of Sun Wukong's strength, the latter let out another roar, causing his bangs to defy gravity in the energy's wake. How about it, Tien Shinhan? Do you still believe you can withstand my next move? Huh. To be honest, I have diligently trained these past 3 years, thinking I had caught up to you, only to realize upon looking back that I had been left far behind, Tien Shinhan said, a hint of disappointment glimmering in his 3 eyes, followed by a resigned sigh. Alas, though reluctant, I must admit that you are indeed stronger than I. Perhaps the gap between us was destined since the days of Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong, I concede defeat. Upon uttering these words, our protagonist, who was busy showcasing his prowess, momentarily froze. He had anticipated that such a maneuver might inflict some psychological blow on his opponent, but he never envisioned it would be so direct. Indeed, the energy surrounding him was merely a display of his own exertion, aimed at emulating the striking appearance of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, unbeknownst to him, this very display inadvertently shattered Tien Shinhan's confidence. Goodness, has his mindset truly crumbled? No, I must uplift him. With that thought, Sun Wukong reigned in his aura, adopting the guise of a spiritual mentor. You are mistaken. The gulf between us has never been about strength. Tianjin Fan, initially engulfed in a sense of despair, was struck by a wave of confusion upon hearing the words of his interlocutor. If it is not about strength, then what could it possibly be? The answer had always been present, never straying from the essence of the matter. Was it there from the beginning? Tianjin Fan pondered, growing increasingly perplexed, entirely oblivious to his prior frustration. Yet, he was not left in suspense for long. Sun Wukong's languid voice resonated once more. It is the self. In this world, every individual is a distinct entity, and from the outset, we have been in pursuit of our true selves. One day, when you discern what you genuinely desire, comparisons between individuals will naturally cease to exist. Moreover, in the cultivation of martial arts, a strong mindset is indispensable. Only with a fortified spirit can one endure the rigors of intense training. However, do not forget to glance back at those around you. As he spoke, Sun Wukong discreetly gestured towards Lan Chi, who anxiously awaited below. His words carried a hint of personal interest, for in his previous life, he had long shipped the pairing of Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi, only to be met with disappointment when they did not unite. Now, with his butterfly-like presence, he sought to avert such regrets. I believe I understand. Thank you, Wukong. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of realization flickered in Tianjin Fan's eyes, and his demeanor transformed, shedding the weight of despondency. Sun Wukong feigned satisfaction with a nod, while internally he was on the verge of exasperation. As anticipated, Tianjin Fan grasped the concept. When one lacks fame and strength, no matter how eloquently one speaks, others may merely perceive them as articulate. Conversely, if a successful person declares their indifference towards wealth, even if they are boasting, they are regarded as enlightened, their words seen as visionary wisdom. Thus, when Tianjin Fan descended from air to concede defeat, the host, though surprised, swiftly announced the outcome of the match. Consequently, Sun Wukong advanced to the finals. In his elation, He opened his system backpack to check his rewards, having neglected it since completing the task at Krillin S. Ding. Task completed. Rewards dispatched to system space. However, the host is advised to be more proactive next time. I almost thought you were relinquishing it. Hey system, what do you mean by that? As the ancients say, a fool does not seize opportunities. Moreover, this is no trivial matter. I exerted considerable effort to obtain this reward, so why would I abandon it? Sun Wukong retorted, opening his system backpack to reveal a glittering skill card. Quickly, install this enhancement for me, system. System, the double cultivation skill card is an enhancement. What am I then? Chapter 25. A Kyrolo versus Piccolo. Hey system, do not misunderstand. My relationship with it is not as you presume. Ugh, I mean, you are the golden finger, and the double cultivation card is merely a bug. Originally, Sun Wukong merely spoke in jest, never anticipating that his own canine system would exhibit jealousy. However, he also did not foresee that one day he would find himself attempting to appease this creature. Alas, ultimately, he has become the very embodiment of the persona he despises most. After claiming his reward, he suppressed the urge to immediately embark on training to test its effects. Sun Wukong strode towards the members of the Dragon Ball team. Yet, upon arrival, he was met with an unexpected spectacle. The golden-haired Lanchi was nestled shyly in the embrace of Tianjin Fan. This sight left Sun Wukong utterly flabbergasted, as he wondered what on earth was happening in this world. Unbeknownst to him, after descending, Tianjin Fan had laid eyes on Lanchi and, for reasons unknown, instantly grasped the significance of Sun Wukong's earlier words about paying attention to those around him. The two, already harboring feelings for one another, found that in this particular moment, coupled with their heightened emotional states, the thin veil separating them was effortlessly pierced. Thus, a couple that had left countless fans feeling regretful finally embraced one another within this temporal realm. How infuriating. I can no longer endure this. There is something peculiar about this martial arts tournament, as if an unseen force is influencing the surrounding atmosphere. Everyone, be they human or ghost, is showcasing their affections, while I, Krillin, appear utterly out of place. Yet, it is not entirely accurate. Look at Master Roshi, who is also single. To this, Oolong held a contrasting view. However, Krillin, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh. Master Roshi is of advanced age, and to put it bluntly, he is half a foot in the grave. Does it truly matter whether he has a partner? Moreover, the two of us are clearly not of the same species. Why must I be equated with you? Alas, this is truly a matter of heart and mind. At this moment, Sun Wukong, in a strange turn of events, took Bulma's hand and approached Krillin, gently patting him on the shoulder. Do not speak so. There's indeed a difference between you and a pig, though it is not a significant one, considering you lack a nose. Wukong, after all these years of friendship, you would strike me down like this? He retorted. Ahem, just a jest, do not take offense. I, too, am single, and my relationship with Bulma has yet to be defined. As soon as these words left his mouth, Krillin, seeing the affectionate interaction between the two, began to cry even louder. However, amidst this joyful atmosphere, the well-fed Yachirobe suddenly recalled something. Oh no, this is bad. Wukong, I just remembered something. Having advanced to the top 4, my opponent is that green-skinned fellow over there. Hasn't this issue existed all along? Are you only just realizing it now? Sun Wukong was perplexed by the erratic nature of his companion's thoughts, concluding that he had previously refrained from mentioning it to avoid spoiling the meal. No, Wukong, please stop joking with me. I didn't choose to forget. But if I had known earlier, I would have just lost to Yamucha. Speaking of which, I seriously suspect that this fellow has been plotting against me. Sun Wukong intended to advise his friend to forego the upcoming match, as the current Piccolo lacked emotional maturity and posed a considerable risk. However, who would have thought that at such peculiar junctures, the system would invariably dispatch minor tasks? Ding! It has detected that the opponent in the host's final match is Bic, and thus a specific temporary task has been issued. The requirement is to shatter Bic's mentality by any means necessary, rendering him weeping and willing to repent. The reward is this self-healing technique, which allows for regeneration as long as the head remains intact. Furthermore, it can be utilized to heal others' injuries, with the exception of diseases. To be honest, this seems less useful than the double cultivation. After all, if I am strong enough, there should be no scenario where I am reduced to merely a head. Alas, another seemingly useless item, not as valuable as a combat power enhancement card. System, enough with the idle chatter. Will you accept it or not? Yes. How could I refuse? Just the ability to heal others is quite commendable. If I ever find myself at rest, I could become a wandering healer, saving lives. Although Sun Wukong claimed it was useless, he merely sought to tease a bit. For even though the perks bestowed by my humble system may not be overwhelmingly powerful, they remain useful in their own right. Seeing that the other party had not responded for a considerable time, Achilles could no longer refrain from interrupting Sun Wukong's contemplation. Do you have any actual plans? If not, I might as well make my exit. Brother Yasuo, do not be hasty. If you wish to defeat him, there seems to be no straightforward method. However, achieving fame and fortune akin to Klin is not out of reach. When you ascend to the stage later, simply follow this approach, and that will suffice. Upon first hearing this, Achilles found it intriguing, but he soon realized that it amounted to sewing garments for another. Wukong, what kind of absurd idea is this? Clearly, I am not as grand as Klin. Ahem, Brother Yasuo, your situations are dissimilar. The grandeur of the previous arrangement is unrepeatable and unique. Moreover, our objective is to undermine that young man's mentality, not necessarily to pursue fame and fortune. And as an unparalleled master of martial arts like yourself, I presume you would disdain competing for such trivialities, yes? Indeed, I, Achilles, a master of martial arts, must contribute to the well-being of humanity. After being swayed by Sun Wukong's persuasive words, our armored Yasuo was effectively brainwashed. Without waiting for the host to deliver the opening remarks, he promptly flipped onto the stage, leaving Bick somewhat bewildered. Bick, good heavens, can't distinguish between the small and large kings, can we? If I cannot best Sun Wukong, how could I possibly contend with you? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Bick, already filled with resentment, was further incensed. He too disregarded the host's presence, and, with a flourish of his robes, appeared directly opposite Achilles. Gentlemen, might we wait for me to finish announcing the sponsors' names before commencing? The host, trembling with the microphone in hand, had never encountered such audacious youths in his over a decade-long career. Nevertheless, when met with silence, he pressed on, determined to complete his script. Subsequently, with the sound of a whistle marking the end of the countdown, the competition officially commenced. As Piccolo assessed the situation, he was ready to launch his attack. However, recalling his previous encounter with Krillin, he discreetly glanced at Sun Wukong below. Noticing that his opponent exhibited no deceptive maneuvers, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having already fallen victim to trickery once, Piccolo was determined not to grant his adversary any chance to resist this time. With his aura steadily escalating, he resolved to eliminate the peculiar figure before him, who adorned a mask resembling undergarments. Yet once again, the 3-year-old Piccolo faced the harsh realities of this world. The mask of his opponent, a Chirobe, was suddenly removed, revealing a terrified expression as he pointed a trembling finger at Piccolo, stammering, "You are the Demon King, Piccolo? No, that's impossible. The Demon King Piccolo is dead. Are you a son?" Chapter 26. As warriors, we must act for the sake of humanity. Upon a Chirobe's revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, as if the audience's minds had momentarily short-circuited from the shocking news. Yet, it wasn't long before spectators began to react, questioning the implications of his words. With careful observation, many quickly recognized the undeniable resemblance between him and the Demon King Piccolo. Similar skin tone, the same distinctive facial features. Goodness, it truly seems to be. This fellow bears an uncanny likeness to the Demon King Piccolo I've seen before. My word, is it too late for me to flee? As a few exuberant spectators voiced their astonishment, gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, leading to utter chaos as the throngs surged toward the exits. At that moment, a Chirobe's booming voice resonated through the arena, amplified by his enhanced breath. "Ha ha! Who would have thought that the demon clan Shao would return yet again? Perhaps it is my destiny to face this calamity. As the guardian of the Korin Tower, I must take it upon myself to uphold justice. Now that the demon clan threatens our world once more, I cannot stand idly by. You need not worry about your safety. As a martial artist, I shall fight this fiend until my last drop of blood is shed. It is our duty as warriors to protect the world. Bring me a sword." As a Chirobe uttered those final words, a samurai sword gracefully soared into the air, landing in his grasp with a resonant clang. Of course, this extraordinary occurrence was orchestrated by the capable Dumpling, who possessed supernatural abilities. Among the audience were spirited young men, who, witnessing someone willing to risk their life for others, felt a surge of courage ignite within them. Master Chirobe speaks wisely. Though I, Zhang San, may be unremarkable, I have trained in Taekwondo for several years. How could I miss the chance to battle the Demon King today? Ha ha ha! Brother Zhang, your enthusiasm is commendable. However, such a noble endeavor cannot exclude me. Li Si. Friends, have you forgotten me, Wang Mazai? Count me in for today's endeavor. As three foolish bystanders boldly stepped forward, the clamor against the Dark Lord grew increasingly fervent. In a mere moment, over 20 individuals, each possessing a modicum of martial skill, emerged. Seeing this, Piccolo was infuriated, and without pretense, he shed his cloak, revealing the two antennae on his forehead. This appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Piccolo daimao of yore. Unfathomably audacious. Since you dare to challenge me, allow me to witness the extent of your strength. Before Piccolo could make a move, he unleashed a surge of energy that obliterated the entire arena, turning it to dust. In an instant, a tempest arose, sending the surrounding onlookers reeling. Recognizing the opportune moment, Yachirobe commenced his performance. Kneeling on one knee with his long sword planted in the ground, dramatically spitting out blood. Indeed, as the son of Piccolo Daimao, this display of strength was worthy of the Demon Clan's reputation. However, if you believe this is sufficient to make me submit, you underestimate me gravely. Piccolo thought. This sensation feels increasingly familiar. I haven't even made a move, and my mind is already overwhelmed. What on earth is happening over there? Yet he was given little time to ponder, for the next moment revealed the truth. A young man, hands in pockets, sauntered leisurely toward them, each step weighted with deliberation. Like Piccolo, the onlookers found their minds growing increasingly baffled. Zhang San remarked, "Who is this fellow? His air of superiority is no less than ours." Li Si added, "Indeed, just from his appearance, I can already envision the scenario." Wang Matsi interjected, "Are you all out of your minds? Isn't this the contestant from the previous round? What is his name? Sun Wukong." Zhang San and Li Si exclaimed in unison, "Oh, well spotted, Brother Wang." Sun Wukong, realizing the atmosphere was just right, couldn't he help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he had traversed nearly 6 meters in over 2 minutes. If he had been any slower, he might as well have been a celebrity walking the red carpet in his past life. Yachirobe, esteemed master, and all present, please step aside. This Piccolo is no trifling foe. Leave him to me. Zhang San responded. "Oh, is that how it's going to be?" Li Si said, "No, brother. I acknowledge your earlier combat had merit, but it was not substantial." Wang Matsi suggested, "Let us all go together. You can't handle this alone." Sun Wukong, rendered speechless by their naive bravado, wondered from whence these fools had emerged. Piccolo was on an entirely different plane. How dare they utter such words? Fortunately, at that moment, Yachirobe, the comic relief, stepped forward. "You are Sun Wukong, the one who defeated Piccolo Daimao 3 years ago?" "Indeed, that is I," Sun Wukong replied, maintaining an expressionless demeanor and nodding slightly. Yachirobe, though eager to embody a certain character, understood that love and strength must adhere to the script. "Excellent. With you here, he truly cannot stir up any trouble today. It seems the common folk have found hope at last. In light of this, I shall leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands while I proceed to assist the evacuation of the masses. My gratitude to you." The dialogue between the two left Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Matsi in a state of astonishment. Zhang San, goodness, did I just hear that correctly? This individual appears to be a true heavyweight. Li Si, let's be precise and remove the word appears. From the very beginning, I sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from this brother. I wonder if I shall be fortunate enough to study under him later. Wang Matsi, brotherly speaks wisely. I wholeheartedly support him. Ahem. Gentlemen, the current predicament has been resolved. Shall we not join forces to assist in the evacuation of the crowd? Akalobi had initially no intention of involving himself with these 3 jesters, yet their prior performance merited recognition as the best supporting actors. To ignore them while they continued their antics would weigh heavily on his conscience. Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Matsi. Master Akalobi speaks with wisdom. While we may lack strength, we are willing to lend our support to the master. Thus, the 3 bystanders, along with a pivotal figure, commenced their efforts to maintain order during the evacuation. With guidance in place, the chaotic scene gradually stabilized. In but a moment, the number of individuals present had dwindled significantly. Only then did our chief director, Sun Wukong, reveal a look of profound relief. It was not out of a desire to protect the innocent, but rather an understanding that today's theatrics needed to be disseminated. With this mindset, upon glancing at the bewildered Bic, he noticed the latter was utterly flabbergasted. Bic's inner monologue. What on earth is happening? I am a fearsome demon king, Bic. Day after day, I am reduced to mere theatrics. Who can comprehend my plight? It is truly arduous. Which family subjects their 3-year-old child to such arrangements daily? Chapter 27. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. Bic was taken aback by the enigmatic maneuvers of son Wukong and his companions. Primarily, in his 3 years of existence, he had never encountered such antics. However, despite his confusion, as a demon king, he was determined to maintain the requisite dignity. Especially upon seeing son Wukong, the nemesis responsible for his father's demise, his fury intensified. What a fortuitous circumstance, son Wukong. We harbor a profound enmity. Today, I have come to participate in this grand martial arts tournament specifically to confront you. Oh, how did you know I would surely attend? Bic's previously haughty demeanor faltered under the unexpected question, leaving him momentarily speechless. After deep contemplation, he could conjure no answer and ultimately surrender the inquiry. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Our vendetta is well established. You cannot evade this battle today. Prepare yourself for the reckoning. Blood debts must be repaid. Very well. Surprisingly, Bic was interrupted once more. His passionate oration had not yet reached its conclusion when son Wukong nodded in agreement. To be candid, he had envisioned 1,000 possible reasons for the adversary to decline. For this journey had indeed been fraught with challenge. Initially, the repeated confrontations with Klin were fraught with intimidation, followed by an encounter with Yakalob that exuded an air of peculiarity from the very onset. After enduring the opponent's performance, son Wukong finally took the stage. One might have anticipated some convoluted turn of events, yet the agreement came forth with surprising simplicity. This left Piccolo with an overwhelming urge to weep internally. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, his formidable battle instincts swiftly ushered him back into the fray. Having observed son Wukong's previous matches, it was evident that the latter was no ordinary contender, despite not having unleashed a flurry of attacks. The sheer intensity of his aura was beyond that of mere mortals. Thus, Piccolo harbored no illusions of underestimating his adversary and unleashed his full potential from the very beginning. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he left a fissure in the ground beneath him, his form blurring as he darted behind son Wukong. Noticing the lack of reaction from his opponent, Piccolo wasted no time in delivering a forceful kick. Whoosh! Accompanied by an uncanny sound, the strike missed its mark. This, however, fell well within Piccolo's expectations. For an individual emanating such a commanding presence was clearly no simple foe. Immediately following, he unleashed a rapid succession of punches, elbows, knees, and even knife-hand strikes aimed at the eyes. Yet, predictably, not a single blow grazed his opponent's garment. Unwilling to be disheartened, Piccolo repeated his previous maneuvers, albeit from a slightly altered angle. Yet, as if on a loop, the outcome remained astonishingly unchanged. Breathless, he acknowledged the disparity in their strengths. It was evident that the gulf between them was not trivial. Why, despite 3 years of relentless effort, was he unable to triumph over this individual? Piccolo pondered this in silence, maintaining his icy demeanor. Observing the opportune moment, son Wukong decided it was time to commence the first phase of taunting. Is this all you can muster? Frankly, your abilities have left me somewhat disappointed. What are you babbling about? My previous assault was merely a test. I have yet to unveil my true prowess. Do not underestimate me, Piccolo retorted, his anger causing the veins in his fists to bulge, a clear indication of his fierce determination. Seizing the surge of emotion, he unleashed the latent potential that resided deep within him. With each cry, a surge of energy enveloped him, mirroring the intensity of son Wukong's earlier display, manifesting as a jet of forceful energy. System, assess Piccolo's combat power. Ding! Due to the host's series of audacious maneuvers, Piccolo's state had ascended to a new level. His combat power had surpassed the threshold of 380 points, now reaching 384. Wow! It appears there is indeed some substance to this. If I were to confront this situation with the strength from the original narrative, I wouldn't even know how I perished. Yet, this is still insufficient. It seems I must draw inspiration from certain scenes in the films of my past life. Soon, son Wukong raised his arm and beckoned to Piccolo with a gesture. Witnessing this scene, anyone would find it intolerable, particularly the fiery young Piccolo. In a fit of rage, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of meaningless strikes. Meanwhile, son Wukong, no longer content with merely resting his hands in his pockets, was seen scratching his head and picking his nose as he fought. Eventually, he reclined with his hands behind his head, eyes half closed. Observing this dismissive demeanor, Piccolo could no longer contain himself. Initially, He believed there was a gap between their strengths, yet not an insurmountable one. But how could this be? How is it possible for you to be so powerful? This cannot be real. Calm down, young one. Your demeanor clearly indicates a lack of dedication in your training. An arrogance that belittles the heroes of the world. Constantly measuring yourself against those weaker than you, you find yourself falling short at crucial moments. Sun Wukong's previously indifferent tone unexpectedly took on a note of seriousness. Though his strength was not overwhelmingly great, the bitterness in Piccolo's heart was palpable. Do you wish to follow in your father's footsteps? What do you mean by that? Sun Wukong, spare me your feigned sincerity. I, Piccolo, require no one's pity. Today, I concede to your superiority. Do as you will. At this moment, Piccolo recognized the vast chasm separating him from his opponent, a disparity akin to heaven and earth. Consequently, he chose to cease resistance, surrendering completely. Observing Piccolo's transformation, Sun Wukong realized he had effectively subdued him, and it was time to engage in a different approach. He tilted his head skyward, adopting a 45-degree angle, embodying a tone of lamentation and compassion, executing his performance with seamless finesse. Child, you resemble your father greatly, to the point where I almost believe my elder brother stands before me once more. Ha ha, elder brother, do you see? You have a worthy successor. I believe, even from the depths of the underworld, this news would bring a smile to your face. Piccolo, once again, found himself in a state of shock, his mind blank as if struck by lightning. He could not discern whether this was reality or a dream. The narrative had twisted in ways he could hardly comprehend. Yet, some inexplicable force compelled him to utter the classic line. What do you mean by this? Observing Piccolo's bewildered expression, Sun Wukong smiled gently, exuding an air of kindness akin to that of a mentor addressing a protege. I understand you are filled with questions. Before we proceed, allow me to share a tale. Once upon a time. Chapter 28. Call me uncle, call me father. Once, there was a mountain upon which stood a tree. Beneath that tree was a handsome young man. Ah, that would be your father. Or rather, at that time, he was in his complete form. Complete form? Though Piccolo sensed that Sun Wukong was attempting to deceive him, it was often these cliched narratives that held the greatest allure. Sun Wukong cast him a sidelong glance, disregarding his thoughts and continuing his tale. At that time, your father was still in his youth, and through a fortuitous twist of fate, he was summoned to the Hall of Deities by the celestial beings of this world. After years of diligent study, he eventually surpassed the previous generation of deities, not by mere chance, but through a profound inheritance bestowed upon him as the dying deity named him the successor, tasked with safeguarding all living beings. He believed that he could live a life free of worries. However, unbeknownst to him, during an ordinary moment of meditation, a dark thought emerged within his heart. Initially, your father dismissed it, but as time progressed, events spiraled beyond his control. In a desperate bid, he was forced to split himself into two halves, one embodying virtue and the other malevolence. They came to represent the dichotomy of demon and deity. At that time, the deity insisted that your father, the great demon King Piccolo, remain in the Hall of Deities for further cultivation. Yet, after much contemplation, your father chose to traverse the mortal realm, seeking to elevate his spirit and cleanse the demonic essence. Ahem, Sun Wukong, feeling parched, paused mid-narrative to sip from a thermos filled with goji berry tea. Quite delightful. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. Your father underestimated the malevolence in the world. Ultimately, he not only failed to purify the demonic essence, but drifted further away from his intended path. The ensuing tale is rather cliched. He became the infamous great demon King Piccolo, unleashing unparalleled calamities upon the world. In such circumstances, heroes inevitably arise. Thus, your father was sealed away until a serendipitous event reignited the wheels of fate. As the saying goes, one must engage to truly know. I found camaraderie with your father, whom I regard as my elder brother. In the end, we vowed to join forces against the deities. However, the benevolent side, which had been suppressed, clandestinely communicated with me, elucidating the circumstances. After much internal conflict, I resolved to take my brother's life. Yet before his demise, he imparted to me that he would use his remaining life force to create a being of goodness, hoping that I would guide it when the time came. After this revelation, silence enveloped the audience, for it was only natural that anyone hearing such a tale would find it difficult to comprehend. However, unbeknownst to Sun Wukong and the others, the live recording devices in the arena continued to function. Meanwhile, the viewers of the World Martial Arts Tournament were on the verge of eruption. The online discourse was a cacophony of bewilderment. What the heck? Can anyone explain what this means? Calm down, brother upstairs. You're not the only one bewildered. If this were adapted into a drama, it would far surpass the current romances. Indeed, who would have thought that behind the cold and ruthless facade of the great demon king, Piccolo, lay such a story? It appears there are no unequivocally wicked individuals in this world, and that much is true. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball squad, now at a safe distance, was also watching the live broadcast. Do you think what Wukong said is true? I can't shake the feeling that he's just pulling our leg. Bulma crossed her arms, her rounded figure slightly accentuated by the gesture. However, the onlookers were too engrossed in their astonishment to pay attention to such details. Teacher Wu Qian, is what Goku said truly the case? In moments like these, one could only turn to the elders for guidance, for as the saying goes, an elder at home is like a treasure. Some aspects of what Goku proclaimed were indeed accurate, while others remained beyond my knowledge, leaving me uncertain of their veracity. Yet, if one were to seek proof of this matter, it seems only those who have encountered the divine could unravel the true narrative. Could it be that Goku's claims hold a kernel of truth? Thus, whether it was the members of the Dragon Ball team or the curious onlookers learning of the tale, all regarded Goku's fanciful story as fact. The protagonist, Piccolo, found himself utterly confounded. After all, the credibility of Goku's narrative was exceedingly high, with certain elements deeply rooted in his genetic lineage. For instance, the notion that his father and the deity were, in essence, one and the same, and the idea of training in the divine hall, tainted by dark emotions, seemed to align closely with reality. However, the shift in stance and identity proved to be a challenge for Piccolo to accept. You cease your nonsensical ramblings. These are merely your words without proof. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? Upon uttering these words, he received no response from Goku. As he continued to mentally reassure himself that this was merely an act of deception, Goku unexpectedly approached him, moving with a calm demeanor devoid of any menacing aura. His eyes tinged with a hint of sorrow. What do you intend to do, Goku? Piccolo's voice betrayed a slight tension. Though he had come to terms with the disparity in their strengths, it did not erase his fear of mortality. Yet, Goku remained silent, merely standing before him with a steady gaze. In an unforeseen turn of events, he suddenly embraced Piccolo. Child, you must have endured great hardships these past years. Having no one to care for you since childhood, I need not mention the grievances you faced. But fret not, for from this day forth, you shall no longer be alone. I am your family. Thump, thump, thump. Piccolo's mind went blank, his heartbeat echoing in his ears, irregular and erratic. Even as Goku drew near, the fist he had clenched instinctively relaxed. He had anticipated an attack, yet was caught off guard by the unexpected embrace. As Goku's words sank in, vivid memories surged forth like an overwhelming tide, being discovered by a peasant couple before he had even hatched, only to be frightened by his unusual appearance. In a fit of rage, he had set their home ablaze and retreated into the forest, embracing a solitary existence. Every day was spent in the company of various serpents, insects, and rodents, surviving on wild fruits and dew found in the mountains. Those days were undeniably tragic for a young Namekian, even one with a precocious mind. It was not until this moment that the adolescent Piccolo could no longer contain himself. Tears, long held back, began to trickle down his face. I am sorry, he murmured. You have wronged no one, came the reply. The fault lies with me, your uncle. I should have found you 3 years ago, but the course of events often unfolds contrary to our desires. However, it is fortunate that I have encountered you today. It is not too late. Son Wukong's heartfelt expression moved many viewers of the live broadcast to tears. Piccolo was no exception, instinctively widening his eyes as he gazed at son Wukong. Uncle, he exclaimed. Do not call me uncle. It feels rather unfamiliar. Just refer to me as your adoptive father. Piccolo felt a sense of disquiet, unable to articulate why. Chapter 29. Successfully deceived. How does awkwardness arise between individuals? It is quite simple. A social butterfly paired with a socially anxious person, combined with a nonsensical conversation. The scene was indeed painfully awkward. Piccolo found himself in such a predicament, confronted by this guilt-ridden individual who uttered such audacious words. Were it not for the inappropriate atmosphere, Piccolo would have been tempted to deliver a punch to his opponent's head. Perhaps I should stick with uncle for now. I am not quite accustomed to the title of adoptive father. Oh, it matters not. It is of little consequence. Call me whatever you wish. Henceforth, we shall address each other in our own way. I will call you Piccolo, and you shall call me uncle. Son Wukong waved his hand dismissively. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. If he could not be a father, then an uncle would suffice, at least placing him a generation above. Piccolo was somewhat at a loss for words, yet the sincerity of the earlier embrace had indeed touched him, and he found the credibility of son Wukong's words compelling. Thus, he chose not to dwell on these trivialities. Wukong, uncle, I now somewhat grasp the intricacies of the situation. I deeply regret the losses caused by my earlier recklessness. However, I have long been consumed by thoughts of vengeance, only to discover that there is no grudge to settle. My heart feels rather hollow, leaving me uncertain of my path forward. Originally, there was no Bodhi tree, nor was there a bright mirror stand. In essence, there is nothing. Why then should dust be stirred? Son Wukong responded, Piccolo, you are still young and your mind is not yet fully developed. Excessive fixation on a singular matter only brings about more troubles. Letting go of everything may, in fact, be a blessing. Upon hearing the words, Piccolo felt as though a great bell had tolled in his ears, reverberating with clarity. Is that so? It makes sense. What I have pursued has never truly existed. There is indeed nothing to regret. Thank you, Uncle Wukong. Very well. This place is rather crowded and not suitable for conversation. You should wait for me outside the western suburbs. Once I have concluded my affairs here, I shall seek you out. Seeing that Piccolo had been thoroughly persuaded, son Wukong decided to cease his verbal evasions. Yet a tinge of disappointment lingered in my heart. After all, this was all too effortless, devoid of any challenge. Very well, Uncle Wukong, I shall take my leave first. Piccolo, understanding the adverse impact he had caused, chose not to linger. Remaining would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he propelled himself into the air, soaring towards the direction indicated by son Wukong. Meanwhile, in the celestial temple, the malevolent aura surrounding Piccolo had indeed undergone a transformation. Son Wukong was truly remarkable. At this moment, the deity could only be described as dumbfounded, with the words, the Bodhi tree is not a tree. The bright mirror is not a stage. Originally, there is nothing, where then can dust alight. Echoing in his ears, I comprehend the reasoning, yet, dear celestial lord, can we truly allow Piccolo to roam free? Will this not lead to future chaos? Bubbling with confusion, Bobo, standing nearby, inquired with a somewhat dazed expression. It should not, for Piccolo is still relatively young. The remnants of his malevolent nature are merely a consequence of his father's influence. Now, having been purified by Wukong's words, it may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. The aged deity spoke, a hint of melancholy resurfacing upon his visage. Bobo, if only I had awakened to this truth sooner, perhaps he would not have fallen into such irreparable depths. The past is unchangeable, my dear celestial lord. No amount of regret can alter what has transpired. Moreover, in a certain sense, the great demon king Piccolo has not perished. He has merely transformed into the Piccolo we see today. Upon hearing Bobo's words, a flicker of clarity unexpectedly crossed the deity's bewildered countenance. Perhaps you speak wisely. I shall mention to Wukong to bring that child here when he has the opportunity, so I may observe him. Very well, celestial lord. Outside the arena of the martial arts tournament, within a quaintly decorated restaurant, the Dragon Ball team was left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Yamcha exclaimed, "One eye-opener. I never imagined it could unfold this way." Krillin added, "Indeed. I also did not foresee such a hasty conclusion. Yet, why does it feel as if Wukong's eloquence has improved?" Oolong chimed in. His eloquence has indeed sharpened. Otherwise, how could he have won Bulma's affection? Listening to their animated chatter, Bulma delivered a swift slap atop Oolong's head. How dare you say such things? Have you considered the caliber of friends Wukong associates with? As the saying goes, one is influenced by those they are close to. His current state is, in part, due to your influence. Observing the scene, Krillin's brow twitched uncontrollably. He was aware that he had spent the most time with son Wukong, yet he could not persuade others as effectively. Bulma, do not be upset. In my view, this is not necessarily a negative development. Consider this. Individuals invariably evolve as they grow. If Wukong perpetually retained his former, wooden demeanor, it would likely be a source of frustration for you. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Our relationship is merely that of friends, not the kind you seem to imply. A slight blush crept across Bulma's face, yet she retorted defiantly. However, the expressions of the Dragon Ball team were surprisingly unanimous, as they exclaimed in unison, "Yes, yes, yes. We all know that the two of you are merely friends, and you have never harbored any romantic intentions. Enough already. Why is it only me you're talking about? Have you forgotten about Launch and Tien? Those two are practically glued together. They might as well get married right here." Upon hearing this, Bulma turned the attention towards herself. Tien, who had previously joined in the banter, now wore an unusual look of embarrassment. Nevertheless, the boisterous blonde launch seemed indifferent to their jests, boldly wrapping her arms around Tien and planting a kiss on his cheek. Ha ha ha, Tien and I are quite open about our relationship. We have nothing to fear from your judgment. Yes, we are together, so what? Is this girl a bit too fierce? Was the collective thought among the onlookers. Yet none dared to voice their opinions, intimidated by Launch's explosive demeanor. Seeing this, Bulma, who had instigated the teasing, found herself at a loss for words. She could never be as forthright as Launch. After all, being a girl, she still cared about her image. Creak! The rustic wooden door of the restaurant swung open, and a familiar, magnetic voice resonated. What are you all chatting about? It sounds lively. Everyone looked up to see Goku sauntering in. The lecherous Oolong, upon spotting the main character, rubbed his slightly bruised forehead and exclaimed in exasperation, "Goku, you finally made it. I merely mentioned your girl, and she immediately gave me a smack. Look, I'm still in pain. I truly don't understand how you managed to tame such a violent one." "Shut up, Oolong. What nonsense are you spouting?" Before Oolong could finish, Bulma promptly covered his mouth. Then, putting on an exceedingly ladylike facade, she turned to Goku and said, "Don't listen to him. We were just joking around." "Yes, this guy really has no filter," Goku replied, taking a seat beside Bulma. He then called out towards the door, "Boss, bring me 20 bowls of tonkatsu ramen." Bang! Everyone leaned back in astonishment. Well, Goku's appetite remains as astonishing as ever. Chapter 30, Bopo Speechless. A delightful meal ensued, and naturally, Bulma picked up the tab. Goku, however, had no intention of pretending to be generous, as his initial desire to win Bulma's affection was simply to enjoy a good meal. As they stepped outside, the Dragon Ball team faced the bittersweet moment of parting. At this juncture, Master Roshi appeared somewhat reluctant. Now that the martial arts tournament has concluded, what are everyone's plans? Krillin replied, "Haha, I participated in the tournament, yet I still couldn't secure a good ranking. It seems I have much to improve upon. However, it's been a while since we've all been together, and I miss everyone. I've decided to stay with Master Mateto for a while." Oolong chimed in, "Me too." Poor added, "Me too. Yamucha, I shall return shortly. The sewer has yet to be repaired." Everyone, hey, you fool. The senzu beans are not to be used in that manner." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt no surprise. After such a lengthy separation, it was only natural to desire some time together. The harmonious atmosphere, however, filled him with a profound sense of comfort. Turning his gaze to the few remaining silent individuals, Tianjin Fan was the first to speak. "I have decided to embark on a journey with Lan Chi. When I return, I shall announce our engagement." Engagement? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Accompanied by exclamations of astonishment, Tianjin Fan received congratulations from his friends and family. At that moment, Krillin felt no envy. Instead, he was genuinely pleased as he patted Tianjin Fan. Who would have thought that the most unassuming among us would be the first to achieve such happiness? But do not abandon your training. Otherwise, I shall have no one to spar with in the future. Oh, by the way, Kiki, Yasuo, what about you two? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled his original wife and instinctively inquired. As for Yachirobe, he merely asked to mask his own awkwardness. Chi-Chi, upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, playfully brushed aside her loose strands of hair. To be honest, I am uncertain as well. But this journey has made me realize that life encompasses more than just martial arts. There are other pursuits as well. Thus, I wish to explore the big city and learn more. Excellent. Chi-Chi, you shall stay at my home, and we can keep each other company. For reasons unknown, Bulma found Chi-Chi exceedingly agreeable, as long as she had no designs on Sun Wukong. In her delight, she stepped forward and linked arms with her. Very well. Let's part ways for now. Do keep in touch. I still have matters to attend to concerning Piccolo. Bulma, you can return with Chi-Chi. I will seek you out later. Sun Wukong recalled that someone was waiting for him, and, not wishing to linger further, exchanged pleasantries before soaring into the sky, heading towards the western outskirts. Yachirobe, is something amiss? Did you not just ask me about my plans? Damn, I have yet to respond. Not far from the martial arts tournament, in a desolate expanse of the western outskirts, Piccolo found himself questioning the very essence of life. It had nearly been 3 hours, and still, there was no sign of Sun Wukong. He harbored grave suspicions of being deceived, yet, the sincerity in Sun Wukong's eyes and the soul-stirring embrace he had received felt all too genuine. As time ticked by, Another half-hour elapsed before a sound of breaking air finally reached his ears. Looking up, who else could it be but Sun Wukong? Whoosh! Ahem! I must remember to land more gently next time. The PM2. 5 levels are quite excessive. You're still here, Piccolo. After all this time, I thought you had left. My apologies. You know how difficult it can be to explain extraordinary events to ordinary individuals. Fortunately, everything has been resolved. Indeed, is that so? It appears that I have caused quite a bit of trouble for Uncle Wukong. Piccolo originally intended to question son Wukong about the prolonged wait, as it is quite natural for a child to exhibit impatience. However, upon learning that it was due to his own circumstances, the words that had lodged in his throat remained unspoken, leaving him to stammer awkwardly. Observing Piccolo's demeanor, son Wukong found himself unexpectedly at ease. As for any explanations to ordinary folks, that was merely idle chatter. After all, when one is late, the most effective way to escape embarrassment is to render others uncomfortable. Piccolo, during this time of waiting, have you considered your future plans? What was the reason for making me wait alone all this time to prompt me to contemplate my path ahead? That was close. I almost misinterpreted Uncle Wukong's good intentions. Upon hearing the question, a spark of realization flashed through Piccolo's mind, and he instantly grasped the underlying significance, feeling a twinge of shame for his earlier misunderstanding. Well, I haven't quite figured it out yet. Oh, is that so? In that case, why not heed my advice? I humbly seek your guidance, Uncle Wukong. Seeing such a dramatic shift in Piccolo's demeanor, son Wukong was quite taken aback. Not bad. At least his attitude has become considerably more humble. Though the reason eludes me, perhaps obedience and courtesy are ingrained in the very essence of an Namekian race. I must admit, the more I observe this nephew, the more I grow fond of him. After sizing him up, son Wukong began to adopt a more authoritative tone. Piccolo, you possess remarkable talent in the martial arts, and I sincerely hope you pursue this path. However, life is a long journey, and I wish for you to one day comprehend what it is you truly desire. Take your time to savor the richness of the human experience and observe the passage of time leisurely. Uncle Wukong, what do you mean? Piccolo felt bewildered, sensing that son Wukong had said something profound, yet it seemed as if he had said nothing at all. Son Wukong, shaking his head in resignation, turned his gaze towards a distant point. Not understanding is fine. You can gradually reflect on it later. But before that, come with me to a certain place. An old fellow wishes to meet you. To meet me? Could it be that person? Yes, indeed, it is the Kaioshin, who just sent me a secret message. You need not worry. His current strength is inferior to yours, so there is no danger in visiting him. However, what son Wukong did not mention was the presence of the formidable Bu, whose strength could easily overpower Piccolo. Yet, he was also curious as to why the Kaioshin sought Piccolo's presence. No problem, Uncle Wukong. I also wish to meet him. With Piccolo's agreement, the two flew towards the Kaioshin's temple. After approximately half an hour, son Wukong beheld the Kaioshin's temple, suspended in midair. I must say, it possesses quite an impressive aura. An aerial castle. Just imagining it is rather cool. Hey, third brother, why are you so free today, basking in the sunlight outside? Not to be rude, my friend, but given your complexion, have you ever considered applying some sunscreen? Bo mused internally. Son Wukong remains as inept with words as ever. Chapter 31. The Temptation for Mother-in-Law. Bo gazed at son Wukong's infuriating demeanor, and even his honest nature was stirred to the point where veins throbbed on his forehead. Wukong, you've arrived. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the aged deity once again appeared at the entrance of the divine hall. Oh, is that you, my fellow deity? Look who I brought along. Son Wukong exclaimed, stepping aside, only to reveal an empty space behind him. My apologies. I was in a bit of a rush and flew too swiftly. Let Piccolo take his time. The deity, Bo. Fortunately, they were not kept waiting long. In the next moment, a gust of wind heralded Piccolo's descent at the edge of the divine hall. Nephew, you're a bit slow. The food is ready. And if you don't hurry, it will get cold, son Wukong said, nudging Bo with his shoulder. Third brother, would you agree? Bo replied, what food? I had no idea about this. And I'm not your third brother. No matter, that's not important. What truly matters is that I miss your curry chicken. I dare say, if anyone else attempted to make curry chicken without your unique touch, I would consider it authentic. As son Wukong spoke, he affectionately embraced the bewildered Bo and whispered with a mischievous grin, seriously, my friend, you have no awareness at all, and you call yourself the grand steward of the deities. Can't you see this is a grand reunion? What business do you have here as an outsider? Isn't it awkward? Oh, you make a valid point. But aren't you also an outsider? You're here too. TCH, can I be compared to you? Piccolo is my nephew, and the deity and his father are my brothers. By that logic, you're merely an onlooker. So, let us prepare that curry chicken. Eventually, under Sun Wukong's persuasion, Bobo reluctantly made his way to the kitchen, glancing back repeatedly, sensing something was amiss yet unable to articulate it. Meanwhile, Piccolo, in his usual earnestness, remained silent upon entering the divine hall, fixated on the old deity across from him. The scene was so striking that it sent chills down Sun Wukong's spine. I say, dear deity, you asked me to bring Piccolo here, and surely you didn't intend just to gaze upon him, did you? The atmosphere is rather tense. Aren't you going to say something? Ahem. I merely wish to see the son of an old acquaintance. Naturally, I feel a pang of nostalgia. Come along, the deity declared, leaning on his ancient staff as he entered the divine hall. Sun Wukong approached Piccolo, who stood in a daze. What is the matter? Have you forgotten what I told you? In a sense, this old man is your father too. Sore, Ankel Wukong. I just need a moment to process this. Iarbo no razamen, truly. As Piccolo spoke, his gaze faltered, reminiscent of a rebellious youth marked by a touch of innocence upon his countenance. Although Sun Wukong could not fully grasp the emotions that stirred within his companion, it did not hinder his characteristic jest. Your family's dynamics are indeed quite chaotic. It is time to relinquish those lingering obsessions. Life seldom unfolds as we desire. More often than not, it presents challenges. No one exists without their share of tribulations. Take me, for instance. I lost my parents at a young age, and even the grandfather who raised me departed this world in an unfortunate accident. Thus, why not venture inside? Perhaps matters are not as dire as you envision. Wukong, will you not accompany me? Piccolo detected an implicit meaning in the tone of his companion's words, and the tranquility he had just regained was now tinged with unease. I shall not go. After all, this is a matter pertinent to your family. Coincidentally, I have pressing matters to attend to in the West City. Once you have resolved your affairs, do inform me of the situation. That old geezer, the god of heaven, can convey messages over great distances. You might want to learn this skill yourself. With that, Sun Wukong did not linger any longer. He raised his fingers to his forehead in a cool farewell gesture before leaping towards the outskirts of the heavenly palace. Whoa, I must say, the sensation of free falling from such heights without a parachute is exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please check. I had almost forgotten about this. Next time, I would appreciate a bit more enthusiasm from you. After all, you are a system and should not be so inconspicuous. System, I seriously suspect that the host is merely showing off and disregarding the system tasks altogether. Come now, speak with integrity. Actions must be backed by evidence. Do not spread baseless rumors. Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of defamation, dear system. Sun Wukong engaged in his usual banter with the system. Yet he remained genuinely invested in the rewards. The thrill of recently becoming an uncle had momentarily distracted him. It was only when he immersed himself in the system space that he noticed a green card quietly resting there. The skill card, Self-Healing Technique, was an exceptionally powerful card. As long as one's head remained intact, one could restore oneself to full health, complete with healing abilities. Well, would you look at that? This is rather fortunate. Never mind. It is something I have earned. System, please load it promptly. System, haha. The stubborn host, I have long seen through everything. With a flash of green light, Sun Wukong felt an immense sense of comfort wash over him, as his mind expanded with a wealth of knowledge in this domain. Now that this matter is settled, I must go visit my dear Bulma. With a swish, the sound of air being sliced filled the air as Sun Wukong transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the horizon, soaring towards the West City. Before long, he arrived at a villa, recalling the location of Bulma's residence from memory. As I raised my gaze, I beheld a voluptuous and alluring blonde beauty, gracefully watering her flowers with a watering can. This mother-in-law of mine still possesses an undeniable charm. I wonder how swiftly Dr. Brief attends to his nightly endeavors? Wait, that old man seems solely focused on his inventions. In the original tale, he is either engrossed in research or en route to undertake it. Just as Sun Wukong was lost in such thoughts, Mrs. Brief noticed his arrival. Young man, whom do you seek? She inquired. Hello, Andy. I am Sun Wukong, a friend of Bulma's. We met a few years ago. I was wondering if she is home. What? You are Wukong? My goodness. After all these years, you become quite handsome. Bulma has gone to the World Martial Arts Tournament and hasn't returned yet. However, we could engage in other activities during this time. Perhaps a date? Mrs. Brief's audacious proposition left son Wukong utterly stunned, causing him, a formidable warrior with a battle power of 1237, to retreat several steps in astonishment. Auntie, you remain as humorous as ever. I will wait in the living room for Bulma. She should be home shortly. Oh, I see. That truly is a pity. Just then, the sound of a car braking echoed from outside, followed by Bulma's unmistakable voice. Kiki, come inside, make yourself at home, and don't be shy. I wonder how Wukong is faring after all this time. He should be about done. After all, he can fly. That is far more convenient than our long drive. As Kiki and Bulma finished their conversation, they spotted son Wukong conversing with Mrs. Brief in the yard. Wow, Kiki, you were right. Wukong indeed arrived before us. With that, Bulma dashed forward and embraced son Wukong. You really are something, just flying away without considering those of us who need transportation. When you have the time, you must teach me that flight technique. Of course, but before that, could you please come down from my back? No, I refuse. I want to stay on your back for the entire day. Son Wukong felt exceedingly awkward. Was it appropriate to act so intimately before his mother-in-law? With no other choice. He pointed to the astonished Mrs. Brief, whose jaw seemed ready to drop to the ground. Wow, little Bulma, are you two in a relationship? I always thought you and Wukong were quite the match. At this remark, Bulma turned to see her mother watching her with an expression of intrigue, causing her to leap away from son Wukong in fright. Mom, please let me explain. My relationship with Wukong is not what you think. Indeed, Auntie, I am indeed dating Bulma. However, this happened rather suddenly, and I hadn't had the chance to tell you. Unexpectedly, Bulma had intended to offer a rebuttal. Son Wukong abruptly interrupted and solidified the relationship between the two. In response, Chi-Chi remarked that anyone with keen insight could discern the truth, wondering what they were being obstinate about. However, Mrs. Brief was overjoyed. She placed down her watering can and circled around them several times. Oh my, this is truly remarkable. What splendid news. After all, I had always thought Bulma would struggle to find a boyfriend. Thank you, Wukong. I hope you will be kind to her in the future. Rest assured, Auntie, Bulma is actually quite a wonderful girl, albeit a bit scatterbrained at times. I believe we will get along splendidly. To be honest, son Wukong harbored doubts about Bulma's scatterbrained nature, suspecting it was inherited from her mother. After all, it was rare to encounter a mother-in-law who was both alluring and amiable, with the emphasis on being amiable. Given that Bulma's family was affluent, being the wealthiest in West City and the proud owner of Capsule Corporation, there were far more empty rooms in their villa than could ever be occupied. Chi-Chi quickly selected a room to her liking, and after settling her in, son Wukong stared at Bulma, perplexed. The day is drawing to a close. I wonder where I shall rest tonight. Hearing this, Bulma shot him a glare and pinched the soft flesh at her waist. You, how dare you state that when I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend? Why did you speak so casually in front of my mother? Oh, that was merely a heads up. It was bound to happen sooner or later. It would be quite bothersome to have to explain everything again later, so I decided to be forthright. Besides, when someone does not receive the answer they desire, they tend to keep probing. If I were to say today that we are merely friends, your mother would incessantly press you with questions and insinuations. So, Miss Bulma, I trust you wouldn't want such an awkward situation to unfold, would you? Upon hearing this, Bulma found his reasoning somewhat persuasive, albeit the tone felt a bit off for some reason. By the way, which room am I to occupy? The layout and decor seem rather similar. Perhaps I shall take the one next to Chi-Chi. Absolutely not. Almost immediately, Bulma rejected son Wukong's suggestion. After a few moments of calm, she realized the awkwardness of her response. What I meant was, Chi-Chi is a girl. It would be rather inconvenient for you to stay next door. Besides, men are often up to no good. I have decided to let you stay next to me, so I can keep an eye on you and prevent any missteps. Oh, well, that sounds rather agreeable. Son Wukong's face lit up with a cunning expression. His original intent was to draw closer to Bulma. After all, whether he would be tightening screws at work every day or enjoying the pleasures of life depended on whether he could persuade her to take a break. Clearly, the first step had been successful. Although he hadn't fully won her over, they were now neighbors, and it was only a matter of time before something occurred. However, unbeknownst to son Wukong, a subtle smile graced Bulma's lips, leaving one to ponder who truly held the upper hand in this unfolding narrative. Meanwhile, in the divine hall, no, I cannot agree. The concept of deities holds no significance for me. Therefore, I shall not undergo assimilation with you. Piccolo's expression was resolute as he made to stride towards the exit. Wait, To be honest, I still have a century of life ahead of me. During this time, you might want to reflect carefully. If you dedicate yourself to learning, it could prove to be a commendable choice. The old god was taken aback, as Piccolo, who had previously seemed agreeable, immediately changed his demeanor upon hearing the suggestion of assimilation, his transformation as swift as turning a page in a book. However, I am curious. What precisely did Sun Wukong convey to you that has instilled such resistance towards the title of deity? Truth be told, it's nothing significant. For years, I've been consumed by thoughts of revenge. Now that those matters are settled, I realize I have yet to truly behold the world around me. I wish to experience the essence of life. As for the position of deity, I simply find it uninteresting. With that, Piccolo strode out of the divine hall. As he exited, he brushed past Bobo, who was carrying a dish of curry chicken. Lord God, this scene feels oddly familiar, doesn't it? Familiar? Perhaps. Years ago, his father similarly departed the divine hall with such determination. Let us hope that this choice yields a different outcome. The old god, whether due to age or some other reason, found himself reminiscing about the past. With a hint of melancholy, he stepped back into the divine hall, resembling an aged father in that moment. Bobo remained motionless, his gaze vacant, unchanging. After all, he had witnessed such events countless times before. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh no, everyone is left. Who will eat the curry chicken I have here? Chapter 33, Peculiar System Task. As night fell and the moon shone brightly, the villa of Bulma in West City was ablaze with lights. After all, the joy of the affluent often lies in their extravagant expenditures, and her household boasted its own energy supply. Yet, none of this concerned Sun Wukong, who was currently troubled. The system had issued a time-sensitive mission, demanding that he attain the minimum combat power of a Super Saiyan before Raditz' arrival on Earth. System, are you the one being delusional, or is it I? Pray, tell me, what is my current combat power? Ding. Analyzing host template. Sun Wukong, 19 years old, male, possesses the skills. Instantaneous Chi slash, Kamehameha, awaken Great Ape Transformation. Stop. Spare me the verbosity and simply state my combat power. Understood, host. Your current combat power stands at 1,237 points. Congratulations, you have surpassed the realm of weakness. How dare you congratulate me? I barely exceed 1,000 points in combat power, utterly pathetic. With only 5 years remaining until Raditz descends upon Earth, reaching a combat power of 3 million in just 5 years. What are your thoughts on this? Am I expected to be a deity? Even if a god were to descend, it would be futile. Sun Wukong is utterly speechless. This absurd system assigns tasks without a shred of thought. Upon hearing about the task, he couldn't even muster the energy to listen to the rewards. After all, completing it is simply impossible. System. Sun Goten, take note. What a joke. Isn't it clear that subsequent combat power would collapse? Besides, how many individuals are there who can compare to Sun Goten? System. Trunks. Very well. So this is how we play it? Let me be clear. I am resigned. I cannot accomplish this task. You'll have to figure out on your own. If it proves too arduous, then let it be destroyed. I'm exhausted. Sun Wukong flopped onto his bed, sprawled out in a star shape, staring blankly at the ceiling. However, the system, undeterred by his demeanor, shifted its approach to entice him. Don't give up, host. Completing this task will yield a monumental upgrade for the system. Imagine it. Building walls would be as effortless as drinking water. Just think of the exhilarating plot of dominating and slapping faces along the way. How delightful would that be? Who are you? A distinguished traveler. Such a character would be sensational in any novel. Not to mention you have a system at your disposal. So defeating Vegeta and kicking Frieza should be a given, right? I'll concede that you possess some cleverness, but it's rather limited. The pressing issue is how to transform my meager combat power of over 1,000 into at least 3 million within the next 5 years. Sun Wukong racked his brain, but could not conceive an answer. Surely, one cannot rely solely on the Saiyan trait of self-harm. As for the gravity chamber, how could I have forgotten about that? Although I have yet to reach the power explosion period from the original story, if I factor in a double training speed, it might just be feasible. Internal monologue of the system. You see, deceiving someone is quite simple. Just say what they want to hear. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong what the system was contemplating, he abruptly sat up, donned his shoes, and headed for the door. The person he sought was none other than Bulma, who lived next door. Knock, knock, knock. Bulma, are you awake? Is that you, Wukong? Please wait a moment. A moment later, the door swung open. Bulma appeared somewhat rushed, her hair still damp from shower. Is there something you need, Wukong? I was just bathing. It seems my timing is a bit off. It's nothing urgent. I merely wanted to ask if you could construct a gravity chamber. You know, one that can adjust gravity, ideally around 200 times. Sun Wukong's request for a 200 times chamber was made after careful consideration. In the original tale, the 100 times gravity chamber, once fully adapted to, still did not achieve 3 million in combat power. However, with the double training car now in hand, a 200 times chamber should suffice. If all else fails, self-harm may be the only option left. However, Bulma found herself momentarily bewildered by the inquiry. The concept itself is not particularly challenging to explore, even if difficulties arise. She had her father to rely on. But who, in their right mind, would go to the trouble of constructing a gravity chamber with a 200-fold increase? Goku, what on earth do you intend to do with such a device? Surely, it cannot be for training. That notion is utterly ludicrous. Oh, but as it turns out, it is indeed true. Over the years of solitary training, I have stumbled upon some insights. I have discerned that the greatest limitation to one's power lies in gravity, or rather, the necessity of a more robust physique to accommodate a more formidable aura. Yet, this remains merely a conjecture of mine. If you could bring this to fruition, I would be immensely grateful. If not, I shall seek out the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Well, theoretically, it is feasible. With today's scientific capabilities, it should not pose a significant challenge. I could complete it in no more than 2 months. However, realistically, it would only achieve a gravity level of around 100 times. To construct a 200-fold gravity chamber, special materials would be required, and that would take longer. Wow, I am profoundly grateful to you, Bulma. A 100-fold increase will suffice for now. Upon hearing Bulma's affirmative response, Goku, overwhelmed with excitement, enveloped her in a tight embrace. Given that she had just bathed, she was essentially in a state of undress. Thus, they found themselves in exceedingly intimate proximity. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, was caught off guard, and after a brief pause, a faint blush crept on her cheeks. Goku, you're holding me too tightly. Perhaps you could let go of me for a moment? Oh, my apologies. I got a bit carried away, he stammered, slightly flustered. Goku was hardly unresponsive. He had felt a certain way the moment he had embraced her. However, now that he had taken a step, what could he do? It was hardly feasible to part ways so abruptly. Such an opportunity was rare, and, as a man, one must not appear ineffectual. Just as the two found themselves in this awkward situation, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Startled, Bulma and Goku quickly distanced themselves, their gazes fixed upon the source of the sound. They were acutely aware that should Bulma's parents arrive at this moment, it would lead to a rather embarrassing predicament, particularly as they were in someone else's home. Fortunately, when the figure materialized before them, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was Chi-Chi. Yet, this also sparked a flicker of concern. Why was she in such a hurry at this hour? Before they could voice their thoughts, Chi-Chi urgently exclaimed, Bulma, my house is engulfed in flames, and no matter how we try, we cannot extinguish them. My father is trapped inside. Can you use your flying vehicle to take me back? What? How could there be a sudden fire? Bulma mused, but ultimately, the cause was of little consequence at the moment. Chi-Chi, you should wait for me downstairs. I'll change my clothes and join you. Bulma's character was indeed commendable. When faced with a crisis, even lacking in strength, she was willing to take action. This trait was particularly evident in the future timeline. However, just as he turned to return and change his clothes, Sun Wukong, previously overlooked by the two, seized his hand. Enough. By the time you fly to your destination, you should consider how to extinguish the fire. By then, I fear that Chi-Chi's father will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 34. The Bull Demon King's Little Vault. How can we possibly just sit here and do nothing? Before Chi-Chi could voice her concerns, Bulma, in a fluster, interjected. Calm down. Have you forgotten that I can fly? With my speed, a round trip is merely child's play. Furthermore, what am I capable of? Rescuing someone from a raging inferno is a trivial matter for me. Rest assured, with a mobile phone in hand, good news will arrive within half an hour. Upon hearing that Chi-Chi's home was ablaze, Sun Wukong vaguely recalled a similar plot from the conclusion of the first Dragon Ball series. It stemmed from some female version of the Grand Supreme Elder and a leaking furnace. Yet, he had no time to mend the situation, not even for his grandfather Gohan's partner. Truth be told, it was simply a failure of their divine duties. He would leave the matter to the heavenly deities and focus on rescuing the Bull Demon King. After all, in the original tale, once the fire raged, very little remained within the house. That is true. If it were you, Wukong, it would indeed be fine. However, I've heard that the fire is seemingly inextinguishable. Is there no danger? Bulma, After expressing her initial urgency, began to harbor some concerns, her beautiful brows knitting together in a delicate arc. Seeing this, Sun Wukong patted her damp hair, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I am always reliable, and I shall continue to be so. Quickly, fetch me a mobile phone." "Understood." Bulma nodded, hastily entering the room and returning with a pink mobile phone, which she handed to him. "This is my phone. Just call my mother directly." "Okay." Sun Wukong accepted the phone without a second thought regarding its color. Waving a farewell gesture, he soared out of the nearby window. A gust of wind swept past, transforming him into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. "Bulma, is Wukong going to be all right?" Chi-Chi still felt anxious, although she was acquainted with Sun Wukong. Their time together had been brief, and this predicament involved her father, leaving her heart in disarray. Yet, as Bulma gazed at the flying figure of Sun Wukong, she found herself calming down, an inexplicable smile gracing her lips. "Rest assured, since the day I met this fellow, there has been nothing he could not accomplish." At the Bull Demon King's residence, the scene was illuminated in the dead of night. The flames blazed fiercely, their temperature soaring, producing no smoke, igniting anything they touched, and proving difficult to extinguish. Columns of fire erupted from the ground, leaving the hefty Bull Demon King in a state of utter disarray, darting from left to right, from east to west, and racing up and down the stairs, soon finding himself with nowhere left to hide. The exits were completely sealed by the raging inferno. Alas, am I truly destined to perish here today? The heavens have conspired against me. Alas, I shall depart without witnessing Chi-Chi for the last time. Compared to the original tale, the Bull Demon King finds his will to survive dissipating more swiftly, devoid of the encouragement from Chi-Chi and Wukong. Thus, he seeks solace in a vent, leaning quietly against it, his gaze drifting into the distance, gradually losing focus. Suddenly, perhaps it is a trick of the eyes, a shooting star appears on the horizon, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Accompanying this celestial body is the deafening sound of air being sliced apart, clearly indicating that its velocity has surpassed the speed of sound. It seems the universe fears my demise to be too unceremonious, sending forth a meteor. Very well. I shall simply lie down and let fate take its course. The Bull Demon King, resigned, slides down the wall, fully embracing a supine position. Yet in the next moment, the rush of wind ceases abruptly, replaced by the voice of a young man resonating in his ear. Is that not Uncle Bull? Your house is ablaze. And here you are, leisurely stargazing on the balcony late at night. I must say, the elder generation maintains an admirable disposition. Had it been me, I would have fled long ago. Startled, the Bull Demon King jolts upright, casting a nervous glance at the youth before him. Who are you? Why do you appear at such a time? My mind is in disarray. I am Sun Wukong. My grandfather is Sun Wufan, by lineage. We are both disciples of Master Wu Tian, so I should rightfully address you as senior brother. Wukong, with a sense of familiarity, promptly establishes their connection. The Bull Demon King, incredulous, gazes at the tall, handsome young man before him, realizing he is the very child with a tale from years past. Is it truly you, Wukong? Ha ha ha. How splendid. I never imagined I would reunite with an old acquaintance before my demise. Before he can finish his sentence, Wukong, swift as lightning, seizes the opportunity, soaring into the air and grasping the collar of his fate. In a flurry of movement, they land on a nearby patch of ground. Uncle Bull, are you all right? Observing the dazed Bull Demon King, Wukong can only helplessly wave his hand before him. Fortunately, this gesture proves somewhat effective. After a brief moment of stupor, the Bull Demon King suddenly regains his senses. Wukong, how did you accomplish this? It is utterly astonishing. Are you inquiring how I rescued you? Quite simple, as you witnessed. It was a mere flurry of action. Now let's not dwell on that. Earlier, you mentioned something about dying? I did not quite catch the latter part. Wukong did not intend to interrupt the Bull Demon King's words. It was merely that a gap amidst the erupting flames beckoned him, and his obsessive tendencies compelled him to dart through it, resulting in the Bull Demon King's unwarranted salvation. Yet, faced with such a question, the Bull Demon King struggles to respond, finally managing to stammer out a thank you. Observing the Bull Demon King's demeanor, Wukong decides against further jesting, inquiring whether there are any precious belongings left at home that he could assist in retrieving. As soon as those words were spoken, the Bull Demon King found himself wide awake. That Wukong. In the southeast corner of the second floor of the castle lies a small treasury. The materials used in its construction were rather unique, so it is likely that the treasures within remain intact for the time being. If you could, please assist me in retrieving some of it. Just this? No, no. I mean, wealth is but an external possession. I initially intended to advise you to abandon the pursuit. However, as fate would have it, I possess the strength to manage this trivial matter with ease. Just give me the duration of a song. With that, Sun Wukong dove headfirst into the flames, exuding an overwhelming force. Even these unusual flames could not touch him in the slightest. Ever since his combat power surged past 1237, his flamboyant demeanor had transformed. Now, he was impervious to both fire and water, merely a step away from being indestructible. System. Next time, just say over 1,000. The additional 237 holds little significance. You dare speak? Have you even glanced at the rewards you provide? It's not merely an increase of 100 or 200 points. To be frank, the majority of my current combat power has been cultivated through my own efforts. Sun Wukong was truly exasperated with his own companion, who offered little assistance and still had the audacity to critique him. Yet, fortuitously or not, he seemed to possess an innate sense of direction. As he inexplicably made his way to the small treasury described by the bull demon king amidst the raging inferno. At that moment, the iron door was aglow with a fiery red hue, with small decorative elements melting into molten iron, cascading downward. This must be it. One wouldn't expect Uncle Bull to have such a decent little treasury. If one were unaware, they might think it contained mountains of gold and silver. Sun Wukong casually extinguished the surrounding flames and kicked the door open. However, a blinding golden light burst forth through the crevice, momentarily dazzling his eyes. What the heck? You call this a small treasury? Chapter 35, The Mysterious Show-Off. What the heck? You call this a small treasury? Sun Wukong was left in a state of bewilderment. For what lay before him was indeed a treasure trove of gold and silver. An array of jewels, red agate, emeralds, and exquisite jade dazzled him, startling the country lad he was. TSK. Had these treasures not been consumed by the flames, the original character Chi-Chi would indeed have been quite wealthy. To be fair, it seems she had not been destined for a life of dependency. With this in mind, Sun Wukong casually retrieved several universal capsules and tossed them onto the ground. Amidst a series of explosive sounds and billowing smoke, he soon had the mountainous pile of gold and silver entirely contained within the capsules. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. Science is the foremost productive force. Henceforth, my son must study diligently. Otherwise, how could I enjoy advanced technological services in my old age? Subsequently, Sun Wukong picked up a handful of scattered universal capsules and strolled leisurely towards the exit. However, this time, he clearly did not possess the same fortune as when he entered. After wandering in circles for quite some time, he failed to locate the way out. In a moment of desperation, he clasped his hands at his sides and unleashed a Kamehameha, creating a large hole in the wall. It would have been wiser to take a shortcut earlier. What folly to traverse a maze. After escaping the fiery castle, the bull demon king observed that Sun Wukong was empty-handed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. However, he quickly composed himself. It's all right, Wukong. You have done your best. It is only natural to be scorched by such a fierce flame. Uncle Nyo, if you say that, then your precious mountains of gold and silver shall belong to me. That red agate looks quite exquisite, Sun Wukong replied, tossing a few universal capsules into his hands. The bull demon king recognized the small items instantly, and his expression shifted from disappointment to joy. He stepped forward and affectionately patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Wukong, I approve of your relationship with Chi-Chi. Stunned, Sun Wukong stood there, momentarily speechless. Wait a moment. Uncle Nyo, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I understand every word you've said, but when put together, it's rather perplexing. You little rascal, still pretending to be oblivious? Chi-Chi's journey was specifically to find you. How could I not know? Since childhood, she has often mentioned wanting to marry you when she grows up. Hearing that made me want to take a knife to you, but seeing your current prowess, you do seem worthy of being my son-in-law. With this revelation, Sun Wukong finally grasped the situation. He had thought he was merely there to rescue his father-in-law, a title that wasn't entirely unfeasible. However, one must proceed gradually. One cannot consume an entire feast in a single bite. Well, Uncle Nyo, the situation isn't quite as you perceive. Chi-Chi and I have clarified our relationship, and as of now, we are merely friends. Moreover, I already have a girlfriend. So let us keep this between us and refrain from making any more assumptions. Oh, I see. It seems I have misunderstood. What a pity. The bull demon king felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for he had deemed this prospective son-in-law quite agreeable. Ha ha ha. It is merely fate, not to be fulfilled until the right time arrives. Ahem, I meant Chi-Chi's fate. But Uncle Nyo, your home has been reduced to ashes. Where will you reside next? Perhaps you should move to Steam Bun Mountain? The scenery is beautiful, and it is sparsely populated, making it an ideal sanctuary for someone of your stature. Besides, I have a vacant house that could serve you well. Son Wukong initially intended to arrange for him to go to the western capital, but considering the distance, he decided that Steam Bun Mountain was a more suitable option. He could send Chi-Chi and the others to fly over later. The bold Demon King considered this suggestion, nodding in agreement. Steamed Bun Mountain? That works. It gives me a chance to see your grandfather's former residence. By the way, where is Chi-Chi now? Oh, Chi-Chi is currently in the western capital. I almost forgot to inform them of my safety. They must be quite anxious by now. As Son Wukong finished speaking, he promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Bulma's number. In the western capital, Chi-Chi and Bulma were reclining in rocking chairs, applying facial masks while engrossed in a drama. Initially, there was a hint of concern, which gradually dissipated after Bulma, my dear companion, provided an explanation. She suggested that rather than anxiously waiting for Goku, it would be more prudent to engage in some activity. This small nudge led to the current circumstances. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and Bulma answered it effortlessly. Hello, Goku, how are things on your end? What? Is that so? Truly, you never cease to amaze me, Goku. In that case, we can rest easy. By the way, when will you be back? Oh, okay. After hanging up, Chi-Chi, who had been listening intently, jumped up. Bulma, what did Goku say? Is my father all right? Rest assured, your father is perfectly fine. He sustained no injuries. Goku took him to Bowsy Mountain. Moreover, your family only lost an aging old house. As for valuables, Goku assured me he salvaged everything. Bulma, noticing Chi-Chi's anxiety, promptly relayed the information she had received over the phone. Chi-Chi's expression brightened with relief, realizing her father was not only unharmed, but had also experienced an unexpected gain. Oh, that is wonderful. I was worried that a raging fire would consume his treasures, leaving him despondent for quite some time. After all, he has guarded that little treasury for a lifetime. Well, all issues are resolved now, and you can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. With that, Bulma received some good news, and both women felt a wave of relief. However, as the night deepened, Goku still had not returned. It was not until another call was made that they learned that the Bull Demon King, in gratitude, had insisted on celebrating with Goku, drinking and forming a brotherhood. Thus, amidst this unexpected turn of events, Goku found himself with a new elder brother, complicating their relationships further. Goku pondered. So it's just the two of us. Shouldn't it have been a bond among the 7 great saints? Time hurried by in a blur. In the days that followed, Goku devoted himself to relentless training to achieve the absurd task assigned by the dog system. 5 years later, a meteor descended from the heavens, landing in front of farm. A curious farmer, wielding a legendary rifle, stood trembling before a man with waist-length hair, who radiated an air of arrogance. With disdain, the man scanned the farmer with a device. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 5. Huh, weak earthling. What on earth is that Kakarot up to? How could such a pathetic planet remain unconquered for so long? Has he betrayed the Saiyans? Let me see where you are. After another round of scanning, a formidable power level of 550 was detected from an unknown direction. This exceeds my expectations, but it is still insufficient. With such a level, you remain too feeble. With that, the man with waist-length hair swiftly darted towards the location indicated by the power level detector. Left alone was the farm uncle, holding a gun and trembling with fear. Grandma, I saw a ghost in broad daylight. In the 36th chapter of The Adventures of Leitais, by a picturesque little river, Piccolo and Yachirobe were roasting a dinosaur. The golden, crispy skin sprinkled with scallions was a clear testament to professional technique. Yachirobe couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I never imagined you had such skills. I thought your years of training outside were arduous, Piccolo remarked. That is not quite the case, Yachirobe replied. Uncle Goku said that training and eating are two entirely different matters and should not be conflated. There is no rule that states one cannot enjoy good food during tough training. As for this technique, I actually learned it by stealth. I used to avoid meat. But after hanging around Uncle Goku, I must admit it really is delicious. Over the years, under Son Wukong's guidance, Piccolo had shed his aloof demeanor, becoming much more resilient. Indeed, to embody the simple nature of good and evil requires a lifelong commitment. However, for a fool, all one needs is a friend like this. By the way, Yashua, why are you wandering out here in the wilderness instead of staying at Corinta? Oh, it's nothing much. Recently, Son Wukong and the others mentioned a gathering at Kame House. As soon as I received the invitation, I rushed over, hoping to find some delicacies along the way to bring them. As Yachirobe spoke, he tore off a dinosaur leg and began to gnaw on it. I must say, it tastes quite good. Piccolo, you've truly learned from the best. Piccolo, upon hearing this, took a swig from a nearby beer. Those gatherings are always so dull. Just drinking and no real business. Speaking of which, weren't you someone who never drank before? It seems the allure of malted beverages is quite strong. Yachirobe raised his beer bottle, clinking it with Piccolo's. At that moment, Piccolo's brow furrowed as a strange sound of rushing wind approached from the horizon. This is bad. Something is swiftly closing in on us. This energy feels unfamiliar and somewhat malevolent. Seriously? Do I have to endure such misfortunes? Why is it that every time you find trouble, I must be dragged along? Yachirobe lamented, though he lacked the strength to sense the true magnitude of the approaching force. However, the speed and pressure were unmistakable. Noticing Yachirobe's state, Piccolo took a moment to assess the situation and then revealed a reassuring smile. That individual may possess some abilities, but they are not overwhelming. He glanced at the gravity ring on his wrist, a gift from Sun Wukong, with a maximum capacity of 30 times his weight. He had currently increased it to 25 times. If he were to release it entirely, his combat power could exceed 1,000. He was confident in facing this unfamiliar entity. Upon hearing this, Yachirobe felt a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly hoisted the dinosaur's frame and dashed behind a nearby boulder. In a moment, a casual reprimand would suffice. Let's not drag the battlefield over here. It would be a pity to ruin such a delicacy after roasting it for so long. At this, Piccolo smiled confidently. Rest assured, I shall conquer within no more than 10 exchanges. And what if you fail to do so? If I cannot prevail, I shall engage for another 10 exchanges. As Yachirobe leaned back tactically, he felt the brunt of the attack, well-cooked yet tender. He mused that none of the individuals besides Son Goku appeared to be the obedient type. Noticing that the situation here was nearly resolved, Piccolo recalled the lessons imparted to him by his son Goku regarding the trilogy of combat. First, one must assess the opponent's strength. If they are overwhelmingly powerful, retreat is the wisest course. If they are weaker, one must instill in them a sense of insurmountability. Second, one should refrain from striking unless one is prepared to unleash their full might. Granting the enemy excessive opportunities is a foolish endeavor. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Third, at all times, one must maintain the demeanor befitting a master. One's image can, at times, surpass even the value of life itself. The words of Son Goku echoed clearly in Piccolo's ears. Initially, their meaning eluded him, but now he comprehended them quite well. With a flick of his cloak, he turned his back to the long-haired man descending from the sky. A deep voice, resonating with the force of his energy, leisurely floated outward. You have arrived. The long-haired man was taken aback by these words, pausing mid-air, his gaze fixed intently on Piccolo. What do you mean? It seems you are aware of my arrival, yet you do not appear to be Kakarot. Tell me where Kakarot is, and given your considerable strength, I may grant you a reprieve. So you seek Kakarot, yet your aura is rife with hostility. You hardly seem like his ally. Piccolo, unfamiliar with who Kakarot was, found no hindrance in engaging in a bit of deception to extract information from his opponent. As anticipated, upon hearing that Piccolo recognized Kakarot, the long-haired man opened up. Oh, it appears you possess some knowledge. Thus, my journey here is not in vain. I am Raditz, a member of the great warrior race, the Saiyans. I have come to ascertain his potential. If he proves useless, I shall eliminate him. If useful, I shall take him with me. However, given the circumstances on this planet, it seems unnecessary to spare it. Oh, in that case, we need not consider ourselves adversaries. Come with me, I know where Kakarot is. Piccolo remained steadfast, slowly ascending into the air, soaring arrogantly ahead. Raditz had never encountered anyone so audacious. A surge of anger welled up within him, yet he restrained his ire, biding his time to resolve matters when the opportunity arose. But in the next moment, the figure ahead suddenly blurred. A deep voice resounded from behind him. Surprise attack. Feel my black tiger heart extraction. With a thunderous boom, Raditz was hurled to the ground by a powerful energy sphere. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, continuing for a full 10 minutes until it became evident that he had no capacity for retaliation. Cough, cough, cough. Is that not the black tiger's heart? What kind of energy blast are you attempting to unleash? You must be from out of town, right? So uncultured. This energy blast is known as the black tiger's heart. Piccolo disdainfully spat, initially reluctant to utter such a juvenile name during battle. However, after multiple practical tests, it had indeed proven to be unexpectedly effective under specific circumstances. Raditz was left dumbfounded. He had no idea about the strength of Earthlings. But this one appeared to be quite the schemer. No, you're not an Earthling. You hail from planet Namek. I already know about your grandiosity. Piccolo had heard from son Goku years ago. At first, he was somewhat astonished, but later came to accept it. After all, as Goku mentioned, he too is not a native of Earth. This fool is searching for that Kakarot. He truly is Goku's uncle, isn't he? Feeling perplexed, he decided to call, dialing the number directly. Hello, Piccolo. We are on our way to Master Roshi's place. Have you arrived yet? Oh, not yet. But Uncle Goku, I have encountered a long-haired creature claiming to be a Saiyan. However, he seems rather weak. Lying on the ground, listening to Piccolo's conversation, Raditz could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. PFF. Raditz, a man of honor and valor. Never thought I would be defeated by such a trivial opponent today. After ending the call, Piccolo pondered in the air for quite some time, ultimately deciding to consult with Yajirobe behind him. The two exchanged whispers, leaving Raditz, severely injured in a deep pit, feeling quite anxious. There was no choice but to eavesdrop on their conversation. They discussed breaking arms and legs, and even more absurdly, leaving him half alive after nearly beating him to death. Raditz thought to himself, do they not heed the words of a warrior? Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. What was meant to come would arrive. Suddenly, Piccolo, with a flourish of his cape, strode towards him, his expression exceedingly grim and a shade of green that suggested distress. You heinous invader, you are far too dangerous. I regret to inform you that I must. Before he could finish, a glimmer of green light ignited at his fingertips. With a signature technique, the special beam cannon, he pierced through Raditz's left thigh. Please, spare me, Great One. I'm not as perilous as you perceive. See, I am subdued with just one strike. Raditz's face contorted in agony as he uttered these words through gritted teeth. He regretted not having unleashed his full power earlier to eliminate this threat, especially given the 1500 to 500 advantage he once held. Yet regrettably, his plea fell upon deaf ears as Piccolo's hands did not slow, unleashing 3 more blasts of the special beam cannon. First, they decided to incapacitate the limbs, a time-honored tradition of Piccolo-s. Indeed, this maneuver rendered Raditz unable to utter a sound. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his captors, utterly confused about the utility of their actions. Naturally, Piccolo was disinclined to elucidate, casually conjuring several ropes of a peculiar material with a flick of his wrist. In an instant, Raditz found himself ensnared in a rather unorthodox manner. Piccolo, wait a moment. You're not planning to take this fellow to confront Goku, are you? Asked Yajirobe, who had appeared behind them, munching on a golden, crispy morsel of meat. Piccolo cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissing the concern as he replied coolly. This individual is, after all, an extraterrestrial. One can never be certain what other forces may be at play. Moreover, my time studying under Uncle Goku has been brief, and I may not extract much valuable information from him. Indeed, in terms of tormenting others, Goku is unparalleled. Given this fellow's slight physique, let's hope he emerges unscathed. Yajirobe remarked, observing Raditz, now bound like a dumpling, with skepticism. However, this scene ignited a simmering rage within Raditz. What do they mean by slight physique? Here was a proud Saiyan warrior, boasting a battle power exceeding 1500, belittled by a mere novice. Yet, he remained calm, biding his time for an opportunity, not to showcase his prowess, but to reclaim all that he had lost. With a slight recovery of energy, he could effortlessly conjure an artificial moon, and under a 10-fold power boost, this diminutive planet would soon be his to command. He couldn't suppress a cackle as these thoughts danced in his mind, eliciting bewildered glances from both Piccolo and Yajirobe. Is this guy for real? Yajirobe mused incredulously. In such a state, he still laughs so arrogantly. Clearly, he is no stranger to punishment. Indeed, Piccolo concurred, yet there is something oddly captivating about that laughter. This impudence cannot stand. I must teach him a lesson. With that, Raditz, lost in his own musings, found himself on the receiving end of several swift blows. Why do you strike me when I'm bound? This is sheer bullying. Raditz protested. Bullying? Not at all. Your earlier laughter was rather impolite, and I merely came to extend a greeting. Young man, do not be too brazen. It serves no purpose, Piccolo retorted, patting his hands together. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the end of the rope binding Raditz, and took to the skies as if walking a dog on a leash. Yajirobe, Do you need a lift to Corinne Tower? He inquired. Yajirobe observed the spectacle of Raditz being towed through the air and shuddered, hastily declining. No, thank you. I've recently mastered the technique of flight. Although my energy may not sustain prolonged flight, I have brought some senza beans for replenishment. Very well. See you at Corinne Tower. With that, Piccolo vanished into the sky, a streak of light with Raditz in tow. The scene is lively at the Kame house, with most of the familiar faces present. Aside from Goku and Bulma, the Dragon Ball team gathers around Launch, playfully engaging with a little girl cradled in her arms. The child is a picture of exquisite beauty, with large expressive eyes and golden hair, cascading like a waterfall, styled into a braided ponytail that rests against her chest. Wow, what a surprise. I never expected you two to return from your travels with a child in tow, before even tying the knot, remarks Krillin, who has grown his hair long and sported a rather flamboyant center part. Dressed in a red jacket and jeans, one might mistake him for an urban athlete. It's all a matter of coincidence. We certainly didn't anticipate things unfolding this swiftly. However, I'm immensely grateful for Tian's arrival, which has made my life so perfect. Launch replies tenderly, gazing at the little girl. Her tone astonishes the surrounding Dragon Ball team. After all, her hair is now yellow, indicating a potential improvement in her dissociative tendencies. Thank goodness. I feared she might inherit a third eye like Tien Shinhan. One of the group exclaims, drawing the attention of everyone present. Upon recognizing the speaker, relief washes over the group. It's none other than the mischievous Oolong. Well, that's a relief. It's quite normal for him to get a beating. They chuckle. Indeed, the once tender-hearted Launch swiftly places the child into Tien's arms and then turns with a sinister grin towards Oolong. Realizing the impending danger, Oolong instinctively retreats. What do you mean by that? Why are you all looking at me like that? I didn't say anything wrong. Oolong protests. Launch, is it really you? After all this time, still so violent? Is that really necessary? Krillin observes the impending doom Oolong faces, shaking his head in resignation. He notices the faint mark on the girl's forehead, which, if he is not mistaken, indicates the potential for a third eye. Wow, Tien, your genes are remarkably strong. I can only imagine if I were to have a daughter, would she be nose-less like me? That would be quite unfortunate. No worries. When the time comes, we can simply wish for one using the Dragon Balls, comes the light-hearted response. Getting married really changes a person, doesn't it? I can't believe you've actually started using your brain. Just as their banter continues, a sudden gust of wind draws their attention. Those present, possessing some martial arts prowess, look up to see none other than the green-skinned Piccolo. What's he doing here? Surely he isn't here to cause trouble? Krillin, having faced Piccolo in the past, feels a lingering shadow of apprehension. However, Tien has notably evolved over the years. A quick glance at Piccolo reassures him, and he returns to teasing his child. Rest assured, he carries no malevolent energy. He has likely been invited by Goku. He reassures the group. However, he seemed to be accompanied by someone whose aura bore an unsettling malevolence. Chapter 38, The Adventures of Raditz 3. Upon hearing Tien's remark, Krillin also noticed that behind Piccolo, there was someone being dragged along. The individual appeared to be bound tightly, resembling a dumpling, and seemed to have sustained some minor injuries. Of course, they did not have to wait long, as Piccolo swiftly descended upon Kame house. After a moment of hesitation, Krillin decided to approach for a greeting. Hey, Brother Piccolo, how have you been lately? It has been quite some time since we last met at the martial arts tournament. Indeed, it has been precisely 5 years, 7 days, 14 hours, and 37 minutes. What? Brother, I was merely attempting to greet you. There was no need for such precision. Do you harbor an intense dislike for me to remember the time so meticulously? Krillin was momentarily taken aback, having encountered many who could extinguish the spirit of conversation, but never one who seemed so disinclined to engage. However, the situation turned even more perplexing when Piccolo suddenly shifted his tone, scratching his head. Well, I just mentioned that offhand. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Who would bother remembering such trivialities? The previously tense atmosphere among the group was instantly lightened by this remark, especially by the long-absent young master of green tea, who leaped with mirth. It seems Brother Piccolo has truly absorbed Goku's essence. The way you spoke just now had quite a hint of his irritating charm, Yamcha remarked, casually picking up a beer from the side and offering it to the newly arrived Piccolo. By the way, Brother Piccolo, who is this individual you have bound? He appears rather foolish. Raditz silently thought to himself, you are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. With such a striking mane, how can you not discern between beauty and folly? Piccolo glanced at Raditz, who resembled a lifeless dog in his grasp, and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just an alien." However, when Uncle Goku arrives, he may have some insight. "Oh, so this fellow's target is Goku." Yamcha was somewhat taken aback. Although the long-haired man exuded some strength, it was not excessively formidable. After all, the oppressive feeling they had experienced upon meeting Goku a year prior was like a chasm separating them from this individual. It was at that point that everyone recognized their own strength and subsequently abandoned the pursuit of Goku. Just then, Krillin noticed something peculiar and commented, "Look, this guy seems to have a tail around his waist. It looks strangely familiar." "Whoa, Goku had one when he was a child," he exclaimed. "So, could it be that this fellow is related to Goku?" Hee hee. Are you frightened? If all goes as expected, the son Goku you spoke of is the very Kakarot I am seeking. And I am Kakarot's brother. I advise you to act wisely and release me, and we can pretend that nothing has transpired." Upon hearing the truth elucidated by Krillin, the prostrate Raditz inexplicably resumed his facade. That innate confidence stemming from the Saiyan lineage compelled his once curved spine to straighten. Suddenly, a resounding thud interrupted the moment as a hefty blow descended from above. "I had warned you before. Your laughter is rather irksome, and you're not to indulge in it again, for I have never laughed," declared Piccolo, striking with the intention of silencing the laughter that secretly amused him. Yet he truly loathed being mocked in such a manner. The scene rendered both Krillin and Yamcha momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, it was Krillin who, with a hint of uncertainty, ventured to inquire, "Could it be that this fellow indeed shares a connection with Goku? Are we certain there will be no repercussions from tying him up in this manner? After all, we ought to show some measure of respect for Goku. Rest assured, this fellow is here to stir trouble. I just spoke with Uncle Goku, and he said to go ahead and give him a thrashing, as long as we don't kill him," Piccolo reassured, noting the concern etched on their faces. His fear was not of Krillin's misinterpretation, but rather that Raditz, lying on the ground, might suddenly discover an odd sense of belonging. "Oh, is that so? Then a few punches should be permissible, especially since he was so arrogant earlier. Even attempting to intimidate me," Krillin remarked, revealing his own mischievous streak. Once he understood that Raditz posed no familial threat, he saw no reason to spare him. As expected, Piccolo encouraged them to proceed. The sounds of clanging and crashing filled the air, as Krillin and the others refrained from inflicting serious harm, choosing instead to wield household items as makeshift weapons. The disdain they exhibited towards Raditz, who had been inexplicably beaten multiple times in a single day, drove him to the brink of despair. He felt that the dignity he had upheld for over 2 decades was reduced to ashes in a single day. Memories of his youthful days spent running beneath the sunset flooded back, and a solitary tear of regret betrayed his stoic facade. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared beside them, inquiring with an all-too-recognizable tone, "Hello, how has everyone fared over the past 5 years?" Though his voice was not loud, it captured the attention of those outside the Kame house. As they turned to look, they beheld a dapper young man standing there, cradling an adorably blue-haired little boy, whose diminutive tail swayed behind him. "Goku!" exclaimed Krillin, rushing forward, immediately noticing the child in Goku's arms. "Could this possibly be your son?" What surprise! Goku, chuckling with a hint of embarrassment, turned to the blue-haired boy and said, "Hurry and greet them. This is your Uncle Krillin. If you wish to learn martial arts, you should ask him to teach you. He is quite the expert." Upon hearing that Krillin was a master, the little boy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Hello, Uncle Krillin. My name is Son Gohan. I look forward to your guidance," he exclaimed joyfully. "Very obedient, but do not heed your father's idle words. He is truly the strongest martial artist on this planet. However, I'm quite pleased to mentor a young disciple." Krillin, fond of Gohan, affectionately ruffled his hair and then turned to Goku, asking with a hint of confusion, "By the way, isn't the name Son Gohan your grandfather's?" "Oh, it is to commemorate the old man." "Yes, indeed, a tribute," Goku replied casually, naturally omitting the fact that he was simply too lazy to think of a name. Furthermore, during that period, he was so engrossed in the arduous task of reaching Super Saiyan that he nearly missed Bulma giving birth. Consequently, the others were understandably upset and did not come along today. However, Krillin and the others did not dwell on it, as Son Gohan had always held significant importance to Goku. "Uncle Goku, long time no see." At that moment, Piccolo approached to greet him. Goku, seeing him, offered a warm embrace without saying much. "How is it going, young man? Has your training been smooth these past years? You seem to have made considerable progress." "Huh, it's been all right. Nowadays, my pursuit of strength is no longer driven by impatience. I focus on solidifying my foundations and enhancing my training, trusting that breakthroughs will come naturally when the time is right. Indeed, it seems that the old Kai underestimated you back then. I always knew you would carve out a unique path for yourself. By the way, I heard you captured an extraterrestrial fool. Take me to see him. Goku had been chatting for this long merely to meet his brother Raditz. It was not that he couldn't go directly. He simply needed a pretext. Chapter 39. The Adventures of Raditz. 4. About 2 months prior, Goku's battle power had just barely surpassed 3 million. It is worth noting that he had exerted every ounce of strength to achieve this goal. With double the training speed, gravity set to 200 times, various combat training for real-time reactions, and even undergoing psychological counseling multiple times, he ultimately resorted to self-harm as a last resort. However, the results were remarkable. Before activating his Saiyan passive ability, his battle power had already reached over 900,000. After activating it just twice, he surged directly to 3 million. Though it is said that this method is a roundabout way of unlocking potential with diminishing returns as one progresses, such a bug, regardless of the era, is an extraordinary phenomenon. Thus, the system met the upgrading criteria, and after 2 months, the progress bar was finally full. The very first task upon rebooting was to alter Raditz's life trajectory. Completion of the task would reward barrier-free transformation. As the name suggests, once one's battle power reaches the minimum standard for transformation, there would be no need for any sacrificial conditions. Although he had already received the full reward for S cells, it is essential to note that this only pertains to Super Saiyan 1. Do not forget, Son Goten found it exceedingly easy to transform into Super Saiyan 1 at that time. Yet it was not just about Super Saiyan 1, as the subsequent realms indeed present a certain level of difficulty. However, with the advent of the skill, transformation without barriers, things have become significantly simpler. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even, to be honest, when Sun Wukong first encountered this situation, he felt somewhat disheartened. After all, he had cultivated a deep bond with his good brother Krillin over such a long time, only to discover that he could transform into a Super Saiyan without requiring a sacrifice. Anyone in his position would feel a pang of sadness. The inability to replicate an iconic moment is a pain shared by all traversers. Returning to the main topic, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Piccolo merely pointed to the side where Raditz was bound to a coconut tree. He's over there. Yet, his demeanor remained rather unpleasant, and he occasionally chuckled for reasons unknown. Come on, sometimes you shouldn't take things too seriously. Perhaps he just recalled something amusing. Sun Wukong jested as he approached Raditz. As he neared, he flicked his finger gently, producing a glimmer of light that danced at his fingertip. The ropes binding Raditz snapped into several pieces. This spectacle did not elicit any objections from the onlookers. After all, if Piccolo could defeat him, a few senzu beans to restore his strength would pose no issue. Everyone felt assured of Sun Wukong's combat prowess. However, Raditz had a different perspective. As the ropes fell away and his feet returned to the ground, it seemed as though a spark of intelligence had once again taken hold. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you've done well. Though you have yet to conquer Earth, it seems there is a reason behind it. These fellows are indeed cunning. You should cover my escape. Once I've healed, I will return to deal with them. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback. What kind of brilliant strategist could conceive such an exquisite plan? To articulate it so brazenly without considering the possibility of failure was astonishing. Fortunately, Raditz's rather foolish nature was well known, and no one took it to heart. Even Yamcha took the initiative to comfort Wukong, advising him not to worry too much about Raditz's apparent lack of sanity. Sun Wukong, however, stated that such trivial matters were beneath him and that he could handle it. He then produced a senzu bean from his robe, flicked it, and sent it into Raditz's mouth. Cough cough. Kakarot, what have you fed me? Are you in league with these individuals? Raditz inquired. Well, how should I put it? This is a treasure. You'll understand once you experience it. Sun Wukong was genuinely speechless. It seemed that altering Raditz's life trajectory would require more careful consideration, as his mental faculties appeared somewhat impaired. After contemplating Sun Wukong's words, Raditz indeed examined himself and found nothing amiss. This only deepened his confusion. However, soon a surge of power, born from the void, filled his entire being, causing his prior injuries to heal instantaneously. Is this some sort of restorative medicine? The effects are astonishingly potent. It seems to be a unique substance of this place. If that is the case, it provides yet another compelling reason to seize this planet. As Raditz's thoughts flowed, he swiftly comprehended everything and turned to face Sun Wukong. pressing the combat power detector affixed to his forehead. Beep, beep, beep. A reading of 600 combat power. Oh, quite impressive, considering you have emerged from this wretched planet. Your prowess is indeed somewhat surprising. Kakarot, I offer you an opportunity. Join me. I shall reveal to you what it truly means to be powerful. However, as a testament of your loyalty, you must eliminate everyone around you. Slap. Before Raditz could finish his sentence, a resounding sound of a slap echoed in the ears of the onlookers. He stared in disbelief, covering his right cheek. For the one who struck him was none other than Sun Wukong. What was even more terrifying was that he had not perceived how his opponent had moved. How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? Slap. Just as before, another slap interrupted Raditz's words. Sun Wukong casually shook his hand and, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "Did you see it clearly this time? How dare you mock me so brazenly? I retract my previous statement. You have forfeited your chance. I have decided to eliminate you and everyone present." Swish. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared behind Raditz. When uttering those words, "Did you ever contemplate your own strength? Excluding myself, even that green-skinned lad you just mentioned could easily defeat you. Is 1,500 combat power truly the source of your arrogance?" Raditz stood frozen in place, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He slowly turned his head, gazing at Sun Wukong's profile. Impossible. How could someone with only 600 combat power possess such speed? Huh, I see it now. You must have employed some sort of supernatural ability. Illusory tricks do not intimidate me. As Raditz spoke, he unhesitatingly gathered an energy blast in his hand and hurled it towards Sun Wukong. He was confident that at such close range, his opponent would not be able to evade it. Yet, the young Raditz was destined to be schooled by reality once again. Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance, and a powerful surge of energy erupted around him, instantly vaporizing the energy blast Raditz had thrown. "Oh, my foolish brother. You know nothing of true power. Activate your detector and observe my strength." With that, Sun Wukong advanced towards him without hesitation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Raditz found himself compelled to activate the detector. Beep, beep, beep. 650, 800, 900, 1500, 2000, 15,000. Boom. As the combat power reading soared to 15,000, it seemed unable to withstand the surge of energy at such proximity and exploded. You, how could you possibly possess such immense combat power? You must be employing some form of illusion. I despise your foolishness even more than your weakness. A person who lacks the courage to acknowledge reality is indeed living a tragic existence. When Sun Wukong uttered these words, he swiftly lifted Raditz into the sky. Unfortunately, the subsequent actions might lead to unnecessary consequences, and given that children were present, it was prudent to distance them from potential harm. In Chapter 40, Super Saiyan, Part 1, Raditz remained dazed after being taken skyward by Sun Wukong. The impact was overwhelming. He had believed his combat power of 1,500 would place him above all others, only to realize he was the fool. Yet, what was Sun Wukong's true objective? To alter Raditz's life trajectory, steering him away from self-destructive paths. Thus, a demonstration of strength was indeed warranted. "Do you wish to know my combat power?" Sun Wukong inquired, casting a glance at Raditz, who remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in his earlier shock. Alas, perhaps he had been too forceful, nearly rendering Raditz a fool. It seemed he would need to switch to a more persuasive approach. As thoughts whirled in his mind, he adopted a more solemn demeanor. "Have you heard of the legendary Super Saiyan?" Upon changing the subject, Raditz's attention was instantly rekindled. However, after a brief look at Sun Wukong, he shook his head. "No, you cannot be. While your displayed strength is formidable, it does not approach the realm of the legendary Super Saiyan. Oh, it appears you possess some understanding. I had thought you were rendered senseless." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Kakarot, I can see that my strength pales in comparison to yours. However, among the existing Saiyans, there remains a Saiyan prince, Vegeta, whose power has surpassed 18,000. Raditz's internal perspective began to shift. After all, his brother had previously exhibited a combat power of 15,000, and growing up on this planet certainly presented some disparities. Yet, given time, the Saiyan prince could also surpass expectations. Vegeta, you say? Nevertheless, that is inconsequential. My base combat power should be around 3 million. Hence 18,000 is hardly impressive. Ha! 3 million? Kakarot, you are indeed a genius. It was a wise decision for our father to send you away. Wait, did you just say 3 million? No way. I cannot believe you. Raditz exclaimed, suddenly sensing something amiss. Why did the term 3 million feel so convoluted? But in the next moment, as Sun Wukong's aura pressed down upon him, the previous confident smile faded. Indeed, I rather enjoy your current expression. What audacity to question me. I, Sun Wukong, never boast. A mere 3 million is trivial. I am on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. And that entails 150 million. Did you see me flaunting my power? Observing Raditz' expression akin to that of a bitter melon, Sun Wukong immediately tempered his aura. 3 million combat power is indeed real. Raditz gasped, laughter escaping him. Dear brother, it appears you are indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. Goku gazed at his counterpart with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, recalling how just moments ago he had addressed him with an air of haughty disdain, calling him Kakarot. But now, upon witnessing the revelation of a combat power of 3 million, he instantaneously altered his tone to that of a devoted sibling. It was nothing short of a grand familial reunion. Hold on, I must admit, I preferred your previous arrogant demeanor. Could you please revert to that? Hey, Kakarot, what are you babbling about? We are family. However, Goku's curiosity piqued as he inquired, but I am intrigued. Wasn't your combat power assessment merely 2 units back then? Raditz, attempting to deftly shift the topic, displayed an evident lack of training, his awkwardness palpable. Yet, Goku chose not to dwell on it, knowing his objective was nearly fulfilled. A little fabrication would suffice to complete his mission. Cough, cough. This tale is rather lengthy. It is said that upon my birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and an elderly scion happened to pass by. He discerned my exceptional lineage and, after some calculations, proclaimed that I was an unparalleled Super Saiyan, a rarity to behold in millennia. He then relayed this information to our parents. But consider the ramifications if such knowledge were to become public. Would our family reap any benefits? Certainly not. Raditz stood momentarily stunned, shaking his head in disbelief. Seeing that Raditz was now engaged, Goku seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further. So, what do you think the best way to protect me would be? Naturally, it would be to construct a facade of mediocrity around me and place me on a remote planet to cultivate my abilities. And now behold, with a combat power of 3 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan propels me to an astonishing 150 million. Goodness, incredible. So, you are essentially invincible? You could traverse this universe with impunity. Raditz, previously absorbed in the notion of 3 million, was now elated at the prospect of reaching 150 million, reveling in the idea as if it were his own. Well, it's all relative. To be honest, Super Saiyan isn't that remarkable. I have little interest in combat power, as I never gauge friendships based on strength. After all, none can surpass me. Goku waved dismissively, yet then seemed to recall something, turning to Raditz and inquiring, I think you're quite decent. Why not stay and join me? Without a doubt, I could help elevate your power to around 10 or 20,000 within a year. And when the Saiyan Prince arrives, you could easily best him. Is that truly possible? 10 or 20,000 combat power seems beyond my reach. Raditz initially felt a flicker of hope, but soon doubt crept in. After all, in the years spent within Vegeta's circle, he had always played the role of the weakling, often mocked as a mere unit of measurement for combat power. Goku, sensing the moment was ripe for persuasion, decided to amplify his appeal. Your statement carries a hint of insult towards my capabilities. Consider my esteemed identity, the legendary Super Saiyan, possessing a base power of 3 million and a transformation that soars to 150 million. To speak candidly, were it not for our familial ties, such a splendid opportunity would scarcely have graced you, even in your wildest dreams. My dear brother, do not misunderstand. This is not a moment of triumph after 20 years of existence that has left me speechless with joy. Please do not take it to heart. Henceforth, I shall follow your lead. If you direct me east, I shall assuredly not venture west. If you command me to chase dogs, I shall not bite chickens. As a seasoned warrior, Raditz has the art of transformation ingrained in his very being. After all, once one achieves prominence, who remembers the past? Ding. Task completed. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please check at your convenience. Here he comes, he arrives. Upon hearing the sound, Son Goku immediately dashed into the system space to inspect his rewards. The Super Saiyan, ever since his arrival in the Dragon Ball realm, this has been his aspiration. Whether it is powerful or not is secondary. Being strikingly handsome is indeed a lifelong endeavor. To be frank, it is only now that he has begun to feel a modicum of self-preservation. In the absence of formidable foes, Frieza remains the most imposing presence. The system activated directly. I am eager to witness just how spectacular this Super Saiyan can be. Ding! Your transformation enhancement is now active. Chapter 41. The Super Saiyan, Part 2. Are you curious to behold the legendary Super Saiyan? Upon hearing this, Raditz promptly shook his head. He assumed that the other intended to deliver a beating to showcase his prowess. Son Goku, taken aback by the rejection, soon discerned the underlying reason from Raditz's expression. Ah, fear not. I merely wish to transform for your viewing pleasure. Oh, that is permissible. Very well, retreat to the island below. As I have just mastered this skill, it may be somewhat unruly. As Son Goku spoke, he disregarded Raditz and soared towards the distant sea. Raditz complied and descended beneath the island. The Dragon Ball team, witnessing Raditz's arrival, felt a tinge of anxiety, puzzled by Son Goku's sudden departure. However, Piccolo quickly stepped forward to clarify. Do not worry. This fellow has been subdued by Uncle Goku. Piccolo, my friend. How do you know what transpired above while we were standing so far away? Krillin expressed his confusion, as none were privy to the unfolding events. Why did it seem only Piccolo possessed knowledge of the narrative? Ahem, my auditory structure differs from yours, enabling me to hear from afar, Piccolo explained with a shrug. Notably, a blue-haired boy accompanied him, none other than Gohan. Should Son Goku be present, he would surely reflect on their fated bond. Even if they cannot be uncle and nephew, they shall remain brothers. At this moment, Raditz approached them, intending to speak with the same condescending demeanor as before. However, upon seeing Piccolo, his confidence waned. There was no denying that, since arriving on Earth, the sense of pressure exerted by Goku was second only to that of Piccolo. The absurd torment he had endured still cast a shadow over him. Greetings everyone, I am Raditz. Earlier, there was a slight misunderstanding. I am the long-lost brother of Goku. We have now reconciled. Oh, I never expected you to be related to Goku. But why is he suddenly flying towards the distant sea? Krillin pondered, hands in pockets, somewhat bemused. Raditz, sensing the need to address the crowd, responded, Oh, Goku mentioned he needed to transform, and the resultant commotion might be considerable, hence he flew to the distant sea. Transform? When did Goku learn that? Krillin was perplexed. Yet he was not alone in his confusion. Just then, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Is that coming from Uncle Goku's direction? Piccolo was the first to notice the anomaly in the distance. Moments later, a powerful whirlwind erupted, expanding outward from the source of the disturbance. Boom! Boom! The clouds roiled and crackled with lightning, while Goku curiously surveyed his surroundings. He had merely entertained the thought of transformation and had not yet begun to gather energy. What is this? ISNT transforming into a Super Saiyan supposed to be a simple process? Ding! As this is your first transformation into a Super Saiyan, how about a special transformation effect? ISNT it's spectacular? Goodness! Spectacular, you say? Those who know might think I am transforming into a Super Saiyan. Those who don't might assume I'm facing divine retribution. Next time, keep it simple. Just create a bit of commotion. System 6. Upon comprehending his situation, Goku realized he could no longer pretend. Otherwise, he would have no explanation later. With a sudden surge of determination, he mimicked the original transformation's roar. However, an awkward predicament arose. Apart from the increase in volume, there was no tangible change in strength. System, check quickly. Something is amiss. Your seamless transformation has hit a snag. System, could it be that you failed to channel your energy during the transformation? But I have been maintaining a battle power of 3 million, haven't I? System, if you had even a fraction of energy, this wouldn't be so embarrassing. So it's about releasing energy. You should have mentioned that sooner. Goku chuckled, swiftly diverting the topic. Following the system's guidance, he gradually surfaced his energy, amplifying its output. This resulted in noticeable changes in his exterior. Initially, the robe enveloping him began to sway without the influence of wind, followed by strands of hair that were once draping over his forehead, now rising and floating in an ethereal manner. As his energy intensified, his hair flickered in brightness, illuminating the surroundings. It appears that the abilities granted by the system can indeed prove quite advantageous. Henceforth, I have resolved to refrain from speaking ill of you behind your back. My dear system, having enjoyed the moment, Son Wukong gathered his remaining energy and unleashed it with a single, fervent burst. With a resounding boom, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from him, creating a tempest that sent waves crashing for miles around. The Dragon Ball team on came house stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sight. Had Wukong truly transformed? Krillin, still grappling with disbelief, realized that despite their camaraderie, such a significant secret had been kept from him. It seemed that the transformation was not the only astonishing aspect, The unimaginable power emanating from Wukong was undeniable. Among the astonished onlookers, Tian Xinhan, cradling a child, keenly discerned the gravity of the situation. However, to his surprise, the others merely exchanged glances and did not dwell on his observation. Just then, Yamcha approached and patted Tian on the shoulder. "Stay calm. We witnessed Wukong's strength a year ago. Even then, he was beyond our reach. So what does it matter if he has grown even stronger? After all, he is our friend. Indeed, it is fortunate that he is one of us." The thought of him as an enemy is too terrifying to contemplate. Tian, regaining his composure, felt the pressure ease and emerged rejuvenated. As the saying goes, if one cannot pursue, then one must change the target. Yet, the most astonished of all was not a member of the Dragon Ball team, but rather Raditz, who had just arrived on Earth. Gazing at Sun Wukong, suspended in the sky with his golden aura radiating, he was moved to tears, not out of pressure or despair, but from witnessing the living embodiment of a legendary tale that had transcended generations. The legend of the Super Saiyan may have evolved into various versions over the centuries. Yet one truth remained. They are synonymous with power. Kakarot, you truly are remarkable. It seems the spirits of our parents can finally rest in peace. Chapter 42. The amplification of the Super Saiyan beyond combat power? Raditz gazed at Sun Wukong, enveloped in a golden aura, and could not help but feel a profound sense of awe that words alone could scarcely convey. Though he had long proclaimed himself a proud Saiyan warrior, the years spent under Frieza's regime had subjected him to discrimination and insults that were far too numerous to recount. Terms such as trash, worthless, and wild monkey had become synonymous with him and his peers. Whenever he reminisced about the glory days of planet Vegeta, an inexplicable mist would fill his eyes. Yet in this moment, he seemed to finally comprehend the unwavering resolve of his father's generation. In truth, he harbors a small secret. He has always known how planet Vegeta met its demise. In his final moments, Bardock had sent a last communication through his wife, Jine, urging Raditz not to return. He briefly explained the reasons behind this warning. Yet, over the years, Raditz has kept this secret buried deep within, even for Vegeta and the others. He understood that revealing it would change nothing. It would only add to the sorrow of those around him. However, now the situation has changed. As a legendary warrior stands vividly before him. How could this scene not evoke deep emotions? Perhaps one day, Kakarot will truly avenge their parents by defeating Frieza, the architect of their suffering. And he believes that day is not far off. As he silently prays, Raditz remains unaware that his eyes are brimming with tears. Krillin and the others, witnessing this, are filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why this man, seemingly well, has suddenly begun to weep. "Ei, Piccolo," Krillin pondered. "Do you think Goku's brother might be a bit unhinged? I've never seen someone cry from such special effects." Piccolo, glancing at Krillin, shook his head. "Not quite sure, perhaps. But Goku's current state is indeed unusually powerful. I wonder how he trains. Could this be the realm attained through mental clarity? Clarity of thought?" "What?" Piccolo exclaimed. "Goku can be a bit eccentric at times. Don't take everything he says at face value. While it's true that an elevated state of mind can aid martial arts training, it certainly doesn't manifest in such an absurd manner." Krillin was struck by the term clarity of thought, bewildered that he could recognize each word, yet fail to comprehend their collective meaning. However, the unexpected occurred in the next moment. With a thunderous sound reverberating through the air, Piccolo inexplicably underwent a breakthrough. His newfound strength was astonishing, a stark contrast to the energy he had previously exhibited. Wow, is this really someone ascending in broad daylight? The others quickly noticed Piccolo's unusual transformation and gathered around him. Ten, sensing something was amiss with Piccolo, hurriedly turned to Krillin, asking, "What has triggered this sudden surge in power?" "Well, explaining this is somewhat complicated. In essence, he just had an epiphany and became stronger." Krillin replied, "What? Are you certain you're not joking? You should really reconsider what you're saying." Faced with the group's bewilderment, Krillin could only shrug. Such mystical occurrences in a shonen anime were indeed quite extraordinary. Indeed, he has significantly increased in strength. His battle power surged unexpectedly, now reaching approximately 1,700. And it seems this is not even his limit. It continues to rise. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Raditz, who appeared equally astonished, as if he had never encountered such an event before. "I have long been engaged with formidable warriors, and while my judgments may not always be entirely accurate, they are generally close." In truth, what he mentioned was somewhat understated. The peak that Piccolo had previously achieved was actually above 1,900. However, after acclimatizing, it gradually diminished. This state did not persist for long. After a few breaths, Piccolo's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, and his previously ferocious aura once again settled into tranquility. Is it true that becoming stronger has been my ultimate pursuit all along? Ha ha ha. Piccolo, are you all right? Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted Piccolo's boisterous laughter. He scanned his surroundings but could not discern the source of the sound until he looked down and spotted a blue-haired boy curiously observing him. Oh, it's Gohan. Rest assured, I'm fine, dear Gohan. I was merely influenced by Uncle Goku and came to some realizations. As Piccolo spoke, he lifted little Gohan into his arms. Oh, is that so? If Piccolo is so powerful, could you teach me martial arts? Gohan inquired with eager eyes, awaiting Piccolo's response. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long, as Piccolo beamed at the distant sky where Goku was radiating his special effects. Of course, if Uncle Goku doesn't mind. Wow, that's amazing. I can finally soar through the skies like Dad. Gohan's adorable exclamation elicited laughter from those present, though it also sparked a hint of confusion. Wait a moment, Gohan. I can't help but ask, given that your father is such a powerful martial artist, why hasn't he taught you? Oh, it's because Dad told me that the world of martial arts isn't just about fighting. It's also about human relationships and social dynamics. He encouraged me to read more so that I can inherit the family business and ensure he has funds for his later years. Bang! This statement left everyone in stunned silence. They had never anticipated such a reason. Meanwhile, in the distance, Goku, engrossed in his dramatic display, remained blissfully unaware. He had now completed his transformation, and due to exerting his full strength, his previously hidden tail had re-emerged. Notably, due to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his hair had turned a striking golden hue, and his tail was no exception. This transformation sparked a peculiar thought in Goku's mind. Glancing around, he realized he was far enough from Kame House that everyone would likely perceive him as merely a golden speck. Without hesitation, he yanked his pants forward. This phenomenon can even match the color of my hair. I must return home and study this with Bulma tonight. There is certainly some secret within that could advance human civilization. As Sun Wukong contemplated the moment, certain thoughts became increasingly difficult to restrain, prompting him to tighten his belt. Goodness, it appears that the enhancement of a Super Saiyan extends beyond mere combat prowess. How astonishing! This phenomenon far surpasses the capabilities of the Senzu beings. Subsequently, Sun Wukong resumed his normal state and soared straight towards Kame House. After all, he had ventured out for a bit of fun, leaving his son behind. With a flash, he materialized before the Dragon Ball team. Hello, everyone. How did you find the earlier performance? Are you satisfied? Wasn't my new form spectacular? However, upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong noticed an unsettling silence from his companions. Curiously, he glanced at them. What is the matter? Why is everyone staring at me in silence? Wukong, you do look quite dashing and formidable. Yet, we are puzzled as to why you were unfastening your pants. Impossible. You couldn't have seen that from such a distance. Indeed, we couldn't, Krillin replied, lifting the astronomical telescope he had borrowed from Master Roshi. Sun Wukong was taken aback by this revelation. Great. Now, explaining this would be quite challenging. Chapter 43. Acquiring System Compensation, 1 million Combat Power Enhancement Card. After 5 years apart, the Dragon Ball team still enjoyed each other's company, barring a few awkward moments. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan were gathered together, sharing laughter and stories about their lives over the past 5 years. Among them was a long-haired man in battle attire, Raditz, who felt exceedingly out of place, unable to interject into their conversation about trivial matters within the tournament. He certainly could not steer the discussion towards planetary invasions. Meanwhile, Gohan was following Piccolo, learning the art of barbecuing. With Piccolo handling the grilling, while Gohan indulged in the food. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong couldn't quite place the peculiar sense of destiny he felt. It seemed that the question of who truly was the father had little to do with blood ties. By the way, Kakarot, my power detector malfunctioned earlier. This could lead to some misunderstandings and possibly attract other Saiyans. Upon hearing this, everyone cast a glance at him, seemingly unconcerned, and resumed their conversation. Raditz, however, was growing anxious. You must take this seriously. This is no jest. Those two Saiyans are incredibly powerful, particularly one named Vegeta, whose battle power reaches a staggering 18,000. If he transforms into a great ape, it skyrockets to 180,000. He is a formidable threat. Raditz, what can you do with 180,000 000 battle power. Are you aware of who my best friend is? Sun Wukong, with a standard combat power of 3 million. Under such circumstances, even the king of the universe would have to cook a couple of dishes before departing. Krillin noted Raditz' momentary confusion and decided to clarify directly. However, this was understandable, as Sun Wukong's strength was deeply ingrained in their minds. Similarly, the terror of the Saiyans remained an indelible shadow in Raditz's heart. Thus, upon hearing the explanation from the other party, he suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, the legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan, is my brother. What do I have to fear? The next time I encounter Frieza, I shall demand a cigarette from him. Observing the laughter of those around him, Goku was indifferent. His relentless pursuit of strength was precisely for this reason, to relish life after his arrival in this realm, enjoying a drink or two. However, he appeared to have overlooked the presence of an old acquaintance. At that moment, a familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Host detected. Life has become excessively comfortable, thus a limited time system task has been assigned. The requirement is that when Vegeta and the others arrive, the host must refrain from intervening and ensure that the other party departs in tears. Upon completion of the task, the reward will be an additional 1 million in battle power. How much? Please speak louder, system. System, the host did not mishear. It is indeed 1 million. Woe is me. It has been exceedingly difficult for me. To be honest, after crossing over for so long, this is the first time I have felt the presence of a cheat. System, have you finally come to your senses or what? Previously, the rewards were merely 100 or 200. Now they are 1 million or 2 million. System, the host need not ponder too much after the upgrade. The privileges that I can wield have significantly increased, and consequently, so have the benefits. Indeed, that is certainly the case. The current rewards resemble those befitting someone with a system. Previously, I was unaware and thought they were merely beginner gifts. As Goku spoke, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Reflecting on the rewards he had received, it appeared they were indeed items that could be obtained from a beginner's gift pack. System, the host need not elaborate. The past has become mere smoke. Why dwell on it? Simply know that your life is set to take flight from this moment onward. Something is very wrong, exceedingly wrong. System, do not divert the topic. Just tell me, were all the items I previously acquired part of the beginner's gift pack? System, this matter is extensive. When you choked on water during your transition, the system was hastily installed and incomplete. It was only after subsequent upgrades that the necessary patches were applied. Damn, I knew that no one's beginner gift pack would contain Chi Yuan / Fortunately, I have a strong constitution. Otherwise, I would have perished upon arrival. So all this time, I have merely been playing with this beginner gift pack, and you deceived me into completing so many nonsensical tasks. Goku was utterly incensed. Anyone who had been deceived for so long would be furious. System, enough with the complaints. Here is a compensation card for 1 million battle power. Take it. As if dismissing him, the 1 million power-up card felt like a mere token. Hey, system, you're being overly formal. I was merely venting my frustrations. How could I truly blame you? We have relied on each other for so many years. Do you not understand my character? The speed at which Goku's demeanor changed was astonishing, and evidently, the system was well accustomed to it. However, his ever-changing smile, flickering between shades of blue and white, left those present in a state of bewilderment. Hey, Wukong, what's wrong with you? You haven't drunk too much, have you? TSK. After years apart, your tolerance has certainly diminished. Sun Wukong was momentarily lost in the ecstasy of acquiring a 1 million combat power enhancement card when Krillin's interruption snapped him back to reality. What are you talking about? I was merely reflecting on some joyous thoughts. By the way, I've decided to commence rigorous training for all of you starting tomorrow. It is time to bolster your combat prowess, so when the Saiyans arrive, I shall refrain from intervening. Earth belongs to us all. It is high time for you to contribute and seek your own significance. Upon uttering these audacious words, the previously jovial crowd fell into a solemn silence. Wukong, you claim you're not intoxicated, yet here you are, spouting nonsense. Are we truly capable of confronting those with combat powers in the tens of thousands? Krillin, still under the impression that Wukong was jesting, failed to comprehend that a fully leveled master like Sun Wukong could effortlessly dispatch foes, rendering their involvement unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong discarded the empty beer bottle in his hand and surveyed the group. Do you all share the same sentiment? A prolonged silence followed his inquiry, prompting Wukong to exhale a resigned sigh. Without foresight, one is bound to face imminent peril. Those gathered here are not ordinary individuals. They bear responsibilities far heavier than others. What if one day an adversary of equal might arrives, or one that I cannot defeat? To be frank, you have all grown somewhat complacent in recent years, even neglecting your identities as martial artists. I have always believed that it is not the sight of hope that compels one to persevere, but rather the act of persisting that cultivates hope. The legacy of martial arts must not be severed in our generation. Consider this. There will come a time when we too will grow old and pass away. How then will our successors safeguard this land? Sun Wukong's lengthy discourse resonated powerfully, and after a considerable pause, Tian Xinhan, the first to be swayed, stepped forward. Wukong, I too wish to discover the true strength of that 18,000 combat power. Count me in, for once upon a time, Krillin was also a martial arts prodigy. As the two voiced their agreement, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu also expressed their willingness to join. Observing this unfolding camaraderie, Raditz felt a profound sense of the bonds that tied them together. Earth is indeed remarkable. Perhaps Kakarot's strength stems from these connections. With this realization, Raditz slowly raised his hand. Could I join as well? Chapter 44. The Authenticity of a Strict Spouse? Sun Wukong gazed at the eager companions willing to join him, and truthfully, his heart swelled with pride. It has become increasingly effortless to rally others. No elaborate tales are necessary. Just a simple heartfelt sentiment suffices. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, let us indulge ourselves tonight, and we shall convene at the heavenly temple tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Okay, I find myself untroubled, being a solitary soul, equipped with a change of clothes, ready to embark on an impromptu journey. However, for Tianjin Fan, the situation may prove to be more challenging. As Clin spoke, he cast a glance at Tianjin Fan, who was indulging in skewers nearby. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure of the three-eyed handsome man, who had been inexplicably pulled into the conversation, displayed a palpable disdain. Clin, whom are you disparaging with such harsh words? Just because I am now married with children does not mean I cannot roam freely. Are you aware of who holds authority in my household? Indeed, it is I, he proclaimed. As for Lan Chi's character, while she may appear domineering, I often yield to her outside. In matters of family hierarchy, I hold the final say. Cough. Just as Tianjin Fan was boasting, the nearby Jiaozi hastily interrupted with a cough. Hey, Jiaozi, what is the matter? No need to create a diversion. If my brothers see this, they might think I am merely bragging. Tianjin Fan exclaimed. Tianjin Fan, we are not attempting to interrupt you. The concern lies with Lan Chi standing behind you. Perhaps you ought to consider her expression before you speak. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan's face, previously flushed from alcohol, turned pale. He slowly turned to see a graceful woman with hands on her hips standing behind him. It was none other than Lan Chi, her hair a striking shade of yellow. Ha! Lan Chi, when did you arrive? Is the barbecue over there using charcoal? I shall go add some, he stammered. No need. Tianjin Fan, I have heard you hold a significant position in our household and can easily make spontaneous decisions. Is that correct? Lan Chi's words chilled the atmosphere. Tianjin Fan quickly waved his hands in denial. No. Our household operates on democratic principles. We always discuss matters together and never resort to tyranny. Oh dear, do not tug at my ears, they might come off. Thus, the once boastful Tianjin Fan was led away by Lan Chi, who had seized one of his ears. Sun Wukong and the others watched with amusement, reveling in the reality of a strict wife. Who would have imagined that the formidable Tianjin Fan, once a champion at the World Martial Arts Tournament, had now become such a figure? Indeed, marriage often serves not as the beginning of happiness, but rather as the grave of love. Yet, some find joy in this predicament. Hey, Wukong, is your life the same after marrying Bulma? Sun Wukong, who had been teasing Tianjin Fan, suddenly found the spotlight turned on himself. Huh, Clin, I can only offer you a sardonic smile. You must experience it for yourself. He retorted. Who am I? I am Sun Wukong, the legendary Super Saiyan with a battle power of 3 million. Managing someone as modest as Bulma is a breeze. To speak candidly, I have spent 5 years married without earning a single penny, living off my wife's support. Is that not impressive? Wow, a true role model of our generation. Brother, how on earth have you accomplished this? Sun Wukong, in a boastful manner, astonished Yamcha and Krillin, who were left in a state of wonder. While in truth, there was no remarkable skill involved. I merely uttered a single phrase, and Bulma ended up spending 180,000 for me. Dinkling, my apologies, everyone, my phone is ringing. Please allow me a moment to take this call. Sun Wukong was at a loss for words, just as he was about to divulge something crucial. Who could possibly be so inconsiderate? Upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was none other than Bulma. Ahem. My dear friends, please continue to enjoy your drinks. I must step away to answer this call. Sun Wukong nonchalantly rose and strolled towards the distant beach. After walking a fair distance, he finally answered the call. Hello. What can I do for you, young lady? Young lady indeed, Sun Wukong. It's quite late. Are you not planning to bring Gohan home? I'll be there soon. It's just that it's been a while since we all gathered. And some unexpected circumstances arose, which is why I'm delayed. Rest assured, I'll be home within an hour at the latest. Sun Wukong patiently soothed Bulma's fury for quite some time before returning to his nonchalant demeanor as he swaggered back. Well, everyone, please take your time with your drinks. I have a matter to attend to. What is it, Wukong? Do you need our assistance? Krillin and the others eyed him with what seemed to be ill intentions. However, Sun Wukong paid little heed, pointing to Gohan, who was reveling in his play. This young lad neglected to inform his mother about his outing. And now the call was directed to me. You all know how it is. Sometimes one must consider the next generation when making decisions. Regrettably, we shall have to postpone our gathering. I understand. You should take Gohan home then. Sun Wukong cast a wary glance at the group, sensing that their acquiescence was rather too effortless, which unsettled him. Nevertheless, Bulma's command was clear. Failing to return could very likely result in her arriving here herself. Having come to this conclusion, he instructed Piccolo to look after Raditz before swiftly lifting Gohan by the scruff of his neck and soaring into the sky. Moments after his departure, the remaining group could no longer contain their laughter. Ha ha ha. Piccolo, you truly possess keen ears. Being friends with you leaves no room for secrets. Krillin was in stitches, nearly pummeling his thigh in mirth. Piccolo, too, was left speechless. Who could have imagined that the once formidable Sun Wukong would harbor such fear of his wife? The thought made him involuntarily gasp. Phew! Thankfully, we Mikians do not have to contend with such marital concerns. At that moment, a voice interrupted their merriment. My apologies for the delay. I encountered some trouble on the way. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Ball team lifted their gazes, only to behold a stout man clad in samurai attire, bearing a large dinosaur upon his back, standing not far from them. Yachirobe? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong hastily made his way home. Upon encountering the wide-open gates, illuminated by a warm glow, a sigh of relief escaped my lips. Thank goodness. At least the door wasn't locked. Otherwise, I would have had to spend another night at Bowsy Mountain. I say, are you not celebrating prematurely, Sun Wukong? The Capsule Corporation has so many matters to attend to each day, yet you do not lend a hand. After a long day of toil, I finally find a moment to rest, and you, on the other hand, have the gall to take Gohan out for a gathering? Sun Wukong, familiar with the chill in the tone, slowly turned his head, meeting the gaze of Bulma, who was seated in the garden, arms crossed and adorned in a silk nightgown. Oh dear, Gohan has been under immense pressure lately. He can't just bury himself in studies all the time. So I decided to take him out for a little outing. Dad, isn't this what you said? Gohan began, but Sun Wukong swiftly covered his mouth. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. He then turned, casting a charming glance at Bulma. Wow, sister, you look even more beautiful lately. I must say, those domestic actresses cannot hold a candle to you. I wonder what virtue I accrued in my past life to be able to marry you. TSK. I'm starting to envy myself. Such a cheeky boy. There are still children present. Why must you speak so freely? Bulma blushed slightly at the unexpected compliment. Then, as if recalling something, she looked at Gohan and asked, Little one, have you completed your homework today? Don't just linger while the adults are talking. Hurry back now. Gohan thought to himself. Family, who can understand? Since the moment I was born, I have felt rather superfluous. Chapter 45, The Formidable Bulma. In the vast cosmos, on an inconspicuous planet, once vibrant with birdsong and fragrant blooms, the landscape now lay desolate, ravaged by the arrival of two spherical spaceships a day prior. At that moment, two Saiyans, one tall and one short, clad in battle attire, were seated by a rock, roasting food. Vegeta, the signal from that guy has seemingly been cut off. I wonder what has transpired over there. The bald one, Nappa, was indulging in a piece of meat larger than his own head. Vegeta cast a cold glance at him before dismissively stating, It matters not. He was merely a waste of space. If he perishes, so be it. However, it seems that peculiar items still exist on that planet called Earth. The image that appeared just before the communicator exploded showed Raditz, severely injured, seemingly consuming something called a senza bean, which allowed him to recover in mere moments. If we could acquire the means to cultivate that item, it would undoubtedly serve as a vital strategic resource. Indeed, if that is the case, perhaps Lord Frieza will reward us generously. Nappa, upon this revelation, quickly grasped the implication. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's teeth ground together at the mention of Frieza's name, but he swiftly regained his composure, revealing no signs of distress. Right, Vegeta, that Saiyan known as Kakarot, appears to possess considerable strength. Based on the last recorded combat power, it is at least 15,000 and likely even higher. At this moment, Nappa seemed to recall something, setting down his morsel of meat, and uncertainly remarked. Yet, Vegeta remained as dismissive as ever. So what? When the time comes, we shall give him a chance to join us. If he declines, we shall simply eliminate him. Do not think I would regard him as a threat, even if his power were 15,001. However, as the Prince of the Saiyans, I suppose it is only fair to offer these lower-class Saiyans an opportunity. Vegeta, you truly are kind-hearted. If Vegeta's heart had not been consumed by destruction, you would undoubtedly make a splendid king. Enough chatter. Let us eat swiftly, clean this battlefield, and inform the Frieza force to take over. We shall set sail for Earth. After all, the journey will take at least a year, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, in the West City, at Bulma's villa, Gohan ultimately retreated to his room obediently. The assignments given by his mother were simply beyond the capacity of someone his age. What 4-year-old should be delving into the relationship between the collapse of universal capsules and quantum entanglement, were it not for inheriting Bulma's exceptional genes? Such daunting tasks would surely be overwhelming even for a graduate student. As for why Bulma was so eager to send Gohan to his room, well, Goku was currently experiencing the reason firsthand. Bulma, seizing his collar, rushed into the room and gently pushed Goku onto the bed. When he lifted his gaze, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. Bulma bit her lip teasingly, her eyes shimmering with allure as she slowly unfastened her silk nightgown. Adorned in a black lace dress paired with garter stockings, she left Goku's nose bleeding uncontrollably. Bulma, please calm down. I just returned and have not even bathed yet. What do you mean bath? We can wash together later. An hour later, Bulma nestled against Goku's chest, her fingers tracing circles on his pectoral muscles. Goku, does this mean you will be away for some time? Yes, indeed. With the impending alien invasion, preparations must be made. Moreover, I have discovered something rather alarming. Krillin and Tien are in a complete state of complacency. If they do not make some changes, I fear I shall have to handle all matters, both great and small. As Sun Wukong contemplated the days ahead, filled with the arduous task of striving for peace on Earth, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Such a life was not the one he yearned for. What did he truly desire? A life devoid of shame and filled with joy alongside Bulma, residing in a spacious villa, basking in the sunlight, and leisurely fishing. This was the existence a traveler like him ought to pursue. However, to his surprise, Bulma was even more incensed than he was. What on earth are these people doing? They possess great strength, yet lack diligence. Wukong, you must train them well. We cannot allow such detrimental attitudes to flourish. Calm down, Bulma. I was merely speaking casually. It's not as serious as you think. What do you mean it's not serious? If any minor issue arises, you'll just run off, leaving me to manage everything at home. This is infuriating. I need to retaliate. As Bulma spoke, she unexpectedly flipped over, catching Sun Wukong off guard. Wait a moment, Bulma. I have a small request for our next encounter. Could we perhaps try a different cut of meat? Enough chatter. It depends on my mood. With a creak, their conversation continued, omitting a lengthy narrative. The next morning, at 10:30, as Sun Wukong stepped outside, he could still faintly feel his legs trembling. Reluctantly, he consumed a magical bean to replenish his energy. Indeed, they're only overworked bulls, not exhausted fields. Even as a Super Saiyan, he found himself at a loss. No wonder the original author, Old Bay, was so obsessed with training. It turned out Bulma's combat prowess was formidable. Just as Sun Wukong ruminated on this, Bulma's voice rang out from behind him. Wukong, do your best. I'll be waiting for you at home, so return early. All right, he replied stiffly before hastening towards the heavenly temple. It is worth noting that with his newfound strength, his speed while flying was incomparable to before. A journey that once took half an hour now took mere minutes, and this was without him exerting his full power. Good morning, Bobo. Sun Wukong greeted as he arrived, noticing Bobo watering flowers as usual. Upon hearing the greeting, Bobo's previously placid expression turned to mild irritation. I've told you countless times, I am not 3. Oh well, call me whatever you wish. Krillin and the others have been waiting for you in the hall for quite some time. Oh, really? I thought I would be the first to arrive, but it seems this bunch is rather punctual. At this, Bobo could no longer contain himself. How can you accuse others of being punctual? It was your own designated time and place, and now it's nearly 11, and you just arrived? Chapter 46, Departing on Snake Way. Apologies, but am I not lost at a crossroads in life? Sun Wukong casually remarked before striding into the Grand Hall. It was unavoidable. He sensed that Bobo had recently become more astute, making him harder to deceive. Upon entering the hall, he quickly realized that everyone had indeed arrived, albeit the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. To his astonishment, Krillin, Yamcha, Dend, and Raditz were gathered together, engrossed in a game of mahjong, while Tien and Piccolo stood behind them. Strategizing, Sun Wukong found himself questioning whether he had overexerted himself the previous night, as his mind still felt somewhat muddled. Fortunately, there remained a figure of normalcy. The old god sat serenely in the main seat, undisturbed by the antics, quietly meditating. However, this notion was fleeting, as Raditz's triumphant declaration of a winning hand caused the old god to abruptly open his eyes and swiftly appear beside Krillin. Step aside. It's my turn. I refuse to believe I cannot win at least one hand. If it weren't for that fool Piccolo, I would have claimed victory. Come on, old god. You must be sincere when you say that. Were it not for my relentless effort in feeding you tiles, where would you find the courage to achieve a pure hand? Piccolo retorted, clearly agitated. One could argue about his luck or skills, but he would never accept being labeled as a mere pawn. With a resounding slap to his forehead, Sun Wukong could only lament the absurdity before him. It was utterly bewildering. How had a scene of fervent combat transformed into this? Excuse me, everyone. Might we momentarily set aside your game? If this continues, we shall surely miss our afternoon departure. Wukong, when did you arrive? You approached without a sound. Yes. We were simply growing bored waiting for you. We thought you would not arrive until the afternoon. Krillin and Yamcha chimed in, their words causing Sun Wukong's brow to furrow in agitation. All right, now I understand the source of the issue. If I am not mistaken, it was you two who proposed the game of mahjong, correct? That is not important. What matters now is how we shall proceed with our training. Krillin, being a good friend to Sun Wukong, attempted to shift the topic, albeit somewhat clumsily. Sun Wukong took a moment to compose himself before returning to the matter at hand. This training session is rather complex and will require the assistance of the old god. Why is my involvement necessary? The old god, caught off guard, had assumed that merely providing a training venue was sufficient. Fear not, I merely intend to send them to Lord King Kai for training. However, as I am unfamiliar with the process, I require your assistance as an intermediary. Sun Wukong immediately discerned the concerns of his counterpart and decided to articulate his plans with greater clarity. Upon hearing this, the celestial being breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not required to undergo training, it was acceptable, for at his advanced age, he could hardly withstand such exertions. There were no issues concerning the king of the realm, but I could only assist with the introduction. Whether or not you could secure his assistance would ultimately depend on your own fortune. Worry not. Our Lord of the Realm is renowned throughout the galaxy for his willingness to aid others. This minor favor he would undoubtedly not refuse. While Sun Wukong spoke these words, his mind was already contemplating how a couple of well-placed jokes could resolve the matter. Furthermore, for such a scripted NPC, it was as if their every request would be granted. Soon, the Dragon Ball team stood in a row, their expressions a blend of confusion and anticipation. With a flourish, the celestial being invoked a magic known solely to the divine. In an instant, with a whoosh, they vanished from the celestial hall. The next moment, their surroundings shifted, and they found themselves in an office where a portly gentleman clad in a suit sat before them. The celestial being stood with utmost respect, bowing to the imposing figure, then turned to introduce him to the group. This esteemed individual is the King of Hell. To proceed to the Realm King for training, one must first obtain his approval. What? The King of Hell? Does that mean we have already descended into the underworld? Krillin could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Although he knew they were not truly dead, the peculiar manner of their descent into hell left him feeling quite uneasy. At that moment, the King of Hell, having set down his pen, glanced at the celestial being and queried, what an amusing bunch you are. Celestial, is your quest to seek the King of the Realm for the purpose of confronting the Saiyans? Esteemed King of Hell, indeed. To prevent widespread suffering, we must prepare in advance, for we have learned that those two Saiyans are not only exceedingly powerful, but possess a wicked disposition. Very well, I grant your request. The King of Hell replied, gesturing to a small demon clad in formal attire with horns protruding from his head. You there, escort them along the Snake Way. Certainly, esteemed King of Hell. The little demon bowed respectfully and approached Sun Wukong and the others. Please follow me. The entrance to Snake Way is this way. Krillin and his companions exchanged glances before ultimately turning their attention to Sun Wukong, who, unfazed, shrugged his shoulders and followed the demon's lead. Knowing full well that this segment posed no danger, especially given his current level of power. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of Snake Way, their breath taken away by the sight before them. The winding, serpentine path stretched infinitely, floating amidst a sea of golden clouds. Truly, Snake Way resembled a snake. One could only wonder how long this road truly was. Although Yamcha spoke casually, he was hardly taking it to heart. After all, how long could a lengthy journey truly be? Sun Wukong discerned the others' thoughts instantly, but chose not to address them. Such matters can only be fully appreciated through experience. Well then, everyone, there's no need to rush. Please take your time. I shall venture ahead to scout the path and ascertain what essential requirements are needed for training under Lord Ko. Hey, Wukong, why not take me along? If Lord Ko presents any challenges, having someone to strategize with would be advantageous. Krillin's eyes twinkled with realization, clearly suspecting that the snake path was no ordinary route. Coupled with Sun Wukong's intent to slip away, this only solidified his suspicions. However, Sun Wukong had no intention of granting his wish. Come now. You should walk alongside the others step by step. That in itself is a form of cultivation. Besides, I am well aware of your little schemes. I feel embarrassed to expose them. And you suggest strategies? Do you truly believe this? Wow, brother, you've changed. You've become so pragmatic. Chapter 47. A Conversation with Lord Ko. After parting ways with Krillin and the others, Sun Wukong soared along the snake path. If one were to overlook the fact that this was hell, the scenery along the path was indeed impeccable. Not to mention, the gentle breeze caressing his face and the vast golden clouds in the distance were uplifting to one's spirits. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong only indulged in this fleeting moment before accelerating towards Ko's planet. Although it was his first flight along the snake path, he had previously played a game called Penguin Racing, which featured a similar map. In a moment of whimsy, he found himself drifting in a human form. Yet, what was Sun Wukong's current strength? He was capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. This brief snake path could scarcely withstand his full-speed flight. After about an hour or two, a small dot appeared on the horizon. With focused vision, he realized it was a planet no larger than the size of a palm. It appears that I have indeed arrived at Ko's planet. Confirming his destination, Sun Wukong began to decelerate. At his current velocity, he could easily breach the planet's surface if not cautious. Such an embarrassing incident would surely leave Krillin and the others to merely frolic along the snake path. With a thud, he landed gracefully on Ko's planet, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. The planet's tenfold gravity was merely child's play for him, considering his usual training regimen involved a baseline of 200 times gravity. This did not even account for the portable gravity rings he had requested Bulma to develop, which he often utilized at 50 or 100 times gravity for various purposes, brushing off the dust that had settled upon him. Sun Wukong lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, noting the planet's diminutive size, allowing him to distinctly see the curvature of the surface. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the air, capturing Sun Wukong's attention. His eyes narrowed as he honed in on the source of the noise, but upon closer inspection, he found himself amused. There, beneath a distant apple tree, stood a trembling gorilla, frightened by his presence. What was this creature called again? Babarusis? Never mind. It was of little consequence. After all, he had no intention of capturing monkeys here. With these musings, Sun Wukong chose to disregard the gorilla and instead made his way toward a quaint wooden cabin ahead. As he approached, he feigned politeness and bellowed into the cabin. Might I inquire if the king of the realm is at home? After a few breaths, he realized no response came forth. Undeterred, he reflected that typically, such NPCs required a precise command to engage. In his previous anime watching days, he had focused solely on the main characters and had little interest in the minor ones. With a resigned sigh, he called out once more, "King of the realm, are you home? If not, I might just take your gorilla to the zoo." He cleared his throat, adding, "Has anyone ever mentioned that you seem rather deserving of a good thrashing?" Just as he was getting into the swing of his shouting, a robust voice resonated from behind him, startling him. He turned swiftly to see a figure no taller than 5 feet, resembling an elderly gentleman, dressed in a ceremonial robe. He appeared either foolish or fierce. Given the comical nature of his appearance, who else could he be but the king of the realm? You seem to carry yourself with great dignity," Surely, your status is remarkable. In this place, such an appearance must belong to the legendary king of the realm. No? Well, you seem to possess quite the silver tongue. The king initially intended to express his ire over the earlier comment about the gorilla, but upon greeting, he found himself somewhat taken aback by the unexpected compliment. Sun Wukong, however, was not surprised by the king's reaction. After all, there is an old saying from his homeland: one does not strike a smiling face. Regardless of the other's status, everyone enjoys a kind word, and this was undoubtedly true. Ah, king of the realm, I, Sun Wukong, possess many admirable qualities, yet I am often too candid, which tends to offend others. If my earlier remarks were too forward, I hope you will forgive me. It is clear that you are indeed a forthright individual. However, having journeyed such a distance, you must have a purpose in mind. One must acknowledge that those who attain divinity are seldom simple characters. The previously bumbling figure swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter, a surprising turn of events. Yet, Sun Wukong was unfazed by this direct approach. It spared him from further trivialities. Quite frankly, should the flattery continue, he would soon find himself at a loss for words. You see, king of the realm, I have merely come to observe. To speak candidly, there is indeed nothing that requires your assistance at the moment. However, in the near future, I may have a group of friends wishing to visit, and I hope you might impart some wisdom to them, while also granting me a favor. A favor? As the esteemed king of the universe, do I need to seek favors from others? Let it be known that even if the supreme king himself were to arrive today, it would not alter my stance. The king has boasted grandly, and whether Sun Wukong believes it or not is of little consequence. He himself is convinced of it. Oh, I see. How truly unfortunate. I had come prepared, having heard that the esteemed king enjoys the study of humor, and I had a remarkable story to share. Yet, it seems that will no longer be the case. After all, a splendid joke requires an audience that understands it. Therefore, I shall take my leave, great king. May our paths cross again in the future. With that, Sun Wukong feigned indifference, preparing to take flight. This was merely a matter of appealing to the other's tastes. He could hardly believe the king would remain stationary in the face of such theatrics. As anticipated, a loud exclamation interrupted his ascent. Hey, did you just mention a joke or something of the sort? I'm absolutely dying of laughter. I refuse to believe there is anyone who can tell a joke better than I. Oh, it seems the esteemed king underestimates the heroes of this world. Coincidentally, I, Sun Wukong, consider myself unparalleled in the realm of humor, having not encountered a worthy opponent for quite some time. If that is the case, shall we engage in a friendly competition? Seeing that the bait had been taken, Sun Wukong was in no haste to reel it in. After all, no stakes had been wagered yet, and revealing his intentions too early would be rather conspicuous. Upon hearing the challenger wished to compete in jest, the king, having devoted years to the profound study of humor, felt no trepidation. Without hesitation, he waved his hand dismissively. A simple contest would be too mundane. Why not raise the stakes? Goodness, Sun Wukong was taken aback, entirely unprepared for the king's unexpected proposition. It seemed all his prior studies had been in vain. Nonetheless, it was not surprising. In the realm of Dragon Ball, true wisdom often resided in the villains. The protagonists, it seemed, were somewhat lacking in mental acuity. Ahem, you make a valid point, esteemed king. If that is the case, how about the losing party performing an unconditional task for the victor? Chapter 48. The King of the Universe, Laughter's Victim. Are you perhaps feeling insecure? One task is hardly sufficient. I propose 10. If you're reluctant to place a wager, it seems you're not equipped for this game. The king, sensing the apparent lack of confidence from his opponent, swiftly decided to escalate the stakes. Yet, all of this left Sun Wukong in utter disbelief, with exclamations of incredulity echoing in his mind. He had seen fools before, but never one so utterly foolish. It seemed this esteemed figure before him truly lacked any tangible understanding of his own abilities. Relying solely on the laughter elicited from a humorous tale witnessed in my past life while watching anime, one might question the audacity of those who dare to flaunt their prowess before me. Very well, 10 it shall be. Today I, Sun Wukong, shall risk my life to accompany a gentleman. Even in defeat, it would be a privilege to serve Lord Kai. However, I find myself somewhat restrained at present. Perhaps it would be prudent for Lord Kai to demonstrate first. What say you? Sun Wukong's suggestion was not without merit. Although he possessed an overwhelming advantage over the rotund opponent before him, the wisdom of knowing both oneself and the adversary is paramount, the essence of true strategy. Thus, It is only prudent to first ascertain the nature of the opponent before revealing one's own hand. Such is the fundamental quality of a seasoned strategist. Lord Kai, upon hearing this, showed no signs of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands behind his back and began to leisurely turn in place. He recounted a tale of an unfortunate hunter who ventured into the mountains, only to return empty-handed, just as despair threatened to consume him. A foolish rabbit fortuitously met its demise by colliding with the hunter's gun. Ha ha ha, a most amusing turn of events. As Lord Kai chuckled, he struggled to articulate his story clearly. However, Sun Wukong found himself lost in confusion, utterly bewildered by the humor and the type of jest being presented. Yet, this did not deter him from shamelessly and unreservedly praising his counterpart. Ha ha ha, truly magnificent. Without a doubt, you are the legendary Lord Kai, whose mastery of humor has reached a sublime and harmonious zenith. But, upon hearing the word but, Lord Kai's previously jubilant expression turned frosty. Witnessing the shift, Sun Wukong, though bemused by his adversary's neurotic disposition, paid it little heed. After all, in this moment, he possessed the power to transform into a Super Saiyan. What could this little rotund figure possibly do to him? Nonetheless, I believe there is still some room for improvement. My own superior wit far surpasses this. Oh, such audacity. Very well, I am eager to witness your performance. Please, commence your display. Sun Wukong cast a glance at his opponent, but paid little mind. Instead, launching into his own tale, a pig, a cow, and a sheep ventured to a convenience store. Yet both the pig and the cow were beaten, while the sheep remained unharmed. While one might ask, I do not know. So why is that? Sun Wukong regarded Lord Kai, who appeared eager for knowledge, and without hesitation, unveiled the punchline. Because the convenience store is open 24 hours. Ha 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 ha. You ha ha. 24 hours open. How utterly hilarious. Upon grasping the answer, Lord Kai erupted into a fit of laughter, rolling on the grass for a good 10 minutes before he finally regained his composure. The glistening tears at the corners of his eyes, combined with the smile on his face, might have led one to believe he had suffered some grievous injustice. Yet, despite the circumstances, he stubbornly declared, It's quite a humorous jest, but in my opinion, it is merely that. What? Sun Wukong was truly at a loss for words. To have such a lowbrow sense of humor and still be so obstinate was astonishing. However, he had anticipated such antics from his counterpart. Oh really? Then allow me to share another jest with you. The woodpecker proclaimed, top, 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 top. The tree replied, Do not peck at me. I have no faults. The woodpecker insisted, I do not believe you. If you have no faults, take a few steps. The tree retorted, Get lost. A llama is coming from the south, carrying 5 pounds of flounder. As Sun Wukong concluded his series of jokes, the king of the realm stood in silence, frozen in place. After a prolonged moment, a smile crept across his lips, and he made a cross-eyed gesture before collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Sun Wukong immediately recognized that something was amiss. He hurried over to check the king's pulse, only to discover, with astonishment, that his heart had ceased to beat. Good heavens! Did he truly laugh himself to death? Upon realizing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although he often heard others exclaiming they laughed themselves to death, it was merely a figure of speech. Today, however, he had witnessed a rare occurrence. It was indeed possible to die from laughter. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong, possessing a basic knowledge of first aid, remained composed. Even if the king were truly deceased, he was merely adorned with a halo. It would have no significant impact on him personally, and in a way, it could be seen as a form of immortality. Yet this matter, in essence, was still related to him. He promptly turned the king over, located his heart, and began chest compressions. Yes, it was solely compressions. Artificial respiration was out of the question. If that failed to revive him, it could only be deemed as fate's decree. To his surprise, after only 2 compressions, the king sprang up like a carp, agile despite his corpulent form. Sun Wukong, your jokes are truly remarkable. In all my years, I have never encountered such an extraordinary jest. Stay here and teach me your ways. I shall grant any request you make, as long as it is within my power. You, who are so easily amused to the point of laughter-induced demise, truly wish to learn my jokes? I suggest you first elevate your sense of humor, lest you encounter a calamity of sorts. Not at all. I did not laugh myself to death. It was merely a sudden influx of information that caused my brain to freeze. It could not process it in time. The king, hearing Sun Wukong's concerns, waved his hands in a hurry to clarify the cause of his earlier predicament. However, Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, could only roll his eyes in resignation. Wasn't this still akin to laughing oneself to death? In fact, it was perhaps even more severe. What did it mean for one's brain to crash? Would he become an imbecile, even as a spirit? Cough. My esteemed king, I believe you have misunderstood. Those earlier jests were merely the pinnacle of my lifelong repertoire. Surely you are familiar with this caliber of humor. If not for the occasional spark of inspiration, one might spend a lifetime without ever crafting such a creation. Thus, you have lost, and you must fulfill the 10 promises you made to me. Do you still stand by that? Chapter 49. The Skill of Escape? Is 10 perhaps a bit excessive? Upon hearing this, the King of Worlds hesitated, realizing that he had merely engaged in idle banter, never truly considering the possibility of defeat. Having grown accustomed to his shamelessness, he had indeed prepared a few contingencies. Even if he were to falter at the last moment, he could simply deny it, as there is no definitive standard for judgment in these matters. Yet, who could have imagined such a vast disparity? It was as if a chasm had opened beneath him, nearly causing him to burst into laughter, not to mention the earth-shattering jokes that he still dared not recall. Sun Wukong, perceiving the other's helplessness, decided not to extract anything of value from him, and instead addressed him directly. Lord King of Worlds, I shall not beat around the bush. My friends have come to learn here to protect the earth. It would suffice for you to teach them a little when the time comes. Our previous mention of 10 items was merely jest. Now that we are acquainted, let us consider ourselves friends. Let us disregard our earlier agreement. How does that sound? Are you suggesting that I need not fulfill the 10 tasks I lost to you? The King of Worlds remained somewhat hesitant, primarily due to the incredulity inspired by the other's generosity. There's no need at all. After all, my visit was merely to forge a friendship. My guiding principle is to cultivate numerous connections. The more friends I have, the more paths I can tread. Being overly calculative for paltry gains is quite exhausting. Moreover, encountering a kindred spirit in the realm of humor is indeed a stroke of fortune. Thus, let us disregard our previous pact. Do not dwell on it too much. What Sun Wukong said was not without merit. After all, the diminutive figure before him had little to offer in terms of assistance. If he truly desired something, he could simply seek the Dragon Balls for the necessary items. If the Earth's power proved insufficient, he could always venture to Namek. In this world, realizing one's wishes was a remarkably simple endeavor. However, upon confirming that the other truly wished to overlook the prior wager, the King of Worlds' pride reared its head. No, you are indeed a commendable person, honest and imbued with a sense of humor. I lost our wager, and there is no shame in admitting it. Nevertheless, though you may not want it, I cannot simply withhold my offerings. How about this? I possess 2 unique techniques of my own invention that may enhance your abilities. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong surmised what those techniques might entail. They were likely the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken. To put plainly, these techniques were somewhat lackluster. The Kaioken was decent, albeit with some side effects. However, it undeniably provided a tangible boost to combat prowess. Yet, this technique placed significant strain on the body and could not be stacked after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Behold the original tale of Sun Wukong. Despite various states of transformation, never resorted to such measures. This suggests that such abilities inherently possess certain drawbacks. The Spirit Bomb is particularly superfluous. Not only does it require an extensive preparation time, but it also fails to deliver a fatal blow. Throughout the chronicles of Dragon Ball, few have met their demise at the hands of this technique. Even those few unfortunate souls could have easily vanquished their foes prior to invoking the Spirit Bomb. Moreover, as long as one's prowess remains significantly superior, transcending all iterations, there exists no peril that could challenge one's dominance. Upon contemplating these revelations, Sun Wukong was inclined to decline. However, at that moment, a familiar electronic voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Host detected encountering NPC King of the North on King Kai's planet, issuing a temporary side quest. The objective is to humbly seek guidance on King Kai's planet until proficient in mastering both the King Kai fist and the Spirit Bomb. As the saying goes, knowledge is never burdensome. Learning a little more today may prove invaluable in the future. Do not wait until the time of need to lament insufficient preparation. For life is an endless journey of learning. Persevere, young one. No, wait. Persevere, middle-aged one. Hold on a moment, system. I can overlook these peculiar tasks you assign and dismiss your nonsensical platitudes. Yet, I must inquire, what precisely constitutes middle-aged? Yes, I can see that I am married with children. But have you not heard the adage, a man remains youthful until his last breath? Your flippant reference to middle age, while seemingly innocuous, has inflicted an indelible wound upon my spirit, which yearns to embark on a grand adventure. Today I, Sun Wukong, shall not accept such an unreasonable proposition. System, upon task completion, gain 1 million battle power enhancement card, plus instant transmission variant that allows travel at will. Indeed, you speak truthfully, system. I am indeed in my 20s, nearing 30, and should exhibit more maturity. Acquiring additional skills is certainly not a detriment, even if I do not utilize them myself. I can pass them on to my son. Clearly, the system had long grown accustomed to Sun Wukong's whimsical shifts in demeanor. After delivering the task details, it chose to remain silent. Sun Wukong held no grievances. After all, it was merely a system, and occasional theatrics were understandable. As a mature host, one must exercise patience in such matters. King Kai, I did not anticipate your character to be so amiable. However, I confess my ignorance regarding your extraordinary techniques. Might you elaborate? Speaking of my 2 signature techniques, there's much to boast. Have you heard? Blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Thus, King Kai commenced an extensive discourse, stretching into the thousands of words. Though Sun Wukong was disinclined to listen to the incessant chatter, he endured for the sake of the system's quest, setting aside the allure of the 1 million battle power enhancement card. The name of that rather lengthy instant transmission sounded quite impressive. Wherever one wishes to go, it does not imply self-sufficiency. Even should one encounter an adversary beyond their capabilities, can they simply flee? After all, who could predict whether a creature transcending the timeline might appear? For instance, if a future cell were to manifest before me, summoned by my mere butterfly effect, I would be utterly unaware of my demise. Hence, for the sake of my life and fortune, acquiring this skill is imperative. Previous rewards were genuinely inconsequential, but this one, as Sun Wukong, I must secure. No divine being could deter me. Thus, approximately half an hour elapsed under the incessant discourse of the North Kai. At long last, Sun Wukong emerged with insights, reflecting on the truth that in these times, one finds themselves indebted to those who impart knowledge. Indeed, how formidable you are, Lord Kai. It is only fitting that such techniques could originate solely from you. However, considering our lengthy discussion, might you not divulge the training method directly? It would expedite the process. Is there something urgent? The Kai inquired, his demeanor quite ordinary. Yet to Sun Wukong's ears, it carried an unexpected nuance. Ahem, Lord Kai, please speak plainly without mannerisms. Be cautious lest you find yourself sealed away. My curiosity compels me to grasp the training method first. Whether I can master it is a matter for later. Chapter 50. Departure from King Kai's planet. On North Kai's planet, over a month had passed since Sun Wukong's arrival. Although the techniques of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb appeared trivial, mastering them proved to be a considerable endeavor even for Sun Wukong, given his extraordinary talent. Yet, he remained somewhat indifferent, a sentiment closely tied to his character. Not everyone embodies the obsessive nature of the original protagonist. At times, steadfastly pursuing a goal necessitates immense willpower. Fortunately, endowed with the system's reward of double training talent, even his training in these skills yielded significant advantages. Presently, Sun Wukong was showcasing his training achievements before the North Kai. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a mighty roar, emitting a surge of crimson energy. With a powerful stomp, he vanished from the Kai's sight, leaving behind a cracked pattern on the ground as evidence of his prior presence. However, this was not the end. As the originator of the Spirit Bomb, the Kai could distinctly sense the flora around him channeling energy towards the planet's backside. This is impossible. Even I could not gather the energy required for the Spirit Bomb in such a brief span, especially while in a frenzied state of Kaioken. Yet, before he could discern the reality, a small energy orb, akin to a watermelon, hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. Goodness, Sun Wukong, where are you throwing that? Do not jest like this, TM, exclaimed the North Kai, overwhelmed by panic. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him, turning away. The newcomer clasped their hands together, unleashing a technique known as the Turtle School's Kamehameha Wave, which met the incoming energy sphere with an astonishing clash. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly formidable Kamehameha Wave was swiftly dismantled upon collision, losing its forward momentum with astonishing ease. It then continued unabated towards the Kai's direction. Hey, Son Goku, I must insist you find a way to resolve this predicament. If we are struck by that thing, we are surely doomed. The Kai was truly alarmed, desperately attempting to control his trembling legs with sheer will, hoping to divert from the incoming trajectory of the energy sphere. Yet, matters rarely unfold as one wishes. Even if he could barely maintain control, how could he contend with the energy projectile that approached at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye? As the Kai sweated in anxiety for his life, Son Goku, standing confidently before him, simply extended a hand and, with an effortless squeeze, neutralized the threat. Bang! A dazzling explosion of fireworks erupted, transforming the once menacing energy ball into a cascade of twinkling starlight against the slightly dim sky. Lord Kai, you are indeed one of the most significant figures in this universe. I kindly ask that next time you refrain from such loud outbursts in times of trouble. If the neighboring ninjutsu practitioners were to witness this, they might think us uncultured, unfazed. If I possessed your strength, I would certainly remain calm. The Kai had realized during their month together that this seemingly eccentric individual wielded a power capable of making most of the universe tremble. The only potential adversaries that could compare were the sinister frozen demon clan. Yet, Son Goku, the instigator of it all, remained nonchalant. Everything was under control. Possessing immense power without flaunting it rendered the experience devoid of significance. All right, no need for such theatrics. Next time I visit, I shall bring you some delicacies. Frankly, the conditions here are quite poor. You're a notable figure in the galaxy, yet you find yourself in such a state. I suppose the other Kais often look down upon you? Look down? Nonsense. Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of slander. You have no idea. I'm the one who usually looks down on others. There is no way anyone would dare to look down on me. To speak truthfully, those few provincial types, when they see me, must bow and scrape. They ought to inquire about my status. I, the North Kai, am indeed a prominent leader among them. Observing the Kai boast once more, Son Goku decided it was time to cease this playful banter. After all, having spent a month in this realm, he found himself yearning for home. In these contemporary times, having become a father, it is rather inappropriate to remain so frivolous. Furthermore, Son Wukong has always felt that the pursuit of strength is not his ultimate aim. Rather, it is the enjoyment of life that truly matters. The King of the Worlds continues to be as formidable as ever. I shall listen to your glorious tales another time. For today, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must return home. So farewell. Without waiting for the king to respond, Son Wukong executed a swift leap. It was not until he had departed from the King-S planet that the gusts of wind, which had been gradually building, erupted forth, leaving the North King in a state of bewilderment. Ding! The task has been completed, and the rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please collect them at your convenience. Alas, system, I have noticed your lack of enthusiasm when it comes to distributing rewards. To be fair, I could have mastered this a week ago, yet you insisted on prolonging the process until now. System, are you implying that there is no room for improvement? Moreover, the initial requirements for the task were to learn and master the technique. You are aware that the Spirit Bomb has a lengthy casting time. If you do not achieve breakthroughs beyond your current foundation, when you encounter an adversary, you might find yourself reduced to mere basic attacks. Well, although you raise a valid point, as long as my combat prowess remains overwhelmingly superior, I could easily swat away any foolhardy opponent with a single strike, could I not? In other words, if I am powerful enough, even basic attacks can be critical hits. The system fell silent, realizing that its host seemed to have concentrated all his talents in the realm of verbal defense. Thankfully, he was in the Dragon Ball world. Had he inadvertently ended up in the Naruto universe, even Kagaya might have been deceived into becoming a concubine. So, shall the rewards be claimed, or not? The system jested. It was no laughing matter when it came to rewards. You are commendable in many aspects, but you cannot withstand a bit of teasing. Without hesitation, Son Wukong opened his system backpack. To his astonishment, he found a card that granted 1,000,000 combat power boost, along with a golden legend. A gentle tap on the card revealed a few prominent words inscribed upon it, followed by an extensive description of skills. Instantaneous movement. Go wherever you wish. As the name suggests, allows you to travel to any place you can conceive. Even if you do not know the exact location, as long as you have a name, distance becomes irrelevant. Each use consumes only 1 point of stamina and energy, making it an exceptional and cost-effective skill, perfect for home and travel. After diligently reviewing the card 3 or 4 times, Son Wukong confirmed that he had not misread it. This ability was remarkable, far superior to the instantaneous movement of the Arlatians. His mind momentarily blank, he whimsically envisioned a location and prepared to test it out. To his satisfaction, as he distinctly felt his stamina and energy diminish by 1, the lengthy named instantaneous movement activated without any further ado. Chapter 51. The Irksome Krillin. On Snake Way. Krillin and his companions had been traveling for quite some time without sight of an end. This led them to question whether Sun Wukong was merely toying with them. After a discussion among several individuals, they unanimously concluded that the likelihood of being toyed with was minimal. Furthermore, enduring such an extensive snake path was, in itself, a form of exercise. Just as their stomachs growled in hunger, gazing at the celestial beans in their hands yet unable to consume them, the increasingly exasperated young green tea could no longer restrain himself. "Dear friends," he exclaimed, "while I understand that this practice is arduous, one must at least be afforded a hearty meal. It has been an entire month, and I scarcely remember the taste of rice." Slurp. There are so many delectable dishes to consider. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chicks, roasted goslings, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, and fragrant small intestines. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as young Muti's words hung in the air, a chorus of growling stomachs erupted. Honestly, I'm not particularly inclined to eat celestial beans either, but can young Muti not act like a civilized person? While we are all enduring, he brazenly lists off gourmet dishes. Kai Ming interjected, "I can't take it any longer. I must first consume a celestial bean to muster the strength to give him a good thrashing." The now semi-long-haired Krillin was the first to crack. He retrieved a small green bean from the pouch at his waist and promptly tossed it into his mouth, crunching down with fervor. It is worth noting that their celestial beans were sourced from Corinta, unlike those awarded by the Sun Wukong system, which were indeed flavorful. While this distinction might not have been apparent in ordinary circumstances, the difference was stark in times of hunger. At that moment, with a whoosh, Sun Wukong appeared before them, holding a roasted chicken. "Hello, everyone. How have you been faring lately?" His voice drew Krillin's attention mid-bite, interrupting his actions. "Hey, Wukong, what brings you here? Have you met King Kai?" "Not only have I met him, but I have been residing there for a month. I have learned quite a bit, and I decided to sneak away for a moment to indulge my culinary cravings. Besides, what can I say? We are good brothers." Just as I was savoring my meal, I remembered your difficult conditions. Without hesitation, I packed a bounty of delicious provisions. However, seeing as you have already consumed a celestial bean, it seems you might not need them. What a pity. As he spoke, Sun Wukong casually produced several universal capsules, tossing them to the ground. With a burst of smoke, an array of seafood, abalone, lamb rolls, pig trotters, base, and mouth-watering chicken emerged, accompanied by a steaming copper pot that wafted enticing aromas into the air. This scene was too much for the famished individuals to resist. Even Krillin, who had just eaten a celestial bean, could not withstand the temptation. After all, while he may not have been hungry, one cannot easily resist such tantalizing dishes. Yet, the surprises from Sun Wukong did not end there. Another cloud of smoke erupted, revealing dozens of boxes filled with wheat juice before them. "Wow, brother, you truly are thoughtful. No need for further words. It's all in the drink. As the saying goes, deep feelings lead to indulgence. Today, I must first showcase 2 bottles to express my respect." My good brother Klin, without any hesitation, dives right in. The onlookers, utterly dumbfounded, seriously suspect that he merely seeks to deceive us into providing him food and drink. Well, everyone, don't just stand there foolishly. Given the haste of our arrival, our supplies are limited. If you linger any longer, I fear Klin will consume everything. Moreover, I must confess that I have recently acquired an impressive skill. From now on, you need only focus on your journey. I will take care of all 3 meals a day. However, you must inform me in advance of your culinary desires, for otherwise, choices may be limited. When I say this, it is not out of a desire to boast, but rather because their training is somewhat self-managed. To neglect it entirely would weigh heavily on my conscience. Not to mention, with my newly acquired extraordinary skills, it seems a waste not to offer delivery service. After a hearty meal, I decided to return home to see my wife. It is worth mentioning that during the previous gathering, I managed to consume several lamb kidneys. Not that they possess any significant utility, but they do invigorate one's spirit. It feels as though consuming them grants one immense power. Perhaps it is a mere psychological effect. Yet at that moment, who cares about such trivialities? Now, you may continue your journey. It might be a bit distant at your current pace. It will likely take another 2 or 3 months. Remember during this time not to forget the weighted rings I provided. It would be best to acclimatize to a gravity of over 10 times, as that is roughly the intensity of Planet King. Rest assured, Uncle Wukong, I'm no longer the same as before. A mere 10-fold gravity is no challenge for me. To be frank, I am currently training under 30 times. Speaking of which, Piccolo is wide awake now. To be honest, aside from Wukong, his combat prowess is indeed among the highest in our group. Even Raditz, who is currently boasting about his rice consumption, pales in comparison. Since deciding to join Wukong's little band, Raditz has gained access to high-tech weighted training gear and has undergone rigorous parkour training, leading to a significant increase in his combat strength. He feels he may have even surpassed 2,000. However, upon hearing that Piccolo consistently trains under 30 times the weight, he was somewhat taken aback. This old trickster is surprisingly strong. It seems I must strive even harder. As a proud Saiyan warrior, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by a Namekian. After silently making this vow, Raditz unabashedly devoured 2 more bowls. The onlookers, witnessing his voracious appetite, could only sigh in recognition that one does not enter the same door if they're not family. With such an appetite, it would be hard to believe they are not brothers. Wukong, of course, noticed this as well, but he clearly understood more than the others. To put it plainly, the Saiyan race has a remarkably fast metabolism, necessitating constant nourishment to replenish energy. Well then, if no one has anything to say, I shall take my leave. By the way, does anyone have any opinions regarding tomorrow's meal? If not, I will proceed with the same quantity as today. Just as Sun Wukong was about to make a decision and depart, his good brother Krillin raised his arm. Wait a moment, I have a proposal. Considering that I consumed a magical bean earlier, I may not be particularly hungry in the coming days. How about you deliver the meals 3 days from now? After all, constantly watching them eat is quite torturous. The rest of the Dragon Ball team chimed in. Come on everyone, feel free to take action without worrying about my feelings. Go all out. Yamcha, never imagined that living an honest life would lead to my downfall due to poor choices in friendships. Tianjin fan remarked. Everyone knows I am an honest person, but what Krillin did today is indeed a bit excessive. As the saying goes, while the uncle may endure, the aunt cannot. Do not compete with me. I must be the first to strike. Krillin replied, I was just joking. Please do not come at me. Chapter 52. Green? Having a group of like-minded friends in life is an exceedingly delightful experience. After all, traversing the long journey of life alone, regardless of the wealth or power one possesses, ultimately amounts to a different kind of solitude. As Sun Wukong observed his companions from the Dragon Ball team playfully sparring, he felt a wave of sentimentality. Arriving in this world has undeniably forged many bonds. Perhaps this kind of life constitutes the myriad fragments of happiness. Seeing that the meal had nearly concluded, he bid farewell to everyone and employed the newly acquired skill of teleportation. In his mind, he envisioned the luxurious room within the grand mansion of West City. And the next moment, as the energy enveloping him dissipated, he found himself reclining upon an exquisite, plush bed. Wow, this instant teleportation is truly divine. Reflecting on it, the phrase 1,000 miles in a day is not so extraordinary after all. Even the various high-tech spacecraft in this world seem rather ordinary. Sun Wukong scratched his head, allowing himself to recline comfortably. The high-end latex mattress enveloped him in a profound softness, instantly alleviating his weary body and mind. However, the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom soon captured his attention. Why is Bulma taking a shower in the middle of the day? He mused. Women can sometimes be so incomprehensible. Naturally, Sun Wukong assumed that the person bathing in his bathroom was his wife Bulma. Yet, in the next moment, a familiar voice echoed from the balcony. Darling, hurry up and wash. If you delay any longer, we might run out of time. Gasping, Sun Wukong felt a chill run through him. In an instant, his mind was struck as if by lightning. If Bulma's voice was coming from the balcony, then who could possibly be bathing in his bedroom? His thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, as if his mind were lost amidst a vast meadow. Oh no! Could it be that my home has been invaded? The entire person turned over and sprang to his feet, taking just a few steps to arrive at the bathroom door, unhesitatingly kicking it open. As his gaze penetrated through the thick mist that enveloped the room, he was met with the sight of his son, Gohan, standing in the bathtub, instantly rendering Sun Wukong awkward. It's Gohan. At your age, why are you not bathing in your own bathroom? What brings you here? Gohan, taken aback by his father's sudden intrusion, hurriedly covered himself in modesty. Dad, our house has temporarily run out of water, and only your room still has a limited supply. I haven't bathed in a day, so Mom brought me here. I see. You certainly ought to take a good wash then. Well, you carry on. I won't disturb you, Sun Wukong replied, symbolically propping the fallen door against the entrance before hastily retreating. It was far too embarrassing. Thankfully, it was his son inside, or else he might have found himself in an irretrievable predicament with his mother-in-law. At that moment, Bulma, who had been outside hanging laundry, entered the room. Clad in a long t-shirt that completely concealed her body, her bare legs were exposed to the air. The scene clearly suggested she had just finished bathing. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, her face lit up with delight. Without hesitation, she rushed over and wrapped herself around him. "Oh, Wukong, you're back. I was just thinking that if I didn't hear from you soon, I would have to go to the Heavenly Palace to confront the gods." Haha. I asked Lord Kai to teach Krillin and the others, and there were some minor issues over there, which delayed my return. However, I've learned a rather convenient skill. So no matter the distance, I can now return to your side in an instant, Sun Wukong explained, naturally caressing her thigh and gently placing Bulma on the bed. But Gohan is still in the bath. Bulma, please be mindful of the situation. I do have a question though. Why is there suddenly no water in the house? Bulma, recalling Sun Wukong's words, quickly came to a realization. Despite her new role as a mother, her carefree personality had not changed much. Without any hesitation, she adjusted her attire before explaining to Sun Wukong, "Don't mention it. My father has recently become obsessed with research. Just the other day, he accidentally blew up the main water pipe underground. Thankfully, after some emergency intervention from professionals, it didn't lead to any severe consequences. However, the unfortunate news is that it may take a day or two to completely reinstall the underground piping." So was my father-in-law. That certainly makes sense. It sounds like something he would do. But I do wonder why our room still has water despite the outage in the rest of the house. Sun Wukong found himself somewhat perplexed. Logically, if the main water pipe in their home was broken, there should be no water in his own room as well. However, Bulma, with her charming smile, playfully poked him in the armpit and confidently explained, "This is all thanks to me. When we got married, I deliberately separated the water supply system in our room from the rest of the house. I even constructed a rainwater collection reservoir. Otherwise, our entire family would have had to stay in a hotel these past few days. Impressive. Truly remarkable. You are indeed my wonderful wife. A rare gem of beauty and intellect. I am fortunate to have won you over. If someone else had, I would have been at a loss," Sun Wukong exclaimed, planting a kiss on Bulma's alluring red lips. Bulma, seemingly prepared, responded eagerly as he leaned in. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Passion ignited like kindling to flame. Just as their moment escalated, a sound of something colliding interrupted them. Upon looking up, they noticed Son Gohan stealthily making his way towards the door. Mom, Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to finish my homework," he stammered. Cough. "Yes. You should return. At your age, academics must take precedence," Sun Wukong replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had just advised Bulma to be mindful of their surroundings. Yet the atmosphere had taken a turn that was hard to resist. Bulma, ever candid due to her nature, paid little mind to such trivial details. Once given permission by his mother, Son Gohan dashed out the door, not out of fear, but rather due to the awkwardness of the situation. Although he was uncertain why his parents always seemed to be entwined so intimately, the discomfort had haunted him since childhood, akin to an unwelcome reminder of romance. He resolved that when he returned to school, he too would experiment with the peculiar notion of kissing a female classmate. What was it about adults that made them so enamored with such trivial pursuits? This peculiar thought set the wheels of fate in motion once more. Thanks to Bulma's relatively comfortable circumstances, she attended a prestigious school, where Son Gohan's desk mate happened to be named Videl. Chapter 53, A Beginner's Guide to Strength for Gohan. Returning to the matter at hand, with Gohan's awkwardness no longer present, the tenderness and allure in Bulma's eyes were almost palpable. Without further ado, she skillfully mounted him. Although Sun Wukong had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by her boldness. "Now that Gohan has left, shall we take a moment to gather ourselves before we begin?" he suggested. A month apart, who knows what clandestine activities you've been up to during this time? So, let us skip the pleasantries. I'm here to check your homework," Bulma declared. With those words, any semblance of restraint Sun Wukong had felt dissipated. At that moment, I had consumed a considerable amount of lamb kidneys, and today I shall demonstrate my prowess. As the clouds part to reveal the moon, love flows like water upon encountering a gentleman. The intensity of their movements nearly caused the lavish bed to buckle under their exertion. Fortunately, Bulma, being a top-tier scientist, had ensured that the soundproofing measures in her room were impeccable. Even amidst such brazen indulgence, the family residing under the same roof would remain oblivious to any sounds. Naturally, no one would be so dull as to inquire into the daily lives of the young couple. Thus, Sun Wukong enjoyed a leisurely existence at home for several days, serving as an occasional delivery person during mealtimes, providing logistical support to the beleaguered Dragon Ball team racing on their arduous journey. The remainder of his time was predominantly devoted to the pursuit of happiness. However, this hedonistic lifestyle, no matter how carefree, could not withstand the monotony of repetition. Since acquiring the ability to travel anywhere at will, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity during Bulma's leisure moments to embark on global adventures with her. They traversed deserts, hills, jungles, mountains, valleys, and the Arctic Circle, indulging in every conceivable experience. Once a mere street urchin, Sun Wukong had transformed into a world traveler, spinning the globe each morning to randomly select their next destination. Throughout this journey, Sun Wukong did not forget about his dear son. After much pleading from Gohan, he eventually agreed to teach him the ways of martial arts. However, it must be acknowledged that Sun Wukong was not particularly adept at the intricacies of cultivation. His knowledge stemmed solely from system skill cards. Fortunately, this was the Dragon Ball world, where innate talent and diligent effort were paramount. He imparted his understanding of Ki to Gohan, leaving the rest for him to grasp independently. Having absorbed sufficient theoretical knowledge, it was time to engage in rigorous training. In any realm, true masters possess an unyielding physical constitution. Synthesizing these principles, Sun Wukong devised a guide titled The Ultimate Warrior's Handbook. Firstly, strength training. One must train relentlessly. To possess formidable offensive power, one must first possess the strength to attack. Secondly, resilience. In simple terms, if your defensive capabilities are maxed out, you can stand firm, effortlessly absorbing any oncoming assaults, thereby exuding an impressive aura of deterrence. Thirdly, speed training. This encompasses attack speed, movement speed, and reaction speed. As the saying goes, in martial arts, speed is paramount. Even if one cannot defeat an opponent, mastering this skill allows for a swift retreat. Thus, Sun Wukong and Gohan became a daring teacher-student duo, engaging in practical and sensible training methods. The training volume is somewhat exaggerated, but the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe possess an extraordinary level of strength. Not to mention the Saiyans, even the physical prowess of Earthlings is remarkably exaggerated. Thus, for the young Gohan, there were no significant issues. Even if problems were to arise, they would be inconsequential, given the existence of the miraculous senzu beans. With two martial artists, one big and one small, in the household, Bulma, influenced by her surroundings, developed a certain interest. After a series of sweet-talking tactics, Goku helplessly succumbed and began teaching Bulma the flight technique. Surprisingly, despite her frail constitution, Bulma proved to be quite adept. It must be said that these intellectually gifted individuals are not solely confined to research. They possess a remarkable aptitude for comprehension. Within approximately a week, one could see two blue-haired figures soaring through the sky. Gohan was fine, as his energy reserves were sufficient to indulge in flight. However, Bulma faced difficulties, becoming fatigued after merely a few laps, drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, Goku was unconcerned, as he did not expect Bulma to engage in battles. As long as she could enjoy flying for leisure, it sufficed. Moreover, practicing the flight technique was, in itself, a form of exercise. With continued effort, her body would eventually adapt to the necessary energy output. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Goku, I observe that you don't appear to tire as much during your flights. Why is it that I find this more strenuous than an entire day of yoga? Everything has its gradual process. Do not worry. It won't be long before it becomes easier for you. However, I do have a question. During this time, you haven't been to the company much, have you? Your father-in-law seems to be engrossed in his research every day. Who, then, is ensuring the company runs smoothly? Goku had indeed pondered this question earlier, but he thought it was merely an occasional indulgence. Yet, after 10 days, or half a month, without any inquiries about Capsule Corporation, he couldn't help but wonder if there would be any significant issues. Upon hearing this, Bulma nonchalantly sipped her juice, then wiped the sweat from her forehead with a nearby towel before replying, Haha, it's surprising to see you take an interest in such matters, Goku. I thought your nature would leave you forever carefree and idle. Rest assured, even in my absence, there are those who will oversee the company. Recently, I hired a CEO to assist in managing operations. Otherwise, if I continue this way, I might find myself aging prematurely. A CEO? Is such a crucial position so easily filled by someone else? Let me tell you, if you're truly overwhelmed, I could also attempt to learn a bit about management. Goku stated earnestly. After all, having been influenced by various dominant narratives in his previous life, he held a certain admiration for the seemingly impressive title of CEO. However, Bulma did not share that sentiment. Oh, come on, Goku. Your prowess in combat and cunning is indeed unparalleled. However, when it comes to managing a company, I must confess, I harbor doubts about your capabilities. Moreover, who informed you that the individual I appointed as CEO is an outsider? Perhaps you might venture a guess. Allow me to provide a hint. We are both acquainted. Chapter 54. I am but a lowly creature of Jiangdong, in the bustling, opulent metropolis of the West. Within a lavishly appointed commercial hotel, a prominent domestic capsule company has commandeered the venue for its press conference. The atmosphere is charged with the presence of various media reporters, while dedicated security personnel stand vigilantly by. As a fleet of elongated flying vehicles arrives, an array of recording devices and camera flashes illuminate the scene incessantly. Look, the stunning woman striding ahead is the newly appointed CEO of the capsule company. No way. Shouldn't someone with such looks be a brand ambassador? What do you know? This is a case of beauty and brains. Must every intelligent person be unattractive? Amidst the clamor of whispers, the so-called beautiful so remains unperturbed as she strides confidently towards the conference hall. Clad in a fitted blazer, a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Complemented by rimless glasses perched on her nose, she embodies the ideal fantasy for countless admirers. Under the enamored gazes of male reporters, the beautiful CEO takes her seat at the head of the table. With a graceful flick of her hair, she lifts the microphone to deliver her opening remarks. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to invite you all on this significant day to witness the unveiling of our company's latest product. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our technical team, we have finally designed a device for more convenient storage of items. I have named it the Space Ring. Indeed, it represents a profound enhancement of the previous universal capsule. For further details, I will leave it to our engineers to elucidate. As she gestures invitingly, the attention of the reporter shifts toward the figure clearly identifiable as a researcher. The nameplate before the beautiful CEO prominently displays. CEO? Chi-Chi? What? Buma? Are you saying you managed to persuade Chi-Chi to work for you? Sun Wukong is left astounded, unable to fathom the transformation his little butterfly has wrought upon this world. Primarily, he cannot reconcile the image of that homemaker with the idea of her being a CEO. Wukong, stop underestimating people. Chi-Chi possesses considerable capability, and I wouldn't exactly call it tricking her into working for me. Do you recall the trove of gold and jewels you extracted from their castle? After that catastrophic fire, the bold Demon King underwent a complete transformation. He entrusted all his assets to Chi-Chi for management. Subsequently, Chi-Chi approached me and converted those treasures into currency, acquiring shares in our company. Therefore, strictly speaking, she is working for herself. Impressive. This is indeed remarkable. Sun Wukong could not help but raise his thumb in admiration, realizing that the one who hindered Chi-Chi from reaching the pinnacle of her life was none other than himself. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense in the original tale. Sun Wukong was largely indifferent to domestic matters. To have raised several insatiable appetites, it was hard to believe that Chi-Chi lacked any talent. Moreover, that was under the circumstance of an entire family residing in the mountains, where foraging from the earth is no simple task. It's no wonder that he later insisted on Gohan pursuing scholarly endeavors to earn more money. All right, I harbor no disdain for Chi-Chi. I was merely taken aback. Bulma, considering we have practiced sufficiently today, shall we return? I have grown weary of wandering aimlessly outside lately. Indeed, travel tends to lose its charm once the costs diminish. It is merely a shift from one monotonous locale to another. I have no objections, yet Gohan seems utterly engrossed in pursuing dinosaurs over there. He might be reluctant to return anytime soon. Additionally, I have noticed an intriguing issue. While others toil diligently in their training, how is it that you appear to play every day and still emerge so formidable? Bulma, her brows furrowed in confusion, stepped closer and wrapped her arms around Sun Wukong's neck, whispering sweetly into his ear, "Do you possess some secret to strengthening your body?" Apologies. What I mean is, do you have any training secrets that you haven't shared with me? Do you really need to keep something from your own wife? Coughing lightly, he replied, "I believe you have misunderstood. In martial arts, aside from personal effort, talent plays a significant role, particularly physical aptitude. Moreover, I have now reached a level of mastery that is unattainable for them. Achieving further breakthroughs through mere hard work alone is unrealistic. One must comprehend the essence of power to ascend to greater heights." With a calm demeanor, Sun Wukong spoke fancifully. Did he not wish to train? Indeed, he did. Ever since experiencing the system's sporadic bestowal of battle power boosts in the millions, Returning to the arduous training of the past felt impractical. After months of relentless training, employing various fierce techniques upon himself, he barely increased his battle power by a few thousand points. Furthermore, to surpass the minimum transformation threshold of a Super Saiyan, he had to endure 5 years of relentless training. 5 years. Who truly understands the trials he faced during that time? Rising with the sun to practice, returning home at sunset, enduring Bulma's relentless demands. Now, their child is already 4 years old. Shifting focus, let's not dwell on Sun Wukong's carefree existence. Krillin and the others have endured much. After an arduous journey, they finally reached the end of Snake Way. After searching diligently, they finally discovered the existence of King Kai's planet. Immediately, the renowned Naif Yamcha was the first to seize the opportunity. However, despite Sun Wukong's prior warnings about the gravity of this environment, he inadvertently found himself in quite the predicament, landing unceremoniously on the ground. It is evident that such a situation would inevitably lead to the mockery of the other companions. Krillin remarked, "Wow, buddy, where on earth did you learn that frog technique? I must say, your imitation is remarkably lifelike." Tin, however, countered, "I believe otherwise. This must be yet another masterstroke from Yamcha, an exceptional talent in drawing inspiration from the animal kingdom." Piccolo added, "That is quite impressive. Do teach me sometime." Kaiatsu chimed in, "Abba, Abba." Watching the others enthusiastically praise Yamcha, the newly joined Raditz was utterly perplexed. "I say, everyone, isn't this merely a fall? You all speak so highly of it. Could it be that I am missing some profound insight?" With that, Raditz stepped forward to assist the fallen Yamcha, causing the onlookers, who had been holding back their laughter, to finally burst into hearty guffaws and applause. Just then, as Yamcha was about to express his anger, he suddenly noticed a short, pudgy figure among those laughing at him. "Hey, who are you to mock me?" The chubby individual, laughing for quite some time, finally regained his composure. Remembering the peculiar catchphrases taught to him by Sun Wukong, he placed his hands on his hips and proclaimed with an air of superiority, "To utter my name would startle you. I am but a Radajiangdong." Chapter 55, Diary of Zild. As Krillin, a close companion of Sun Wukong, heard the phrase Radajiangdong, he instantly realized that this individual must be the target of their visit. Upon connecting the dots, he did not hesitate to shower the figure with compliments. "Wow, what imposing presence. Surely one of the greatest among beings. You must be the esteemed Lord of the North. Oh, you've heard of my tale?" The King of the Universe, known for his sharp tongue, was somewhat bewildered by the recognition of his identity. He mused internally, when did I become so renowned? Nevertheless, upon receiving confirmation, Krillin promptly grasped the chubby hand of the king. "What you say is merely modesty. Even if I hadn't heard your story, it wouldn't diminish my admiration for you. Besides, the tales etched upon your weathered visage speak volumes. Do join me. Let me be a part of your team." "All right, no problem. You appear agreeable. Just focus on your cultivation here, and I assure you, when the Saiyans arrive, you'll be a formidable fighter with a power level no less than 10,000. Although the King of the Universe did not fully grasp Krillin's peculiar words, he appreciated the sentiment. Indeed, those who hail from the same place as Sun Wukong possess a certain charm in their speech. Yet, the king's promise astonished the others. What could it possibly mean to possess a power level of no less than 10,000? It is important to note that Krillin currently possesses a fighting capability of just over 200 points at most. Upon realizing this, Yamcha's eyes darted about restlessly. He quickly rushed to the side of King Kai, clasping his hands in a formal martial arts salute. "Dea, having wandered aimlessly for half my life without encountering a worthy master, should you not reject me, I wish to be adopted as your righteous son." "Dumpling, I feel the same." Upon witnessing this, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, despite feeling a bit embarrassed, could not help but reflect on Goku's past shameless antics. It became evident that the reason for Goku's remarkable strength was not without merit. They too, mustering their courage, clasped their hands together and, in unison, addressed King Kai. "I feel the same." X2. This spectacle left Raditz, who had just joined the group, astonished, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Hiss! The audacity of Earthlings! If I could learn just a fraction of their shamelessness, I might have thrived under Frieza's rule. With this thought, Raditz adapted quickly, stepping forward to mimic the gesture. "King Kai, I feel the same." Very well, very well. Do not rush. In my eyes, you are all quite talented individuals. Arriving at King Kai's planet and adapting perfectly to its gravity speaks volumes of your potential. Rest assured, The promises I made to the little one apply to you as well. However, this is contingent upon your dedication to learning. Laziness is not an option. King Kai's smile nearly broke into a grin, not merely out of fondness for teaching apprentices, but because, as Goku had mentioned, one can easily feel lonely and cold after residing here for an extended period. Now, with so many peculiar yet pleasant companions, it was clear that the upcoming days would not be dull. The Dragon Ball team, in high spirits, found it utterly surprising that this seemingly unremarkable little pumpkin was so easily deceived. They unanimously agreed that Goku's principles held merit. Thus, a group of otherwise dependable protagonists found themselves entangled with an unreliable lead, steering the narrative into a chaotic and unpredictable direction. Meanwhile, in the vastness of the universe, a formidable fleet of warships drifted slowly. The impressive main battleships and the numerous smaller vessels clearly indicated that this was the domain of a significant cosmic power. Within a luxurious bedroom aboard the flagship, a peculiar figure clad in cartoonish pajamas, short in stature with two horns, lay trembling in bed, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Those wild monkeys' legendary Super Saiyans are nothing but a joke. Get out of my dreams. You shall not frighten me here." Suddenly jolted awake from his nightmare. He was drenched in sweat, beads glistening on his forehead. Huff, huff, huff. Indeed, it was merely a dream once more. Yet, it is rather peculiar why I've been plagued by such nightmares of the legendary wild monkeys and their prophesied savior of late. I find myself pondering why our clan of frozen demons has left behind such bizarre records. A diminutive figure, adorned with a pair of horns on both its head and body, flicked its tail and cast aside the covers. The individual floated slowly, feet barely touching the ground, toward a nearby bookshelf. With a casual gesture, it retrieved a yellowed, ancient tome and began to peruse its pages. In but a moment, it found the account it sought. Upon closer examination, it read, "I, Zerd, have traversed the cosmos unchallenged throughout my life. I once believed this universe to be such, that none could rival my clan of frozen demons. However, one fateful day, one of my subordinates encountered calamity on the planet Prand. I, the king, ventured forth to investigate, only to discover that a Saiyan named Bardock was the culprit. It is well known that Saiyans, mere monkeys, are not to be taken seriously. Yet, this individual had a peculiar affinity for hair dye, and upon transforming into a golden-haired form, his combat prowess surged tremendously. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, I had vanquished all contenders for my clan. Confronted with such an audacious foe, I felt no fear and engaged him in battle, only to realize that his might was insurmountable. This fellow possessed strength sufficient to defeat me in mere exchanges. Yet, I was unwilling to concede defeat. Thus invoking the rules of the martial world, when faced with uncertainty, one must first engage in a contest of power. Since he had employed underhanded tactics, I was determined to seize the advantageous terrain, launching an assault from above like a tiger leaping from the mountains. Moreover, positioned to the right, I believed I had nullified the ancient adage of losing when positioned to the left. Alas, that rascal perceived the matter from an entirely different perspective, ultimately reversing all disadvantages and striking me to the depths of cosmic obscurity. Ahem. After all this, let this serve as a warning to you all. Beware the golden-haired one. Signed, Zerd. With a sharp clap, the diminutive figure, clad in pajamas, hurled the ancient tome to the ground. Its expression morphed into one of distaste, akin to having ingested something foul, and it turned towards its grand bed. Yet, a surge of indignation bubbled within, and the more it pondered, the more discontented it became. It promptly turned back and stomped down twice upon the tome. What nonsense is this? How can a dying soul pen such drivel? Moreover, that absurd tale of a monkey who dyes its hair is clearly fabricated. It must be that its own abilities are lacking, having been bested by an insignificant opponent, only to boast of another strength. And who, pray tell, is I, King Frieza? I obliterated the planet of that insipid Saiyan, Vegeta. I refuse to believe there exists another so-called strongest hairdresser. Indeed, the speaker of such words is none other than Frieza himself. After a moment of self-reassurance, he turned and burrowed back into his blankets, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, on a journey to reclaim his honor on Earth, Vegeta was en route. Vegeta, Chapter 56, on the importance of mental fortitude. On Earth, amidst a desolate expanse of gravel, Son Goku and his son, Son Gohan, one large and one small, were panting as they engaged in their daily training. Son Goku was seen with his hands and feet bound by peculiar dark-hued metal restraints, suspended in midair. He exerted himself with vigorous punches and kicks. Meanwhile, son Gohan sat cross-legged on a large stone, meditating like a serene monk. After a considerable time, the ring on son Wukong's hand, emblazoned with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company, shimmered, and the strange metal on his limbs vanished without a trace. Hiss! The peculiar metal bestowed by the king of the other world was exceedingly heavy. It seemed that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, mastering it would require a long and arduous journey. Truly, I am not cut out for diligent training. Son Wukong initially intended to recline and await the system to release a task, casually collecting a couple of combat power enhancement cards to pass the time. After all, why must one strive when one can save her life? Sometimes, effort does not guarantee success, but a lack of effort certainly leads to comfort. Well aware of the art of relaxation, son Wukong found himself compelled to take action, as there had been little in the way of plot-driven tasks lately. Even his own subordinate required repeated calls to respond. Not to mention the prospect of seeking assistance to unlock his potential was bleak. With no other choice, he resolved to engage in training himself. One must understand that cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. The members of the Dragon Ball team had made significant strides during this period. As their logistical support, son Wukong keenly observed everything unfold. Hey, Gohan, wake up. It's time to eat. Slurp. What did you say, Dad? Didn't Tiwi just have breakfast? Son Gohan jolted awake, his drowsy eyes wide open, and he hastily swallowed the drool that had pooled at the corner of his mouth. Son Wukong, witnessing his son's demeanor, could only shake his head in exasperation. Indeed, as the saying goes, an unsteady beam leads to a crooked rafter, like father, like son. Although he himself was rather lazy, it did not hinder his efforts to educate son Gohan. Ahem, you little rascal, pay attention. I painstakingly acquired the meditation technique from Piccolo, and yet you managed to fall asleep while sitting in meditation. Dad, you can't blame me. I was doing fine at first, but this method of training is simply too monotonous. Plus, Mama signed me a project last night, and I was up late trying to finish it. Son Gohan felt genuinely wronged. While others completed their education over a lifetime, he was nearing mastery before he turned 5. Furthermore, he had earnestly discussed this very issue with his mother, only to be met with, when I was your age, I had already accomplished so much. You are truly lacking and need to strive harder. However, despite his grievances, son Gohan felt a flicker of delight. After all, he had mastered everything taught at school and now approaches education with the goal of relishing his childhood. Moreover, after the last incident where he bit his classmate, Videl, her previously fierce demeanor had remarkably softened, and she seemed to look up to him in a subtle manner. By the way, Dad, why do I need to cultivate this mental energy? It seems that aside from enhancing my clarity of thought, it has little other utility. Sigh, the tale is rather lengthy. And do you recall my childhood decree forbidding you from gazing at the moon? Son Wukong gently ruffled little Gohan's hair before plopping down beside him. Yes, I remember. But how does this relate to cultivating spiritual energy? He inquired. Indeed, it bears great significance. As members of the Saiyan race, we transform into mindless gorillas upon witnessing a full moon, a phenomenon rooted in the tale that we possess, son Wukong explained, revealing the tale he had previously concealed. Gohan was not taken aback. He had seen it before and received an explanation from his father. Dad, are you suggesting that if I strengthen my spiritual energy sufficiently, I could gaze at the moon without succumbing to its influence? Precisely. With enough training, even in the form of a gorilla, you will retain your intellect. Should your powers grow strong enough to control your cellular structure, you might choose whether to transform. Furthermore, if one day you attain the strength to become Super Saiyan 4, you will have the autonomy to decide whether to change into a gorilla. Son Wukong's assertion held merit, as only he in the GT timeline had managed to master his transformations. This mastery derived from his ability to regain rationality while in the golden gorilla state. Vegeta, as the prince of the Saiyan lineage, possessed merely a slightly greater innate spiritual strength than other Saiyans. Having grasped these concepts, he resolved to assist Gohan in overcoming this challenge in advance, preparing him for the journey ahead. Understood, Dad. I will strive to train diligently. No need to rush. After all, you're still quite young. However, we should return now. We have lingered long enough, lest your mother come looking for us and create a ruckus. At this, Gohan instantly recalled his mother's fierce temperament and shuddered, eagerly nodding in agreement. You're right. Dad, if we return late, I fear a mountain of daunting homework will await me. Observing his son's demeanor, son Wukong resolved to persuade Bulma to adjust her parenting philosophy. After all, it would be unreasonable for Gohan to grow up not as a scholar, but as a scientist. With that thought, he scooped up Gohan and, with a flash, vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves back in their grand villa. Wow, Dad, your instant transmission ability is incredibly cool. When will you teach me? Instant transmission? Well, Sun Wukong faltered at Gohan's sudden inquiry, for this skill was a reward from the system, and he had no means to impart it to his son. Dad, surely you wouldn't withhold such a skill from your own son? Little Gohan exclaimed, eyes filled with contempt as he extricated himself from Sun Wukong's embrace, taking a step back, somewhat disappointed. In response, Sun Wukong could only think, was that half-step back of yours for real? Even the smallest of actions can result in significant harm. However, as the nefarious protagonist, such trivial matters pose no challenge for him. With a flicker of thought, he has already devised a cunning plan. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? My skill of instantaneous movement is not easily mastered. If you truly desire such an ability, I shall take you out for a game someday. Perhaps in that place. Aside from this skill, you may also acquire some additional knowledge. Indeed, at this moment, Sun Wukong is contemplating sending Gohan to the planet Yardrat, which possesses profound techniques for controlling energy. With his recent idle time, it would be beneficial for him to further his studies. Meanwhile, Vegeta, determined to seek an explanation from his younger brother, is en route. Vegeta? Chapter 57. The Drift of Yardrat. The following morning, after breakfast, Sun Wukong and his son inform Bulma of their intention to enroll Gohan in an interest-based supplementary class. Bulma, having been swayed by Sun Wukong's passionate persuasion the previous night, is indifferent. She resolves to abandon her previous educational philosophies and create a joyful childhood for her son. To be fair, with the knowledge he currently possesses, any further in-depth learning would be somewhat superfluous. After all, their family has wealth, status, fame, and power. Upon reflection, there seems to be little left to pursue. Thus, she readily agrees to Sun Wukong's suggestion to nurture Gohan's interests, allowing her some leisure time. After gathering the necessary items, Sun Wukong and Gohan step out of their home with a carefree gait. However, just as they do, an unexpected friend arrives at their doorstep. Lifting his gaze, he sees a figure with long hair, broad shoulders, and a stout physique, whose small eyes reflect an indomitable spirit beyond the ordinary. Yasuo, what brings you here? Indeed, the visitor is the pivotal character of the story, the robust Yasuo, also known as Yardrat. Oh, what a coincidence, Wukong. I was just about to knock when you two walked out. Master Karen has just cultivated a batch of senza beans, and recently, Krillin mentioned that during their training with King Kai, they were in need of this sustenance to keep up their stamina. Today, I happened to remember, and thought I would pay you a visit. Oh, I see. Then do keep the senza beans for now. Those fellows have ample food and drink over there. Sending them would merely provide an excuse for them to slack off. Besides, who knows what Yamcha intends to do with the senza beans? It is well known that he often employs such life-saving items in the most peculiar ways. Sun Wukong speaks the truth. Krillin and Yamcha, training with King Kai, would hardly find use for such provisions. Moreover, this bug could indeed save resources, lest one be left with only a few items in the later stages. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Piccolo chuckled heartily, reminiscing about a past friend who, exhausted from repairing the sewer, had resorted to using this item to reset skill cooldowns. It was, in truth, a rather extravagant use of strategic resources. By the way, Wukong, so early in the morning, where are you taking Gohan? Surely, you do not intend to hunt for wild game? If so, you must bring me along. It is not as you imagine. We are merely planning to go play ball. Oh, a game of ball, how delightful. A little diversion to clear the mind. Wait, what did you just say? A game of ball? Are you embarking on interstellar travel? Piccolo found this utterly astonishing. After all, even with their current technology, the prospect of exploring outer space was a grave matter. Yet, to hear it spoken so lightly from the other party left him questioning his own hearing. Sun Wukong gazed at Piccolo's incredulous expression, uncertain what warranted such surprise. Indeed, you heard correctly. We are leaving Earth for a place called Yadarat Star. Ha, ha ha ha. Wukong, when did you become so humorous? Although my education is limited, you need not try to deceive me. Interstellar travel with your eldest son? Even if you agree, I cannot fathom Bulma consenting. Piccolo was evidently skeptical of Sun Wukong's claims, for anyone with a rational mind would find it preposterous. Alas, Sun Wukong sighed in resignation. Choosing to ignore the skepticism, grasping Gohan's hand, he activated the skill, instant transmission, to anywhere. However, just at that moment, The uproarious Akalobe unexpectedly tapped Sun Wukong at a critical moment. In a flash, the three figures vanished from their original spot. A scene witnessed only by a few sparrows chattering on a nearby telephone pole. When their vision shifted, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. Akalobe curiously lifted his gaze, noting that the previously azure sky had taken on a peculiar yellow hue. The towering cityscape had instantaneously morphed into a foreign realm filled with bizarre rock formations. Lord, Akalobe's mouth fell agape in astonishment, nearly large enough to fit a fist. Yet at that moment he still believed they were merely in some corner of Earth, convinced that Sun Wukong had simply relocated them. However, the truth often reveals itself in the most disheartening manner. In the distance, an alien clad in peculiar attire, resembling an elf, walked by. The being cradled unfamiliar foods and hummed incomprehensible melodies. As the small sprite passed by a few individuals, it instinctively glanced at Akalobe. Simultaneously, both emitted a sharp scream. Ah, gurgle, gurgle. The extraterrestrial sprite, abandoning what it had been holding, cursed and ran off into the distance. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong could only helplessly slap his forehead. I say, Yasuo, could you refrain from such dramatic reactions? If our alien friends see us, they might think we are mere country bumpkins. Now, finding someone to ask for directions has become quite the ordeal, and we'll have to waste more effort. Goodness, I thought you were jesting. Who knew that a mere touch would result in such a commotion? Akalobe exclaimed excitedly, flailing his limbs, even experiencing some verbal difficulties. Sun Wukong, struggling to stifle his laughter, wished to remain composed, but ultimately succumbed. Ha ha ha. Brother Yasuo, no need to explain. I understand your sentiment. Just look at Gohan. He is a child yet remains far less anxious than you. Sun Wukong gestured toward the little one, who was curiously looking around and bouncing about. Hey, Gohan, come here. Wow, Dad, this planet seems quite different from Earth. Look at that lake in the distance. The freshwater here is actually purple. Gohan perfectly embodied a child's curiosity, bouncing back to Sun Wukong's side. All right, don't be so mischievous. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit. We must promptly inquire with the locals about where to find a master to learn the arts. Huh, Dad, haven't you been here before? Gohan's eyes were filled with confusion, his young mind brimming with questions. Ahem, the reason you cannot learn my instant transmission is that it is an innate skill. Fortunately, I have heard that there are individuals on this planet who possess similar abilities. Sun Wukong felt quite embarrassed, wishing he had arrived earlier. But now that they were here, what could be done? Nonetheless, their situation was somewhat amusing, as they were exposed to new experiences. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta was racing onward, nearly going mad due to a slight urgency to relieve himself. Reluctantly, he chose a random planet to land on and resolve his predicament. Chapter 58, Akalobe, My Experience as an Alien on Another Planet. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Akalobe were wandering aimlessly without purpose or direction. It was evident that the inhabitants of this planet seemed to possess a unique method of control. Despite their efforts to sense any presence of energy, they found none. However, this peculiar situation did not last long. As they traversed a valley, several faint energy signatures suddenly materialized around them. Looking up, they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, they had been surrounded by a group of tall extraterrestrials, or rather locals. After all, if we were to scrutinize the facts, it is Sun Wukong and his companions who can be regarded as extraterrestrial beings. These locals bore a striking resemblance to that previous foul-mouthed sprite. At that moment, a notably robust man, towering over 2 meters, stepped forward. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Sun Wukong and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend the words being spoken. Wukong, what should we do? It seems we cannot communicate at all. There are so many of them. Do you have any confidence if a fight breaks out? Fear not. They are merely a bunch of insignificant little nuisances. I hardly regard them as a threat. Besides, who said we would definitely engage in combat? With that, Sun Wukong boldly strode forward, approaching the imposing figure. As he reached the man, he extended his right hand. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The identical sounds bewildered the locals. Fortunately, the towering man discerned that there was no malice intended and politely extended his hand to shake with Sun Wukong. In a miraculous moment, as their hands made contact, a surge of understanding coursed through Sun Wukong's mind, and he instinctively grasped the meaning behind the previous gurgling sounds. Incredible! This planet, Adralat, truly harbors wonders. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, the man spoke first, articulating words that Wukong could comprehend. Greetings, esteemed traveler from afar. Welcome to Adralat. Wow, your accent. It must be from the Bread Mountain area, right? Sun Wukong was pleasantly surprised to discover that the man possessed some knowledge of foreign languages, easing the path for their communication. The leader of the Adralat people, though not entirely familiar with the reference to Bread Mountain, did not hesitate to inquire about their purpose for visiting. Greetings, distinguished guests from afar. I am Alida, the captain of the Adralat Guard. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? Oh, Captain Alida, it is an honor to meet you. Sun Wukong replied, somewhat dismissively, gesturing toward his companions. Sun Gohan and Akirabai in the distance. We have come merely to learn from your esteemed planet. I have long heard of the Adralat people's ingenuity and mastery of remarkable skills. Thus, we journeyed across great distances to seek knowledge. Of course, it would be remiss not to bring something in return as a token of respect. From his bag, Sun Wukong retrieved several universal capsules and tossed them to the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke billowed up, revealing an array of colorful snacks and delicacies that resembled small mountains. The locals were left dumbfounded. Although Adralat was not impoverished, its culinary culture paled in comparison to that of Earth. The astonishment did not end there. Bang, bang, bang. A series of successive sounds followed, as the variety of food multiplied tenfold. At this point, the so-called Adralat guards were evidently at a loss for words. They had seen extravagance before, but never to such an extent. Unbeknownst to him, he thought it was merely the foolish son of a landlord who had arrived. At that moment, Captain Ali stepped forward and grasped Sun Wukong's hands firmly. You are one of us, a forever friend of the Adratarians. He then turned to one of his comrades. You there, Air Guzi, hurry back to the village and report. Have him prepare some delicacies to entertain our esteemed guest. Sun Wukong was not surprised by the sudden shift in demeanor. Despite the modest offerings presented, he was acutely aware that even the god of destruction, Beerus, had not encountered anything particularly delectable in the vast cosmos until he arrived on Earth, which completely altered his perspective. It is thus evident that Earth's cuisine, both in appearance and flavor, holds considerable value across the universe. Captain Ali, you are unaware of our studies on your splendid planet, he replied. Oh, do not worry. I shall certainly introduce you. However, as friends, there are matters I must address with you beforehand. To learn skills on our planet, one must obtain the consent of our clan's elder. Generally speaking, as long as one is not of a nefarious nature, there should be no issues. Captain Ali, being quite pragmatic, succinctly laid out the rules governing their affairs. Sun Wukong reflected on this, realizing that in this day and age, wherever one might go, wealth often dictates influence. Just look at Lord Frieza, tirelessly conquering planets throughout the universe. What is his ultimate goal? To engage in real estate, of course. Thus, the world of martial prowess is not solely about combat. The marketplace is where true battles are fought. After receiving Captain Ali's consent, Sun Wukong informed Gohan and Akirabai about the progress of their negotiations. Akirabai was utterly bewildered, primarily because someone had informed him that instant noodles and hot dogs were considered currency in the cosmos. Who wouldn't be flabbergasted by such a revelation? Wukong, since everything is settled here, could you possibly send me back first? I have never ventured far in my life, and suddenly being on an alien planet is rather disconcerting. Do not fret, Brother Yasuo. We are not staying here for 10 days or 2 weeks. Think of it as a brief excursion. We shall return by dinner. Sun Wukong patted him on the shoulder, then embraced Gohan and made his way toward Captain Ali. After further discussions, the two strolled leisurely into the distance. Akirabai stood momentarily in stunned silence, gritting his teeth before deciding to follow. It wasn't he that he was particularly averse to being in this place as an extraterrestrial. Rather, lacking Sun Wukong's formidable prowess left him feeling somewhat insecure. After traversing a valley, a quaint village brimming with the warmth of life appeared before them, its architectural style starkly contrasting that of Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta, intent on challenging the Earthlings, was forced to land on a desolate planet, finally resolving his urgent needs. In response, he harshly criticized the abysmal barbecue skills. Vegeta remarked, if your cooking is as terrible as it is, at least make sure the meat is properly cooked next time. Chapter 59. Sun Doesn't T Lack Money. Sun Wukong and his companions followed Alida into the village, where the architecture on either side was quite peculiar, starkly contrasting with Earth's architectural styles. Occasionally, diminutive beings resembling little sprites crowded along the sides, pointing and whispering amongst themselves about the newcomers. Observing this, Alida, the captain of the guard, promptly stepped forward and addressed the villagers with a booming voice. Subsequently, the small hydration beings scattered like birds, returning to their homes. Apologies, Mr. Son. These are merely some mischievous children of my clan. They have never encountered individuals of your appearance, hence their commotion. I hope you can forgive them. Ha, Captain Alita. There's no need for such formality. Children will be children. My own son is no different. Curiosity is a natural trait at their age. It is through their exploration of the world that they evolve from ignorance to a gradual understanding of its myriad colors. Son Wukong, to be honest, initially felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, who would be pleased to be gawked at like a monkey? However, upon learning they were merely children, he quickly found solace. Ha ha, well said. At that moment, a resonant voice of an elder interrupted Son Wukong's thoughts, which had been leaning towards self-aggrandizement. Looking up, he beheld an old man with a face lined with wrinkles, leaning on a cane as he approached them. Upon seeing Son Wukong, the elder's expression radiated warmth and admiration. My young friend, your previous insights, upon careful reflection, are not devoid of philosophical depth. What may appear as an explanation for a child's enlightenment subtly hints that adults should learn to be more tolerant. Captain Alita promptly bowed in respect to the elder, his already imposing figure appearing even grander in the presence of the old man. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I, Alita, shall remember your words. He then turned to introduce the elder to Son Wukong and the others. Mr. Son, this is the elder I mentioned earlier, the great elder of my clan. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong scrutinized the elder closely, and after a thorough examination, he couldn't help but internally critique. These so-called great elders or distant uncles, truly, in any narrative or reality, they're often just a bunch of cantankerous old men. As his thoughts wandered, he gently set down his son, Son Wufan, and performed a respectful bow to the elder. It is indeed said that seeing is believing. At first glance, you exude an air of ethereal wisdom, leading me to believe you are a venerable elder of great repute. Little did I expect you to be the esteemed elder of Adrasia. I am honored. As the saying goes, a flower-laden sedan chair is carried by people. Since the elder had complimented him upon their initial meeting, Son Wukong recognized he must reciprocate with due respect. After all, when it comes to flattery, none of these individuals gathered here present a challenge to him. Even with merely a fraction of his true prowess displayed, he could scarcely fathom how his adversaries would respond should he unleash the full force of his capabilities. However, the elder appeared equally unprepared for the mellifluous tones emanating from the individual before him. Esteemed friend, you flatter me excessively. I am but an old relic, nearing the grave, unworthy of such accolades. He then inquired, might I ask what brings you to the planet Adratlat, and how we may be of assistance? The elder continued, Mr. Sun and his companions seek to engage in a friendly exchange of knowledge with us. As Son Wukong and his companions were about to respond, Alita, the captain of the Adratlat Guard, hurriedly began to elucidate the situation to the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder cast a discerning glance at the towering figure before him. Although visitors from other planets had previously come to learn unique skills, he had never witnessed such eager hospitality from them. Just as he contemplated declining Son Wukong and his friend's request, or imposing some challenges to test them, members of Alita's guard approached, laden with numerous items. Alita, what are these goods you bring? Why do you carry so much? The elder inquired. These are local delicacies brought by Mr. Sun and his companions, Alita replied. Oh, how could you treat our esteemed guests so? On their first visit, we have not properly entertained them, and yet they offer us such valuable gifts. This simply will not do. Return them at once. The elder spoke these words, yet his gaze frequently wandered to the abundant foodstuffs. Son Wukong, ever the cunning individual, quickly discerned the elder's insincerity. He stepped forward and grasped the elder's hand. Kind sir, what is the meaning of this? We earthlings hold the value of reciprocity in high regard. From a young age, I was taught by my elders that one should never arrive empty-handed as a guest. Now that I am here, do you wish for me to take these gifts back? Do you look down upon me? I did not realize that your family observes such traditions. As a guest from afar, I must reluctantly accept your generous offerings. The elder, taken aback, felt compelled to accept the gifts. Well then, it seems Son Wukong is quite the clever one. Initially addressing us as friends, he swiftly altered his demeanor upon realizing we were not coming empty-handed, now referring to himself as Sir. Dear elder, what words are these? I, son, cherish the company of friends, for as the saying goes, one relies on family at home and on friends when away. Since we are now friends, why should we concern ourselves with material possessions? At my age, I never imagined I would encounter someone as open-minded as Mr. Sunday. However, since you regard us as friends, we must not neglect our esteemed guest from afar. Please, let us walk and converse. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement and walked alongside the elder of Adratlat. The esteemed elder, to be candid, we have heard of the formidable skills possessed by the inhabitants of Adratlat. With a desire to learn, we have come here to seek your guidance. Might you be so generous as to share your wisdom with us? Ha ha, Mr. Sun, you may not be aware that we, the people of Adratlat, do not possess any particularly powerful offensive abilities. What we have are merely some peculiar tricks, such as healing spells, communication techniques, prophetic arts, teleportation, and transformation, all developed based on the unique characteristics of our kin. For an ordinary person to learn these skills, it greatly depends on their innate talent and a measure of fortune. Thus, I cannot guarantee that you will all be able to master them. Upon witnessing the overwhelming sincerity of the visitors, the elder spoke honestly, outlining the limitations of their skills. Sun Wukong, however, had anticipated this, understanding that if everyone could easily acquire these abilities, the Adratlat people would likely have vanished into the annals of history. The adage that a common man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing something precious is all too evident. Before long, the group arrived at an extensive courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Wukong and his companions entered. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa were still aboard their spacecraft, en route to Earth. Chapter 60. From the time I first grasped a sword in my youth, I knew I would become the master of the sword path, a Kairobe. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Sun Wukong was unfazed. After all, we merely approach this with a learning mindset. If we can learn, we shall. If not, there is no harm done. The elder need not feel troubled. If all else fails, we shall simply consider this a journey of exploration. Mr. Sun's open-mindedness and attitude suggest that your visit will surely yield some rewards. The Adratlat people felt a quiet relief. Despite their lack of formidable strength, they possessed a unique method of channeling energy, allowing them to perceive the profound power emanating from Sun Wukong. Frankly speaking, even collectively, they would not measure up to a mere fraction of his strength. Had they not been accustomed to facing adversities, they might have been utterly intimidated. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's intentions, their wariness began to dissipate. And all of this did not escape the keen perception of the astute Sun Wukong. As a crafty individual, he was adept at reading the nuances of others' expressions. Yet, as the caution in their eyes faded, he too relaxed his own vigilance. Though these individuals appeared to be insignificant with little combat prowess, one could not forget the once unassuming Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, who later unleashed Cell, nearly bringing Earth to its demise. As a thoughtful traveler from another world, he understood that one must not underestimate any hero. Sometimes, it is wise to remain cautious of matters beyond one's control. Mr. Sun, may I inquire if there are any particular skills you wish to learn? I will be pleased to provide you with some references in advance. As for myself, I am quite intrigued by the art of transformation and your unique technique of luck. What are your thoughts, esteemed elder? I cannot speak for other matters, but the art of luck should pose no difficulty for Mr. Sunday. The elder stroked his beard and elaborated. The skill selected by Sun Wukong indeed carries significance. Setting aside the art of instant teleportation, which he already possesses a commendable version of, the other skills, such as communication and divination, are merely supplementary in nature. What he currently lacks most is the application of Qi. Mastering this skill can significantly enhance one's combat efficiency. As for the art of transformation, it is merely a whimsical pursuit. Meanwhile, Gohan found himself growing bashful, and after much hesitation, he finally articulated a series of choices: fusion technique, healing art, instant teleportation, and prophecy. Essentially, he selected every skill with a pleasing name. The elder merely chuckled in response, finding no trouble in the boy's selections. After all, he was just a child, and they had encountered many more ambitious individuals in the past. With a nod of agreement, the elder turned his gaze to the seemingly inconspicuous Jackalope. When Sun Wukong and the others directed their intense attention towards him, our meat-clad Yasuo was utterly taken aback. Having come merely to observe, yet unexpectedly found himself included. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Yasuo, with equal audacity, rambled on without feeling the slightest embarrassment. After all, as the old saying goes, those with thick skin eat their fill. There is no room for humility in such moments. After listening to their requests, the elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Dear friends, I have mentioned before that learning these skills requires a certain aptitude. Not everyone is capable of mastering them. I shall summon a few members of our clan to conduct assessments for you. Should one fail, You may select other skills that pique your interest. We are at your service. After all, we come seeking assistance. The elder may arrange matters as he sees fit. Sun Wukong was the first to express his stance, as he could discern the elder's apprehension regarding their potential frustration should they fail to learn. Subsequently, the elder indeed summoned several members of the Adralat Star, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, all clad in identical attire. To Sun Wukong and his companions, they appeared indistinguishable from one another. After a series of assessments, it was regrettable that Sun Wukong did not possess the aptitude for the art of transformation. As a fallback, he could only pursue their unique technique of luck. To put it plainly, this skill provides the most direct enhancement to combat prowess, while the others are merely superficial embellishments. Whether one learns them or not bears little practical significance. The difficulty of mastering skills from the Adralat Star is indeed renowned. The array of skills previously selected by Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, was disappointingly limited. Not to mention, his long-cherished desire to master instantaneous movement was thwarted by a lack of talent, along with other abilities such as transformation, healing, and prophecy, which he could not acquire. However, there was one rather obscure skill, telekinesis, that suited him remarkably well. According to the Grand Elder, this skill primarily relies on mental strength, aligning perfectly with Sun Wukong's aspiration for him to cultivate his mental prowess. Such consistent training would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his mental capacity. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly unremarkable Yasuo possessed extraordinary talent. Remarkably, several of the skills he had chosen for himself were not only suitable, but also exceptionally compatible. A series of abilities, including prophecy, healing, and instantaneous movement, were all within his grasp. This sudden revelation transformed the previously inconspicuous little chubby boy into a figure of prominence. Ha ha ha. Ever since I first grasped a sword in my youth, I knew I was destined to be the master of the sword path. Little did I anticipate that after nearly 30 years of existence, I would discover my talents extend far beyond that, he exclaimed. Now, who will dare to consider me merely a novice, only capable of critical moments? Indeed, with a tank build, Yasuo shall be invincible. And now, with the opportunity to learn the impressive skill of instantaneous movement, I shall undoubtedly become even more formidable. At this moment, Sun Wukong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Having witnessed many who could boast, but none could boast quite like this. In the days that followed, the trio dedicated their mornings to learning, returning to Earth in the afternoons to indulge in food and drink, living life to the fullest with a carefree spirit. Day by day, without anyone pressuring them to save the world, they found themselves learning at an astonishing pace. The Grand Elder of the Adralat race could only marvel at the prodigious talents of these individuals, as their rapid progress surpassed even that of the most gifted youths within their own ranks. However, due to Sun Wukong's subsequent procurement of substantial supplies delivered to them, there was no hesitation in their teaching. Rather, they generously shared their knowledge under the weight of material abundance. Meanwhile, cough cough, Vegeta was still en route in his spaceship. Damn it, I can't take this any longer. At this rate, with the finale approaching, I won't make in time, he exclaimed. Take it slow. I have a feeling this earthly realm is rather ominous. As time flew by, Sun Wukong and his companions finally arrived at their graduation ceremony at the Adralat Magic Academy. The Grand Elder, taking advantage of the earthly materials acquired during this period, was organizing a small banquet. Come, Wukong, allow me to toast you. Congratulations on successfully mastering the skills you desired. To be honest, I never expected you all to possess such remarkable talent. We have had our share of travelers from across the universe visit us in the past. However, what you and your companions have mastered in merely a year is truly unprecedented. As he spoke, the elder raised a green bottle inscribed with 1982 Labi, and without hesitation, consumed its contents in one gulp. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong could only shake his head. When it comes to drinking, he could certainly hold his own. Yet, the peculiar physiology of the inhabitants of this planet, who possess an extraordinary fondness for carbonated beverages, leaves him astounded. What's even more outrageous is their ability to drink it all in one go without needing to pause for breath or burp. The elder is indeed remarkable. We few are undeniably rare geniuses. It must be said, your discernment is exceptional, able to see through appearances, you truly have a keen eye for people. It is well known that Sun Wukong is exceedingly modest and courteous, but this holds true only in unfamiliar company. Once familiarity sets in, one can discern true character over time, often revealing a heart that harbors malice. After all, no man is without vice. The elder, upon hearing Wukong's words, nearly choked on his drink. Fortunately, having become accustomed to Wukong's style of banter, he was somewhat prepared for such remarks. Just as he contemplated engaging in further trivial chatter, Wukong suddenly received a transmission from the King of the Worlds. Wukong, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Oh, is that you, King? To be honest, I find it rather perplexing that you would have any good news to share. Let us skip to the bad news. Based on his past experiences, Wukong was skeptical that anything beneficial could emerge from this conversation. As expected, the king's subsequent words nearly caused him to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. Ahem, you, as usual, speak without a filter. Oh well, it's futile to dwell on it. I would only end up vexing myself. The bad news is that the Saiyans are on their way. Huh? Wukong was momentarily baffled. The arrival of Vegeta was not necessarily bad news, especially since he had been on Earth for quite some time, growing increasingly restless. However, before he could inquire further, the latter part of the king's message reached him. Haha, there's just a minor oversight. Fortunately, it is not a significant issue. You should quickly retrieve Krillin and the others. The Saiyans should arrive in a day or two. Lord King, what on earth have you been doing? They're almost at our doorstep, and you're just now sending out a signal. With such awareness, I dare say you might as well be a novice. Wukong was not so much angry as he was exasperated by the incompetence of his teammates. After all, his system mission required him not to intervene when Vegeta and the others arrived. He had even consulted the system multiple times regarding this matter. There was no way he could afford to show up, let alone intervene. Fortunately, the system had shown some leniency, allowing him to observe but forbidding any participation in combat. Nevertheless, this still posed a considerable challenge, especially since his mind was not quite sharp enough. He would need to devise a strategy, and now he had only a day or two to prepare. As Sun Wukong's thoughts flowed, he grasped the crucial point within moments. Thus, he had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with the esteemed elder of the Magical Academy. Rising, he spread his arms wide, lifting both a Kairobai and Son Gohan effortlessly, one in each hand. Oh, that elder, huh? I suddenly remembered the clothes hanging at home that I haven't collected, and the weather forecast predicts a torrential downpour today. So, as the Green Mountains remain unchanged and the waters continue to flow, we shall meet again in the world of martial arts. Farewell. With a swish, their figures blurred and vanished from the scene. Seeing this, the elder, still holding aloft a sprite from 82, was left in a quandary. Should he drink it or set it down? After a long while, all he could muster was a bemused 6. Yet he was not the only one bewildered. A Kairobai and Son Gohan stood there, one clutching a chicken leg in his left hand and a pig's trotter in his right, while their mouths were stuffed with crushed ice. They gazed around, dazed by the suddenly shifting surroundings. Ugh, Wukong, must you always be so abrupt? Exclaimed a Kairobai. Even Thunder God refrains from striking at diners. I understand you are in a hurry, but do try not to rush. Enough of the idle chatter. You and Gohan must hasten to Kame House. We have but a day or two before the Saiyans arrive. Were it not for that old trickster King Kai, I wouldn't be in such a rush. As he spoke, Sun Wukong's figure vanished once more. A Kairobai and Son Gohan exchanged wide-eyed glances, and after a moment, it was Gohan who broke the silence. Dad, is something else. If we're going to Kame House, why not just transport us directly? Isn't that just a roundabout way of doing things? Ah, Gohan, you're still young and don't quite grasp certain things. Your father has been pulling pranks on me since the day I met him. To be honest, I've grown accustomed to it. A Kairobai, losing interest in the chicken leg, tossed it aside and inadvertently wiped his hands on Gohan's clothing. But Gohan was no fool. Disgusted by the act, he swiftly removed the stained shirt, cleaned his hands, wiped his mouth, and then tossed it back to a Kairobai. Uncle Yasso, this is for you. Please clean it. Otherwise, I'll tell my mom. Nanny? A Kairobai was genuinely taken aback by the boy's audacity. While it was one thing to complain to Sun Wukong, bringing the matter to Bulma was an entirely different beast. For she was no gentle soul. Heh, my dear nephew, fret not. Here, take some senza beans for now. When we return, I'll find a way to get you a Nimbus cloud from Corin Tower. Though its speed may not be exceptional, it is truly adept at helping one charm the ladies. It surpasses those so-called high-end flying cars by leaps and bounds. Indeed, you are my dear uncle. Is it any wonder we share such a close bond? Without a doubt. Despite Son Gohan's cleverness, he remained a child at heart, easily swayed by Kairobai's words. Uncle Yasso, we must not delay. Let us hasten to the Turtle Hermit's island. As Son Gohan spoke, he employed the technique of flight, rising into the air. However, just as he was about to soar with full vigor, he was halted by the call of Piccolo from behind. Turning around, he saw Piccolo with arms crossed and a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. Fly? That is so outdated. Who of substance still resorts to flight? Come, allow me to demonstrate the instantaneous movement I have diligently mastered over the past 6 months. How could I have forgotten this? Son Gohan hurriedly dashed behind Yakilob, placing a hand on his rear. There was no remedy for the disparity in their heights. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still on his way. Vegeta, let destruction reign. I am weary. Chapter 62. Greetings, Lord Kai. Farewell, Lord Kai. On a separate note, the Dragon Ball team on King Kai's planet had been thriving splendidly during this time. Not only had their training regimen reached its conclusion, but the results had also astonishingly exceeded expectations. Upon learning of the approaching Saiyans, excitement bubbled within them, eager to showcase their progress. Their confident and exuberant smiles radiated, signifying considerable advancement during this period. Among the notable figures, Krillin and Yajirobe stood out prominently. Firstly, Yajirobe, having been confined to King Kai's planet for training and devoid of indulgences, had significantly bulked up. Now, upon learning of their departure, he found himself reminiscing about his beloveds back on Earth, such as Lily, Yaya, and Wang Tsoa. Despite their lack of conventional attractiveness, they led lives of indulgence. His prowess was primarily defined by the rapid, refreshing mechanism of the senzu beans. Little did he know that during his absence, these three had already attached themselves to affluent companions, enjoying a lavish lifestyle far beyond the imagination of a mere impoverished lad like him. But that is a tale for another time. As for Tien and Kaiatsu, they were considerably more composed compared to the aforementioned duo. However, as the saying goes, one is influenced by their surroundings. In contrast to the original narrative, where the martial arts master Tien, having missed his chance, found himself in the twilight of his years. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, Kaiatsu remained the third wheel in their partnership, an unyielding presence between them. The remaining duo, Raditz and Piccolo, found themselves in a rather complicated predicament. They had made significant strides among the Dragon Ball team. However, Raditz harbored lingering doubts, perhaps a shadow of his past. During the stillness of night, he would often recall Piccolo's piercing words, and thus, when he gazed upon him, he bore an adversarial mentality, eager to prove superiority. Ironically, it was this desire for competition that propelled their rapid advancement, creating a dynamic where one pursued while the other fled, each striving for excellence. At this moment, North Kai, the head of the martial arts academy on King Kai's planet, stepped forward to capture everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? As your temporary mentor, I wish to impart a few words on this occasion of farewell. Your time spent here in pursuit of knowledge has not been brief, and during this period, you have exhibited an indomitable spirit, courage in the face of adversity, and a commendable work ethic. To witness all of this has brought me great comfort. Perhaps this is indeed the essence of what enables you to transcend your own limitations. I hope that upon your departure, you will continue to diligently hone your skills. The past is but a memory, and your current achievements are far from your final destination. Tomorrow is yet to come. To commemorate our fruitful temporary training, I have prepared 50 amusing anecdotes for your enjoyment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my speech. Hello, Lord Kai. It has been a while. I look forward to treating you to a meal next time we meet. Farewell, Lord Kai. Upon looking back, I found myself alone, the space behind me now empty. A chill breeze swept through, accentuating my solitary figure and evoking a deep sense of melancholy. After a prolonged silence, a furious roar resonated throughout the serpentine path. Wukong, you shameless thief. You are unworthy of strategy. In a swift scene change, the members of the Dragon Ball team reappeared at Master Roshi's abode. Oh my, Wukong, you finally made it. If only there was signal in that place, I would have called you ages ago. As for Lord Kai, he's quite a decent fellow. A straightforward little chubby man. We can tolerate his parting words, but why bring up cold jokes? ISNT, that just insulting? Krillin, bearing a look of relief, was soon flooded with endless grievances. Yet, he was not alone in this sentiment. Even the taciturn Raditz found himself burdened with unspoken frustrations. All right, everyone. It seems you have all made considerable progress during this time. I trust you are aware that we must now discuss the impending invasion of Earth by the Saiyans. Does anyone have any strategies to propose? Wukong was genuinely anxious. If it fell to him to act, he would charge in with a flurry of blows, ensuring Vegeta would leave in tears. However, looking at this motley crew, he felt a twinge of doubt. After all, while one might dismiss Vegeta's power level of 18,000 as modest, he could transform into a colossal ape, elevating his strength to 180,000 and retain his reason. In such a scenario, the rest of them would barely suffice as a warm-up for him. On the other side, upon hearing Wukong's words, the Dragon Ball team fell into contemplation. They had gathered ample intelligence regarding their adversary. However, the presence of a companion with a battle power of 3 million instilled them with a sense of calm. "I have a plan," Krillin exclaimed. "It might just prove useful." In this pivotal moment, the sagacious Krillin stood tall, his presence akin to a mountain in Wukong's eyes. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune does not come in pairs, nor do calamities arrive singly. Where there is a wise dragon, there also follows a cunning phoenix. Cough, cough. Yamcha has devised a plan that, if successful, will leave the opponents utterly disoriented. As he listened to the two conversing, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Tianjin's eyes. "My esteemed friends, might your thoughts align with mine? Perhaps we could inscribe our strategies upon our palms? Ah, I say, my 3 companions, there are no outsiders present. It is perfectly acceptable to speak openly without fear of eavesdroppers." Sun Wukong was at a loss for words, regretting his decision to lead this group astray. The solemn atmosphere had been disrupted by the emergence of this conspicuous character. "Ha! It's quite simple, really. We just need to eliminate the moon first, and then proceed with the plan." The more Sun Wukong listened, the more he regarded the others with newfound respect. It seemed his daily admonitions were finally bearing fruit. However, a new issue soon arose. Why had Yachirobe and Gohan not yet arrived despite the passage of time? Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and invoked the unique fortune technique of the Adrat star. After a moment of careful perception, he finally pinpointed the location of Gohan and Yachirobe. In a flash, he transported them to his side, only to discover that they were both covered in a thick layer of snow. As Gohan's older brother, Piccolo naturally felt compelled to inquire about his younger sibling's escapades. "Gohan, have you been skiing?" To Piccolo's surprise, Gohan sighed with exasperation and brushed off the snow. "Skiing holds no allure for me. Unfortunately, Uncle Yasso's skills leave much to be desired. I ventured out onto the glacial expanse at minus 60 degrees Celsius, and yet I didn't even spot a single penguin. Oh, my dear nephew, penguins reside in Antarctica. Perhaps I should return home to practice my instantaneous movement. I shall strive to take you there next time." Yachirobe's remark elicited hearty laughter from everyone present, while the joyous atmosphere unfolded here in the vast cosmos. Vegeta was still en route. Vegeta exclaimed, "Ah, yes, indeed." Chapter 63. Do beautiful ladies need assistance? Not far from Earth, 2 spherical spacecraft resembling tennis balls raced towards their destination. Indeed, Vegeta had endured considerable hardships, having traveled a long distance aboard a spacecraft. After nearly a year, it was a feat few could withstand. Fortunately, their destination was now within reach, making the wait worthwhile. Vegeta resolved that upon landing, he would unleash a display of princely prowess to vent the frustrations he had accumulated over the days. On the other hand, the simple-minded Chaos did not share such complex thoughts. For him, it sufficed to simply follow Vegeta and engage in play. The intricacies of strategy were of no concern to him. As the spacecraft approached, they soon penetrated Earth's atmosphere, igniting flames upon its surface as friction ensued. In an instant, 2 meteors streaked through the sky, heading towards the heart of East City. Observing this extraordinary spectacle, several residents of the city hastily produced their smartphones to capture the moment. After all, witnessing such vibrant meteors during the day is indeed a rare occurrence. At that moment, a stunning woman, clad in an alluring uniform, navigated through the crowd, escorted by a retinue of bodyguards and secretaries, making her way towards the nearby branch of a Universal Capsule Company. As she approached the entrance, she glanced up at the distant sky, an unsettling premonition stirring within her, as if those meteors were heralds of some dreadful calamity. "Miss Chi, we are running short on time. Your schedule for today is quite packed. Moreover, the crowd here is dense. Lingering too long may lead to unforeseen inconveniences," her secretary urged, prompting her to abandon any further contemplation of the celestial event. However, as the meteors drew ever closer, the crowd on the ground began to sense something amiss. "What the hell is that?" one man exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. "It's getting closer, and it's terrifying. Hey, is there a chance that these meteors are headed straight for us?" Another brother shouted, "Why are we just standing here? We need to find somewhere to hide." Once the first spark of panic ignited, it quickly spread, transforming the previously orderly street into a chaotic throng, akin to a swarm of startled ants. Boom! The air was rent with a thunderous explosion, flames erupted skyward, and debris scattered in all directions. The once smooth road was now marred by 2 craters, each approximately several dozen meters in diameter. As the dust settled, curiosity got the better of some onlookers, leading them to approach the site. They beheld two distinctly abnormal spherical objects lying silently within the craters. However, they did not have to wait long, as the tightly sealed hatch slowly creaked open. Vegeta and Nappa emerged, their lips curled in faint smiles, and they gradually floated into the air, surveying the crowd below. Beep beep beep. Power levels detected. 4, 3, 3. 2 Ugh. The natives of this planet are utterly pathetic. How have they managed to survive with such feeble strength? Nappa remarked, his dim-witted mind taken aback. Throughout their travels across numerous planets, he had never encountered such weak beings. Even the dinosaur-like creatures they often consumed exhibited greater combat prowess. Just then, a fearless journalist, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, brandished his camera and snapped a photograph. He may have intended to capture the moment, but in his haste, he forgot to disable the flash. This reckless action irked Nappa, who, without hesitation, conjured an energy sphere and hurled it in the journalist's direction. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated. And it was at that moment the crowd realized that these beings floating in the sky were far from benevolent. Emerging from that peculiar spacecraft, it is conceivable that extraterrestrial beings have arrived to invade this realm. After all, such scenarios are frequently depicted in films. A fiery explosion erupted into the sky, resembling a miniature energy projectile, instantaneously claiming the lives of a multitude of onlookers. The cacophony of piercing screams became the sole background music on this street. Nappa, with a smirk of disdain gracing his lips, reveled in the chaos, despite his lack of intellect. This sadistic fiend relished the sight of the indigenous populace's frantic cries and their desperate attempts to flee, often met with ruthless pursuit. Vegeta observed this spectacle, feeling an inexplicable discontent. However, to him, it was merely a natural occurrence, for he had been taught from a young age that the weak ought to be subjugated, or that the weak are not truly human. As Nappa once again concentrated his energy into a sphere and hurled it towards an opulent skyscraper, he was eager to witness whether the structure could withstand the impending destruction. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A lithe figure appeared within his line of sight. With a swift side kick, akin to sending a soccer ball flying, she redirected the energy blast to a desolate area. A thunderous explosion ensued, but fortunately, this time there were no casualties. Intrigued, Nappa activated the device affixed to his eyes. After a flurry of numbers danced across the screen, it settled at a startling 130. This revelation caused his previously jovial demeanor to shift into one of astonishment. Lo and behold, this woman must be the strongest native on this planet, he mused. Yet, to possess such prowess on a planet with a combat power below 10 could only be deemed a stroke of genius. The woman whom Nappa had praised was none other than Chi-Chi. She found herself in this unfortunate location due to a series of routine meetings held by the branch office in E-City. Her gaze was now fixed ahead, the oppressive aura emanating from the two assailants, instilling a deep-seated fear akin to that of an abyss. This was not merely a matter of their strength. After all, Son Goku, with his formidable combat prowess, far surpassed these two. However, the palpable malevolence radiating from them was unmistakable, revealing that they were far from benevolent. Based on her extensive martial arts experience, she could discern that such a disposition suggested a history steeped in the shedding of countless lives. Nappa, feeling humiliated, was evidently eager to test the limits of this human with a combat power of 130, wondering just how much of his energy wave she could endure. He once more gathered a sphere of energy, even more potent than the last, and hurled it in Chi-Chi's direction. The sound of air being sliced echoed ominously. Chi-Chi realized that evasion was nearly impossible. The likelihood of survival against such a powerful energy ball was almost non-existent. Was this the end? How unfortunate! Had she not abandoned her rigorous martial training, perhaps there might have been a sliver of hope for escape today. Yet, upon reflection, her initial motivation to train diligently had simply been the desire to reunite with him. Until they meet again in the next life, Goku, for reasons unbeknownst to her. As Chi-Chi approached the brink of death, the silhouette of a youthful figure unexpectedly materialized in her mind. The sunlight danced across his handsome visage, reminiscent of their fateful encounter in her childhood. Hey there, beautiful. Do you need assistance? Chapter 64. Would the outcome have been different if I had met you first? A popular saying whispers through the folk. At the moment of one's demise, the experiences of a lifetime flash before one like a fleeting panorama. Chi-Chi found herself enveloped in such thoughts. However, the voice of the handsome figure before her drew her back to reality. Hey, beautiful. Do you require help? Is that really you, Yukong? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her heart racing with joy as she yearned to rush forward and embrace him. Yet, the rapidly approaching energy sphere sent a chill of dread coursing through her. Be careful. Before she could finish her warning, Sun Wukong, without turning, extended a hand and caught the incoming energy ball. With a gentle exertion, the imminent threat to Chi-Chi's life transformed into twinkling starlight. This place is not safe. Let me escort you away. As Sun Wukong stepped closer and grasped Chi-Chi's arm, he noticed that one of her high-heeled shoes had been damaged in the earlier battle. Recalling scenes from various idol dramas in his past life, he bent down and executed a perfect princess carry. In a blink, Chi-Chi's surroundings shifted from the towering cityscape to a serene island, where a gentle breeze caressed the sunlit shores. Where are we? She asked. This is Kame House. It's relatively safe here for the moment. You should wait here while I attend to those two troublesome matters, Sun Wukong replied, setting her down with a gentle smile. He placed his fingers together on his forehead and waved goodbye. In an instant, he vanished, as mysteriously as he had appeared. Chi-Chi watched this unfold, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. What girl does not harbor springtime dreams? What boy does not chase fantasies? After hearing Sun Wukong's persuasive words long ago, Chi-Chi had spent considerable time doubting herself. However, when the one she cherished truly wed another woman, the uncertainty she felt confirmed just how misguided she had been. Sun Wukong, you deceived me. The feelings I experienced were undeniably love. Yet at that time, your heart was already claimed by another. She pondered, if the girl who ventured into Bowsy Mountain during her youth had been me, would the outcome have been different? Chi-Chi stood frozen, gazing at the spot where Sun Wukong had vanished, murmuring to herself. Yet, such questions remained unanswered, even by time itself. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong returned to the eastern capital, though he did not materialize in the same location as Chi-Chi had moments before. He concealed his presence, standing calmly with his arms crossed behind Bias' back. Hey, Baldy, with such a large head, what are you searching for while glancing around? Bang! The origin of the formidable Saiyan is not merely a facade. Even the somewhat lackluster giant, Nappa, exemplifies this truth. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the sound, his body instinctively reacted. His arms, as robust as stone columns, swung decisively toward Goku's cheek. However, to his astonishment, the opponent effortlessly absorbed the blow. The relaxed, contented smile on his face seemed to exude mockery at every moment. Calm down, baldhead. This world operates under the rule of law. Fights should take place in deserted areas. Having provoked me, you shall accompany me. My companions are eagerly awaiting. Goku grasped Nappa's fist and forcefully pulled backward. Then, transforming his hand into a claw, he clutched tightly at Nappa's throat. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the skies above the eastern capital, leaving Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed and was still posturing, utterly unresponsive. What is this? A skill that transcends space? Oomph. Merely a triviale technique. Before true power, it is insignificant. Clearly, his taunting remarks had not yet fully escaped his lips before he, like Nappa, was whisked away to the battlefield that Goku and his allies had meticulously chosen. At this moment, the onlookers below finally grasped the situation. They disappeared? Those two invading aliens vanished? Indeed, they have seemingly eluded us. Yet, that handsome figure seemed oddly familiar. You are unaware, aren't you? If my guess is correct. He is the one who vanquished King Piccolo and, just a few years ago, defeated Piccolo's son at the martial arts tournament. Goku. What? It is he. But it makes sense. Such a terrifying extraterrestrial could only be confronted by him. Subsequently, this news rapidly spread across cities worldwide. Newspapers, news broadcasts, even family chat groups overflowed with blurred photographs. Yet, Goku remained blissfully ignorant of all this. He has never cared for fame. After all, it holds no significance for him. Unlike the original tale, where the fool relinquished credit to Satan, he would never stoop to such a level. Returning to Nappa and Vegeta, ever since Goku had taken them away, their surroundings transformed into a desolate expanse of Gobi Desert. Indeed, once again a Gobi, this locale serves as a prime battleground. Why, you ask? Primarily because it prevents certain shameless individuals from trampling upon flowers and grasses while executing their princely tactics. Curse you, you're a Kakarot, aren't you? To think I would be toyed with so soon upon arriving on this planet. However, I'm quite intrigued by the extent of your strength. Surely, you cannot merely possess those trivial, inconsequential skills. Vegeta's lips curled into a mocking smile, completely disregarding the earlier embarrassment of being yanked by the collar. His loyal subordinate, Nappa, witnessing his leader's bravado, was equally unwilling to back down. "Huh, you've landed yourself in trouble, kid. Do you have any idea who stands before you? The illustrious prince of the Saiyans, Lord Vegeta. It would be wise for you to come forth and kneel in supplication. Perhaps, when the time comes for me to thrash you, I might spare your face." At that moment, Goku's expression reflected his utter disbelief, akin to the dark lines swirling above his head. The combat prowess of the two before him was unimpressive, yet their arrogance was unparalleled. However, to engage in such antics in his presence was indeed a display of foolishness. "Ahem, you over there, the bald-headed fool. Look at you, with a visage that resembles a human, yet you behave like a buffoon. With your size, you must consume quite a lot of food, huh? I've encountered those lacking in awareness, but never one as oblivious as you. What gives you the audacity to speak so loudly to me?" Goku unleashed a barrage of verbal retorts, leaving Nappa utterly disoriented. After all, when it came to actual combat, the strength of the opponent was secondary. He could at least match their numbers. However, when it came to verbal sparring, he truly lacked experience. Those who could best him in a fight rarely possessed the same verbal prowess. Even if an exception arose, he had his brother to rely on. Yet today, he was genuinely enlightened, realizing that a lack of decorum could lead to such enjoyment. "Hey, you've truly angered my brother now. I was initially inclined to speak a good word for you, as we share the Saiyan bloodline, but now there is no turning back. Chapter 65 speaks of you. Step forth for a duel." Nappa, initially eager to confront the challenger, suddenly recalled that the young man before him likely possessed a battle power exceeding 150,000. After careful consideration, he chose to disregard the harsh words previously exchanged and move closer to Vegeta, attempting to leverage his leader's presence to intimidate. As Goku observed Nappa's retreat, a twinge of apprehension crept into his heart. It wasn't that he feared the opponent's strength, but rather the concern that he might lose control and eliminate him outright. If such a scenario unfolded, what would become of the mission bestowed by the system? Fortunately, at that moment, voices of Krillin and the others echoed from the cliffs. Looking up, Goku saw a group engaged in a barbecue. No, a barbecue. "Goku, what are you dawdling about for? Your lamb skewers are nearly burnt to a crisp. Are you going to eat or not? If you're not, I might just take them. Hey, put down what you're holding and let me have it." Goku had intended to throw some shade at the towering buffoon before him, but upon realizing that his precious manly power bank was on the verge of depletion, he cast aside his thoughts of mockery. Without hesitation, he lunged downwards and snatched the meat skewer from Krillin's hands. Subsequently, he seized the cumin chili powder nearby and skillfully sprinkled it over the dish. "Well then, I have brought you the person. The rest is up to you. You can do whatever you wish, but remember this. Make that bald head resemble a pig's head." After uttering these words, Sun Wukong began to indulge in his meal with great delight, occasionally emitting sounds of appreciation. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sudden chill ran down his neck. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that Krillin and Tien were regarding him with decidedly unfriendly expressions. Beside them, Piccolo, preparing to showcase his prowess, silently donned his headband. "Surely, he cannot be referring to me. After all, I have 2 antennae on my forehead." After this brief interlude, everyone chose to disregard Sun Wukong's earlier bravado. The members of the Dragon Ball team exchanged glances, having reached a silent consensus. Their months of training on King Kai's planet had fostered an inexplicable camaraderie amongst them. They promptly decided to send out Yajirobe as the primary vanguard. With a slight exertion of his legs, he soared into the air, aligning himself parallel to Babidi. With an air of disdain, he brushed off the non-existent dust upon his attire and declared, as the saying goes, "When friends come from afar, they must be vanquished. We are not here to bully the two of you, so let us do this. Send out your weakest for a one-on-one duel." Yajirobe pointed in Babidi's direction. "Hey, you over there, bald head. Yes, you, what are you staring at? Step up for a duel." Babidi, upon hearing this, flushed with anger, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. It was one thing to hear taunts from Kakarot, who presumably possessed a combat power exceeding 15,000. But how dare some random fool call him bald? Without hesitation, he charged at his opponent. As he flew before the mirror, he raised his right leg and delivered a powerful side kick. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Yajirobe was sent crashing to the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar and a cloud of dust. Observing his successful strike, Babidi's initially sour mood began to lift. I expected more. If he couldn't even respond to such a basic attack. It seems he is merely a braggart. Fool, do not underestimate him. That guy is far from finished. Babidi turned to see Vegeta, arms crossed, gazing at him with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. Surely not. Although I didn't use my full strength, he should have sustained serious injuries from that blow. Even if he possesses some skill, he shouldn't be unscathed. Do you think your power level detector is merely a decoration? Idiot. Just check the information on your opponent next time before speaking. Vegeta is truly exhausted. Every time he embarks on a mission, he is accompanied by such an imbecile. To be honest, over the years, he has lost quite a bit of face. Meanwhile, Nappa, upon hearing the reminder, belatedly comprehended the situation and began to fumble with the glasses he was wearing. Beep, beep, beep. Power level detection, 999. What? This feeble individual possesses such formidable power? It cannot be. Is the power detector malfunctioning? Due to preconceived notions, after delivering a kick to his opponent, Nappa felt an inflated sense of superiority. Based on past experiences, Yamcha was undoubtedly weak. However, to his astonishment, the power detector revealed an astounding reading of 999. This led Nappa to question whether the device was indeed faulty. Just then, he noticed that the very individual who had previously insulted him the most, Kakarot, had picked up a barbecue grill and soared to another hilltop. Hey, Yamcha, be cautious. Making such a commotion is ruining our appetite for barbecue. With all that smoke, if these fresh ingredients get dirty, who will clean them? As soon as these words were spoken, a hearty voice emerged from the center of the smoke. Haha, I merely wished to test my opponent's capabilities. But alas, I did not expect that such a proud warrior of the Saiyan race would be so weak. Raditz, I feel insulted. Goku, after we finish eating, shall we give this fellow a good beating? Raditz agreed. Thus, unbeknownst to Yamcha, his taunting words provided an excellent justification for the subsequent thrashing he would receive. As the smoke cleared, Nappa gazed downwards. He beheld a tall figure, just as before, brushing off the dust from himself. How infuriating! Is he toying with me? Does he truly believe that a power level of 999 is impressive? Oh, so you think you can control me? As Yamcha spoke, his eyes narrowed, and a domineering aura suddenly surged from him. A fierce wind whipped around, causing his clothing to flutter, showcasing the presence one would expect from the protagonist of this chapter. Simultaneously, the power detector on Nappa's glasses displayed fluctuating numbers. Beep, beep, 1,000, 3,000, 6,500, 8,000. What? How is this possible? He has reached a power level of 8,000. As he spoke, Nappa's tongue trembled. He was merely at a level of 4,000. He had thought that this trip to Earth would be nothing more than an opportunity to bully weaklings, aside from that fellow named Kakarot. Little did he know that even an average passerby would possess double his strength. This realization was unbearable for Nappa, who had always prided himself on being a small expert in the universe. However, while he was lost in thought, Yamcha, who had just been kicked, was not idle. With a slight smirk reminiscent of the Dragon King, in the next instant, he shot towards the sky like a cannonball. In mere moments, he was behind Nappa. Here, as your kickback. Chapter 66. Vegeta's Strange Request. Here, as a taste of your own medicine. What? The expression on Nappa's face was one of sheer terror, for he had failed to discern the trajectory of his opponent's movements. Like a phantom, the figure had instantaneously materialized behind him. However, before he could ponder the situation further, an irresistible force struck his back with tremendous impact. Bang! Crash! The resounding noise echoed around him. Just how perfect was this replication? Even the crater left upon landing was identical. Yet, unlike Nappa, who was ensnared by Goku's ruthless philosophy of taking advantage of his opponent's weakness, Yamcha would not make such a blunder. He swiftly transformed into a blur. A chilling grin plastered across his face as he charged towards his prey. Then came a relentless barrage of punches, like raindrops falling incessantly, accompanied by the sporadic intrusion of energy blasts. This only intensified the haze of dust that already enveloped the arena. It was not until a gentle breeze swept through long after the cacophony had ceased that the debris began to settle. Upon surveying the gruesome scene, Vegeta felt his brow twitch involuntarily. Goku and the others could only shake their heads, exclaiming in horror at the bloodshed. There stood Yamcha in the depths of the crater, one foot planted firmly on Nappa's chest, exuding an aura of dominance. Having relished the theatrics long enough, Yamcha decided it was time to ignite this heap of nonsense. With a swift motion, he bent down and seized Nappa by the collar, pulling him close until their lips were mere 10 centimeters apart. So what if you hit me, and I hit you back? Have you ever taken a life? Have you ever witnessed death? Do you think you're skilled in combat? What good is that skill if you lack influence and connections? Which faction do you belong to? I am with Frieza. Naba. His armor shattered and body marred with wounds, hastily revealed his allegiance upon hearing such an absurd inquiry. The revelation left Yamcha, who had been reveling in his bravado, utterly bewildered. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Naba's face. How can you be so dense? Was my question about your affiliations not clear enough? What does that mean? Smack! Naba, feeling utterly wronged, received yet another slap, his eyes filled with confusion as he stared back at Yamcha. Realizing the sheer foolishness of the bald man before him, Yamcha resolved to abandon the cryptic dialogue. Listen here, if you end up dead one day, it will surely be due to your own ignorance. What I meant was, while navigating this world, keep your eyes peeled and avoid provoking those you should not. Like someone as striking and charismatic as myself. Whoosh! Before Yamcha could finish his thought, he sensed a looming threat approaching from behind. His months of rigorous training had honed his battle instincts, and without hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the side. Indeed, in the very next moment after his departure, a sphere of terrifying energy descended upon the spot where he had previously stood. A thunderous roar echoed across the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert as a magnificent mushroom cloud gradually ascended into the sky. After a considerable time, once the dust had settled, Yamcha discovered that the battlefield had transformed into a colossal crater, measuring several hundred meters in diameter, its depths obscured by darkness. His gaze swept across the area, pinpointing the direction from which the energy projectile had originated. Raising his eyes, he beheld Vegeta still poised, one arm extended forward in a gesture of disdain. It was you? Oomph. Truly, your heart is as dark as they come, showing no mercy even to your own comrades. Yet, you must not have anticipated my survival. Vegeta gradually lowered his arm, lifting his proud head ever so slightly, scrutinizing Yamcha through a rather contemptuous glare. Death is but death. You were merely a fool, a worthless being devoid of significance. However, I find it rather perplexing that, given the combat prowess you previously displayed, you should have been able to evade my attack. How audacious of you to pose such a foolish question, relying solely on mechanical devices. If I had not possessed a few hidden cards, I would have already made that clear. Who taught you to speak to a noble Saiyan prince in such a manner? At this moment, I am quite displeased, and thus your fate shall be grim. Upon hearing Yamcha's various derogatory remarks, Vegeta clenched his fists, the sound of grinding knuckles echoing his genuine fury. Since arriving on this planet, he had discovered that its inhabitants lacked any semblance of decorum. Their incessant vulgarity was irksome. While he himself was no paragon of politeness, he at least expected some measure of civility from those he encountered. He removed the power-level scouter from his eyes, deeming it no longer of any use. Vegeta believed that the people of this planet possessed some form of concealed strength. Relying solely on such devices might lead to unfortunate surprises, as had been the case with that fool Ba. Subsequently, he began to glide toward Yamcha, halting when he was less than 10 meters away. Unleash your true power and demonstrate whether it can match your boastful words. I hope you strive to impress me. If so, perhaps I shall grant you a more merciful demise. Do you not understand the rules of a mid-match substitution? My bout has concluded, and it is time for others to take the stage. With your utter disregard for martial ethics and rules, do you not fear ridicule from your peers? Yamcha extended a hand to halt Vegeta's impending assault. Then, a soul-searching inquiry left Vegeta utterly perplexed. You wish to take a break? Very well. Let all your capable fighters come forth. I was just concerned that I might not be able to unleash my full potential in battle and enjoy myself. Is this truly the case? Yamcha, momentarily taken aback, found it difficult to respond, having never encountered such an absurd request in his lifetime. He had originally intended for a straightforward duel, but now he simply sighed and acquiesced. The audacity of the opponent was astonishing, daring to challenge several of us at once. Such an outrageous demand could be tolerated by Uncle, but certainly not by Aunt. Without hesitation, I bellowed towards son Wukong and the others. Hey, brothers, this fellow claims he can take us all on. What say you? Clint responded, Such a delightful opportunity. Count me in. Tianjin fan added, indeed. It would be rude to refuse such hospitality. Piccolo remarked, when I was a formidable boss, I never exhibited such arrogance. This brother clearly struggles to discern his limitations. Truly, a youthful villain, oblivious to the world's depths. Jiaozi chimed in, count me in as well. Raditz exclaimed, are we about to film the adventures of Vegeta? No way. I must repay all the grievances I have endured over the years. From now on, I shall ensure that the heavens do not obscure my sight, and the earth cannot bury my heart. Let the firmament. Enough with the monologues. Piccolo interjected. Look at how everyone else manages without such verbosity. This scene did not escape Vegeta's notice from afar, stirring a sense of unease within him. This group of seemingly incompetent warriors appeared eager and rather confident. Surely, there wouldn't be any unforeseen complications, would there? Chapter 67. Klin, you know me, if I were to take action. Vegeta, remaining true to his usual demeanor, intended to put on a show of bravado. In his eyes, none before him possessed the strength to warrant his serious attention. Yet, as the opposing group approached, their cheerful demeanor instilled a vague premonition of impending misfortune. However, Vegeta's feelings were not entirely unwarranted. As the saying goes, 3 make a crowd, and 5 form a company. The imposing stance of Klin and his companions, stepping forward in unison, was indeed somewhat intimidating, especially as they appeared particularly thrilled, as though they had long awaited this moment. The glimmering green light in their eyes was something Vegeta swore he had never encountered before. Yet, it was he who had invited them to join forces. In such a moment, even if uncertainty loomed within, he maintained an outward facade of composure. After all, who was Vegeta? The prince of the proud Saiyan race. He could not show fear. He had to uphold the bravado he had boasted, even if it meant enduring the consequences. Perhaps you should each take turns. He began, but before he could finish, an energy blast hurtled towards his forehead. Although taken aback, his combat experience allowed him to easily evade it with a swift sidestep. However, anger soon surged within him, turning to unleash a tirade. He was met with a daunting sight, a sea of fists and foul feet before him. Whoever faced such a scene would be left utterly bewildered. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, especially when the opponent possessed 12. From a distance, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Yajirobe cheered in delight. Who could have imagined that a modest barbecue would come with such an entertaining spectacle? From their perspective, they gazed upward at the sky. The Dragon Ball team had encircled Vegeta tightly. The rhythmic sounds of impact resonated, surprisingly harmonious. Can you believe it? And as if that were not enough, energy blasts occasionally erupted in the air. If this were at night, it would surely eclipse any mundane bonfire gathering. In ancient times, there was Xiang Zhuang performing sword dances to entertain, and now we have Vegeta, the dashing figure enduring a beating. What a scene to behold. Goku, lifting a bottle of cola, gulped it down with gusto, followed by a resounding belch that echoed for 2 seconds, the exhilarating sensation coursing through his body. Meanwhile, Gohan, though somewhat bewildered by his father's words, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the pompous figure in the sky being struck down. Only Yajirobe remained indifferent to the happenings around him. Not only was he unable to discern the rapid exchanges in the sky, but even if he could, what difference would it make? His meager strength would be no match for even a mere flick of an opponent's wrist. Thus, he deemed it wiser to showcase his own skills instead. Yet, even the finest spectacles must eventually conclude. Although Vegeta was receiving blows, the sage's careful planning inevitably harbors a flaw. Seizing an opening amidst the Dragon Ball team's assault, he summoned every ounce of his strength, executing a series of swift movements to break free. A resounding realization struck him. These opponents were clearly concealing their true power. Had the prince not possessed his own trump card, he might have met his demise today. Panting heavily, Vegeta bore some injuries, yet they were mere trifles that would not impair his fighting prowess. Rather, they sharpened his focus. In mere moments, he regained his composure. When he refocused, the fury in his eyes could no longer be contained, akin to a raging inferno yearning to erupt. Gazing at the arrogant expressions of the Dragon Ball team, the indignation within him became unbearable. A swarm of ignorant ants, mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Did you truly believe that only you had hidden cards? Today, I shall reveal the true might of Prince Vegeta. With a heart-wrenching roar, an aura erupted around Vegeta, his presence intensifying significantly, a stark transformation from his earlier display of strength. The disparity in martial prowess is such that even a slight miscalculation can lead to immense consequences. Sometimes, a mere difference of 1 or 200 in battle power could prove to be the decisive factor in victory or defeat. As his energy peaked, Vegeta's combat power soared to 18,000, and the simmering agitation within him finally subsided. In that moment, he could not help but reflect. Indeed, only strength can speak volumes. Refuse to acknowledge rubbish, and even the largest pile remains merely refuse. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the members of the Dragon Ball team before him. Although he cannot perceive the presence of aura. He is still able to gauge the strength of an individual's spirit through his exceptional combat experience. In other words, none of his opponents are worthy of challenge. Once he has clarified his thoughts and recognized the disparity between the two sides, the proud Saiyan prince once again reveals a derisive expression. He contemptuously spits to the side, exclaiming, "Bah, a bunch of insignificant fish. Your petty tricks cannot withstand the might of true power, relying on sheer numbers. You attempt to deceive and ambush me while my guard is down. Although I did not dodge that last blow, remember, a tiger does not reveal its claws. Do you think I am merely a fool? Kulme, try to lay a hand on me again." Upon hearing this, the members of the Dragon Ball team exchanged glances, and it was clear from their expressions that they struggled to comprehend the madness of the individual before them. Krillin remarked, "What did I just say? I told you not to strike at the head. Look what a mess we've made now." Piccolo replied, "Brother, you know me. If I had been the one to strike, he wouldn't still be standing there cursing." Tien Shinhan added, "Krillin, you know my principles. A true man should act honorably. I would never resort to such underhanded tactics." Yamcha chimed in, "Old Lin, you know me. Aside from the guy upstairs who constantly watches children's shows, I'm likely the weakest among us. If I were to act, it would undoubtedly be in a disgraceful manner. Since no one among us has attacked, the only remaining explanation, no matter how incredible, must be the truth." After considering the words of his companions, Krillin began to stroke his chin in contemplation, and suddenly his eyes widened as if a realization struck him. The cunning frog, always probing your belly. So the culprit is you, Raditz. What? Raditz was taken aback. I merely spoke slowly. How could I possibly be the target of such unfounded accusations? We have always been together. I have an impeccable alibi. He added hastily, I mean, don't look at me. This cannot possibly be my doing. While I may have a slight grievance with that fellow, I would never go so far as to commit such an extreme act. Chapter 68. Raditz. Witness how I harness the power of bonds. As the debate raged on, the often overlooked Den stepped forward. ABA, Lurururu. Raditz gazed at the diminutive figure before him, and despite their time spent together on King Kai's planet, he still could not decipher the young one's words. However, the other members of the Dragon Ball team shared a similar sentiment. Then, an astonishing turn of events occurred as Tien nodded seriously and declared, "I believe Den has a point. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this is the only plausible explanation." The remaining members of the Dragon Ball team all raised their thumbs in agreement. Impressive. What profound emotions must one possess to communicate without uttering a single word? Your brother seems to have no barriers to communication whatsoever. It appears that Lan Chi's concerns were not entirely unfounded. Ahem. Please, do not misunderstand. My bond with Jiaozi has been inseparable since childhood. In truth, words are often unnecessary, as we can intuitively grasp each other's thoughts. Tianjin Fan, in a state of urgency, turned to Jiaozi. Quickly explain to everyone what you just said, and remember to speak plainly. All right, what I meant to convey is that the fool over there, perhaps due to some affliction, has become overly confident after a moment of anger, leading him to believe he is once again capable. After Jiaozi finished speaking, he glanced at the others, who regarded him with curious expressions. Krillin remarked, "To be honest, Jiaozi, you possess many admirable qualities, but it's a pity you have a mouth. Perhaps next time, you should stick to your usual incoherent babble. If all else fails, let Tianjin Fan speak on your behalf." Piccolo added one. Yamcha chimed in one. Raditz quipped, "I never realized this fool could actually talk. I've pitted him for so long, believing him to be mute." The banter among them did not escape the notice of the opposing Vegeta, who had never encountered such blatant mockery before. These individuals seemed to regard him with utter disdain. Ha ha ha. Very well, so this is how you wish to play? Let me inform you, each of you is courting death. Today I, Vegeta, declare that not a single one of you will leave this place alive. Not even Jesus could save you, mark my words. Hold on, my sincerest apologies. I did not mean to interrupt. I understand you may be feeling a bit anxious, but please allow me to clarify our situation. You stated that you wish to take on several of us at once. Quite frankly, I have never encountered such a peculiar demand in my life. As a guest from afar, it seems only reasonable for us to indulge your request. Moreover, you seem to be quite agitated. What is it that you intend to achieve? How about this? We shall send forth our weakest fighter to face you in single combat. Considering my standing, let us settle this matter amicably. Krillin, feeling the weight of the moment, feared that Vegeta would indeed infuriate him to the point of no return. Thus, he pondered and offered a fair suggestion. He then turned to his companions. Raditz, Piccolo, are either of you interested in a little sparring with him? Piccolo replied, "Brother, your idea is sound. But I sincerely hope the weakest you mentioned does not refer to me." Krillin had yet to respond. Raditz inhaled sharply, realizing his predicament. "Alas, I have become the weakest." Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. "Esteemed comrades, I humbly request that you grant this opportunity to me. To be candid, prior to my arrival here, I had always played the role of a subordinate, living perpetually in the shadows of Vegeta and the others. However, today I wish to prove that I, Raditz, am a warrior, a genuine warrior, not merely a unit of combat power, as they would label me." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Ball team cast encouraging glances his way. "You can do it," Piccolo chimed in. "Go for it, you are the weakest. How dare you? If you cannot speak properly, you might as well be mute." "Like a dumpling," Raditz retorted, feeling his carefully cultivated determination dissipate. After exchanging a few more words with his adversary, he turned toward Vegeta, noting in his mind another entry for Piccolo. Characteristics of Namekians: 1. Unattractive. 2. Fond of playing the fool while scheming behind others' backs. 3. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Whenever they speak, you can be sure they have nothing good to say. 4. Unattractive. Raditz stepped forth alone, leaving Vegeta quite astonished. "Well, if it isn't Raditz, what brings you here? Ever since you betrayed us and arrived on Earth, you've been mingling with this band of weaklings. Has your formerly insecure heart found a sense of belonging? Do you consider yourself my rival? Step forward then. It appears my previous encouragement was insufficient. You truly are a forgetful fool. Enough of your prattle, Vegeta. Today, I shall demonstrate how a so-called worthless low-class warrior can slowly trample you beneath my feet. Oh, by the way, you were right about one thing. I have indeed gained much confidence since arriving on Earth. The camaraderie here is remarkably relaxed and joyous, allowing me to rediscover a long-lost sense of self. Today, I shall unveil the power of bonds." With that, Raditz, fueled by a flicker of defiance within, unleashed all the pressure he had accumulated over the years. His aura surged, akin to a carp yearning to leap over the Dragon Gate. The overwhelming force left Gohan, observing from a distance, utterly astonished. "Father, what is this power of bonds? Why does it appear so magnificent?" "Well, how should I put it? Different places might interpret differently, but in your uncle's view, it resembles a battle cry before transformation, like flame dragon armor fusion or something of the sort." Son Goku couldn't help but chuckle at his foolish son. Regardless of whether Raditz had truly acquired what he claimed in his brief time on Earth, one undeniable fact remained. Possessing such strength, even if he shamefully shouted it out, would not alter the reality of the situation. At this moment, he regretted agreeing to the plan discussed in the Kame House. Alas, whether Vegeta can shed tears is uncertain, but his reputation has undoubtedly suffered a great blow. Chapter 69. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Previously, we mentioned that Raditz had harnessed the power of bonds, and his aura surged at an astonishing rate. Even without a power detector, Vegeta could clearly discern that the opponent's combat strength had undoubtedly exceeded 10,000. What was terrifying was that there were no signs of this momentum waning. Impossible. Could it truly be that this so-called bond is what has rendered him so formidable? Fortunately, once Raditz's power escalated to approximately 12,000, his aura ceased to grow. This revelation allowed Vegeta, who was teetering on the edge of existential doubt, to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, is this all he possesses? It seems that the so-called bonds are nothing but nonsense. On the other side, Raditz, clad in his armor, exuded a composed and lethal demeanor after unleashing his special effects. Vegeta, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth as potential. In the past, you and that Namekian bullied me when I was weak. Today, I seek to reclaim my dignity. Do you ever feel a twinge of regret upon witnessing my current self? Bullying? I believe you're mistaken, Raditz. Surviving in Frieza's army all these years. Without our protection, you would have met your demise 100 times over. However, your current prowess has indeed elevated my opinion of you. How about this? If you're willing to return to my side as my subordinate, I could offer you the position formerly held by that Namekian. What do you think? When Vegeta uttered these words, he harbored no intention of humiliation. He genuinely felt a measure of affection. It wouldn't be unreasonable for the Prince of the Saiyans to have a few capable fighters at his command. Yet, what he deemed a kind gesture would inevitably earn him only a scoff from Raditz. Enough of this banter. Let me see if your brain is filled with nonsense. Such foolishness, devoid of logic, is astonishing. It seems that your years of servitude to Frieza have indeed taught you a thing or two. In an instant, Raditz activated his special effects and transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Vegeta. The next moment, the two clashed violently. Swish! Bang! The frequency of their collisions and evasions escalated, reaching an unbelievable pace. From Gohan and Yajirobe's perspective, they could only hear the cacophony of clashes in the sky, punctuated by bursts of energy rings, showcasing a fiercely balanced contest. However, from the viewpoint of Son Goku and the rest of the Dragon Ball team, the reality was starkly different. There was no heartfelt struggle. The truth was that Raditz relentlessly assaulted Vegeta, while the latter effortlessly evaded, occasionally resorting to blocking when escape was impossible. However, this situation did not persist for long. It seemed that Vegeta had grown weary of the game. Seizing an opening in Raditz's defense, he unleashed a devastating punch that struck Raditz squarely in the abdomen. The force of the blow was so immense that it created ripples of energy at the point of impact. Raditz, upon being struck, plummeted towards the ground like a meteor, crashing down onto a small hillock and instantly reducing it to dust. Only after a brief moment did the delayed sound of the explosion resonate through the air. "Dad, I hope nothing has happened to Uncle." Gohan, with the innocence of a child, immediately worried about the safety of their comrades after witnessing their side suffer a setback. "Huh? There's nothing to worry about. Your uncle is just fine. Now drink your milk." Goku reassured him. "Besides, with so many of your Uncle Krillin's friends over there, if something were to happen, it would likely be due to Vegeta's recklessness." "Oh, but Dad, isn't it a bit unfair for so many of us to rush at that bad guy?" At this, Goku paused his grilling, contemplating for a couple of seconds before responding earnestly to Gohan. "Unfair? What does it matter? Gohan, you must remember one thing. In this world, there is no fairness. Or rather, no absolute fairness. Do you think that attacking that villain as a group is dishonorable? Let me tell you, history is often written by the victors. Moreover, for such a vile and ruthless individual, if we can employ some tactics to make him yield, wouldn't that minimize unnecessary losses?" As Goku spoke, he affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair with his greasy hand. "You are a kind-hearted boy, and I hope you remain kind. However, your kindness should not be wasted on evil. That would only make you appear indecisive and insincere." Don't worry, Dad, I understand." Little Gohan nodded, perhaps not fully grasping every word, but he got the gist. After all, he was just a child, not foolish. He understood that as long as they could win, appearances mattered little. Returning to the matter at hand, Vegeta maintained his poised stance. Hand raised in preparation, his gaze fixed on the center of the dust cloud below. He would not be like that fool, Nappa, who assumed an opponent was incapacitated without certainty. Given Raditz's previous fighting prowess, this powerful blow might cause some trouble, but it certainly wouldn't keep him down for long. Indeed, just as Vegeta contemplated this, a voice shot through the air towards him with incredible speed. "So you're still standing? I thought that blow would have rendered you useless. It appears this trip to Earth has taught you a thing or two, Raditz. If that's the case, how about you receive another taste of my Prince's technique? Do not embarrass yourself by showcasing that move. It serves no purpose and only results in the destruction of the beautiful flora." Raditz soared upwards, halting near Vegeta, effectively thwarting any thoughts of employing a nullification technique. However, this remark pierced Vegeta's ears, provoked by an unmistakable irritation. It appears you are reluctant to continue the fight. By halting my assault, do you intend to concede?" "Oh, no. My previous strike was merely an estimation of our disparity. The true power I possess is only now being unleashed. Vegeta, observe closely and learn well. For the forthcoming technique will be quite spectacular." With that, Raditz's eyes darkened with intensity, his brow furrowing deeply. Abandoning his earlier boisterousness, he instead summoned his energy with a serene focus, invigorating his cells to their utmost. Accompanying this was a crimson aura that completely transformed the previously translucent effects surrounding him. Kaioken ×2. Chapter 70. Raditz vs. Vegeta. Kaioken ×2. As he uttered these words, Raditz unleashed his crimson vapor form, his battle power surging dramatically, doubling to approximately 24,000. This spectacle left Vegeta's countenance altered, his prior confidence utterly shattered. "Impossible. It cannot be. How could a worthless being like you possess such formidable strength? You must be employing some sort of deceptive ability from this planet. Ha. Do not attempt to fool me. Trash." Vegeta stubbornly clung to the belief that Raditz's present display of might was merely a facade, for he could not fathom that a warrior with a power level of 1500 could surpass him in such a short span of a year. Yet, reality speaks volumes. and Raditz had no intention of enlightening him. After all, a self-centered fool only comprehends the harshness of reality when faced with dire consequences. Moreover, activating the Kaioken exacts a toll on the body, leaving Raditz uncertain of how long he could sustain this state. Previously, in an attempt to set the atmosphere, he had boasted extensively. Should the tables turn and he find himself overwhelmed, he would indeed be the subject of ridicule. Thus, Raditz, enveloped in his blood-red energy, transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Vegeta. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a solid knee strike. Vegeta doubled over, cradling his abdomen, his form curling like a shrimp. His eyes bulged, and a piercing pain emanating from his core left him questioning his very existence. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Raditz's onslaught was far from over. Almost instantaneously, he unleashed a flawless combination of strikes. Straight punches, swinging strikes, uppercuts, side kicks, knee thrusts, left roundhouse kicks, eye pokes, and strikes to the groin. Any ordinary individual would be gravely injured, if not killed, by such a relentless onslaught. However, fortunate for Vegeta, he is a formidable warrior, possessing a commendable defense. Despite sustaining a barrage of severe injuries, he still retains the capacity to retaliate. Seizing an opening in Raditz's assault, he swiftly concentrated a golden energy sphere in his hand and unhesitatingly propelled it towards his adversary's face. Well aware that striking the head is the only way to inflict critical damage, Vegeta would never be foolish enough to aim for less vital areas. Boom! As the flames dissipated, Raditz remained with his head tilted. His overall condition, however, appeared largely unaffected. It was only when he turned his face that a faint smile could be discerned at the corner of his mouth. Incredible, truly unbelievable. Vegeta realized that his younger brother's proposed warrior hexagonal development plan was beginning to yield noticeable results. What? Vegeta dismissed Raditz's nonsensical chatter, his thoughts entirely absorbed in the moment. Observing Raditz's effortless reception of his attack, the psychological impact of this was far more profound than the realization of Raditz's superior strength. After all, anyone witnessing a formidable boss with high attack power and a substantial health bar would feel a sense of despair. The clash between the two warriors left Gohan, watching from below, utterly astonished. Wow, my uncle is amazing. His strength doesn't seem as lacking as Dad described. It's merely a matter of overwhelming numerical superiority. If my brother were on equal footing with Vegeta, he would surely lose. Goku could not tolerate his son praising others' prowess. He firmly believed that, as a father, he must be perceived as the strongest in Gohan's eyes. However, Gohan, at his tender age, remained oblivious to this sentiment. He merely felt that this battle was far more exhilarating than the sparring sessions he typically engaged in. Since training alongside Goku, he had witnessed numerous battles of varying scales. For instance, while delivering meals with his father, he had observed the sparring of various uncles on King Kai's planet. Yet none of those experiences felt as immediate as this moment. However, perceptions varied depending on the observer. The Dragon Ball team, for instance, did not share Gohan's sense of wonder. To them, Raditz's performance was rather standard, neither a failure nor particularly impressive. Although his combination attacks appeared flashy, they ultimately lacked effectiveness. If he employed feints, misdirection, surprise attacks from behind, or other advanced techniques, he could easily incapacitate Vegeta in an instant. While possessing strength is admirable, employing strategy and intellect to resolve conflicts is far more prudent. The gathered audience comprehended the sentiments of Raditz, a perennial outcast, now yearning to validate his worth following the acquisition of formidable strength. Although Yamcha's prowess was somewhat lacking, the ongoing battle between the two combatants appeared exceedingly haphazard, causing him considerable anxiety. Was this behemoth merely squandering time after such a prolonged engagement? If memory serves, he possesses the ability to activate the Kaioken ×2. Indeed, he can, but that is likely the extent of his capabilities. In such a state, the strain on his body is immense, and the aftereffects could be quite arduous to bear. As Raditz's nemesis, Piccolo was well acquainted with certain fundamental aspects of his adversary. Undeniably, Raditz had attained the level necessary to utilize the Kaioken ×2. However, when it comes to the innate talent for mastering the Kaioken, he falls short in comparison to Son Goku. Even disregarding the advantages of the double training card, he remains significantly inferior. After all, this technique in the original narrative possesses certain limitations. I recall King Kai extolling Son Goku's extraordinary talent. Despite being born with a mere battle power of 2, He truly exhibited genius in the realm of skill comprehension. Conversely, Vegeta was enduring a relentless onslaught. His armor bore numerous cracks, and his visage was marred by bruises, with droplets of blood seeping from his mouth and nose, rendering him particularly disheveled. As a series of strikes reached their conclusion, Raditz delivered a finishing energy blast that sent his opponent crashing into the ground, the explosion reverberating as smoke billowed forth. To the spectators, Vegeta resembled a lifeless dog, sprawled within the deep crater. Krillin exclaimed, "No way. This guy's resilience is even weaker than Yamcha's. I'd say he could take his place." Yamcha retorted, "Hey, that's not fair. I didn't say that. With an enemy boasting a battle power of 18,000, you must be out of your mind." Tien added, "What Krillin means is that if you were to confront Raditz, you would end up in the same pitiful state as Vegeta, implying your battle power is equivalent to his. In other words, you both have a 50-50 chance." Chapter 71. It feels as though I am perpetually living in his shadow. "Wow, you two are harsh," Yamcha exclaimed. "After spending so much time together, how can you utter such frigid words?" He was genuinely infuriated, lamenting his poor choice in friends. At that moment, Piccolo, who had previously engaged in their banter, suddenly furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. Vegeta's energy was fluctuating. Clearly, he was not as helpless as he appeared, feigning defeat. However, I surmised he must have little up his sleeve. Hey, it seems that might actually be the case. Perhaps we should alert Raditz, lest he be caught off guard. Krillin's words were rooted in goodwill. After all, as seasoned fighters, being caught unawares would be quite the embarrassment. However, Raditz nonchalantly shook his head. There was no need. If he couldn't see through such a trivial trick, all the various ambushes he had endured these days would have been in vain. Indeed, Raditz's training on King Kai's planet had been nothing short of arduous. When the Dragon Ball team sparred with him, they essentially unleashed a barrage of intense assaults. Just as he finished his thought, Raditz sensed something amiss on the battlefield. Is this truly all you can muster, Vegeta? Such juvenile tactics may render you rather foolish." As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta, on the ground, heard his taunt. Yet, disregarding the provocation, he executed a roll and hurled an energy sphere skyward. Whoosh! Observing this, Raditz scoffed, barely shifting his stance, merely tilting slightly to evade the trajectory of the energy sphere. However, unexpected events were about to unfold. As the sphere grazed his cheek, he discerned its hidden intention. This is an artificial moon? Yet, even as realization dawned, it was somewhat too late. Raditz's eyes were now tinged with a crimson hue, accompanied by the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. In mere moments, his body began to transform. His physique swelled at a visible rate, and his exposed skin was instantaneously cloaked in dark fur. Roar! 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 With the resounding cries of a beast, Raditz successfully morphed into a colossal ape, roughly the size of a small mountain. Simultaneously, as his body underwent this metamorphosis, the remnants of rationality in his mind dissipated, leaving only the primal urge for destruction. As he plummeted from the sky, his feet struck the ground with a rhythmic pounding of his powerful arms against his chest. He gathered a mouth energy attack, his battle power soaring beyond 100,000. However, at that moment, a similarly sized gorilla swiftly appeared behind him. Indeed, your previously double battle power is not your true strength. If I am not mistaken, it must be some form of enhancement technique. But therein lies the problem. In this state, you are far inferior to me. Moreover, as a Saiyan royal, I retain my intellect. Roar! Raditz seemed to sense the presence of his opponent. The mouth energy attack he was about to unleash veered towards Vegeta instead. Yet, little did he know, his adversary would not grant him the opportunity to strike back. A massive hand clamped over his mouth. Boom! The explosion at that moment sounded particularly muffled compared to before. Raditz's mouth bulged comically, resembling an inflated balloon. Fortunately, his transformation had bolstered his defenses. Otherwise, this self-inflicted attack might have left him in dire straits. Vegeta, witnessing his opponent's misfortune, felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, he just endured quite a beating. Who could remain in good spirits after being mercilessly bullied? The fact that I haven't uninstalled the game reflects my resilient mindset. Ha ha ha. Now, do you comprehend the true worth of my Saiyan heritage? Individuals like you, with your inferior bloodlines, possess a modicum of trickery and immediately become insufferably arrogant. Jump! Why are you not leaping now? Just because the tiger refrains from asserting its dominance, do you assume I am merely a fool? Vegeta, having uttered so many words in one breath, has exhausted himself. He is indeed feeling rather inflated. convinced that no one present can match his prowess. Not even that suspect Kakarot, rumored to possess a power level of 15,000, is worthy of his regard. Yet, this display of arrogance has certainly amused the members of the Dragon Ball squad. Krillin, the elder statesman of the group, could no longer contain himself. I ask you all, can you bear to watch him be so audacious? To be honest, this situation was anticipated in our plans, so it is not surprising at all. ISNT, it now your turn to take action? Although Ten Shinhan has been led astray, he remains the most composed among the group. He promptly proposed the rear attack strategy from our original plan. This was precisely what Krillin had been waiting for. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the time to lay the groundwork. Hey, watch closely. I shall show you something remarkable. This technique is something I clandestinely learned from Goku with my own enhancements. As he spoke, he raised one hand above his head, and soon a radiant light began to emanate from it. In no time, he had concentrated his energy into a rapidly spinning, flat disk of light. Hey, you foolish dog, look over here. With a fierce shout, Krillin swiftly launched his energy blade. The hissing sound as it sliced through the air served as an incessant warning of impending danger. But Vegeta is no fool. Upon receiving the warning, he was already on guard. He leaped away just in time to evade the attack. However, as he landed, he found himself somewhat perplexed. If one is to conduct a sneak attack, why shout for attention? Doesn't that negate the very purpose? Yet in that fleeting moment, his extensive battle experience allowed him to discern a subtle clue. As he concentrated, he suddenly noticed that the energy blade, which had seemingly flown far away, had altered its trajectory in an uncanny arc, returning to strike at him once more. Without hesitation, Vegeta turned his head and unleashed a verbal counter to nullify the attack. What is this? It seems that you, lacking in power, can only resort to such petty tricks. In that case, allow me to return the favor with my royal combat technique. With that, Vegeta rapidly gestured with both hands, launching a torrent of energy blasts towards Krillin and the others. This incited Yamcha, who was nearby, to erupt in frustration. Damn it, I thought he was formidable. And it turns out to be merely a combination of energy blade and energy balls. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt quite aggrieved. The bitterness of his predicament cannot be encapsulated in mere words. What can I do? During the period of training on Planet King, a sudden thought emerged. Ultimately, I discovered that the copyright inexplicably resided with Goku. To be honest, I felt as though I were living in his shadow. In Chapter 72, the flustered Vegeta, drenched in sweat from the fright of being stolen from, witnessed the two still bickering at such a critical moment, prompting Piccolo to intervene. I must say, gentlemen, that energy blast is nearly upon you. Are you certain you do not wish to evade? In shock, Krillin and Yamcha turned to find that everyone else had already fled, leaving them to shiver in the autumn breeze. Fortunately, Vegeta es combat technique, while appearing formidable, laquelle précision. With some skillful maneuvering, the two managed to perfectly dodge the barrage of energy blasts. It became apparent that Vegeta's technique indeed possessed the law of 100 evasion, beyond generating some PM2. 5. It proved rather futile. Yet, Vegeta remained nonchalant, treating it as a mere pastime, indifferent to whether it struck anyone. What he did not anticipate was that amidst his playful antics, he had overlooked a similarly sized opponent nearby. Raditz, whether genuinely foolish or feigning ignorance, instinctively sought out vulnerabilities. Perhaps due to long-standing muscle memory, he darted toward Vegeta, his eyes at the behest of an unseen force. As Raditz attempted to block, Vegeta seamlessly transitioned into another maneuver, executing a classic monkey steals the peach. This startled Vegeta, provoking a cold sweat, for while he had no interest in seeking a spouse, he certainly did not wish to be humiliated. In a moment of urgency, he clamped his legs tightly, firmly restraining Raditz's claw just inches from his most vulnerable area. What a despicable tactic. It seems you've undergone quite a bit of training in this regard during your time on Earth. Bah, you've brought shame upon our warrior race. With that, Vegeta freed himself from Raditz's threat and, without hesitation, unleashed a fluid combination of strikes that sent Raditz crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Raditz's tail and, with a fierce tug, severed it cleanly. In pain, the mighty Raditz let out a heart-wrenching roar. However, the loss of his tail caused his body to rapidly shrink, returning to his normal human size in mere moments. This unexpected scene startled Gohan, who was enjoying barbecue at a distance, nearly causing him to drop his reflective sunglasses perched on his nose. Indeed, due to Gohan's insufficient mental control over his genetic instincts, Goku had devised the idea of equipping him with reflective sunglasses. After all, Bulma's light is still light, and light cannot escape the principle of reflection. Dad, in this situation, are you not going to make a move? It seems Uncle Raditz and Uncle Krillin are struggling against that guy. It's nothing to worry about. Why the haste? After all, your Uncle Yasuo is still here. It's not my turn to intervene yet, son Wukong remarked, glancing towards the side at a Kairobe. Isn't that right, brother Yasuo? Hey, Wukong must speak from the heart. Since our acquaintance, I have treated you well, even saving your life once. Now that you have gained some strength, you belittle me? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. A Kairobe, upon hearing this, was startled, and his desire for barbecue vanished entirely. Yet, was son Wukong any different? Despite appearing calm on the surface, he too was uncertain of how events would unfold in a situation where he could not act. Although the Dragon Ball team had collectively elevated their prowess, in the eyes of Vegeta, with a battle power of 180,000, they were still lacking. If his appearance prevented the iconic scene of defeating the enemy general, the long-awaited system mission would surely be in jeopardy. That is not how it went, Mr. Kairobe. I distinctly remember during our strategy discussion at Kame House, someone was brimming with confidence, proclaiming you could all go wild while I took care of things. I was just boasting. You wouldn't take that seriously, would you? With my strength, charging and would simply be throwing away my life. Rest assured, it's not that dire. Didn't you just learn instant transmission? I happen to have a set of combo techniques to share with you. They might prove useful. If all else fails, you can always retreat to the North Pole to hide. Son Wukong's words piqued a Kairobe's curiosity about the combo that could bridge the vast gap of over 100,000 in battle power. Wukong, are those combos really that powerful? Trust me, just follow my instructions and you'll see. Meanwhile, Gohan listened to their conversation, his young mind unable to comprehend why his father, so formidable, would resort to cunning strategies when he could easily overpower two foes in combat. The innocence of children lies in their inability to grasp such complexities. They don't dwell on the unexplainable, for adults often tell them, you'll understand when you grow up. On another front, after dealing with Raditz, who had attempted to steal his peach, Vegeta's gaze shifted towards the remaining members of the Dragon Ball team. He would not forget that these individuals had previously surrounded and assaulted him. Hey, now that you've witnessed me dispatch the strongest among you, Raditz, what will you do to confront me next? Krillin and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated that their meticulously crafted plan would go awry at such a crucial moment? Alas, it seems we've messed up. If I had known, I would have trained harder before stepping into the fray. All right, enough with the lamentations. Let us brainstorm some strategies to deal with him. Yamcha was anxious as well. For among them, he was the weakest. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that while it is easy to rally together to assault an opponent, the situation becomes quite different when one is on the receiving end of the blows. It would be unreasonable to include him in the punishment now. Yet, upon posing this inquiry, he was met with an unsettling silence. Consequently, his gaze shifted to the remaining members of the Dragon Ball team, only to find their expressions equally grim, as the current predicament seemed almost insurmountable. Surely, this cannot be the reality, can it? Typically, during their training on King Kai's planet, each of them exuded confidence. Yet now, faced with adversity, they were all at a loss for words. Perhaps we should summon Uncle Goku, who could swiftly deal with him with a single strike. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward, proposing a rather constructive suggestion. Just as the others were inclined to agree with his notion, a flamboyant and imposing figure made his entrance before them. There is no need for such complexities. Can this little monkey truly turn the tides? Behold how I, the swift sword master Yachirobe, can reduce him to ashes in the blink of an eye. Regardless of their belief in him, the members of the Dragon Ball team raised their thumbs in encouragement. A perfect performance, I would award it a score of 99, withholding that 1 point solely to prevent arrogance. Chapter 73. He is my beloved companion. Yachirobe paid no heed to the flattery from the Dragon Ball team, striding forward with an air of indifference. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, revealing his calm, green eyes. In that fleeting moment, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Were one unaware of his true capabilities, one might mistake him for an enigmatic master, concealed from the world. However, the unfortunate reality was that Vegeta could easily discern the depth of this portly individual, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What sort of performance is this? Surely, they're not sending a jester to amuse me in my despair? Upon hearing this, Yachirobe dismissed the need for a retort. After all, he was not there to engage in trivial banter. He He was a person of significant purpose, impervious to such simplistic provocations. Yet, his indifference did not extend to the Dragon Ball team, who could hardly contain their frustration. Krillin, whose temper was notoriously short, immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to summon the big boss to teach him a lesson. This is intolerable, my friends. I can no longer endure this. In my 20 years of existence, I have never encountered someone so brazen. We merely intended to play with him, and he genuinely believes he can turn the tables. Had he mastered the energy slice, he would be on his knees, calling me daddy by now. Calm down, Krillin. Goku must have had some clever strategy in mind to trust Yachirobe with this task. Furthermore, this is our opportunity to assess our training progress. If Goku were to dispatch him with a single blow, wouldn't that render our prolonged wait here utterly pointless? As the most level-headed member of the group, Tien Shinhan interjected. At this moment, he hurriedly advised Krillin to reconsider, for he believed that Sun Wukong's actions must possess profound significance. In the past, he would have shared a temperament akin to Krillin's. But ever since the harrowing encounter with the Demon King Piccolo, it seemed that Sun Wukong had unlocked a peculiar insight within him. Whenever faced with a dilemma, his first instinct was to adopt a different perspective. After all, with the right vantage point, one could always seize an opportunity to outmaneuver. Just then, Yachirobe suddenly made a move, capturing the attention of several onlookers, who were eager to discern his intentions. Clenching the hilt of his sword, he lowered his center of gravity and sprinted forward with remarkable swiftness. His determination emanated a fierce energy, reminiscent of a warrior preparing to deliver a final strike before death. Indeed, if one were to overlook the matter of combat prowess, this scene was undeniably exhilarating. It even ignited a desire within me to join in and test the sensation of wielding a blade. Krillin's sentiments garnered unanimous agreement from those nearby, setting aside other considerations. Yachirobe trudit exudait en impressive aura. Meanwhile, Vegeta noticed the movements of his adversary. Although he did not comprehend the rationale behind such behavior, he nonetheless felt a heightened sense of vigilance. After all, he had successfully led the likes of Nappa and Raditz, two dim-witted individuals, through the ranks of Frieza's army. And that was no small feat. It was a testament to his intellect. It was clear that those around him were not merely inept dancers or frivolous makeup enthusiasts. Had they possessed even a modicum of resolve, they would have long since found themselves confined to a psychiatric facility. However, to his astonishment, Yachirobe came to a sudden halt approximately 100 meters away, swiftly adjusting his hairstyle before resuming his earlier stance, hand gripping the sword hilt, body poised in readiness. So, you are the prince of the mighty gorillas. I had initially refrained from intervening, considering we were all humanoid beings. Yet, your arrogance in this space is intolerable, especially after you dared to injure Raditz. Do you not realize he is my dear friend and comrade? I must seek retribution. Yes, retribution it shall be, Vegeta. Very well, he conceded. Given your extraterrestrial civilization's level of education, you likely did not comprehend my earlier words. Here is what I propose. Look over there. As Yachirobe pointed toward the sky to his left, Vegeta instinctively followed his gesture. Yet, in that instant, Yachirobe unexpectedly launched an attack. Clang! The long sword was drawn, its blade gleaming ominously in the light, casting a reflection upon his face. After spinning once to gather momentum, he hurled the sword with precision. Vegeta's heart raced as he realized he had been outwitted. Oh no, I miscalculated. These Earthlings truly are a treacherous lot. I never anticipated that such an inconspicuous wretch would dare to deceive me. However, as he turned to track the sword's trajectory, he found himself momentarily bewildered. No other words are needed. Let's not even discuss whether the long knife could strike him. Focusing solely on the speed of its flight, he could evade it 100 times effortlessly. As anticipated, in the next moment, the flying blade, influenced by gravity, skewered itself directly beside Vegeta's foot. With a resounding clap, Yamcha struck his forehead. Absurd. Truly preposterous. This was even less competent than that fellow Lin's previous energy slash, which at least had come perilously close to success. Indeed, someone finally understands. Vegeta interjected. My earlier energy slash was merely a result of inexperience. Its potential is still quite significant, at least more reliable than the act of tossing a kitchen knife. Krillin felt grateful towards Yachirobe. Had he not lowered the bar, he would have faced relentless ridicule from the others. Indeed, when one is perceived as inept, the appearance of someone even less skilled allows them to escape the spotlight. However, amidst the crowd, Piccolo noticed a peculiar detail. Wait, his target does not seem to be Vegeta's tail. As he spoke, Yachirobe once again moved swiftly, making a sharp turn and sprinting towards the prostrate Raditz. Approaching him, he hoisted Raditz effortlessly and darted back towards the Dragon Ball team without hesitation. Oh no! I fear I can't absolve myself from this one. Yachirobe, you have wronged me. Initially feigning an attack elsewhere, then employing a secondary feint. Upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta could no longer deny that he had been thoroughly outwitted, his teeth grinding in frustration. You enjoy playing tricks, do you? I shall see whether you can outrun my energy blast. With that, he thrust one hand forward, a golden glow emanating from his palm. Boom! A beam of light, as thick as a barrel, erupted forth, heading straight for Yachirobe's path. As it seemed certain to strike, Krillin and the others could no longer remain passive. Exchanging glances, they all simultaneously dashed forward to intercept. Chapter 74. Rest assured, I shall intervene. As the energy beam approached the fleeing Yachirobe, the Dragon Ball team positioned themselves in front of him. First, let us ensure Raditz is safe. We shall take the hit for you. All right, you hold him for a moment. I'll take him to the spring and return promptly. Yachirobe wasted no time. In such circumstances, there was no room for pleasantries. With his small stature, a single misstep could spell disaster. Turning sharply while carrying Raditz, he accelerated, his little legs nearly leaving afterimages. In mere breaths, he had distanced himself from the battlefield. Looking back, he saw Krillin and the others bracing themselves, ready to withstand the impending energy wave. In the next instant, some joined their hands before their chests, others raised one hand above their heads or pressed fingers to their foreheads. In summary, it was a display of myriad techniques, each showcasing their unique strengths. Energy Sphere, Chi Slash, Kamehameha, Demon Light Cannon, Abba, Abba. As soon as the words were uttered, an array of attacks surged toward Vegeta in the form of energy waves. At the moment of contact, rather than erupting in a violent explosion, they became locked in a stalemate. Observing that his Kamehameha had not made much of an impact, Krillin swiftly brought his hands together to unleash another wave of Kamehameha. Vegeta, witnessing the resistance of these individuals, felt no surprise. If they were willing to abandon their companions to save their own lives, he might have regarded them with a modicum of respect. After all, during his past invasions of planets, he had often encountered such poignant scenes where individuals would sacrifice their lives for the sake of bonds, allowing their loved ones or dear friends to escape. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, such acts ultimately changed nothing. Not bad. You managed to withstand a casual strike from me, but should I apply a bit more force? How will you respond? With that, Vegeta thrust his arm forward with great force. The beam, already the diameter of a barrel, swelled even larger, compelling the point of contact between the opposing waves toward the Dragon Ball team with relentless momentum. At this sight, Krillin felt the strain begin to show. A bead of sweat trickled down his furrowed brow. Damn, this is entirely on a different level. We can't hold this off. Everyone, I suggest we call for outside support. Exactly. He must understand the situation with my 3 million battle power brothers. As soon as Krillin voiced this suggestion, he received enthusiastic backing from Yamcha. The pressure was indeed unbearable. If there were any chance of resistance, it was imperative that this predicament be addressed by him alone. Just then, a familiar voice rang out behind them. You guys are quite something. To save me, you're enduring this level of attack. How touching. I absolutely must show you something spectacular today. Double KO Ken. As the words left his lips, Piccolo sensed a powerful energy emanating behind him. Without turning around, he recognized the source. The flamboyant and arrogant manner of speech could only belong to Raditz. Indeed, in the next moment, a youth with wild, red energy radiating from him and hair cascading down to his waist approached their side. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands before his chest, channeling an energy wave significantly stronger than the others directly toward the point of contention. The double KO Ken is embarrassing in this situation. If only you had acted decisively earlier, we wouldn't still be stuck here, grinding through this challenge. Cut the nonsense, Namekian. Instead of mocking me here, you should activate the KO Ken to block this. If we can't withstand this, we're all done for. You haven't forgotten how to use the KO Ken, have you? Raditz, subjected to Piccolo's taunts, remained unperturbed. The truth was, he had long grown accustomed to their banter. He and Piccolo had forged a bond through their earlier encounters on King Kai's planet, and any lingering animosity had long since dissipated. Yet, given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to engage in a bit of playful banter to lighten the mood. I do not intend to undermine you when I mastered the Kaioken. You were still grappling with Babris. As Piccolo spoke, a faint smile graced his lips, and an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly enveloped him, explosively amplifying his power. Threefold Kaioken. Boom! An energy far surpassing that of Raditz radiated outward. As Krillin and the others turned to witness this spectacle, they beheld Piccolo cloaked in a blood-red aura, his white cape billowing dramatically behind him. Goodness, Piccolo, I never expected you could reach 3 times. Truly, one can only be envious of such prowess. I too have dedicated considerable time to this technique, yet I've failed to grasp it. Consequently, the Grand Kai deemed me lacking in talent, leaving me no choice but to idle about with Yamcha. Krillin observed all this with immense envy. At the same time, he resolved to try practicing once more upon returning. Such a divine technique, if not mastered, would render him unworthy of standing alongside them in the future. With Raditz and Piccolo both unleashing the Kaioken, the energy waves that had been advancing towards the Dragon Ball team began to retreat slowly in the opposite direction. This sight caught Vegeta's attention, leaving him somewhat astonished. The Kaioken? Is that the secret technique that the worthless Raditz employed to augment his strength? Surely, such a thing cannot be sustained for long. Nevertheless, even combined, you remain insufficient in my eyes. Boom! Vegeta now took the matter seriously. What had begun as a single-handed energy blast was complemented by his other hand, coalescing into a glowing sphere. He then brought both hands together, accelerating the previously ambiguous energy wave, which surged forward with newfound ferocity. I wish to see how you shall withstand this, powered by my 80. Goodness, this truly spells disaster. Goku, if you do not arrive soon, there may not even be time to collect the remains. Krillin, observing the dire situation, felt a surge of desperation. Helpless, he called out for external assistance. However, from afar, Son Goku, upon hearing this, showed no inclination to intervene. After leisurely sipping a drink, he said, "Don't worry, you may play as you wish. Today, I assure you, you shall not perish. This rare opportunity for honing your combat experience should not be squandered. Is this really necessary? Must we push ourselves to such extremes? Though aware that death is not a concern, can we truly reverse this dire momentum?" Such questions plagued not only Krillin but also the others, who shared similar sentiments. Just then, the returning Akai Robe stepped forward once more. Such trivial matters need not summon Goku. Fear not, I shall take action. Chapter 75, Akai Robe acts. Instant transmission unleashes its might. To assert that Akalobe's earlier emergence was humorous is understandable, yet in this critical moment of life and death, to risk one's life simply for the sake of leisure speaks volumes about one's audacity. Well, whatever. I am exhausted. Clint had initially intended to say a few words, but under such high-pressure circumstances, he found himself devoid of the spirit to admonish the other, resigning instead to a state of indifference. Yet unexpectedly, Akalobe suddenly pressed his index and middle fingers together, resting them against his forehead. In the face of the impending colossal shockwave, his mind remained as tranquil as still water. In a blink, his figure blurred and vanished from his original position, only to reappear at the spot where the knife had been lodged in the ground. He swiftly withdrew it, maneuvering beneath Vegeta's legs, and as he leaped, the long blade was already in motion. With a swift slash, the glint of cold steel severed the tail cleanly. By the time Vegeta registered what had transpired, it was far too late. After a prolonged standoff with Klin and the others, the broken blade had long since slipped from his memory. Meanwhile, Goku, uneasily watching from a distance, was nearly bursting with joy, exclaiming, "It's happening! He has coming in with that flying Thunder God slash. Truly, Akalobe, that meat tank Yasuo is remarkable. Had he not been present today, I would have had to eliminate Vegeta with tears in my eyes." Gohan, though puzzled by his father's exuberance, found the unfolding of such an incredible event to be genuinely astounding. Wow, I never imagined Uncle Yasuo would actually stumble upon this skill of instant transmission. Just a moment ago, I thought he would teleport to Antarctica to catch penguins. While there may be an element of luck involved, it cannot be denied that luck is also a form of strength. At this moment, seeing the tide of battle turn, Goku felt a wave of relief wash over him, even extending some praise to Akalobe, whom he previously regarded as a burden. Due to the severing of his tail, Vegeta's body rapidly shrank, soon returning to its normal size. However, having lost his source of energy, the earlier confrontation with the others inevitably culminated in his defeat. At this instant, a myriad of colorful energy beams converged directly upon his face. In the face of despair, he could not help but gradually close his eyes. I to perish? I never anticipated this. In that fleeting moment, a kaleidoscope of memories flooded Vegeta's mind, reminiscent of a fleeting carousel ride through his past. Alongside this recollection arose a sense of unwillingness, filling his heart. He had yet to restore the glory of the warrior race, the Saiyans. He had yet to become the legendary Super Saiyan. He had yet to vanquish that despicable Frieza. He had yet to. Yet. Perhaps this is for the best. Over the years, he had lived rather aimlessly. Little did he expect to ultimately fall victim to those so-called bonds. It turns out that when a group of misfits comes together, miracles can indeed occur. As Vegeta closed his eyes, awaiting the embrace of death, a familiar figure unexpectedly materialized before him. Is this how you surrender? The once formidable warrior found himself grappling with an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. Upon hearing those words, Vegeta opened his eyes to see Goku standing before him, his back turned. Unfazed by the overwhelming energy wave about to strike, Goku extended a hand to shield against it. How can Kakarot be here? Vegeta pondered in astonishment, unable to fathom why his rival would choose to save him in such dire circumstances. Was it merely a taunt? Yet, even in the face of an energy wave that had once threatened him at an astonishing power level of 180,000, how would Goku respond? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the combined energy wave from the Dragon Ball team surged forth, crashing toward Goku. A thunder explosion erupted, filling the sky with blinding light and fierce winds. In an instant, the area was torn asunder, reduced to a vacuum by the shockwave of the blast. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility returned. As Vegeta looked up, he realized the rugged terrain had transformed into a vast plain, marked by a colossal crater where they stood. Astonishingly, Kakarot remained unscathed, not even a wrinkle marring his attire. How is this possible? The scene struck him like a bolt from the blue. That tremendous energy wave, even at his previous power level of 180,000, should have been insurmountable. If Goku could withstand it so effortlessly, did that not imply his strength far exceeded that threshold? What troubles you, brother? Why the forlorn expression? Have you been struck by despair? A true man must learn to rise and fall with grace. Goku continued, let me guess. You're wondering why I chose to save you, and how I possess such formidable power? Vegeta hesitated, grappling with the turmoil within, as Goku had deftly discerned his internal struggle. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Goku decided to forego any pretense. Allow me to address your first question. Frankly, as a fellow Saiyan, I find your current plight somewhat disappointing. You boast of being a prince among Saiyans, yet your strength is hardly remarkable. You parade about with bravado, but today, I simply happen to be in a good mood. Had you come tomorrow, I might not have been so merciful. Thus, the reason for sparing Vegeta was merely a whim of goodwill. The prince's heart echoed with a silent lament, as his once proud dignity lay shattered and trampled beneath Goku's words. Though he had once bowed to Frieza, that had merely been a facade, deep within, he harbored an unwavering belief that one day he would surpass that tyrant and claim victory. Until today, he realized that, in this vast world, he was merely an insignificant ant in the eyes of others. After a long while of contemplation, when he lifted his head to inquire further, he discovered that Sun Wukong had already departed. This left him with an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Hey, you haven't told me why you're so strong. Just as Vegeta's words fell, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. Turning to look, he found Raditz towering over him, gazing down from his height. Stop making such a fuss. I advise you to refrain from prying into matters of society. Be cautious of my brother, if he returns in a foul mood. You might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. With a sharp clap, Raditz's words barely finished when another hand struck Vegeta's other shoulder. Turning again, he saw a small, bald figure clad in martial arts attire, floating above him with a technique akin to flight, also regarding him with disdain. Don't you already know the answer? The reason Goku has become so powerful is due to the strength of bonds. A person is inherently solitary in this world. It is only through companionship that one's inner strength can flourish. And only those with a formidable spirit are worthy of becoming true warriors. Chapter 76, The Task Almost Forgotten. The strength of bonds? Only those with inner fortitude can become strong? Nonsense. Initially, Vegeta found some merit in the notion, but as he pondered further, he realized it sounded remarkably like empty platitudes. Despite his grievous wounds, he mustered the last vestiges of his strength and flew towards the distance where Sun Wukong had vanished. When he was near, he called out loudly, "Hey, Kakarot, please tell me how to become stronger." In uttering these words, Vegeta felt a pang of conflict. His long-standing pride would not permit him to bow to this inferior warrior before him. After all, he was of noble royal blood. Yet, In a moment of life and death, the other had effortlessly intercepted him, revealing an unfathomable power. In that instant, even the most hardened hearts might waver. However, upon hearing his plea, Sun Wukong merely turned his head, casting a cursory glance in his direction. Everyone has their own path to pursue strength. The journey is one you must undertake alone. What Raditz and the others have told you may be light-hearted banter, yet there is a kernel of truth therein. If you can grasp it, you may find it quite beneficial. Disappointed at not receiving the answers he sought, Vegeta felt a sense of loss. As for the words spoken by the other, not a single one did he take to heart. It matters not if you withhold your knowledge. I can see that I have lost this time. But Kakarot, remember this. When I return, I shall be even stronger. From a distance, Raditz observed the scene, feeling it was quite unworthy of Sun Wukong. He could not fathom why they should spare this weakling. Had it been in his former temperament, he would have likely obliterated him by now. The more he thought about it, the more irked he became, and the frustration within him simmered, refusing to dissipate. At that moment, with a swift movement, he charged forward and delivered a powerful whip kick to Vegeta's cheek. The tremendous force of the strike sent him hurtling into a nearby pile of earth. Crash! Vegeta remarked. To be honest, I once thought you were quite formidable. There were several occasions when I believed you could be the legendary warrior to lead our vengeance. However, it wasn't until I arrived on Earth this year that I realized how gravely mistaken I was. With your temperament, even given time, you could never ascend to such heights. As Raditz spoke, he couldn't help but recall the final communication from his parents before their demise. This secret had been buried deep within him for a long time. Even upon witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, he felt no inclination to reveal it. Yet now, observing Vegeta's shameless demeanor, ungrateful for being saved, and directing his ire towards others for not revealing the path to strength, infuriated him. Cough! Vegeta emerged from the depths of space, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with mockery towards Raditz. I truly appreciate your assessment, but what does it matter? Ha ha ha. As for your talk of vengeance, is that not the reason for the destruction of Planet Vegeta? What? You know, Raditz's pupils trembled violently. He had always believed that the truth of Planet Vegeta's destruction was known only to him. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Vegeta was also aware. Of course I know. It's absurd to believe that a meteorite was responsible for our annihilation. But what does it change? Do you comprehend the might of Frieza? With our current strength, achieving anything is utterly impossible. Thus, your little schemes are nothing more than the dreams of a fool. Vegeta stood, brushing off the dust from his attire, and then turned away, striding into the distance. His words indeed reflected his true thoughts. Though he withheld the fact that one day he would become the legendary warrior, ultimately destroying Frieza to seek retribution for his blood-soaked grievances. The destruction of Planet Vegeta was witnessed by many, although the information had been somewhat suppressed. How could one who had mingled within Frieza's forces for so long remain entirely ignorant? On one casual encounter, he overheard two lesser soldiers discussing the matter. Though they immediately fell silent upon noticing him, it piqued his curiosity. After conducting a series of discreet investigations, he finally uncovered the truth of that fateful day. As for these trivialities, Goku had no interest in them. He would naturally vanquish Frieza when the time came for that narrative to unfold. Just then, the long-absent voice of the system resonated in his ears. Ding! Host, you seem quite leisurely. Where are you headed? What the? You've resurfaced. I thought you had malfunctioned. Clears throat. Their SA sports event back home. Having some free time, I want to cheer for the athletes of Dragon Country. Do not divert the topic. What I intended to convey was that the initial system task was to make Vegeta weep upon his return. Your hasty departure home suggests a lack of desire for the reward, does it not? Alas, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It has been nearly a year, and I still cannot recall. Upon this reminder from the system, Sun Wukong, disregarding any further banter with his counterpart, swiftly turned and called out to the retreating Vegeta. Hey, you there, Vegeta. Hearing his name called, Vegeta halted his advance and turned to face Sun Wukong. What is it? Do you have further advice to offer? Nothing of the sort. I merely found your earlier cowardly remarks rather disagreeable. What? Vegeta inwardly cursed his decision to stop, suspecting that his opponent had no good intentions. Yet he was unprepared for the blatant humiliation that ensued. Sun Wukong, however, found himself at a loss. To be honest, he had little interest in toying with a fool. Yet, to induce tears from a mature and formidable adversary like Vegeta, he could conceive of no other method than to unravel his mental fortitude. Did you not believe that Frieza could be defeated? I shall indeed demonstrate it for you. I will accomplish what you, Vegeta, dare not attempt. I shall eliminate those you fear to confront. As you previously articulated, forever cowering in fear. You shall remain a pitiful creature merely surviving in this world. Huh. You possess some strength, I concede, but you are utterly oblivious to Frieza before Vegeta could finish. A golden aura enveloped Sun Wukong, a formidable pressure cascading towards him. Boom! No one shall support my aspirations. I shall tread through the snow to the summit alone. You lack even the courage to confront your foes. The warrior spirit of the Saiyan race is lost within you. With each statement, Sun Wukong advanced a step, his strength augmenting with every stride. After a brief moment, he clenched his fists resolutely. A tempest swirled around him, and the once drooping strands of his dark hair shot upright, transformed into a golden hue, while his determined gaze flickered with a glimmer of emerald light. This is impossible. It cannot be. Vegeta was incredulous. You were but a lowly warrior at birth. How could you possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Chapter 77. To exist together, why must there be emptiness? Have you ever experienced a moment that left you utterly astonished, questioning the very essence of your existence? A moment that negated all your past efforts? Vegeta was now engulfed in such disbelief, unable to reconcile the sight before him. A warrior radiating an aura as profound as the abyss and as searing as the sun stood before him. His golden hair stood defiantly, and his fierce brow framed a pair of pale green eyes, exuding an air of invincibility. This is impossible. It cannot be. Upon your birth, you were merely a lowly subordinate warrior. How could you possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Though he uttered the word impossible. At the moment Son Goku transformed, an astonishing aura emanated from him, instantly conjuring the words Super Saiyan within Vegeta's mind. At that moment, Raditz approached and patted him on the shoulder. What do you think? ISNT my brother impressive? I tell you in this state, his combat power easily exceeds 1 or 200 million. Defeating a Frieza would be as simple as child's play. However, Vegeta was in no mood to indulge Raditz's boastful demeanor. His gaze was blank, standing there muttering, impossible, impossible. This situation felt even more despairing than when he faced the Dragon Ball team and their combined colorful energy waves. Who was he? The prince of the Saiyan race. A genius hailed as the strongest warrior since birth, having surpassed his father, King Vegeta, in his youth. Yet what was happening now? Even in the face of the truth regarding the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he had never felt such despair. He had always held a firm belief that, given enough time, he would one day become that legendary warrior. But now, that legendary warrior had indeed appeared, only it was not him. As his thoughts meandered, Vegeta recalled scenes from the past. At the age of 5, Planet Vegeta was destroyed, and he, along with Raditz and Nappa, struggled to survive under the oppressive rule of Frieza's army. During that time, he lived like a mere pet, at the mercy of that diminutive tyrant in a baby carriage. Even those who engaged in trivial pursuits, such as dance and beauty, could look down upon him. Yet, it was only now that he realized the so-called endurance was merely a farce. Over the years, while he idled away time, others had already ascended to heights he could scarcely imagine. In that moment, tears brimmed in Vegeta's eyes, filled with the excitement of witnessing the legendary warrior, but also with the pain of not being that warrior himself, and a sense of relief for the persistence he had maintained all these years. With all these emotions converging, a small tear slipped from the corner of his eye, not yet fully sorrowful. Seeing this, Son Goku felt a weight lift from his heart. Finally, he cried. If there had been no reaction, he would have had to return to fetch onions. System. I designed such an elevated and sophisticated task. Goodness, it seems there are bugs here as well. Why must there be a system at all if it leads to such chaos? System, don't be like this. I haven't even used that move yet. Besides, when have you ever designed a task without loopholes? Honestly, you are the worst system I have ever worked with. System, the Yangtze River flows ever eastward, washing away heroes in its waves. Why must you add so much drama to yourself? Is the immersion truly that profound? Confronted with the absurdities of his own system, Sun Wukong had long since become accustomed to such behavior. After all, if he could not withstand even this level of nonsense, who could predict what might occur next? He chose to disregard these trivial matters and dispelled his extraordinary state. He strolled past Raditz and Krillin, who were still idly watching the spectacle. What are you standing there for? Call Piccolo and the others. Let us return to our music and dance. This delightful outdoor barbecue had been marred by the chaos they created, turning the air into a haze of PM2.5. Next time, be mindful of your impact. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Ugh, why didn't you just go up and slap him into submission? You have the strength, yet you choose to play the fool. What is this nonsense about finding an opponent to hone our combat skills? Krillin's mood was decidedly sour. After a series of one-on-one battles and a collective struggle against a formidable boss, he turned to find Sun Wukong had transformed. The Prince of the Apes was sobbing as if he had lost a dear mother. He bore the brunt of the damage and delivered the hits, only for a teammate to swoop in and snatch the kill. Who could tolerate such indignity? Yet, despite his irritation, Krillin felt a surge of anticipation for the gathering. After such an intense battle, he was, after all, quite hungry. Soon, the Dragon Ball team assembled and took advantage of Sun Wukong's instant transmission. In a flash, they vanished from the desolate wasteland. Alone, Vegeta remained, enveloped in his own melancholic thoughts. Perhaps it was the absence of others that made his sorrow more palpable. He wept louder than ever. His anguished cries might lead one to believe that his elder brother had suffered a catastrophic downfall. After some time, having regained his composure, he retrieved a small remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. Kakarot, I shall prove to you that I possess the courage befitting a prince of the Saiyans. Indeed, Vegeta resolved to return to the Frieza force. He intended to undertake an act he had never contemplated before, assassinating Frieza. Having witnessed the existence of legendary super warriors and burdened by the deep-seated grievances of his kin, he felt compelled to confront his enemy. This time, Vegeta aimed to fulfill his destiny and seek justice for both his fallen brethren and himself. Meanwhile, in the eastern capital, 2 spaceships had landed, surrounded by a throng of police and officials. Several so-called scientists were pointing and discussing the advanced extraterrestrial technology before them. Due to the overwhelming presence of media and curious onlookers, it was decided to transport the vessels back to their department for further examination. However, as one spherical ship was being loaded onto a truck, it suddenly levitated before the astonished crowd and soared into the sky at supersonic speed. A seemingly youthful individual wearing glasses nudged the elderly man beside him, stating, Teacher, it seems the object we were supposed to study has flown away. Do you need to tell me that? I'm not yet afflicted with the blurriness of old age. I can certainly see clearly. Undoubtedly, the other party has employed a remote control for the summoning vessel. The immediate priority is to activate the signal jamming to prevent another ship from taking flight. The old man, while speaking, cast a glance at his foolish student, his irritation evident as he puffed and glared. However, to his surprise, when he turned back to look again, the remaining spherical vessel had vanished without a trace. Before the old man could erupt in anger, his student delivered another blow. Oh dear. The other one is gone too. Bam. Oh dear, is it? I'll show you, oh dear. Tomorrow, you shall go to the Agricultural Institute to tend to the pigs. Chapter 78. The Affairs of Mr. Fong and His Employees. The bizarre scene unfolding in East City was, of course, unrelated to Vegeta, but rather the doing of Sun Wukong. As for the reasons behind his actions, it pertains to their situation upon returning to Kame House. The Dragon Ball team, hand in hand, accompanied Sun Wukong as he activated his instant transmission technique. In the blink of an eye, they had teleported thousands of miles to the sandy shores of Kame Island. However, to Sun Wukong's astonishment, Bulma was also present. Subsequently, under the exuberant explanations of Krillin and Yamcha, a rather unrealistic speech was exchanged between them. Initially, Bulma had little interest in the details of the battle, but upon hearing about the 2 vessels, her beautiful eyes sparkled with desire. Through a combination of coercion and persuasion, Sun Wukong reluctantly acquiesced, leading him to this escapade. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the scene of the incident in East City, all eyes were captivated by the spherical craft soaring through the sky. Such a rare opportunity. How could he let it slip away? Off he went. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong achieved the remarkable feat of stealing the vessel before the watchful eyes of the crowd. When he reappeared, he found himself on the sandy beach outside Kame House. Seeing the cherished vessel, Bulma immediately planted a kiss on Wukong's cheek, exclaiming, "Well done. With this, as long as we thoroughly study the engine inside, humanity's civilization can leap forward once more. Furthermore, our Capsule Corporation can firmly establish itself as the world's leading commercial powerhouse." Bulma, everything else is fine. But when you're conducting research, could you refrain from calling me to assist? You know I have little interest in scientific endeavors. Every time I step into the lab, I can't help but feel drowsy. As Sun Wukong mentioned, such situations had occurred more than once. Thus, His reluctance when retrieving this item was somewhat understandable. Just then, Raditz approached, holding a bottle of beer, curious. Hey, brother, isn't it a good thing to have the opportunity for scientific research? Our Saiyan race has long been criticized by other cosmic forces as mindless brutes. Now that you've encountered such a clever scientist as your sister-in-law, shouldn't you work to remedy that shortcoming? Indeed. I too believe that engaging in scientific research is a remarkable endeavor. Wukong, you should be content. Krillin, with his penchant for stirring trouble, immediately seized the opportunity for amusement. Observing the two mischievous souls, son Wukong's eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration. Indeed, under your persuasive counsel, I have resolved to dedicate some time to serious research at home. However, as I am prone to the occasional indulgence in merriment with a few friends over drinks, I have decided to share this splendid opportunity with both of you. I shall assist Bulma, while you two lend me your support. The unexpected proclamation from son Wukong rendered both Krillin and Raditz momentarily speechless. Naturally, I am a considerate individual. Should you be unwilling, I can assign you a small task. Gather the Dragon Balls scattered across the earth. Many lives were lost prior to East City. We must restore them, mustn't we? Wukong, I concur with your sentiments. As defenders of Earth, we indeed have a duty to act during such times. Rest assured, saving a life is a noble endeavor, and I, Krillin, shall gladly undertake this responsibility. Upon hearing this turn of events, Krillin promptly agreed without hesitation. Raditz nodded as well, though he soon expressed his confusion. Excuse me, may I ask, what exactly are the Dragon Balls? Well, you've been on Earth for nearly a year, and no one has explained this to you? Never mind, just ask Krillin later. Son Wukong, disinterested in explaining to his somewhat foolish elder brother, knew that others might be merely misled, while Raditz was genuinely oblivious. Meanwhile, at the site of the earlier battle with Vegeta, an inconspicuous mound of earth concealed a battered device emitting a faint red light. This was the battle power scouter that Vegeta had carelessly discarded. Although it was damaged and could no longer detect power levels, its communication function remained intact. This minor alteration would dramatically alter the course of fate. Within the Frieza force, two low-ranking soldiers reported the situation as detected by the device. What? That wretched monkey Vegeta has gone Earth? It seems he is rather obedient. To be honest, he has contributed significantly to our real estate business over the years. How about this, Sabo? When he returns, equip him with the latest combat suit and auxiliary detection device. After all, he has been working diligently. As his superior, I cannot let him go unrecognized. After Frieza made his statement, he waited for a considerable time without receiving a response from Sabo, which left him slightly displeased. Turning to look, he found Sabo preoccupied with a small mirror, adjusting his green hair and the new earrings adorning his ears. Sabo, oh yes, I am here. Lord Frieza, how may I assist you? In a state of panic, Sabo hastily tucked away his beauty tools. He then performed a deep bow at a 90-degree angle beside Frieza. Never mind, continue your amusement, Frieza sighed, feeling somewhat weary. He had thought that being a leader would be simple, yet he failed to consider the caliber of individuals within his team. As a decision-maker, the burdens one bears are far greater than what others perceive. At that moment, the soldier who had previously reported seemed to have more to say. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously spoke up, "My lord, it appears that Vegeta has gone to Earth to wreak havoc upon his compatriots. Oh, so there's still rogue Saiyans at large. However, it seems that those who have been exiled are generally of lesser fighting prowess. With Vegeta as combat strength, it seems rather implausible for him to stir trouble. Is he perhaps attempting to conspire with a band of miscreants for some petty scheme? Indeed, Saiyans are nothing but unruly wild monkeys." Frieza's small eyes narrowed slightly, infuriated enough to toss aside the checkers in front of him. Observing this, the soldier wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "My lord, that is not all. It seems that when Vegeta went to Earth, he was accompanied by a band of his compatriots, and they gave him a sound thrashing. Afterwards, due to damage to his combat power detector, we only received fragmented snippets of conversation, one of which mentioned something about a Super Saiyan." "What? A Super Saiyan? Are you absolutely certain you heard correctly?" "I report to you, my lord. I am certain." Swish! Before the soldier could finish his sentence, a deadly energy beam pierced through his skull. Beneath Frieza's sinister smile, the corners of his mouth twitched. "I detest it when others pose questions to me. You should be more cautious in your next life." Chapter 79, 5 million base combat power. Frieza's ruthless methods were well known among his loyal subordinates, who had grown accustomed to such brutality. After all, the demise of an inconsequential figure was of little concern. Yet, The displeasure etched on Frieza's face was evident to all. As the saying goes, accompanying a tyrant is akin to accompanying a tiger. When the master is in a foul mood, even the effeminate Sabo musters the courage to inquire. My lord, shall I investigate the matter concerning the Saiyans on Earth? Frieza, with a stern countenance, turned to regard his subordinate. One must admit, this individual does possess a certain perceptiveness, despite his rather peculiar penchant for cosmetics, which is somewhat difficult to accept. Very well, take a few men with you. And just to be safe, summon Dodoria as well. Ensure that you bring back the head of your adversary for me to see. Understood, my lord. Rest assured, that little earth shall be easily subdued. After Sabo spoke, he turned to make his way towards the door, but at that moment, Frieza called out to him once again. Wait a moment. You are reminded to contact the Jinyu Force and request them to temporarily set aside their current tasks to rendezvous with you on Earth. Is it not a bit excessive for the king to summon the Jinyu Force? Spare me your trivialities and simply follow my instructions, Frieza remarked, waving his hand dismissively as he turned his personal spacecraft around, ignoring the other party entirely. Zabon, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words, though he was puzzled. The orders had been issued, and compliance was mandatory. Little did he know that after his departure, Frieza held a hastily drawn sketch in his hand, fixating on the peculiar figure depicted within, unable to find tranquility. A Super Saiyan, perhaps? I sincerely hope you truly exist. With that thought, he crumpled the paper into a ball and released a faint aura from his hand. In a single breath, he evaporated it into dust. There was a secret Frieza had not shared with anyone. The reason he placed such importance on Earth was due to the increasing frequency of dreams about that golden-haired warrior. Yet, as always, he could not discern the figure's true appearance. However, the overwhelming sense of a nemesis lurking in the shadows often jolted him awake in the dead of night. At the Turtle Hermit's residence on Earth, a notification chimed. Defeat Vegeta without the host engaging, and ensure he returns in tears. The interim mission had been accomplished. The rewards have now been dispatched to the system space. The host may retrieve them at their leisure. No need for such formality, my dear system. Simply utilize them on my behalf. I trust your competence entirely. System, very well, if that's how you wish to play. Have you become so lethargic that you can't even open your own system space? I am the great system daddy, not your personal assistant. Goku, the most challenging task lies ahead. Do you understand? Ahem. My friend, what are you talking about? Who we think we are? We share a bond forged through life and death. Is it not somewhat unreasonable that you refuse to assist with such a trivial matter now? System, you sigh. Never mind. Is this the fate of us systems? 1 million battle power enhancement cards have been utilized. Farewell. As the words left its virtual lips, Goku felt a surge of scorching energy flooding his body. In mere moments, he could distinctly sense a significant increase in his strength. Training is out of the question, so I suppose I shall lie back and complete a few system tasks, merely to bolster my battle power. Oh, dear system, could you kindly display my personal panel? I wish to admire my splendid statistics once more. System, no, I've already bid you farewell, so until we meet again, kindly refrain from seeking me out. Goku. He felt quite bewildered. When had his system become so petulant? Does anyone have a public system to recommend? I am in urgent need. Oh, system, the Multiverse System Regulatory Bureau would like to address your inaction. I can report you for this behavior. Ding. Host, Sun Wukong. Gender, male, age, 24. Base combat power, 5 million. Skills acquired. Instantaneous Chi Yuan / Awakened Giant Ape Transformation, Seamless Transformation. Indeed, I find great satisfaction in directly observing combat power. Please omit the extraneous details next time. Upon learning of his impressive combat power, Sun Wukong joyfully bid farewell to the system and strode towards the exuberant Dragon Ball team outside. Passing by the beer display, he casually opened a can and, while sauntering past Oolong, nonchalantly swiped the freshly served grilled fish. By the time Oolong realized what had transpired, he was seething with rage. However, upon noticing that Sun Wukong held an identical fish, he quietly resumed his seat. Oh, it seems I've forgotten. It must have been the one I devoured earlier. Alas, my memory is certainly not what it used to be. Puyalu. No, you left it right here. Sun Wukong took it, I saw it. Go confront him. Oh, Oolong. No, you're mistaken. I ate it myself. Plutoni Yalu. No, insist. Bah. Seeing Puyalu about to protest further, Oolong quickly covered his mouth. After all, one fish versus a beating. He knew which was more consequential. Meanwhile, this little incident went unnoticed, as everyone's attention was captivated by another matter. Krillin and Raditz had just returned from their quest for the Dragon Balls. Wukong, hurry, hurry. We've gathered all the Dragon Balls. Let us see how well my friends have performed. It's only been a little over 2 hours. That is indeed swift. If it were me, half an hour would suffice at most. Son Wukong did not quite grasp what was so commendable about it. Nowadays, everyone's strength had progressed. Unlike the old days when seeking a Dragon Ball required traversing mountains and rivers, cycling and boating. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, as long as one had direction, was there truly a problem? And if he were to seek them himself, wouldn't it be a matter easily resolved with a few instances of instant transmission? Son Wukong accepted the small pouch from Krillin, revealing 7 neatly arranged Dragon Balls within. As for why there were 7, it was simply because he had no habit of collecting the 4-star ball. At that moment, his good brother Raditz leaned in closer. With just these few glass spheres, could they truly grant wishes? Doesn't that seem rather hasty? That is true. You've never encountered them before. It's only natural to be skeptical. How about you be the one to make the wish this time? Raditz had been eagerly awaiting this very suggestion. Now that Son Wukong had voiced it, he naturally stepped forward. The others watched as he leaned in toward the pouch containing the Dragon Balls, and suddenly began to speak to himself. Oh, revered Dragon Balls, please resurrect all those who perished due to the arrival of Vegeta and his comrades. Chapter 80, The Bug Divine Dragon Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the gathering. They were all struggling to suppress their laughter. Who could have imagined that Raditz would so naively lean in and begin making wishes? My friend, the Dragon Balls are not used in that manner. You must arrange them in a circle on the ground, and then utter the correct incantation to summon the Divine Dragon. Moreover, wishes are only effective when directed towards the entity known as the Divine Dragon. Never mind, allow me to handle this. It's rather simple. You'll remember it after just one demonstration. After explaining, Son Wukong took the Dragon Ball from Raditz's hands and proceeded to the beach, where he carefully arranged them together. The 7 Dragon Balls, for reasons unknown, began to emit a dazzling golden light as they drew near each other. This spectacle left Raditz, who had only recently arrived on Earth and had never witnessed such wonders, utterly astonished. Come fort, Divine Dragon, with the correct command uttered. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. A fierce wind arose, causing the few coconut trees nearby to sway violently. Following a series of lightning strikes, the Divine Dragon made a grand entrance. Those who summon me, state your wishes. Regardless of the desire, I can fulfill it. Really? I find it hard to believe. Cough. Cough. It's me, Wukong. Long time no see. We're all old acquaintances here, so just tell me what you need, and I shall grant it. To be honest, the Divine Dragon felt rather awkward at that moment. In centuries past, those who summoned him would immediately bow in reverence upon seeing his majestic form. However, since Son Wukong's arrival, the job had become increasingly challenging. Not only had the wishes grown more bizarre, but they also frequently involved resurrecting individuals. Heavens! Did the Divine Dragon have no dignity left? Divine Dragon, I wish to revive someone. Here we go again. Another resurrection request. Do they think I'm just a resurrection coin? That should be manageable. Who exactly do you wish to bring back? Oh, don't be so anxious. Rest assured, these are minor issues. I simply need you to revive all those who perished because of Vegeta and his companions upon their arrival on Earth. As Son Wukong spoke, it was as though he were discussing a trivial matter. His expression so calm it seemed entirely natural. But who could fathom the Divine Dragon's inner turmoil? I'm terribly sorry, but I cannot grant that wish. Some of those individuals no longer possess their physical forms. I can only revive those whose bodies remain intact. Bordaf, after that energy ball was unleashed, how many bodies could possibly be left unscathed? Though this response was somewhat expected, it still irked Son Wukong. After all, even when the Earth was destroyed, the Divine Dragon had managed to resurrect individuals. How many of the deceased could have retained their physical forms? About that, Wukong, please allow me to explain. Why not restore their corpses completely this time and preserve them? Then summon me again a year later to bring them back to life? You truly are a genius. To be honest, Son Wukong was somewhat surprised that such tactics could still be employed in this era. However, after reflecting inwardly, he thought that if the other party wished to play this way, he could not be blamed for disregarding the martial code. You are correct. A single wish can indeed only achieve this. Thus, I must amend my wish. Upon hearing this, the dragon's mood improved significantly. It is rare these days to find a young person willing to heed advice. Yet its joy was short-lived. As its mood took a sharp downturn upon hearing Son Wukong's next words, which were utterly outrageous, an absurdity of the highest order. Mr. Dragon, I kindly request 3 more wishes. The dragon replied, Goodness, he is exploiting a loophole with me. The system remarked, Young dragon, you simply have not experienced enough. You will grow accustomed to it. Oh, Wukong, you know that this wish breaches some fundamental rules. Even if you articulate it, I cannot fulfill it. Blast it. As a dragon, you cannot accomplish this nor that. What use are you? Tomorrow, I shall petition the celestial deity to have you deleted and recreated. Foolish nonsense. I actually found your previous wish quite appealing. How about this? I can still attempt it. Startled by Sun Wukong's boldness, the dragon immediately altered its tone. In a flash, without waiting for Wukong to respond, its eyes gleamed with a crimson light. Yet, it seemed to encounter some difficulty that remained unresolved, and after several flickers, it finally sighed in relief. Wukong, your wish has been granted. Let us bid farewell for now. All right, we shall leave it at that. Should anything arise, I will reach out to you again. Sun Wukong waved his hand nonchalantly. After all, a tool dragon is something to be used and then set aside. Upon hearing this, the dragon felt a tremendous relief and soared into the sky, swaying as 7 Dragon Balls transformed into straight lines, scattering across the globe. At this moment, Raditz, who had been observing the entire scene, was left in awe. Wow, Wukong, you are incredible. This wish-granting dragon seems as if it were a pet of yours. Huh. What on earth are you talking about? Do you know who created these wish-granting Dragon Balls? From what you previously mentioned, it seems to be the celestial deity. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow at this, realizing that the matter was more complex than it appeared. It seems Raditz possesses a certain level of intelligence. I apologize. He does not enjoy conversing with clever individuals. Given this, I cannot be blamed for continuing to deceive him. Congratulations, you are correct. The Dragon Balls were indeed created by the celestial deity. And that dragon you see, so subservient to me, is primarily because I am a sworn brother to the celestial deity. In this day and age, what holds the utmost importance? Certainly, it is connections. Consider this. Do I wander about like you, engaging in constant battles? I do not. Although Raditz did not fully grasp the essence of this statement, he felt that what Sun Wukong was saying carried a certain weight of truth. Upon noticing Raditz's expression, Sun Wukong instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had overthought the matter. Such a precious asset as intellect could hardly be expected from a character originally destined for demise. You see, precisely because I do not engage in senseless violence like you, I'm able to cultivate friendships. My life philosophy is centered around winning people over through virtue. To speak of my connections, I have allies among the deities governing Earth, close friends managing the northern galaxy, and even acquaintances with the minister of the underworld. Allow me to put it this way. The problems you encounter while living, I can resolve, and even those you face after death, I can address. Even if you wish to be reborn as a pig in your next life, it would pose no issue. Chapter 81. Wukong was forcefully kissed. Remarkable. Raditz was left dumbfounded. He now realized that Sun Wukong was indeed correct. Connections are paramount. Henceforth, he resolved not to rely solely on his meager strength, resorting to violence at every turn. Starting today, he too would strive to be a person who wins others over through virtue. Seeing Raditz fall for his words, Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura within his perception. This aura was none other than, oh no, the dragon. How could this fool resurrect that clumsy Nappa? Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball team, who were enjoying a barbecue nearby, also sensed this presence and gathered around. Yamcha, having previously encountered Nappa, was particularly sensitive to his aura. Wukong, how could you allow the dragon to resurrect that guy? Indeed, Wukong, I must chastise you on this matter. Although you have changed over the years, you still possess that naive, saintly disposition. Individuals like him, who have perished, deserve no sympathy. Why resurrect him? Krillin, in agreement with Yamcha's sentiments, nodded vigorously and added his own thoughts. Sun Wukong was left speechless. What relevance did this have to him? Thus, he explained the situation as it unfolded. Well, it went something like this. I never anticipated that the dragon would be foolish enough to resurrect Nappa. So, my friends, we now face a dilemma. Either we eliminate him, or we bring him back. Let us opt for elimination. After all, he is weak and somewhat deranged. What purpose would he serve if he remained? Before others could voice their opinions, Piccolo, having mastered the true essence of Sun Wukong's teachings, was the first to offer his perspective. Krillin, that makes sense. I vote for Piccolo. Yamcha, count me in. Kaiatsu, one for me as well. Tianjin Rice, well, Lan Shi has asked me to take care of the children, so you all can discuss among yourselves. Ha! In light of this, Wukong, I would like to propose that I take on the challenge this time for the greater good. Upon seeing the consensus among the gathered crowd to eliminate that bald giant, Krillin was eager to employ the sky dance technique and advance towards the opponent. After all, the previous battle was nothing more than a mere sideshow. The anticipated highlight of the Chi Slash had not lived up to expectations. However, at that moment, Raditz, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and said, "Wait a moment, I believe that violence will not resolve our issues. That Barda fellow is not as malevolent as you think. He is simply a bit simple-minded and takes everything at face value. As for his immediate aggression upon arriving on Earth, I suspect it stems from his past experiences. Let me plead for your indulgence. I will attempt to persuade him with kindness. If that fails, then I shall scatter his ashes." The Dragon Ball team looked at Raditz in disbelief. What a peculiar notion, to advocate for kindness and then threaten to scatter someone's ashes. Who imparted such wisdom to him? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong realized that Raditz had been influenced by him. He couldn't help but reflect on how quickly the youth absorbed new ideas. He had only recently taught him the principle of winning others over with kindness, yet it seemed to have taken root almost immediately. Very well, Piccolo. You and I shall accompany my dear brother on this venture. If he proves useful, we shall offer him a bit of military training and introduce him to our way of life. After all, once he joins our ranks, we must ensure he is indoctrinated. We must pay attention to our corporate culture. Thus, Piccolo and Raditz, albeit with outward reluctance, set out on their task. The crowd, witnessing the lack of excitement, soon dispersed, with some tending to their children and others indulging in mahjong. Just as Sun Wukong was preparing to join them, perhaps to wager a few million, a striking figure approached, casting a complex gaze in his direction. Chi-Chi, is there something you need to discuss with me? Wukong, I have some questions I would like to ask you. Can we find a secluded place to talk? Chi-Chi said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her alluring professional attire accentuating her presence. She exuded an undeniable aura of seduction that captivated those around her. Sun Wukong was taken aback, thinking to himself how inappropriate this conversation felt. We are both married individuals now. Please consider the implications of such discussions moving forward. That might not be wise, Chi-Chi, given that we are alone together. If Bulma were to find out, there would surely be misunderstandings. Rest assured, it is fine. I have already informed Bulma, and she has given her consent. This revelation left Sun Wukong puzzled. When did his wife become so accommodating? Well then, subsequently, the two wandered along the seaside until they had distanced themselves from the Kame house. It was only then that Chi-Chi managed to suppress her inner turmoil and feigned calmness as she said, "Thank you, Goku, for saving me once again. Had it not been for you back in East City, I might have faced a dire fate." In response, Sun Wukong waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "Haha, it's merely a trifling matter, nothing to dwell upon. You are aware that I had Krillin and the others seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had perished. Therefore, even in my absence, you would have been safe. Yes, I know. Nevertheless, I still wish to express my gratitude. But did you come to rescue me simply because we are friends?" As Chi-Chi spoke, her long, delicate hands betrayed a sense of unease, revealing that her heart was far from tranquil. Sun Wukong, oblivious to these subtleties, took a deep breath of the refreshing sea breeze and declared, "Of course not." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi felt a twinge of disappointment. She never anticipated that, after all these years, their relationship might not even qualify as friendship. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Sun Wukong's voice echoed again. "Our bond is far more profound than mere friendship. We have known each other for at least a decade. Thus, my dear, our relationship can only be described as childhood companions and brothers, far removed from the notion of friends." Indeed, more than friends, yet not quite lovers. Chi-Chi replied playfully, though inwardly, the confirmation of her feelings felt like a sharp tug at her heart. Chi-Chi, do you have something on your mind? If so, why not share it? I can help you sort it out, Sun Wukong began, but was abruptly silenced by a sudden kiss from Chi-Chi. By the time he realized what had transpired, she had already pulled away. As he looked up, he noticed a single tear glistening at the corner of her eye.